Apocalypse Tales left and right. Survival panel gets it right.
Roar. This astonishing scene was naturally witnessed by many within the safe zone. What is that? That zombie actually burrowed into the devourer's belly. Chen Mo quietly observed the scene before him. The zombies surged in like a tide, obscuring everyone's view in the safe zone. Only Tang Xianyu standing atop the waves could see just how many terrifying zombies were around Chen Mo. Although aware of Chen Mo's formidable strength, she couldn't help but feel a bit worried. At that moment Liao Ruyu restored led a large squad of troops and abilities to provide support. Are you alright? Liao Ruyu looked at Tang Xianyu, noticing her pale face, and spoke, Miss Xianyu, let us take over, you should go rest for a while. Tang Xianyu nodded, understanding the urgency of the situation. It was not the time to force herself. Activating the tide of disaster required far more strength than she currently possessed. I leave it to you, I will go recuperate. As she spoke, the water waves gradually sank and dissipated. Without the continuous activation of the disaster tide ability, the torrent began to subside and countless zombies frantically surged towards the entrance of the safe zone. Liao Ruyu's expression darkened as she unleashed a storm and cried out, attack. Boom. Bang bang bang. The strongest special types in the tide of corpses all gathered around Chen Mo. Chen Mo remained calm, using the Taya blade to slice a charging zombie in half before beginning to activate his ruling ability. Silver rounded water droplets began to coalesce around him. Floating life 10,000 blades. Pft, pft, pft. Like a torrential downpour, they shot out in all directions with streams of blood floating and falling in the air. Those droplets transformed into silver blades, penetrating the bodies of the surrounding zombies. The power of a 6th tier ability was something that these 3rd and 4th tier creatures could not withstand. Dong dong dong. One zombie after another fell rapidly, except for a few special types with extremely strong vitality that could still move. In just this brief and brilliant strike, over 1,000 zombies were slain. The parasite controlling the devourer let out a furious roar, moving heavily as it began to run with short strides. Each step made its massive flesh jiggle violently, shaking the ground as if an earthquake had occurred. The Qiongqi tore off a large chunk of flesh with its mouth glaring fiercely at the devourer. It abandoned the nearby zombies, lunging viciously at the devourer. Roar. The Qiongqi clawed at the devourer, raising its hind legs to battle this creature. Its claws continuously slashed forward, tearing open bloody wounds. Bang. Bang. On both sides roars erupted. The devourer couldn't break free from this restraint. A strange cry came from the parasite inside its belly, and sharp claws broke through the devourer's stomach towards the Qiongqi's most vulnerable abdomen. The Qiongqi quickly released its grip on the devourer, jumping back, its tail raised high, its posture crawling in a hunting stance, vigilantly watching the devourer before it. At this moment the devourer appeared exceedingly strange. Its belly split open and 2 slender arms were wildly grasping from within. The parasite's crimson eyes were hidden in the darkness of the fissure, staring eerily at the Qiongqi. Its target was not this creature before it, but the Chen Mo who had nearly killed it in the past. The parasite directed its host, the devourer, to charge towards Chen Mo's location. The Qiongqi flapped its wings, using its massive body to slam it heavily to the ground. Rumble. A massive cloud of dust billowed, and from within came the simultaneous cries of pain and dissatisfaction from the parasite and the devourer. Bang. Bang. The devourer swung its thick arms, striking punch after punch on the Qiongqi's head. The Qiongqi clung tightly to the devourer's abdomen, attempting to directly pull out the parasite within. Chen Mo ignored the position of the parasite. If this undead king was something the Qiongqi could handle. What mattered more were the countless relentless tides of zombies. Any single zombie here, even a special type, posed no threat alone, but the most terrifying aspect of the zombie tide was the staggering number. The zombies' tenacious vitality allowed them to continuously drain the abilities of the enhancers, leaving no time for recovery. Initial estimates indicated that there were over 300,000 zombies just in the eastern city alone. According to Lu Yi, the zombies in Nan City were divided into 3 routes. It seemed that the zombies gathered here would likely comprise more than half of the 6th War Zone's territory, at least in the millions. How many people are there in a province? If it weren't for the devastation caused by the year beast, which led to a significant reduction in living beings, the majority being zombies, the 2nd evolution would have already breached various war zones. Back then most zombies were 1st or 2nd tier, with few 3rd or 4th tier existences. During that time, releasing a 5th tier apocalypse deity alongside the year beast would have been akin to a dimensional strike. Now with the 2nd evolution, many ordinary zombies have evolved into special types, with the lowest being 2nd tier, significantly enhancing their strength. Releasing the year beast now would not yield the same effectiveness as before. Such a multitude of zombies stirred a flicker of interest in Chen Mo, for they presented an ideal hunting ground for Shoshi and Shisho. With this thought, Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, raising his left hand to unleash an eerie purple glow. "Do not be discovered," Chen Mo said calmly, his voice soft. "As you command, my master," Zisha's voice replied. Ripples spiraled beneath his feet, surging into waves that swept toward the distant horde of corpses, devouring them whole. Concealed within the watery vortex, Shisho caused the blue whirlpool swirling on the ground to engulf the zombies one by one, absorbing and consuming them. He departed from this place, swiftly heading toward the vast horde of corpses in the distance. Vast swaths of zombies in the distance vanished abruptly, yet this astonishing sight went unnoticed by anyone, as all were fiercely defending against the zombies before them. Meanwhile, the small spider on his shoulder grew restless, its eyes fixed coldly on the zombies. Sensing something, Chen Mo paused, then smiled faintly. "You want to stretch your legs too? Since you wish to go, then give it a try." He was also curious to see the true prowess of the death scythe. Upon receiving Chen Mo's command, the small spider leaped down. The death scythe, a top-tier battle pet from the 11th Warzone in its past life, now revealed its power. Though it had only recently hatched and was merely a second-tier mutant, it seemed born for slaughter. The small spider's speed far surpassed that of third-tier zombies, darting through the horde like a bolt of white lightning, reaping the lives of the undead. Amid the dense tide of corpses, a white figure flashed past, and wherever it went, zombie heads flew high into the air. Even Chen Mo couldn't help but marvel at such swift slaughter. The second-generation mutants, having undergone a second evolution, tore through these first-generation zombies as easily as slicing through melons and vegetables. The strength displayed by the small spider far exceeded his expectations. Roar! Dozens of powerful third-tier zombies charged at the small spider in a pincer attack. The small spider shot white silk from its abdomen, suspending itself in midair. It traversed the threads, its dual blades working in unison to effortlessly decapitate one zombie after another. In stark contrast to Chen Mo, who strolled about as if in his own backyard, the ability users and soldiers of the 6th Warzone were far from at ease. Roar! The zombies' piercing cries startled the distant ability users. Their eyes widened in horror as they looked toward Chen Mo's direction. Upon seeing the white spider, whose movements were too fast to track, and the Qiongqi locked in battle with the zombie king, their expressions resembled those who had seen a ghost. A spider. That's a spider. That guy. Could he be a beast tamer? Nearly everyone assumed Chen Mo was a beast tamer, for only a beast tamer could command such a powerful mutant. "Forget about over there, come help." "Damn it, these zombies are endless," said the former Longgang ability user, utterly exhausted. "Where's the military support?" An ability user roared in frustration. Deprived of replenishment for special ammunition, the Eastern District had suffered heavy losses. Countless lives had been brutally taken by the zombies, leaving only a little over 1,000 soldiers from the original 10,000 barely holding on. Compared to the ability users, their firepower was pitifully weak. It often took dozens of bullets just to break through a zombie's flesh. At this moment, the only ones truly capable of holding back the zombies were the ability users within the safe zone. Liao Ruyu said nothing. She unleashed a wind dance, cleaving a swarm of zombies in two. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto her clothes and cold, beautiful face. As a main force, she faced an even larger number of zombies. Roar! A special mutant burst forth from the ground, moving swiftly, and sank its teeth into Liao Ruyu's left hand. A searing pain shot through her, causing sweat to bead on her forehead. Guhuazhu, seeing this, was horrified. "Miss! Ox! Rumble!" He charged forward with brute force, but Liao Ruyu frowned and shouted, "I'll handle it myself. Don't worry about me, Guhuazhu, go deal with those zombies." Liao Ruyu looked at the special mutant that had sunk its teeth into her hand. Blood poured from her arm. She raised her right arm, transforming it into a wind blade, and struck down. Thud. The special mutant's body fell, but its head remained clamped onto her hand for a long while before finally dropping to the ground. Liao Ruyu panted heavily, her chest heaving. She looked at the dark gaping wound on her left arm, from which blood flowed profusely, accompanied by a sinister black vapor. Even as an ability user with strong immunity to zombie venom, this did not mean she could ignore it entirely. Another wave of zombies surged forward, leaving no time to take an antidote. She could only grit her teeth and force her ability to activate. Wind blade. Bang bang bang, boom. Boom. Amid the cacophony, Liao Ruyu felt her eyelids grow heavy and she began to sway unsteadily. Just as everyone was struggling, beams of silver light shot through the distance, slaughtering all the zombies outside the breach in the city wall. Thud thud thud. The zombies before the battling fighters suddenly froze in place, then fell one by one. Chen Mo strolled over, surrounded by flowing silver light. Any zombie that approached was sliced into countless pieces by invisible threads. Chen Mo. Liao Ruyu looked at the newcomer in disbelief. What about the zombie king? I left it to Qiongqi to handle. Chen Mo stepped forward noticing the wound on her left arm and said calmly, you all rest. I'll take it from here. Shisho was devouring the zombies at the rear of the horde, cutting off their reinforcements. If not for this, the defensive line would have already been breached. Liao Ruyu took a deep breath, giving Chen Mo a profound look. Thank you. Chen Mo gave a slight nod. He ordered the ability users present to withdraw. Many who had been barely holding on finally breathed a sigh of relief, utterly drained. Retreat. We can finally retreat. Damn, I can't hold on much longer. Guhuazhu supported Liao Ruyu, who could barely walk. Miss, is it safe to leave brother Chen here alone? Liao Ruyu said wearily, haven't you noticed the number of zombies seems to have decreased? The ones at the rear can't keep up. Guhuazhu paused, then looked at the carnage around them. The white spider and Qiongqi were slaughtering wildly. The horde was indeed no longer as dense as before. Where had they all gone? As if struck by a revelation, Guhuazhu's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Chen Mo's retreating figure. You mean? Liao Ruyu nodded and said, do not ask what should not be asked. With his current strength he is probably beyond our imagination. For some reason having Chen Mo here always gave her a sense of security. The crowd supported each other back to the safe zone, while outside Chen Mo and the Shiqi beast managed to halt the tidal wave of corpses numbering in the millions. Where are Yuan Ningchuan and the others? Liao Ruyu looked around, discovering that the few officers had long since disappeared. The only reply she received was that they had urgently gone to the central city for reinforcements, igniting a surge of anger within her. While they were here struggling against the zombies from the east city, they had chosen to flee at such a critical moment. The central city has been notified. Reinforcements from the ability user teams will arrive soon. A man in military uniform said, it's no longer needed. Liao Ruyu snorted softly as she gazed towards the city gates. The metallic storm was terrifying, whipping up a silver-white tornado. Chen Mo manipulated countless pieces of metal which moved as if alive, transforming into a gigantic silver dragon composed of countless silver blades, reaping the lives of this vast horde of corpses. Boom. It was too easy. With just one person's strength he could hold back the massive tide of corpses. A 6th tier ability user had exceeded everyone's imagination. The severely injured ability users around stared in shock at the scene outside the city, their bodies still bandaged, each one shocked into silence, drenched in blood. What tier of ability user is he? Is he really an ability user? How could he control such incredible power? Among this group the highest tier was only a 4th tier ability user, and there were hardly any 6th tier users even in the distant central city. In the distance the Shiqi beast cut off the supply of corpses while the white little spider returned after slaying thousands of zombies. A piercing and resounding roar echoed from afar. It was the parasite Chu Qing, its fur stained with blood. Beside it lay the massive torn body of a devourer. Its pupils shimmered with a chilling murderous light. It was still carrying a small zombie's corpse in its mouth, continuously dripping blood onto the ground. Chu Qing slowly approached Chen Mo's side and the white little spider returned along the silk thread. One person and 2 beasts stood firm on this battlefield of ruins. Roar. Chu Qing threw down the parasite it had been biting. Chen Mo's expression was exceptionally calm. He merely glanced and nodded, saying, well done. Now it's time to wrap things up. The silver dragon formed from gathered metallic blades swept through, echoing with countless roars, blood and flesh flying everywhere, and the ground became soaked with thick congealed blood. Like a tide rolling back, this massive horde of corpses began to visibly recede. With the fall of the corpse king parasite here, the zombies lost their leader and became aimless, mercilessly slaughtered. Until a colossal imposing roar echoed from the distant horizon, these zombies finally began to flee in a frenzy. Roar. The sound was deafening, almost resonating throughout the entire 6th safe zone, causing everyone in the city to panic, thinking a stronger zombie had appeared. What happened on the north city side? What's going on there? Look, those zombies seem to be retreating, someone exclaimed. The remaining zombies outside the east city began a large-scale retreat as if they had received some kind of command. Seeing this, Chen Mo looked up towards the source of the sound. At that position there was an even more terrifying corpse king summoning everything. Indeed, such a large-scale horde of corpses could not possibly be commanded by just a 5th-tier parasite. The zombies outside East City had already been nearly cleared away. All that remained were piles of corpses and severed limbs, leaving no place to set foot, an extremely terrifying sight. As the retreating zombies dispersed, the Shiqi beast hidden beneath the water vortex also returned. Upon hearing the Shiqi beast's voice, Chen Mo's eyes flickered and he nodded. I understand. Come back first. Retrieving the Shiqi beast into the Tianshu ability, Chen Mo turned and walked back towards the city. These hordes of corpses have left. Someone inside the city murmured in disbelief. We've been saved, we survived. We won. At this moment many ability users directly collapsed onto the ground. Even the soldiers from the 6th war zone were too exhausted to continue sitting down. Some trembled, their lips quivering, their eyes reddened as they gazed at the scene outside filled with corpses, their throats choked, feeling as if they were dreaming. The city walls were destroyed and everyone felt this was a battle devoid of life. Yet what they did not expect was that this terrifying massive horde of corpses had been resolved with the help of just one person. Liao Ruyu let out a long breath and finally revealed a faint smile. Chen Mo walked over the ruins and the gazes of the survivors were all directed towards him. Just as Liao Ruyu was about to speak, she noticed Chen Mo walk past her to where Tang Xuanyu was expressing concern. Are you okay? Are you okay? Chen Mo asked. Tang Xuanyu's face was a bit pale. She smiled and shook her head saying, I'm fine, the hordes of corpses have retreated. Yes, Chen Mo nodded, taking out a bottle of recovery potion and handing it to her. Recover your strength first. Tang Xuanyu was taken aback, smiling as she said, no need, I've already had some earlier, I'm fine now. By the way, Miss Liao, you should check on her to see how she is doing. She had met Liao Ruyu before and knew they had some relationship. I'm fine, Liao Ruyu's voice came from behind as she was supported by Guozhu expressing her gratitude. This time. Thanks to you. If Chen Mo had not been here, who knew how many people would have died? Chen Mo looked at her and asked, what's going on here? There are only this few people left in East City. Where are the ability users from the other military districts? Liao Ruyu sighed helplessly, saying, some are in Central City and many are in the 2 cities in the northwest. This horde of corpses came too suddenly, starting from North City. Although it was detected, we couldn't stop their advance. North City almost fell directly, but compared to that we in East City are relatively better off. Lin An took away a large number of ability users when he left. The higher-ups are overwhelmed and probably have no time to pay attention here. It was only this morning that they dispatched 20,000 personnel to support us. If it weren't for you coming this time, East City would likely have been breached. Guozhu fumed indignantly. What's most infuriating is that the very officers sent to fend off the corpse tide just fled. Damn it all, and we still haven't seen any sign of the reinforcements they promised. Many of our Dragon Steel members have perished outside. Is this what they call a safe haven for survivors? Chen Mo remained silent, casting his gaze over the weary, battered crowd. Even the troops dispatched by the military district had been decimated. He channeled his ability, summoning countless metallic liquids to seal the breach. Tell me everything that happened. The east side should be safe now. The crowd marveled at his terrifying power. Liao Ruyu nodded grimly and recounted the events. Around the night before last, the High Command held an emergency meeting. Scouts lost contact inexplicably and a massive corpse tide was discovered 20 kilometers north of the city. Her clearance level was high, so she knew far more than the average person. She laid out everything she knew. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. According to Liao Ruyu, the zombies first appeared in the north, followed by the east and west. If that was the case, the zombies were advancing with purpose. The damage in the north was severe enough to require most of the Warzone's elite and ability users to stabilize the situation. The true main force of the corpse tide in Nan City was in the north, and that female zombie was likely among them. The parasitoids were merely a detachment sent to attack the east. I understand. Where is Lin Yu? Liao Ruyu paused, then glanced at Tang Xuanyu, who was recovering nearby, and said with irritation. Don't worry. Given her status, the High Command would never let her come to harm. She supplies over half of the 6th War Zone's GDP. Right now she's certainly in the safest tower in the central city. But why did you show up so suddenly? Do you know the source of this corpse tide? Yes. All these zombies come from Nan City. If my guess is correct, a highly intelligent entity has emerged among them and chosen to attack the 6th War Zone. What? Liao Ruyu's heart jolted. She had sensed something amiss about the corpse tide, how it struck all cities simultaneously. She never believed zombies could develop intelligence until she encountered the parasitoid, which changed her mind. To command such a massive tide, what level of power would that require? Chen Mo replied, hard to say. It could be a 6th tier or several corpse kings working together. But given the current state of your 6th war zone, it seems you might not withstand this tide. Liao Ruyu sighed, fully aware of their dire predicament. No sooner had Lin Anxian left than a cult uprising erupted within the war zone. Now facing this terrifying corpse tide, it seemed nearly impossible to hold the line. There's no choice. In the worst case we evacuate 40% of the population to the central city. From the first day the horde was spotted, the high command contacted the capital and neighboring war zones. Once reinforcements arrive things should improve. Just as they spoke, hurried footsteps echoed from within the city. There they are. Hurry, support. In the distance the officers who had fled earlier returned with a large contingent followed by over 6,000 fresh reinforcements. The massive crowd moved swiftly and soon reached the site. They had gone to request aid from the central city and happened upon the main reinforcement force dispatched by the war zone's high command. Staring at the wall now sealed with metal, the returning officers were stunned. How did this wall get sealed? Metal. Who did this? As the first wave of reinforcements arrived, the surviving soldiers gathered. Liao Ruyu's tightly knit brows relaxed slightly. At least these bastards showed some conscience. Though slow, they had finally arrived. With many wounded here, handling them would be a major challenge. Liao Ruyu, what's the situation? Asked Officer Yuan Ningchuan. Where's the corpse tide? Liao Ruyu replied, the tide has receded. What? Yuan Ningchuan and his men exchanged glances. Did this guy do it? All eyes turned to Chen Mo. They had witnessed his abilities earlier. Seeing Liao Ruyu silent as if in tacit agreement, they looked on in disbelief. How could this be? How could a single ability user repel such a massive corpse tide? Yuan Ningchuan frowned, scrutinizing Chen Mo's face, feeling a strange familiarity. Just then a colleague whispered, old Yuan, don't you think he looks familiar? He seems to be. Chen Mo, the one on Director Lin's wanted list. Yuan Ningchuan's eyes widened as realization struck. It's you. You're the one who killed Director Lin's son and caused old Zheng's death. His tone turned hostile. Chen Mo looked at him calmly. Yes, it's me. The officers present were shaken by his admission. One officer roared, excellent. How dare you walk right into our 6th war zone? You're walking into a trap. Arrest him. This was Fu Hua, a protege of Gao Limao, leading the reinforcements. He hadn't witnessed the earlier events. At his command the newly arrived soldiers raised their rifles, though a few hesitated. Seeing the ability users unmoved, Fu Hua barked. What are you ability users waiting for? This man is wanted personally by Director Lin. His crimes are unforgivable. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Are you sure you want to move against me? What do you mean? Fu Hua frowned. Before he could speak, the ability users who had fought the zombies erupted in protest. Screw you. Who the hell do you think you are, ordering your grandpas around? If it weren't for us you'd have been too late, everything would be lost. Exactly. I don't care if he's wanted by Director Lin. All I know is without him we'd all be dead under those zombies. These ability users were from the East City, not affiliated with the 6th war zone, so they feared nothing. Even the wounded soldiers from the 6th war zone rose to stand, with Chen Mo numbering over 100, all condemning Fu Hua and his men. Fu Hua trembled with rage, pointing a shaky finger. Are you rebelling? Liao Ruyu's face darkened with displeasure as she stepped forward indignantly. Stop this at once. What do you think you're doing? You don't even know the full story. The higher-up sent you here, but they never ordered you to make an arrest. Fu Hua's brow furrowed in irritation, his knitted brows never once relaxing. Liao Ruyu, you're part of the military district. How can you speak on his behalf as well? Was it not relying on Chen Mo to hold back this zombie horde? Or was it you? Liao Ruyu retorted. If we had waited for your arrival, the Eastern District would have already fallen. Preposterous. The atmosphere grew tense. Then Yuan Ningchuan, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. Enough, cease this bickering. Regardless, repelling the zombie tide is a good thing. News from the Northern District is dire, the battle is critical, and it's already the 3rd wave. Though the Eastern District held off this wave, there's no guarantee the horde won't turn and counterattack. The priority is to swiftly evacuate the survivors here to the Central District and await orders from above. At least there was someone sensible. A conflict here would serve no one well. Moreover, Yuan Ningchuan silently rebuked Fu Hua's foolishness. If a single person could single-handedly repel the Eastern District's zombie horde, did that not speak volumes? According to Chen Mo's records, he was clearly a formidable elemental-type superpower. The military district had once dispatched numerous squads to hunt him down, all to no avail, suffering heavy losses. He was not to be underestimated. Given the precarious situation in the 6th war zone, if this man's strength was truly that great, perhaps. Yuan Ningchuan studied Chen Mo, pondering silently. Fu Hua was momentarily speechless, for Yuan Ningchun's rank was not inferior to his own. Since the latter had spoken, it was as good as a decision. Shooting a cold glare at Liao Ruyu and the assembled superpowers, Fu Hua snorted. Humph. I hope you all remember, this is the 6th war zone. Everything must be done with the war zone's honor in mind. Yuan Ningchuan ordered everyone to lower their weapons. Approaching Chen Mo, he hesitated for a moment before speaking. You're Chen Mo, right? I'm Yuan Ningchuan, head of the 11th Division of the 6th War Zone. You did well in this matter. Though your identity is somewhat sensitive here given the exceptional circumstances, I will report to the higher-ups. Would you be willing to come with us? He paused, then added seriously, please rest assured this is not about Commander Lin's matter. Lin Anha had been missing for over half a month. There were even rumors that Central Command had already dispatched a new commander. In the eyes of the 6th War Zone's High Command, Lin Anha was likely already doomed. With the Purifying World sect and the massive zombie hordes threatening the 6th War Zone, the bounty on Chen Mo had become far less significant by comparison. Fu Hua voiced his dissatisfaction. Yuan Ningchuan, what do you mean by this? Roar. The moment he spoke, Qiongqi let out a deafening growl. The thunderous sound made Fu Hua's face pale as he stumbled backward several steps, his legs trembling. What? What kind of monster is this? Yuan Ningchuan cast him a glance and said. Shut your mouth. Fu Hua was one of Gao Limio's men holding little real authority. Yuan Ningchuan turned to Chen Mo with a sincere invitation. Think it over. The war zone's leadership are no fools if they can discern right from wrong. At the very least, I can guarantee that no one will lay a hand on you until Commander Lin returns. Chen Mo stared at him for a moment, then gave a faint smile and spread his hands. Then let's go take a look. After all, he needed to see Lin Yu. A smile spread across Yuan Ningchun's face as he extended a hand in friendship. Good, let's go. With that, he glanced back at the main force, signaling for everyone to withdraw, and instructed. All of you remain stationed here. If a second wave of the zombie horde comes, make sure to relay the message immediately. Yes sir, they all replied in unison. The surrounding superpowers helped support the wounded survivors trudging unsteadily toward the central district. Yuan Ningchuan and the other war zone leaders walked at the front while Liao Ruyu muttered quietly behind. Chen Mo, are you really going with him? Chen Mo chuckled. What else? You know who I'm going to see. Liao Ruyu nodded. Only she knew that the 6th War Zone's most important divine artificer, the sole level 8 superpower in the entire zone, Lin Yu, was one of his people. True. I don't think there'll be any major issues. The other high-ranking officials in the war zone have mixed feelings about you, but as far as I know, quite a few are dissatisfied with Lin Anha. Lin Anha is probably already dead out there. The ones who hold a grudge against you are few. Chen Mo nodded. Is that so? Then that's really good news. Liao Ruyu rolled her eyes in exasperation. It's his own fault. The commander of the 6th War Zone, a man of immense power and prestige, yet he insisted on leaving against everyone's objections, venturing into the 11th War Zone of his own accord. I really can't fathom his thinking. Couldn't he have sent someone else? And even if he had to go himself, why take most of the 6th War Zone's elite with him? Even the high-ranking officials within the 6th War Zone couldn't understand why Lin Anha had left. But no one dared to defy his will, so they could only watch helplessly as he departed with a large contingent. I'm thinking of going back to North China now. To be honest, this place is worse than my long gang. Liao Ruyu grumbled to herself. The Purifying World sect is growing bolder by the day. Quite a few of the old members in Longgang have been seduced by them. Hearing this, Chen Mo paused and looked at her. Do you want to leave? Liao Ruyu was taken aback. What do you mean? Tang Xuanyu, catching on to Chen Mo's intention, smiled and stepped forward to take Liao Ruyu's hand, speaking in a sweet voice. Sister Liao, have you heard of the lion? The lion? Liao Ruyu furrowed her delicate brows and murmured. The faction from Tianhai City. Its leader seems to be Luo Tianxiong. They've bought quite a few emerald crystals and weapons forged by Lin Yu from us before. Tang Xuanyu nodded. Yes, that's the lion. Both Chen Mo and I are members of the lion. What? This? Liao Ruyu's pupils dilated in shock. She had only known that Chen Mo had a close relationship with the lion, but she never imagined he was actually a member. And she had swindled the lion's people more than once before. Liao Ruyu looked at Chen Mo, a hint of suspicion in her voice. If I'm not mistaken, the lion is a faction you backed, isn't it? Someone like you joining another's faction, I can't see it. Given Chen Mo's strength, he would be more than qualified to go straight to Central Command, let alone a war zone. The central superpowers Lin Anha had brought before were formidable, but she truly doubted any of them could match this man. Chen Mo remained non-committal and said, "Actually, the reason I came this time is to take Lin Yu away. The lion needs her now. You have no real power staying here in Dragon Steel. It would be better for you to merge into the lion and seek better development." Better development? Liao Ruyu laughed scornfully. What Chen Mo do you think the 6th war zone backed by the central government would develop weaker than the lion? I've seen lion personnel come to the war zone to procure supplies quite a few times, haven't I? It's too much trouble. Many of our Dragon Steel members have settled in the safe zone now. If the war zone ever decides to move against the lion, I doubt the lion would survive. I refuse. Who said you have to bring all Dragon Steel members to the lion? Chen Mo said. Liao Ruyu spoke, puzzled. What do you mean? This guy. Couldn't he actually think they were on the same side? Chen Mo didn't say much more, just smiled. You'll find out soon enough. Unable to fathom what scheme he was concocting, Liao Ruyu followed him closely, filled with all sorts of questions. Yuan Ningchuan led Chen Mo and the others through the fast track into the central city. The central city was already overcrowded with a large number of survivors gathered there, their spirits low. They were all residents from the outer 3 cities that had been attacked by zombies. Meanwhile, from the northern direction, the sound of artillery fire was continuous and thick smoke filled the sky. A great battle was still raging. The zombie horde there had not yet subsided. Among the 3 cities, the North City faced the fiercest assault. Its gates had long been breached. Countless zombies were rampaging through the city, and the 6th war zone was continuously dispatching heavy firepower and personnel for reinforcement. When the residents in Central City saw Yuan Ningchuan and the Eastern City ability users, a large crowd looked over. Among them were some Dragon Steel members. Old Gu. You're back. How's the situation outside the city? What about those zombies outside? Make way. Yuan Ningchuan's expression was grave. He led Chen Mo and the others through the crowd and said in a low voice, "Let's hurry." Inside the 6th war zone central tower, a group of high-ranking officials gathered in the meeting room. The atmosphere was heavy and solemn. The seat at the head was empty. The sound of artillery fire could be heard and no one spoke. Lin Yu happened to be among them. Zhu Tian stood quietly by her side, looking somewhat bored out the window. After a long while, a man in military uniform with a chiseled resolute face slowly spoke. Everyone, the 3 outer cities are under attack. The situation in North City is critical. Just now East City also couldn't hold out and requested reinforcements. How many soldiers do we have left in Central City now? The man was named Guolianghu. Within the 6th war zone, he was one of the highest ranking leaders aside from Lin Anha. A person in the meeting spoke up. We have no more personnel to send. Currently there are only 50,000 mobilizable troops in Central City. Apart from those guarding the 4 city gates, the rest are preparing to reinforce North City. We've already sent people to East City. The zombie horde there is gathered outside the city walls. The situation is at least better than North City. Let them hold on a bit longer. Another person spoke up. This can't go on. How many zombies are in that horde and how many of us are there? In my opinion, we might as well just abandon the 3 cities, concentrate all our firepower and personnel within Central City and wait for reinforcements from the central government. If even Central City can't be defended, we can evacuate from the West City direction, which hasn't been attacked. At these words, many began to ponder, finding some logic in it, as this method was self-serving, maximizing their own safety. Nonsense. A hot-tempered man slammed the table and stood up, rebuking, Lu Bin, do you even hear what you're saying? Just abandon them. Aren't the survivors in the other 3 cities human too? If our 6th war zone can't even protect the survivors who came to us, won't we be a laughingstock to the other war zones? A coward like you, calling you a weakling would be an insult. Lu Bin, berated to his face, looked somewhat ugly. Those around tried to mediate. Let's talk this over. I actually think Lu Bin has a point. Bullshit. We absolutely cannot leave. Even if we can't hold, we must go and fight. I refuse to believe we'll lose to a bunch of dead things. Everyone was talking at once, arguing back and forth. Those who agreed with Lu Bin were mostly former local officials, while those who opposed were seasoned military men. Lin Yu sat in her seat, finding it a headache to listen. Although she held a considerable position, this was clearly not the occasion for her to speak. Unable to convince each other, Guolianghu raised his hand and said, We cannot abandon Central City or the other 3 cities. Those of you who want to leave can go on your own. But if you abandon the survivors and flee and the central government finds out, you know the consequences. He cast a dark look at those who had proposed retreating. This statement was devastatingly effective. Many who had advocated for retreat fell silent. Guo Lianghu turned to Gao Limao beside him and said, "Staff Officer Gao, what do you think?" Caught off guard, Gao Limao was somewhat flustered. He gave an awkward smile and said, You decide. On the surface his position was now equal to Guo Liang's, but that was only when Lin Anha was in the war zone. Seeing his timid demeanor, Guo Lianghu felt contempt but did not show it. He spoke up. Dispatch 6,000 troops to East City. Send the rest to fight in North City, focusing on defense. Also have the elemental ability users set up another barrier within Central City. We must hold on until the central government and other war zones send reinforcements. That's the decision for now. He slammed the table, making the call. None of those present dared to say anything more. Just then a knock came from outside the door. Who is it? Everyone looked over. A soldier walked in from outside, went to Guo Liang's side and whispered a few words. Guo Liang's face was initially expressionless, but as the man finished speaking his eyes instantly lit up. He exclaimed in disbelief, almost losing his composure, How is this possible? Where is Yuan Ningchuan? Bring that man to see me. His voice was loud and clear. The high-ranking officials of the 6th War Zone were all startled and asked in confusion, What's wrong? Did something go wrong in East City again? Guo Liang's hands trembled slightly and he said slowly, Everyone who would have thought. After all this time we finally have some good news to hear. Good news. The crowd was even more puzzled. Deputy Commander Guo, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly. What good news? Have the people sent by the central government arrived? That can't be right. So fast. We only sent someone out yesterday and they're back today. A group of them began to speculate. Seeing this, Guo Lianghu let out a hearty laugh and said in a cheerful voice. Haha, none of that. My subordinate Yuan Ningchuan, who was sent to hold back the zombie horde at East City, has returned. The zombie horde at East City has been repelled. A collective gasp rippled through the assembled high-ranking officials upon hearing these words. The zombie horde in the East City has retreated. How can that be? Wasn't it said that the scale of the horde there was no smaller than in the South City? Is this true? Guo Lianghu nodded, a look of delight on his face. It shouldn't be wrong. My men have returned and are right now outside the central tower. To be honest, he himself had initially held little hope. Because from the very moment personnel were dispatched to hold the line, no one had gone with the goal of repelling the zombie horde. There was no helping it, the disparity in numbers was far too vast. For such a meager force to hold out for even a single day was already considered a miracle. And now to be told that the zombies in the East City had been driven back was for everyone in the 6th War Zone an incredibly welcome piece of news. If this is true, it's a monumental achievement. The retreat of the East City horde, if this news spreads, will be a tremendous boost to morale. This means we no longer need to divert firepower to the East City and can concentrate all our efforts on the North and South cities. Everyone present felt a wave of relief, smiles gracing their faces for the first time in a while. The previously oppressive atmosphere had also eased. Yet some still found the matter peculiar. The man who had previously berated Lu Bin spoke with a note of concern. But Vice Director Guo, I find this somewhat suspicious. With the forces in the East City even holding the line was a problem. How could they possibly have repelled such a massive horde? Don't you find it strange? Lu Bin sneered from the side, weren't you the one opposing the retreat earlier? Now that the East City horde has retreated, why are you the one acting suspicious? Fool, the man retorted dismissively. Guo Lianghu spoke up. The one who repelled the horde this time was someone else, an awakened. An awakened? The crowd found it hard to believe. Just one awakened repelled the zombies. How is that possible? Guo Liang's eyes flickered. We'll have to wait for Yuan Ningchuan to come up and explain the specifics. Everyone was intensely curious about the events. After a short wait, Yuan Ningchuan entered from outside and the group immediately began questioning him. Faced with so many inquiries from the high-ranking officials, Yuan Ningchuan felt somewhat helpless. He went directly to Guo Liang's side and without hiding anything from the assembled crowd spoke slowly. That awakened is Chen Mo. Chen Mo. Upon hearing the name, everyone paused, finding it somewhat familiar. Chen Mo. Someone exclaimed, pupils dilating in shock. Isn't he the fugitive Director Lin explicitly named for arrest? What is he doing here? Among the crowd, Gao Limio's face changed dramatically. Lin Yu's delicate frame trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a bright light. Why is he here? No, I have to find him. This was the 6th war zone. If Chen Mo appeared here, she had no idea what these high-ranking officials would do to him. She started to get up but was abruptly held down by Zhu Tiantian beside her. Zhu Tiantian's face was grim as she chided, "Little Yaya, have you lost your mind? So many top brass from the 6th war zone are here. Calm down. The awakened of the 6th war zone can't hold that guy down. What are you panicking for?" Lin Yu's face was full of worry as she whispered, "But. No buts. Lin Anha isn't here. Do you think anyone else here holds an irreconcilable grudge against him?" Zhu Tiantian rolled her eyes, fished a candy from her pocket and popped it directly into Lin Yu's mouth, then pinched her soft cheek. Alright, have a candy. Be good, just sit here quietly. Little Yaya, you still have me, don't you? My authority isn't any lower than yours. She was an awakened from the central government with a special mission. Even Lin Anha couldn't reassign her. If she revealed her status, all the high-ranking officials of the 6th war zone present would have to show her some respect. Hearing this, Lin Yu felt a bit more at ease. It's settled then. Zhu Tiantian nodded, feeling somewhat troubled. The special mission was already complete and the last task was to bring this silly girl Lin Yu back to the central government. But she kept refusing, leaving Zhu Tiantian with no choice but to stay by her side to protect her from any danger. Little Yaya was perfect in every way except she seemed bewitched by that guy. How strange. The high-ranking officials of the 6th war zone also recalled the name, murmuring among themselves. That guy actually dares to show up in the war zone. He's got some nerve. Walking right into the trap. Guo Lianghu, however, noticed the key point. Frowning in confusion, he looked at Yuan Ningxuan and asked. You said an awakened repelled the horde. Was that Chen Mo? Yes. Yuan Ningxuan nodded. I don't know why he did it, but it seemed like he came to help us. The only strange thing is he seemed different from the records. Beside him there were several powerful aberrants that obeyed him. Vice Director Chen Mo's ability is incredibly strong. He alone repelled the horde. The situation is critical. If this young man could assist our 6th war zone, the zombie horde problems in the north and west cities could likely be solved. And I also promised him that if our 6th war zone were to turn our weapons on him at this moment. Yuan Ningxuan spoke cautiously, first outlining Chen Mo's strength, then letting the vice director weigh the pros and cons. The implication in his words was clear: if the 6th war zone acted against Chen Mo, the consequences would be dire. To be honest, before meeting Chen Mo, he had never imagined that a single awakened could decide the outcome against a horde of hundreds of thousands of zombies. Guo Lianghu naturally understood his meaning. But he also found it somewhat unbelievable, murmuring with flickering eyes. Are awakened truly that powerful? But why would that guy do this? After a moment's thought, Guo Lianghu waved his hand. Enough, stop arguing. At a time like this, thinking about attacking our own people instead of the external threat. What's wrong with you? Yuan Ningxuan, where is he? Invite him in. Yuan Ningxuan nodded and walked directly towards the door. Outside the meeting room, Chen Mo sat leisurely on a chair surrounded by the wary gazes of the 6th war zone soldiers. As the security detail for the central tower, these were not just ordinary soldiers but carefully selected powerful awakened from the military. Chen Mo paid no heed to their stares. Instead, he asked the somewhat nervous Tang Xuanyu beside him if she was thirsty. Here, have some water. He pulled a bottle of cola out of the Ming bird pearl and handed it to her. Tang Xuanyu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Cola? How do you still have this? Chen Mo shrugged and spread his hands. I bought it at the trading post earlier. What's wrong, don't you like Coke? Tang Xuanyu chuckled and shook her head. How did you know I like Coke? She took the cola, her anxious mood easing slightly in this atmosphere. She lowered her head and murmured, Chen Mo, thank you. Haha, what are you thanking me for? Liao Ruyu stared blankly at the two beside her, her eyes wide. Are you two treating me like air? Hand it over. Liao Ruyu extended her hand directly, letting out a displeased coquettish hum. What? Chen Mo looked puzzled. Liao Ruyu said cola. I like Coke too. Chen Mo was silent for a moment, then spoke with a strange expression. Why are you so grumpy? Liao Ruyu protested. What? I gave you so many spirit crystals earlier and you won't even give me a bottle of cola. I'm thirsty too. Chen Mo sighed helplessly and handed her a bottle of cola as well. Remember to pay me back. Liao Ruyu finally showed a satisfied smile, her bright eyes and white teeth gleaming as she opened the bottle and drank heartily. Just then Yuan Ningxuan walked in from the house. Seeing the three chatting and laughing, he teased, "I didn't expect Brother Chen to be so popular. Brother Chen, please come with me. The higher-ups want to see you." Liao Ruyu frowned and asked Yuan Ningxuan, "Tell me honestly, what do the higher-ups think?" Yuan Ningxuan explained with a smile. "Don't worry, Deputy Director Gua is reasonable. This is an emergency and the priority is to ensure the safety of all survivors in the war zone. Although Brother Chen's identity is a bit sensitive, Director Lin isn't here, as you know. Then let's go." Chen Mo stood up and patted his clothes. "All right, follow me." In the meeting room the atmosphere was solemn. As Yuan Ningxuan brought Chen Mo in, all eyes turned to him. Everyone was curious about who this man so despised by Director Lin really was. "Deputy Director, he's here," Yuan Ningxuan said respectfully. Chen Mo entered, and when they saw such a young face a murmur of surprise rippled through the room. Guo Lianghu remained expressionless, scrutinizing Chen Mo for a long moment. Then he showed a kind smile and said, "Chen Mo, do you know you're quite the celebrity in our 6th war zone? Even I have heard much about you." Chen Mo smiled and noticed Lin Yu and Zhu Tiantian sitting in the meeting room. Zhu Tiantian made a funny face while Lin Yu looked at him with some worry. Chen Mo gave her a reassuring look, appearing exceptionally composed before the assembled higher-ups of the 6th war zone. He said calmly, "I suppose it's all bad reputation." Haha. Guo Lianghu laughed heartily and said, "You're right, Chen Mo. Do you know how much Director Lin wants to catch you? And now you voluntarily appeared in our sight. Is it overconfidence in your own strength, or do you think that just because you repelled the zombies in the eastern city we won't make a move against you?" As he spoke, Guo Liang's smile gradually faded and his eyes narrowed. The surrounding higher-ups simultaneously exerted pressure. "Chen Mo. Director Lin's first order upon taking office was to capture you. Do you know how many people from the 6th war zone you killed before? Arrogant fool, daring to come alone. If Director Lin were here you wouldn't even leave this meeting room. In my opinion we should just take him down." Guo Lianghu did not stop them. He wanted to see a hint of unease in Chen Mo's eyes. But soon he was disappointed. He saw no panic in Chen Mo's eyes, only a maturity that belied his age. Having lived most of his life in a high position, he thought he had seen all kinds of young men, reckless, cunning, feigning maturity, but he had never encountered someone so unique. From the depths of Chen Mo's eyes he detected a faint, almost imperceptible indifference, as if he were looking at a swarm of ants, calm and unruffled, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. This young man was truly peculiar. Guo Lianghu frowned, lost in thought. Noticing the tense atmosphere with the higher-ups seemingly ganging up on Chen Mo, Lin Yu grew anxious. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Mo said calmly, "If I were worried about that I wouldn't be here. Ladies and gentlemen, I know the people behind you are all capable psychics. But if I wanted to kill you, a single thought would suffice." As he finished speaking, the psychics behind the higher-ups all changed expression, and those outside the door burst in instantly. "What are you doing?" Tang Xuanyu and Liao Ruyu outside the room also jumped up in shock. "What happened? Did negotiations break down?" Liao Ruyu rushed to the door. When she saw the scene before her she froze in place. Buzz. The entire meeting room was crisscrossed with countless fine, nearly imperceptible silver threads. The silver threads appeared around everyone, barely visible to the naked eye, only faint glimmers of light could be seen. Bang! The four corners of the meeting table were simultaneously sliced off with perfect precision, crashing to the floor. Zhu Tianqian's pupils dilated in shock, her pretty face staring at Chen Mo in disbelief. This guy's strength. Something's wrong, completely wrong. How long had it been? Why couldn't she even sense it anymore? A storm raged in her heart. As a key psychic from the central region, for the first time she felt a sense of dread from an external psychic. Everyone present was frozen in place. To make it easier for them to see, Chen Mo deliberately thickened the metal threads. The higher-ups could glimpse the metal threads beside their cheeks from the corner of their eyes. The psychics behind them, seeing the neatly severed table corners, also understood the sharpness of these threads and dared not move. After a long silence someone spoke fearfully. Do you know where this is?" The 6th war zone higher-ups, who moments ago were clamoring to condemn him, now showed expressions of fear. Gao Limio's fat body trembled. He swallowed hard and spoke cautiously, "Chen Mo, let's talk this over. Isn't there anything we can discuss? You people too. Director Lin isn't here, the top priority is the zombie tide that threatens the survival of the war zone." Chen Mo smiled slightly. See, I wasn't joking. Now can we talk properly? Zhao Wenji ignored the crowd, instead supporting Li Wan as he spoke in a deep voice. Brothers, well, without him we wouldn't have been able to land so safely. This guy is just an ordinary person, his constitution simply can't withstand the environment here. I just gave him my own protective suit. Are there any other suits left? Zhuo Shengguang frowned. The density of the virus here was probably only something Zhou Xiaoyang could endure. To avoid affecting the upcoming battle, even he dared not be careless. Although Zhao Wenji was an A-level superhuman, he couldn't be exposed to this air for long. With that in mind, Zhuo Shengguang took off his own protective suit and directly drank a bottle of immune potion. Take mine. Zhao Wenji's face changed drastically and the surrounding superhumans looked at Zhuo Shengguang in disbelief. This guy took off his protective suit. Isn't he afraid of death? Though superhumans had resistance to the virus, they were reluctant to give up the double protection of the suit. Brothers, what are you doing? Zhao Wenji's eyes were filled with confusion. It'll be fine without it. You're our main combat strength. It's too dangerous without the suit. The 2 hours provided by the immune potion aren't enough. It's fine. Zhuo Shengguang looked up at him and said casually, I've already taken the immune potion. Wearing the suit now would conflict with it. He knew Zhao Wenji's character wouldn't accept it, so he directly drank the immune potion to leave him no reason to refuse. Fu Shuangyu hadn't expected Zhuo Shengguang to do this either. Zhao Wenji's expression was extremely complex and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. After all, they hadn't known Zhuo Shengguang for long, they were merely on a mission together. He felt he hadn't helped Brothers Zhuo much but had instead been constantly looked after by him. Li Ziao sighed and Yang Cheng stepped forward, patting Zhao Wenji on the shoulder. Don't waste Brothers Zhuo's kindness. Put it on. Time is tight. We must find and eliminate that 4 calamity god as soon as possible. Zhuo Shengguang nodded, his eyes flickering. Yang Cheng is right. First settle the wounded, then well set off. Zhao Wenji took a deep breath, understanding the gravity of the situation. With a heavy sense of guilt, he put on the protective suit. Afterward, the group repositioned the pilot inside the cabin and left one person to care for him. A superhuman from the 9th War Zone stepped forward and set up a closed-loop ability to monitor the situation here at all times. After dealing with all this, Zhuo Shengguang took out a life detection device to survey the area and pinpointed the location with the strongest life force. This secret realm is enormous. Our original goal was to explore its interior, but now it seems we need to adapt. Let's head that way. We might encounter beast tides on the way. Conserve your energy and move cautiously. Led by Zhuo Shengguang, nearly 100 superhumans followed, heading east. The world was eerily silent. Beneath the blood-red sky, not a single living creature was visible except for the group of exploring superhumans. The divine domain was a place few had ever set foot in. No one knew what kind of existence it was, but most present were stepping into it for the first time. Toward the land inhabited by ancient beings, everyone held a reverent attitude, moving with utmost caution, closely following the main group. Wang Liang's eyes shimmered with blue light. His divine insight ability had been active ever since entering the secret realm. As if discovering something, he suddenly called out to Chen Mo beside him. What's wrong? Wang Luyang said in a low voice. I've noticed something. Chen Mo looked over. Go on. As they walked, Wang Luyang spoke with a hint of unease. The structure of the divine domain is somewhat similar to a space square stone. It's like a massive space square stone that has contained and accommodated an entire world. Saying this, Wang Luyang took a small brown stone from his pocket and clenched it in his hand. I picked this up from the ground just now. The soil here dates back about 4,000 years. That means we're now standing on land from 4,000 years ago. I wonder if the so-called divine domain is actually a giant space square stone that has absorbed a corner of the ancient world. Wang Liang's heart was full of doubts and curiosity. It was known that these apocalypse gods had hidden in places beyond human reach before awakening. But how did they appear? Chen Mo paused and said slowly, keep your priorities straight. Our purpose here isn't to investigate this, but to deal with the apocalypse god in this area. The divine domain was something even in his past life that couldn't be fully conquered. During the mid-apocalypse, people like Wang Luyang had long explored the reasons behind the apocalypse gods and the apocalypse itself. And he himself had learned from the Northern Yin god and the Nian beast that the apocalypse was a screening process for lives' evolution, repeatedly initiated and reset. Wang Luyang nodded somewhat regretfully. You're right. If only we could stay here longer, we might make significant discoveries. They walked for a while longer and nothing happened along the way. This gradually relaxed the tense group. Strange. Where are the beasts? Why haven't we seen any ferocious creatures? Could it be that Qi Yufeng and that apocalypse god know we're here and are hiding in the shadows afraid to show themselves? Haha, maybe so. With so many top-tier superhumans here, Qi Yufeng is probably scared out of his wits. The superhumans at the back chattered, but Qiongqi walking at the front did not let his guard down. He held the life detection device, its readings consistently stable, but that very stability gave him a foreboding feeling. He looked at Chen Mo and asked, "Have you found anything?" Chen Mo shook his head and said calmly, "This is their domain. They must have sensed our entry. Well, deal with whatever comes. If they show up voluntarily and save us time, that would be ideal. If not, we'll have to go find them ourselves." As Chen Mo had anticipated, the four calamity god Qiongqi had long detected their arrival. It led Qi Yufeng to the other side of the four calamity secret realm. A chaotic pitch-black domain shrouded in darkness. The meeting room remained utterly silent. This scene had unfolded before when Lin Anhe first arrived. Witnessing this, Liao Ruyu outside the door shouted loudly. "Chen Mo, are you insane? Xuanyu, make this man stop." Knowing she could not stop Chen Mo herself but Tang Xuanyu beside her might, Liao Ruyu urged hastily. Tang Xuanyu's expression turned troubled, her gaze complex as she looked at Chen Mo, hesitating to speak. He should know what he's doing. Know what he's doing. Liao Ruyu was exasperated into laughter. "I think this guy has completely lost his mind. Does he intend to slaughter the entire high command of the war zone?" Regret churned within her. She should never have brought him here. Now they were in grave trouble. Qiongqi stared intently at Chen Mo, not as panicked as the others, and spoke slowly. "I never expected the intelligence we gathered on you to be so far off. Such abilities are truly hard to believe. You said you wanted to talk with us. But how can we converse like this?" Qiongqi inquired. Chen Mo smiled. "It seems you all agree." With a blade at their throats, who dared refuse? The surrounding metal filaments retracted. Feeling the disappearance of those fine metal threads, the high-ranking officials of the 6th War Zone finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Chen Mo with lingering fear. The superhumans also regarded him with hostility and vigilance, as if facing a formidable foe. Chen Mo glanced at the crowd surging at the door. The commotion had drawn all the superhumans and guards from the central tower. "Let's talk. Send them all away." Qiongqi gazed at him for a moment, then nodded and ordered the crowd at the door. "All right, all of you leave. It's nothing serious." "But..." The people at the door exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of Deputy Director Guo's intentions. "Qiongqi, did none of you hear me? Get out and close the door. If he wanted to harm us, it would have been over in that instant." Every high-ranking official in the war zone was accompanied by a formidable superhuman protector, at least of the 5th rank. Yet under these circumstances not a single one had been able to react in time to restrain him. This only confirmed what his subordinate Yuan Ningxuan had said. This man's power had reached a terrifying level. At the same time, this incident taught him a lesson: the disparity in individual superhuman strength was immense, and one must never underestimate any superhuman from outside the war zone. Upon receiving Guo Liang's order, those outside the door withdrew one after another. Chen Mo swept his gaze over the other high-ranking officials present. "And the rest of you? Only he needs to stay." Chen Mo pointed at Qiongqi. "This..." The officials were utterly baffled and confused. All eyes turned to Qiongqi, who himself was taken aback. He chuckled. "I'm curious to see what you want to discuss with me. All right, all of you leave as well." Qiongqi addressed the group. "Then I'll take my leave." Led by Gao Limao, many were eager to distance themselves, hastily gathering their things and heading out. Yet a few lingered, frowning. What could possibly require a private meeting with Deputy Director Guo alone? What is this guy really up to? Enough, let's go. Before leaving, they cast a deep, lingering look at Chen Mo. Zhu Tian also patted Lin Yu's shoulder and said, "Let's go too, little Yaya. It seems this guy hasn't gone completely mad beyond redemption." She could see that Chen Mo had no murderous intent. Since that was the case, everything was fine. In other words, even if Chen Mo had truly gone insane and attacked, even she couldn't stop him here, let alone anyone else. Lin Yu rose, pausing briefly as she passed by Chen Mo. Chen Mo gave her a faint smile and whispered, "Don't worry, I won't do anything." "Lin Yu, I'm worried about you." "Oh, let's go." Before she could finish, Zhu Tian interrupted, pulling Lin Yu out the door. Bang! The door slammed shut heavily. Guoliang, who watched the other officials leave, breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Chen Mo. Alright, now it's just you and me. Have a seat. What do you want to discuss? Chen Mo said nothing, instead activating his dominion ability, sealing the doorway with liquid metal that spread in a thin layer covering the entire room. Guoliang, who marveled. I do envy you superhumans. Chen Mo found a seat, his expression calm as he spoke slowly. Let me be direct, I want to improve relations with the 6th war zone and resolve some unnecessary conflicts. Upon hearing this, Guoliang's expression twisted into one of extreme bewilderment. Resolve conflicts? This is how you do it? He was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Haha. Chen Mo, that's an interesting way to put it. Resolve conflicts. As far as I recall, only Director Lin has an irreconcilable grudge against you in the 6th war zone. But this matter is beyond my authority. Guoliang, who shook his head, his expression serious. Although Director Lin's fate was still unknown until his death was confirmed, he remained the highest authority in the 6th war zone. In other words, his power alone was insufficient to revoke the 6th war zone's wanted order for Chen Mo. Chen Mo said calmly, Lin Anha will not return. At these words, the smile on Guoliang's face instantly froze. What? A strange glint flashed in his eyes as he stared at Chen Mo and spoke slowly. You? Are you joking? A foreboding feeling rose in his heart. Looking at Chen Mo's youthful face, he vaguely guessed something but dared not dwell on it. What do you think? Chen Mo met his gaze. Guoliang, who felt a chill in this young man, the sense of maturity beyond his years grew ever more pronounced. At this moment he didn't know what he should be feeling. When Lin Anha had arrived, he had been the head of the 6th war zone. Lin Anha had used his connections to seize power in one fell swoop, a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. But if Lin Anha was truly confirmed dead, the consequences were predictable. Don't you want to ask how I know? Chen Mo smiled and said. Guoliang's eyes flickered, he slowly shook his head and gave a bitter smile. I think it's better if I don't know. In that moment he finally understood why this young man had kept him here for a private conversation. That damned bastard. He's trying to get me killed. Guoliang, who thought to himself. The atmosphere grew tense. Chen Mo lightly tapped the table, the only sound in the meeting room being the rhythmic tap. 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 Chen Mo lowered his eyelids and spoke unhurriedly. I know you, Guoliang, who the second-in-command of the 6th war zone. The word second-in-command were spoken softly and Guoliang's expression shifted, noticeably displeased with the title. My identity is no secret within the 6th war zone, he said. Chen Mo nodded. In his past life he had been a member of the 6th war zone, so he was intimately familiar with Guoliang's situation. He also understood that this man was one of the few who dared to stand against Lin An's authority. After all, although Lin Anha was the commander of the 6th war zone, the military power of the troops under him largely remained in Guoliang's hands. I'm telling you this to ask you something. Vice Commander Gua, if Lin Anha were truly dead, wouldn't the position of war zone commander need a replacement? Chen Mo stopped tapping the table, lifting his head to meet Guoliang's gaze. Would it be you? Guoliang's heart skipped a beat. Yet he replied with a stoic expression, that depends on the higher-up's decision. I have no say in it. Chen Mo smiled. Without Lin Anha you would be the top authority here. Think about it, how many personnel did Lin Anha mobilize to capture me? How much did the 6th war zone lose? He led the majority of the zone's elite to the 11th war zone without consulting any of you, and now they've been completely annihilated, including himself. If not for this meaningless operation, I doubt the current zombie tide would be so dire, would it? Guoliang's eyes narrowed, slightly astonished that the other knew so much. You. Is there someone among our high ranks? That's no secret. Chen Mo shook his head. Guoliang, who said, what are you getting at with all this? I believe what you're about to say is the real reason you wanted to speak with me alone. Chen Mo smiled. Exactly. Vice Commander Guolin Anha is dead. I know this better than anyone. I've heard that the central authorities are sending people to investigate Lin An's disappearance. I'm afraid your situation, Vice Commander Guo, won't be very favorable. Guoliang, who frowned, understanding Chen Mo's implication. Lin Anha had not disclosed the objective of his operation, and the entire war zone was unaware of why he went to the 11th war zone. Although this matter had nothing to do with him, if others were to speculate, the one most likely to want Lin An's downfall would undoubtedly be him. Even if the investigation ultimately cleared him, given Old Master Lin's influence in the central government, he would never return to the position of war zone commander. The replacement would only be Lin's trusted confidant. Say what you want to say directly. After the exchange, Qiongqi no longer dared to underestimate the young man, treating him as an equal. You've been hinting at all this, what do you want me to do? Chen Mo said, I have only 2 requests. First, lift the wanted order against me in the 6th war zone. Second, I hope Vice Commander Gua can promote Liao Ruyu to a high-ranking position in the 6th war zone, I mean a position with real authority. After all, his enmity was solely with Lin Anha and his family. There was no need to oppose the 6th war zone, let alone the central government. Everyone's true adversary was the zombies and the apocalyptic deities. Moreover, Chen Mo wanted a mole within the 6th war zone to stay informed of developments. By mentioning Liao Ruyu this way, even if she wasn't his ally, Qiongqi would misunderstand, leaving her unable to explain herself. Qiongqi's eyes widened in shock. So it is her. I suspected you two had a connection before because any information regarding you stopped at her dragon steel. If I weren't averse to meddling, I would have already demanded an explanation. Chen Mo had not hidden his tracks too carefully. The fact that the 6th war zone couldn't find him was largely due to their lack of unity. How could they accomplish anything without a united front? Why should I agree to this? Qiongqi asked darkly. As if expecting this, Chen Mo replied calmly, indeed, why should you listen to me? What if I said I could make you the commander of the 6th war zone? How does that proposal sound? Qiongqi shuddered, staring intently at Chen Mo. It seemed unbelievable that the position of war zone commander could be spoken of so lightly. Impossible. Although you're powerful, the commander's position is decided by the central government. How can you guarantee he'll reclaim that seat? He harbored 1,000 doubts but asked nonetheless, adopting a try-and-see attitude. Chen Mo said, it seems you do want it. Qiongqi paused, then burst into laughter, unashamedly admitting, you've got me there. There's no third person here. You're right, if you truly have the ability to restore me to that seat, then revoking the wanted order and such are mere trivialities. Why wouldn't I agree to such a good deal? Besides, if I refused, knowing all this, my fate wouldn't be much better, would it? Given the man's strength, none of the high-ranking officials, bodyguards or ability users present could stop him. If he had any ill intentions toward them, it would be like the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads, ready to fall at any moment. I can help you, but only if you ascend to the commander's position, not through schemes but legitimately through central decision-making, Qiongqi emphasized. As far as I know, before the apocalypse you were just an ordinary person. Chen Mo said flatly, you know that was before the apocalypse. Fulfill what you've promised me and I guarantee you'll become the new commander of the 6th war zone legitimately. It's that simple. Qiongqi had considerable seniority in the 6th war zone, returning to that position wouldn't cause chaos. With access to central government intelligence and information from other war zones, having the commander's assistance would make everything 1,000 times easier, and it would also resolve Lion's current difficulties. And those who could make decisions were only a handful of people. Coincidentally, he knew someone who had direct access to the central government's top leadership. Outside the meeting room, Zhu Tian sat to the side, swinging her legs, appearing languid and relaxed compared to the vigilant war zone officials and ability users. She sneezed. Achoo. She rubbed her nose and muttered, why aren't they out yet? Little Yaya, it's not safe here. Why don't you just come with me? Lin Yu glanced at her and gently shook her head. Tian, haven't I told you? I'll go wherever he wants me to go. Zhu Tian fell silent, and the candy in her mouth suddenly lost its sweetness. The central authorities needed Lin Yu's abilities as a divine artificer. Sometimes she even felt the urge to knock Lin Yu unconscious and drag her back, but even if she managed to bring her to the central, what then? They couldn't force Lin Yu to use her powers, could they? Do you like that guy that much? I really. Zhu Tian gritted her teeth in frustration. Like. Lin Yu murmured, her eyes downcast. To be honest, she wasn't sure what her feelings for Chen Mo truly were. It wasn't so much affection as it was an overwhelming sense of dependence. She didn't expect anything in return from him, she only wished to be of some help, no matter how insignificant. Without Chen Mo there would be no her today. The group sat together, worry etched on the faces of both Tang Xuanyu and Lin Yu. Liao Ruyu glanced at the two women and cursed inwardly. Chen Mo, you are truly a heinous scoundrel, causing such harm. 2 perfectly fine young maidens have been corrupted by you. The 3 women exchanged few words. After a short while the door was gently pushed open. All the high-ranking officials of the war zone present quickly turned their gaze. Chen Mo and Qiongqi stepped out together, both wearing unusually calm expressions. No one knew what they had discussed. Deputy Director Gua. Seeing Qiongqi unharmed, the 6th war zone warriors and officials breathed a collective sigh of relief. Are you alright? Yuan Ningxuan hurried over to inquire, feeling deep guilt for having brought Chen Mo here. Yet the 6th warzone situation was dire, urgently requiring a powerful psychic to turn the tide. Qiongqi looked at the crowd and laughed heartily. Haha, do I look like something's wrong? Why are so many gathered here? The northern city needs reinforcements. Yuan Ningxuan arranged the personnel. Alright, everyone disperse. It's nothing now. This. The group hesitated for a moment before leaving. Chen Mo was also surrounded by the women. Just as Lin Yu was about to step forward, Tang Xuanyu beat her to it and asked with concern. Chen Mo, what did you do? Chen Mo smiled. Nothing. Let's go. Where to? Tang Xuanyu was puzzled. Chen Mo, the northern city. I promised Qiongqi I'd help him deal with the zombie horde. What? Tang Xuanyu was taken aback. Meanwhile, Lin Yue, watching the two converse, bit her lip but ultimately made no move. Zhu Tiantian, who had observed everything, muttered resentfully. Little Yaya, look, that guy clearly likes that girl. We're out of luck. Come with me. Lin Yu said helplessly, I'm fine as long as he's okay. Silly girl, hopeless. Zhu Tiantian's face fell as she spoke listlessly. Chen Mo was about to leave with Tang Xuanyu when he paused beside Lin Yu. Come here. I need to talk to you. And bring Zhu Tiantian along. Lin Yu was startled, then nodded softly. Alright. Once Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu had left, the 6th warzone officials erupted into chaos. That menace is finally gone. Outrageous. That guy is incredibly audacious. He actually dared to threaten us just now. Arrogant fool. Once reinforcements from other warzones arrive, let's see if he still dares to act so high and mighty. The officials were seething with discontent. Qiongqi said calmly, enough. Why were you all silent just now? Now that he's gone, you're putting on airs. His words left everyone speechless. Someone finally asked Deputy Director Guo, what exactly did you discuss with him? Why did he insist on speaking only with you? Qiongqi was silent for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. Nothing major. He wanted to ease the hostility between us and the 6th warzone. Ease hostility, someone muttered in disbelief. But this is a direct order from Director Lin. Absolutely impossible. Qiongqi shook his head. Nothing is impossible. Just as before Chen Mo appeared, no one believed a single psychic could repel an entire city's zombie horde. Now disperse. A massive influx of survivors is pouring into Central City. Many still need rescue and resettlement. As high-ranking officials of the 6th warzone, it's your duty to stabilize the public in this crisis. But Deputy Director, are we no longer discussing the northern city's zombie horde? The situation there is critical and we haven't decided yet. Qiongqi raised a hand to cut him off, his eyes fixed on the direction Chen Mo had gone. No need. This matter is already resolved. Leave it to that young man named Chen Mo. What? Everyone present was stunned. The crisis of the northern city's zombie horde was to be entrusted to a fugitive wanted by the 6th warzone. If word got out, it would be a complete disgrace. Only Yuan Ningxuan was overjoyed knowing Chen Mo's capabilities. With him involved, even if he couldn't fully eliminate the horde, he would undoubtedly alleviate the pressure on the front lines. Excellent. Impossible. Qiongqi, have you lost your mind? Lu Bin's eyes widened in fury. Have you forgotten that Director Lin specifically named him for arrest? He's killed many of our warriors in the warzone. A mere zombie horde, the 6th warzone is not so incompetent as to need an outsider's help. He was a member of Lin On's faction, having connections with him from his days as a regional official before the apocalypse. Now he spoke with much more bravado. Many of Lin On's followers chimed in, pressuring Qiongqi. This is absolutely unacceptable. If it gets out that we let a fugitive handle this, won't the 6th warzone lose all face? Deputy Director Guo. If we hold out a bit longer, reinforcements from other warzones will arrive. I suggest we hold our ground for now. Humph. Qiongqi snorted coldly, his tiger-like eyes blazing with intensity. Hold our ground. Do you have any idea how devastating our losses on the front lines have been? At a time like this, you're still clinging to these rules. Rules are made by people. Fugitive or not, if Chen Mo can resolve the northern city's crisis, I don't care who he is. You all speak so lightly, but aren't the soldiers who lost their lives also part of the 6th warzone? They are my men. Every single loss is a heart-wrenching tragedy. Once Lin Shou returns, I will personally explain this matter. Anyone who dares to oppose now will regret it. I will send all of you pampered individuals to the front lines. At this moment he was genuinely furious. This group of gluttonous individuals spoke with such grandiosity, only caring about their own gains and losses, eager to please Lin Anha, completely disregarding the lives of the soldiers. Lin Anha is never coming back. Should I also be afraid of a dead man? The senior executives present were all stunned, their faces turning pale. Lu Bin also took a few steps back under his iron-blooded aura, feeling somewhat weak in the knees. Guo Lianghu. You. What do you mean you? I've long been displeased with you bunch of useless eaters. Just because of your status nobody pays attention to you, yet you dare to point fingers at the world. Who gave you the right? While I was fighting on the front lines you guys were probably having fun somewhere. Knowing that Lin Anha was dead, Guo Lianghu decided to lay all his cards on the table, no longer wanting to beat around the bush with this group. He also resolved that if he were to take the position of the war zone leader again, he would definitely root out this group of tumors. Look at how the 6th war zone, once fine, has been squandered away. Being scolded like this, the group looked extremely ugly. Gao Limiao was also frightened, his small eyes darted around before he hesitated and spoke. Let me say something. In my opinion we should listen to Deputy Commander Gua. He is right, as long as it can reduce casualties any means are acceptable. I've known Chen Mo for the longest time and his strength can definitely change the situation of this battle. Even Gao Limiao, who was personally promoted by Lin Anha, said this, leaving Lu Bin and others puzzled. Old Gao, how come you too? Regardless of their dissatisfaction, it all culminated in Gao Limiao's statement proclaiming the final decision. The senior executives of the 6th war zone dispersed one by one. Lu Bin was left helplessly furious, stamping his foot in place. Good job, Guo Lianghu. You dare to disregard Lin Shou's orders. When Lin Shou returns you will have a taste of the consequences. He didn't believe anything would happen to Lin Shou. After all, Lin Anha took away the elite of the 6th war zone, a temporary disappearance didn't mean anything. On the 11th floor of the central tower, Zhu Tiantian furrowed her brows and asked, "What do you want from me?" She couldn't understand what this guy wanted from her. Chen Mo nodded, glancing at the distant laughing Tang Xuanyu and Lin Yue, then turned to speak. Zhu Tiantian, there's something I want to know. What is it? Zhu Tiantian asked suspiciously. Chen Mo replied, who exactly are you serving, which powerful figure in the central? Upon hearing this, Zhu Tiantian's expression changed immediately. She stared intently at Chen Mo as if trying to discern his intentions and slowly said. What do you mean? Why are you asking this? Chen Mo smiled slightly and replied. Spatial abilities are rare. Honestly, even without you saying it I could guess a few things. First of all, you are not a person from Lin An's side. If you were, you should be by his side now. From our previous conversations it's evident that you don't seem too afraid of Lin An's family. Given Lin Laozi's current status, there are only 2 people above him. And the only one who can firmly suppress him is that person. Which one are you? Chen Mo squinted his eyes and said. A glint of malice flashed in Zhu Tiantian's eyes, making her instantly alert. She did not deny it but spoke in a low voice. Chen Mo, sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing. Just say directly what you want me to do. Chen Mo smiled. Don't be nervous, even if I know it doesn't matter. I heard Lin Anha and that guy went to the 11th war zone. It seems he is missing now. Zhu Tiantian replied. If you say Lin Anha isn't lucky and died out there, wouldn't the leader of the 6th war zone have to be changed? Chen Mo stated. Zhu Tiantian sensed a hint of conspiracy, her brows furrowed tightly as she frowned and said, that is certain, every war zone needs a leader. Yes, what I want to ask for your help with is quite simple. Do you know Guo Lianghu? Do you think he has a chance to become the new leader of the 6th war zone? I remember he used to be the leader here, right? Zhu Tiantian suddenly realized Chen Mo's intention. You want Guo Lianghu to take the position? Enough, let's not talk about Lin An's current uncertain fate, whether he is dead or alive. Even if he has indeed unfortunately died out there, Lin Laozi will not give up the 6th war zone. He originally came from here and has deep roots and qualifications. Although he previously retired, now that he has returned, even if there is a change it will undoubtedly be his trusted subordinate who takes over. Guo Lianghu is indeed good, but while Lin Laozi is still here it won't be his turn yet. If that's all you want to say, then I'm sorry I can't help you. Guess my identity however you like, even if you guess right it doesn't matter. Chen Mo chuckled and said, don't be so cold. I heard that the position of the war zone leader is decided by the big shots in the central. This means that as long as the other 2 don't loosen their grip, Lin Liazong has no way out. Zhu Tiantian huffed coldly. You want me to help you? That's fine, let Lin Yu come back to the central with me and he'll help you notify that individual. That's not possible, Chen Mo directly refused. I still need her abilities to help me. Zhu Tianxin's eyes widened in anger as she glared at Chen Mo. Do you want to use Xiao Yeye as a tool? Do you know how important her abilities are? The Central has 2 Master Artificers and they are already 6th tier Master Artificers while Xiao Yeye has just reached the 4th tier due to restrictions on her capacity development here. Xiao Yeye has helped you enough. Chen Mo, if you still have a bit of conscience, let her come with me. The abilities of Master Artificers are not limited to forging. It can be said that those precise instruments are theoretical research completed by researchers ultimately finished by Master Artificers. Modern precision instruments cannot produce something as magical as the ability to detect abilities and the Central's intelligence core. 2. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo was slightly taken aback. The Central actually has 2 Master Artificers. In his memory there had only been 3 in the entire country in his past life. This implies that the strength the Central has shown is just the tip of the iceberg, indeed not to be underestimated. Zhu Tian arched her delicate brows and planted her hands on her hips as she spoke. So I say following me is the best path for development. Wait, as she said this she paused slightly, realizing she might have let slip some crucial information. Was this something she could just casually reveal? In an instant Zhu Tianxin's face turned deathly pale as she stared blankly at Chen Mo. You didn't hear that, did you? Chen Mo smiled and covered his ears, engaging in a futile act of self-deception. Yes, I heard nothing at all. 2 divine artificers, is it? Gathering talents from across the nation, truly a gathering of extraordinary minds. You're still saying it? Zhu Tian grew anxious, frowning with worry. I never said that, so don't you go spreading it around. In short, if you're willing to let little Yeye come with me, then I might consider helping you with that matter. Otherwise, no deal. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, then glanced in the direction where Lin Yu stood. The 2 women seemed to have become friends, chatting and laughing together. If Zhu Tian hadn't clarified everything, he would never have agreed. But since she mentioned that the Central region had 2 divine artificers, and as a colossal national institution the development opportunities there would undoubtedly be 1,000 times better than at Lions. Sending Lin Yu there might offer her a brighter future. Let me think about it, Chen Mo said. Zhu Tian snorted delicately. Humph, what's there to think about? If you won't let little Yeye go, I absolutely won't help you with this. Without intervention from the higher-ups, the new leader of the 6th War Zone definitely won't be that guy Guolianghu. Chen Mo nodded slightly and spoke. This matter still depends on Lin Yu's own wishes. My opinion doesn't count. Zhu Tian glared at him. She knew better than anyone how obedient little Yeye was to Chen Mo. If Chen Mo nodded, little Yeye would go even to the distant central region far from the 6th War Zone without a word of complaint. Alright, then go talk to little Yeye. At least you have some conscience. Don't worry, if she really comes with me I'll do my best to fight for you. Chen Mo said, if Lin Yu truly goes with you I want a 100% guarantee that Guolianghu becomes the head of the 6th War Zone. Zhu Tian pondered for a moment, then frowned. I can't promise you that easily. I heard you're going to help the 6th War Zone repel the zombie horde from North City. If you really succeed in that, then I might be able to guarantee it. If it were anyone else she wouldn't dare make such a bold promise. But Guolianghu already had considerable qualifications, having once been the head of the 6th War Zone. If he could defend the safe zone and repel the zombies during this terrifying horde attack, that would be no small achievement. With just a nod from the higher-ups everything would fall into place and he would naturally return to the position of head. The 2 of them walked together to Lin Yu. Chen Mo, you're here. What were you all chatting about? Chen Mo asked with a smile. The 2 women exchanged a glance and laughed in unison. Tang Xuanyu said with a grin. Nothing much, just some casual conversation. Are we heading to North City now? I heard the battle situation there isn't good, it's getting more and more severe. Chen Mo said, wait a moment. He turned to Lin Yu and said, Lin Yu, there's something I'd like to hear your thoughts on. Huh? Lin Yu was slightly taken aback, looking a bit confused. What's the matter? Chen Mo's face remained calm as he spoke slowly. You know who Zhu Tian is, right? Yes, Lin Yu nodded. She wants to take you back to the central region. What do you think about that? Chen Mo asked. At these words Lin Yu's delicate frame trembled slightly and her eyes grew complex as she said. This. I haven't made up my mind yet. Chen Mo explained. The central region has 2 other divine artificers like you and the resources there are abundant. If you go there you can rapidly enhance your abilities in the shortest time. The ability of a divine artificer was unique, requiring constant refinement and forging to improve. Even the resources available in the 6th war zone were far too scarce. If not for the special core of the Nian beast that Chen Mo had brought last time, Lin Yu might never have broken through to the 4th rank divine artificer. What's wrong? Lin Yu looked up and asked. Chen Mo gazed into her eyes and said seriously, Zhu Tian is right. I think the central region is indeed a good place for you. With 2 more powerful divine artificers to guide her and an endless supply of the nation's richest resources at her disposal. 12 war zones all supporting one central region, just imagine how terrifying the resources there must be. Even an ordinary awakened from the central region possessed formidable strength and abilities. Is this your wish? Lin Yu asked. Chen Mo replied, the final decision is yours. If you don't want to go, that's fine. Originally I came here to take you back to Lion. Lin Yu, who had been feeling somewhat down, brightened visibly at the second half of his words, but her eyes dimmed again quickly. She fell silent, lost in thought and struggle. Zhu Tian shot Chen Mo a glare from the side. She couldn't let this chance to take little Ye slip away. So she quickly pulled Lin Yu aside and coaxed. Little Ye, come with me. She grabbed Lin Yu's hand and led her to one side. Tang Xuanyu was a bit puzzled and asked. Chen Mo, the central region. Are you planning to let Miss Lin Yu go there? Chen Mo watched the retreating figures of Zhu Tian and Lin Yu and said, yes, it would indeed be good for her there. With her divine artificer ability, she'll be infinitely better off in the central region than in the 6th war zone. The cost of nurturing a divine artificer was considerable. His original intention in letting Lin Yu join the 6th war zone was to have them expend resources to train her. But now the 6th war zone had suffered heavy losses from the zombie horde, and Lin Anha had taken away most of its elite, dealing a severe blow to its future development. It was no longer a suitable place to stay. If she could go to a better location and also help Guo Lianghu ascend to the position of war zone head, becoming one of his own, then bringing Lin Yu back to Lion was no longer an absolute necessity. Tang Xuanyu nodded thoughtfully. Is this ability really that powerful? Chen Mo said, yes, those weapons forged from jadeite crystals were all crafted by her hands. It's just a pity. Any other war zone would have been fine, but here in the 6th it ultimately limits her potential. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhu Tian held Lin Yu's hand. Seeing her crestfallen expression, she said with some displeasure. Little Ye, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. Lin Yu shook her head, forcing a faint smile. Zhu Tian rolled her eyes. She knew all too well that wasn't true. She stepped forward, cupping Lin Yu's cheeks in her hands. Seeing her gaze flicker evasively, Zhu Tian gently turned her face to meet her eyes directly, speaking with unwavering resolve. Xiao Ye, haven't you always wanted to help that guy out? Let me put it this way, if you go to the central region, your status there won't be much lower than it is here. The central region has countless resources at your disposal for practice. Materials like emerald crystal cores have long ceased to offer you any real improvement. Don't confine yourself. If you don't grow, how will you ever be able to help that guy in the future? Besides, once you're in the central region, the higher-ups will grant you genuine authority. Even the nation's top-tier psychics there will seek your assistance. Then whatever you want them to do, I'm sure they'll be more than willing to oblige. Do you get what I'm saying? Lin Yu furrowed her delicate brows, casting a skeptical glance at Zhu Tian. What do you mean? Zhu Tian sighed helplessly. Xiao Ye, you silly girl, it means once you've made it, you can mobilize those powerful psychics in the central region to help him. Isn't that more direct than any other kind of support? And knowing that guy's temperament, if he ever stirs up trouble, you can rely on your authority to smooth things over. You're a divine artificer, a figure of immense power and prestige even in the central region. This foolish girl still didn't realize how precious a divine artificer psychic truly was. It was why that esteemed figure had personally dispatched her to protect Lin Yu, fearing something might happen to her. Hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes flickered with thought. If that was the case, her value in the central region might surpass that in the 6th war zone. After a long deliberation, as if she had made up her mind, she nodded. I understand. I'll go with you to the central region. After all, this is what he wants too. Lin Yu offered a gentle smile. Zhu Tian froze, then her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Her pupils dilated, brimming with overwhelming joy. She was on the verge of tears. How long had she waited to hear those words? She had pleaded day and night, nearly wearing out her tongue trying to convince this girl, only to realize that as long as Chen Mo didn't speak, nothing she said would matter. Finally the opportunity had arrived. Yes. Zhu Tian was ecstatic. She grabbed Lin Yu's hand and hurried toward where Chen Mo was. Chen Mo. Chen Mo. For once even that guy seemed a bit more agreeable. Chen Mo turned around taken aback by Zhu Tianqian's excited face and Lin Yu's smiling expression beside her. What's up? Zhu Tianqian, Xiao Yeye agreed. It was no easy feat but she finally said yes. Chen Mo glanced at Lin Yu with mild surprise. Are you sure? Lin Yu nodded. Tian said that if I go to the central region I can help you even more in the future. Chen Mo was momentarily at a loss for words then finally spoke. Is this your own decision? Though it was the best outcome. Lin Yu smiled stepping closer and speaking softly. None of that matters anymore. Chen Mo, you gave me a second chance at life. If it weren't for you I'd probably be dead by now. If I don't do something meaningful then all this rebirth is pointless. This second life made her unwilling to live without value, not wanting to waste Chen Mo's help. Chen Mo remained composed, showing little reaction. Even he hadn't expected that a mere first-tier crystal core could yield such immense value. For Lin Yue or any other woman, Chen Mo had never harbored many thoughts. Because the only one who mattered to him from beginning to end was Tang Xuanyu. Chen Mo nodded slightly, offering a faint smile. Yeah, this is a wise choice. The central region can better ensure your safety. Zhu Tianqian, keep her safe. Remember what you promised me. Zhu Tian snorted. Don't worry, no one cares about Xiao Yeye's safety more than I do. After all these days together they had become close sisters and she had always treated Lin Yu like a younger sibling. Zhu Tian continued. As long as you deal with the zombie horde in North City I can tell you for sure, this is practically a done deal. Guolianghu is actually one of the better ones in the 6th war zone, at least compared to the useless people Lin Anha promoted. During her time in the 6th war zone with Lin Yue she had observed that among the high-ranking officials Guolianghu was one of the few clear-headed individuals. That was why she had agreed to Chen Mo's request. If it had been some lunatic like Lin Anha she would never have consented. Chen Mo, since it's decided I should go deal with the North City zombie horde. Xuanyu. I'm here. Tang Xuanyu came over. Time to go. Okay. Wait. Just then Lin Yu called out to them. She approached with a smile, her voice gentle. Chen Mo, did you forget something? As she spoke she glanced at Zhu Tian. Zhu Tian understood, albeit reluctantly. Giving it to him now. I wanted to play with it a bit longer. Lin Yue, it was Chen Mo's to begin with. Fine. Zhu Tian grumbled, pulling out her small iron box and opening it. Inside lay a vermilion ring, a razor-sharp claw-like weapon and several pieces of armor. Zhu Tian activated her psychic power, causing the compressed space within the small box to gradually expand and loosen. The ring adorned with the crimson gem remained unchanged, but the claw weapon and armor underwent a dramatic transformation. A massive pair of claws and a chest plate emerged, their entire surface a deep somber dark blue interwoven with red covered in crack-like patterns, as beautiful as a piece of art. This is... Chen Mo murmured. The proportions and shape didn't seem meant for a human, rather they looked like they would fit Qiongqi perfectly. Tang Xuanyu beside him was also curious. Lin Yu explained with a smile. This armor was forged from the 2 scales you brought. I had some psychics test it earlier. Once the scales were infused with emerald crystal material they became incredibly heavy. While they offered high defense they made movement nearly impossible. I remembered you had a mutant beast named Qiongqi, so I had these crafted into armor for it. Of course the most important piece is this ring forged from a special crystal core. Lin Yu took the ring set with a red gemstone and said unhurriedly. The ring of combustion is the product of reforging the amplification ring as you requested. That special crystal core possesses terrifying energy. Once infused with the crystal core this ring can grant superhumans the effect known as flame of combustion. Simply put, all the abilities you use will gain the power of combustion. I believe it should be useful to you. Zhu Tian muttered discontentedly nearby. Little Yeye consumed many precious materials to forge this ring of combustion. The fire demon beast crystal core obtained from the 6th war zone's previous hunt was also added due to its compatibility with the special crystal core. In essence, possessing this ring is almost equivalent to gaining an extra ability. She had already tested the ring and the effect was astonishingly good. For fire attribute superhumans it greatly amplified the power of flames, if for enhancement type superhumans it bestowed a burning effect upon their fists. This was a ring capable of altering the very nature of abilities. Chen Mo looked at Lin Yu with some surprise. Amplification effects came in many forms, but a ring that could directly attach an ability like this was extremely rare even in his past life and incredibly difficult to forge. Most amplification rings only enhanced physique speed or slightly increased the power of abilities. It seemed it was indeed the special crystal core of the Nian beast. Taking the ring of combustion and putting it on, Lin Yu smiled beside him. Try your ability now. Chen Mo nodded slightly and activated his Dominion ability. At the same time, the ring of combustion on his finger shimmered with a gentle red glow. In that moment, the silver liquid that materialized from thin air before him turned scalding red like molten metal fresh from a furnace. Even the surrounding temperature began to heat up and the red liquid emitted waves of heat. The power of combustion. Chen Mo's eyes lit up as he condensed a crimson blade. The metal conjured by his Dominion ability now carried the property of burning. Zhu Tian raised an eyebrow. She felt that with this ring of combustion his strength would likely become even more terrifying. Even if ordinary superhumans could barely withstand the silver blade, they would find it difficult to guard against the scorching power of combustion. However, soon the gem on the ring of combustion began to dim. The crimson-stained silver blade lost its intense heat from the tip, emitting wisps of mist. This? Chen Mo frowned. Even Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. The ring of combustion was recharged not long ago, its energy shouldn't have depleted so quickly. Tian, did you use it? Zhu Tian rolled her eyes and said, no, I even replenished it with a third-rank crystal core. Chen Mo took out a third-rank crystal core from the Mingyao pearl and brought it close to the ring of combustion. Streams of luster flowed from the crystal core into the ring, which gradually turned a deeper crimson and restored its previous effect. He activated his Dominion ability again and it worked just as before. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and said, the ring's energy is limited and needs timely replenishment. Chen Mo, I have several 5th-rank crystal cores here. I've exchanged all my crystal points for them. Keep them, if they should be enough to replenish the ring of combustion's energy. With that, Lin Yu took 6 5th-rank crystal cores from her spatial square stone. The spatial square stone was a major product of the First War Zone, where a small vein was discovered by chance. It yielded extremely rare prismatic square stones that required no forging. If the higher their quality, the more resources they could store. This was the primary inherent resource of the First War Zone, but due to its scarcity each stone was extremely precious. Those of high quality and large capacity were astronomically priced. The spatial square stone in Lin Yu's hand was no smaller than Chen Mo's Mingyao pearl. And these? I'm not sure if you need them. Zhu Tian stared wide-eyed from the side. Her pupils dilated as she realized that little Yeye was clearly planning to empty her entire stash before heading to the central region. No. Zhu Tian quickly stopped her from this love-struck behavior. Little Yeye, have you lost your mind? These are savings you've accumulated for so long. Not to mention the rest, even a single 5th-rank crystal core is already priceless. Used by a superhuman, it could nurture a 3rd-rank superhuman. And you're giving it to him to replenish the ring of combustion's energy. What a waste. Lin Yu, however, seemed indifferent. She smiled and said, Chen Mo's ability is too powerful and it consumes a tremendous amount of energy. Ordinary 3rd-rank crystal cores would likely be exhausted after just 1 or 2 uses. Tang Xuanya's beautiful eyes were also filled with disbelief. She hadn't expected Lin Yu to be so wealthy. By now she could clearly see the girl's feelings for Chen Mo. To claim there was nothing between them would be foolish. Chen Mo shook his head and said, Lin Yu, you don't need to do this. I don't lack crystal cores. Keep these for yourself. Zhu Tian's eyes lit up as she muttered quietly, at least he has some conscience. Little Yeye, you heard him. He doesn't want them. Chen Mo, you've taken the things. And these armors, aren't you supposed to support the North City? Hurry up. The situation there is precarious. If you're late, it'll be bad. She urged. Chen Mo nodded, packed away the ring of combustion and the armor forged from Qiongqi, bid a brief farewell and left with Tang Xuanyu. He wasn't foolish. He was aware that Lin Yu harbored special feelings for him. But Chen Mo didn't want to leave her with too many lingering thoughts. Rather than dragging out a reluctant sentimental farewell, it was better to be straightforward. Once she went to the central region, perhaps Lin Yu would change. Chen Mo thought to himself. Lin Yu bit her lip watching Chen Mo's decisive departing figure and stood frozen for a long time, lost in thought. Zhu Tian sighed and said from the side, he's already gone. Little Yeye, pack up. Once he resolves the North City situation, we can leave. In the central region there are many people far more outstanding than him. Why bother? Lin Yu said nothing. She turned silently and whispered, I'm afraid the 6th War Zone's High Command won't let me leave. Zhu Tian laughed upon hearing this, wearing a proud expression as she lifted her chin. How dare they stop you? With me here, even if Lin Anha himself comes, he won't be able to prevent you from going to the central region. Outside the central tower, Tang Xuanyu and Chen Mo walked out together, with Tang Xuanyu seeming hesitant to speak behind him. After much deliberation, she finally stepped forward to ask. Chen Mo, that Miss Lin Yu? Seeing her expression, Chen Mo smiled. Just a friend. Don't overthink it. I saved her life before, so she was willing to help me. Tang Xuanyu's eyes lit up at his words. Seeing that Chen Mo seemed to have no other intentions, her mood lifted considerably as she said, so that's how it is, are we heading to the North City now? Brother Jiangdong and the others are still on their way. Should we wait for them? After all, they've brought many of the Lion's elite, which would be a great help. You mean Jiangdong and them? Chen Mo murmured. They won't be of much use even if they come. To repel this zombie tide, we must strike at the head. Once the Corpse King orchestrating this massive upheaval is eliminated, the leaderless tide will naturally collapse on its own. Tang Xuanyu nodded thoughtfully. After they left the central tower, Yuan Ningxuan hurriedly emerged from within. Chen Mo. Chen Mo. I finally found you. Where were you? Chen Mo turned and glanced at him, speaking. What's wrong? Yuan Ningxuan said, Deputy Commander Gua sent me to assist you and asked if you needed any help. No need. Chen Mo said indifferently. I alone am sufficient. Alone? Yuan Ningxuan was taken aback. Although Chen Mo had single-handedly repelled the East City's zombie tide before, the North City, the most devastated area, housed the main force of the tide, requiring nearly 2/3 of the 6th War Zone's soldiers to defend. Fearing Chen Mo might not understand, Yuan Ningxuan quickly explained. Brother Chen, the zombie tide in the North City is nothing like the East Cities. According to our frontline intelligence, there are at least 3 extremely powerful special-class zombies in that tide, corpse kings from various regions posing immense threats. This is no small matter. I've just dispatched over 10,000 troops and am arranging firepower transport. Why not wait a bit more? That way it would be safer and more secure. Chen Mo's face remained calm and unruffled as he said, you all just follow behind. Qiongqi, he called softly. A resounding roar echoed through the sky. Roar. Qiongqi beat its wings, piercing through the clouds as it descended to the ground, stirring up a massive storm. Yuan Ningxuan's pupils dilated as he watched Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu mount Qiongqi's back, then soar through the sky toward the North City. What? This guy. Was he really that confident? Without further thought, he hurriedly prepared to mobilize and follow closely behind. Quick, tell them to move out. Deputy Commander Gua has given a strict order. This operation must repel the zombie tide in the North City. No mistakes are allowed. The successful defense of the East City was like a shot in the arm for the 6th War Zone, greatly alleviating the current pressure. Guoliang, who had chosen to go all in, deploying all remaining personnel and ability users from the Central City to the North City for support, abandoning the Central City's defenses, a move that most high-ranking officials in the 11 war zones would never dare to make. 6th War Zone, North City. The breached city gate lay amidst ruins and smoke, with the sky filled with the roar of artillery and explosions. Fighter jets circled and strafed overhead, while the ground was littered with the shattered remains of heavy tanks. The soldiers of the 6th War Zone charged forward, wave after wave, holding back this unprecedented zombie tide. As far as the eye could see, it was a dense pitch-black ocean of corpses filled with unending howls and screams of agony. All were drenched in blood, their eyes bloodshot from the fierce battle. Ignoring even the scratch marks of the zombies, they drew their blades and charged forward. General Wu Sun, tasked with defending the North City, bore heavy injuries with blood streaming down his forehead. His eyes reddened, he stood atop a war chariot watching the thunderous slaughter in the distance as ability users unleashed their dazzling powers, explosions erupting amidst the hordes of corpses. Soldiers kept rushing up behind him to report the grim situation on the front lines. Lines 1, 4 and 7 have been breached, Commander Wu. Our firepower is running low and casualties among ability users and soldiers are heavy. We now have fewer than 10,000 men. Commander, should we retreat to the Central City? Less than 100 meters behind them stood the gates of the Central City. Wu Sun roared, don't you see the numbers of this zombie tide? If we retreat to the Central City, these fiends will breach this last line of defense in an instant and storm the city. How many survivors are there? We must not retreat. Even if we die here. Word from the East City says the tide there has been repelled. In at most 10 minutes reinforcements from the Central City will arrive. Kill. Hold the line, all of you. He was ready to fight to the death regardless of the cost. Boom, boom. The roar of artillery was earth-shattering, capable of annihilating large swaths of zombies, yet faced with such a terrifyingly immense horde it stirred a sense of utter despair. We can't hold. What the hell is that thing? A thunderous roar erupted from the front lines. A massive zombie with a blade-like right arm charged recklessly, swinging its blade to cleave dozens of ability users in half at the waist. The area around it was empty as even the zombies gave it a wide berth. The executioner glanced around, raised its head and roared again, leaping directly onto a heavy tank. Boom. The ground shook as dust filled the air. The tank shattered under its stomp, crumbling into a pile of debris. From the other two directions, two equally formidable special-class zombies emerged. One zombie moved swiftly on all fours, weaving through the corpse tide. Its limbs were thick and muscular, with a massive tumor on its back covered in human faces resembling a turtle. It continuously devoured ability users one after another, even holding a severed arm in its mouth. On the other side, an unremarkable-looking zombie lurked within the horde, with other zombies constantly appearing to shield it from the elemental ability users' attacks, using their bodies as shields. That zombie's entire body was covered in rotting flesh, with half of its lower face completely decayed, revealing stark white bone. Clack, clack, clack. Its bony jaw clattered up and down, emitting a chilling sound. Suddenly, it let out a muffled guttural roar. Instantly, the 1,000 zombies around it became frenzied and ferocious, charging forward despite the human firepower breaking through another line of defense. Wu Sun's pupils dilated, his eardrums ringing. Watching the massacre by the three corpse kings in different directions, his eyes widened in despair as he stammered. The executioner, the human-faced one, and the howler corpse kings. The executioner was colossal and imposing, its hands capable of transforming into massive guillotine blades, wielding immense strength. Its power grew in proportion to its injuries. It had once single-handedly slaughtered an entire mid-sized faction. The 6th War Zone had dispatched several expeditions to eliminate it, but all perished at the hands of the executioner. The howler, a quintessential corpse king, was fragile itself, yet its voice could drastically empower the surrounding zombies. It was one of the most formidable corpse kings among the largest hordes nearby. But the most terrifying of all was the human head. It could replicate the traits and abilities of its last devoured prey, consuming not only mutants and humans but even its own kind without mercy. However, unlike other corpse kings, the human head did not gather hordes. It dwelled alone in a county town. It never stirred except to replenish its energy, and each such feast was a gluttonous spectacle. These three corpse kings were all of the 5th rank. A chill ran down Wu Sun's spine. Even he felt a surge of deep helplessness and despair upon seeing these three corpse kings. It's over. The executioner, the howler, and even the reclusive human head have appeared here. The 6th War Zone is finished. This was a calamity of the 6th War Zone's own making. Other war zones had never tolerated the rise of powerful corpse kings during their development. But the 6th War Zone was different. Lin Anha had never taken these zombies seriously, never believing they would become a threat. Screams echoed in the distance. The executioner, it's the executioner. No. I don't want to die, save me, save. Boom. Those fleeing were cleaved in two before they could even cry for help. The executioner reveled in the chaos, its unparalleled resilience and terrifying offensive power allowing it to withstand the relentless barrage of artillery fire. Its guillotine blade swung and slashed, sending sprays of blood into the air. Thud, thud. The executioner roared in ecstasy. Possessing considerable intelligence, it savored the glorious slaughter, mocking the weakness of these humans. Roar. Except for the human head, which remained motionless in its original spot, a tide of zombies surged forth, strengthened by the howler. Their defenses multiplied and their speed increased as they swarmed forward. A black mass pressed in, relentlessly breaching and compressing the final line of defense at the North City. The last 100 meters felt like a countdown to death, shrinking with each passing moment. 90 meters. 80 meters. Wu Sun closed his eyes in agony, unwilling to witness the scene before him. Is this really the end for the 6th War Zone? The disparity in both strength and numbers was far too vast. This was a battle that could not be won. I don't want to die. Kill. We can't hold on any longer, Commander Wu. The soldiers of the 6th War Zone fought with bloodshot eyes, some letting out final anguished cries before being overwhelmed and devoured by the endless zombie horde. The psychics bearing the brunt of the defense were under immense pressure. Many had bloodshot eyes, and despite consuming countless recovery potions, their spirits and energy were rapidly depleting under the high-intensity combat. Get away, you monsters. Move aside. Earth Fisher. A psychic raised his head high, channeling all his power to split the ground before him. The earth rumbled, dust filled the air, and an abyssal chasm slowly opened, swallowing countless charging zombies into its depths. Pfft. The psychic who unleashed this power was one of the strongest in the 6th war zone, a 5th-rank psychic named Kai Xiao. He spat blood and collapsed to his knees, his psychic energy nearly spent, and roared at Wu Sun. "Wu Sun, Commander. Are you giving up? We're laying down our lives for the 6th war zone. Why hasn't the support arrived yet?" Bang! Before he could finish, the executioner descended like a boulder from the sky, crushing him into a pulp. "Brother Kai." Kai Xiao's squadmates, their eyes burning with fury, charged recklessly at the executioner. Wu Sun's eyes snapped open. The sight jolted him back to clarity, and anguish filled his heart. He gasped for air, forcing himself to issue a final command. He shouted with all his might. "Fall back. Everyone retreat to the 10-meter mark at the North Middle City border." At these words, many soldiers of the 6th war zone still locked in battle turned in disbelief. Despair instantly permeated the entire field. Retreating further would leave only a single gate between them and the Middle City. If they all fell here, the terrifying horde would breach the Middle City gates directly. "Move." Under Wu Sun's orders, the group steadily withdrew to the junction of the North and Middle City gates. Gathering the remaining survivors, Wu Sun saw that fewer than 1 in 10 remained, barely over 2,000 soldiers. Trembling, he said, "Behind us is the Middle City gate. If it falls, everything is lost. Hold the line. Even if we can't hold it, we must. Reinforcements are on their way. Kai Xiao's defense should buy us some time." He stared at the massive chasm ahead. Aside from a few special strains, most zombies plunged into the bottomless fissure. "Roar!" A piercing howl from behind commanded the horde to halt. Hundreds of thousands of zombies gradually stopped before the chasm. Wu Sun could hardly believe his eyes. They actually stopped. Kai Xiao. Well done. If Kai Xiao hadn't used his earth fissure ability one last time, splitting the earth and separating the two sides, the horde would have already swallowed them all. Just as Wu Sun breathed a sigh of relief, a psychic in the crowd noticed something strange. The executioner and the howler have stopped moving too. What are they doing? What was happening? Wu Sun looked over. In the distance, both the executioner and the howler had paused. The two corpse kings exchanged glances, and the executioner let out a few low growls as if communicating something. The howler responded with an enraged roar. In return, it received an even more thunderous and violent reply. Boom! The executioner swung its right arm guillotine blade, smashing it into the ground, leaving deep cracks spreading across the area. His eyes glared fiercely at it. The howler was taken aback and took a few steps back. Finally, as if in resignation, it unleashed its ability to command a massive tide of corpses, imbuing the surrounding zombies with battle enhancements and howling to the sky. The next moment after the howler's command, the tide of corpses on the opposite side erupted completely. Even facing the unfathomable abyss ahead, they charged forward recklessly. One zombie after another fell down like dumplings. Wu Sun's pupils constricted sharply. What are they trying to do? Soon he understood what the two corpse kings had just conversed about. They aimed to fill that gap. The last defensive line built by Kai Xiao before his death was gradually filled by the falling corpses. The zombies from behind followed closely, trampling over their kin's bodies, directly crossing this defense line towards the crowd. Roar, roar, the endless roars of the undead echoed in their ears. Boom! Wu Sun felt as if struck by lightning, his head buzzing. Not just him, but facing such reckless and terrifying zombies, the superhumans and soldiers around him all felt the urge to retreat. They've gone mad, all of them. Do these guys not care about their lives? Didn't you see that the two corpse kings were communicating just now? It was the command issued by that howler. What do we do now, Commander? Wu Sun took a deep breath, his tone heavy with despair. Fight to the death. Stop them. Even if we die here today, we must make them pay a price. Kill. The crowd erupted with a desperate roar, and everyone began to attack recklessly. Above, Beijing, Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu, who came to deal with the tide of corpses, also arrived at this location. Sitting atop the Qiongqi looking down the sea of corpses was densely packed, with only a few defenders led by Wu Sun remaining. In just 10 minutes, over 2,000 people had dwindled to barely more than 100. The terrifying tide of corpses had reached just outside the city gates of Zhongqing, separated by only a wall, and if they advanced further they could break through the last line of defense in Beijing. Tang Xuanya's face turned a bit pale. She saw countless corpses. The entire Beijing appeared devoid of any safe zones, with ruined houses and the rebuilt homes turned into a wasteland. A strong stench filled the air and corpses were scattered everywhere. Calling it a mass grave would not be an exaggeration. There are more zombies here than in Dongcheng. Tang Xuanyu murmured in trepidation. Chen Mo. They are right below us. It seems they are about to collapse. Chen Mo nodded. Amidst the massive tide of corpses he immediately noticed the executioner. The howler was in the back, not moving due to its frail nature. As for the one with a human head, it remained utterly still as if dead. Behind it a fleshy tumor writhed, revealing a terrified face, the last superhuman it had devoured. And now it was quietly digesting and assimilating the abilities of that superhuman. Only the executioner, bloodthirsty and ruthless, radiated a cold mockery from its eyes, its robust body enduring the relentless hail of bullets. Bang bang bang, its tough skin and flesh rendered bullets ineffective. A furious roar erupted from below. Die monster. In the 6th battle zone, a 4th-tier superhuman of the enhancement type approached, moving swiftly and ruthlessly, directly wielding a powerful special weapon to slash at the executioner's waist, aiming to cleave it in half. A black arc flashed. Clang. But the executioner's skin was as hard as steel. When his blade struck, it couldn't even break through a single layer of flesh, coming to a halt against its surface. The superhuman was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with horror. How could this be? This was a special weapon forged by the master blacksmith Lin Yu. Ordinary zombies would be like paper against this blade. Suddenly his vision went completely dark. The superhuman felt a chill run down his spine and stiffly raised his head just in time to meet the gaze of the towering executioner looking down at him. The executioner's gaze was filled with intelligence, as if it were looking at a mere insect, its blood-streaked face breaking into a sinister smile. Huh. It slowly raised its right arm, wielding a scythe dripping with fresh blood. As the superhuman's pupils widened and his legs weakened, trying to flee. Run. The superhumans beside Wu Sun shouted in horror. Whoosh, a fierce hurricane swept through. Almost simultaneously, the superhuman's head was cleanly severed from his neck, flying high into the air. A torrent of blood gushed like a spring from the headless corpse. Aside from the howls of the zombies, there was a profound silence among Wu Sun and the others, a stillness as quiet as death. The executioner tilted its head back and let out a bizarre cackle sounding like mockery. But as it lifted its head, it saw a massive shadow descending from above. The executioner froze for a moment. What is this? Boom. The massive sound exploded as Qiongqi plunged down from the sky. The tremendous impact force pressed the executioner into the ground, creating a huge pit. Immediately after, bang. 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 The sound of heavy strikes echoed as the executioner was relentlessly hammered down into the pit by Qiongqi. What? Everyone was shocked. Wu Sun was even more dazed. What is happening? A mutant? Where did it come from? Just as everyone was bewildered, Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu appeared out of nowhere. A massive tide of zombies surged towards the city gates. Tang Xuanyu, following suit, unleashed her disaster tide ability, summoning vast waves of black water to sweep away. Wave after wave of black tides engulfed the tens of thousands of attacking zombies. The weaker ones were directly enveloped in steaming white mist, dissolved and eroded within the disaster tide. Even the stronger special types struggled to approach against the torrent. Superhumans. Wu Sun was greatly shocked, overjoyed. Reinforcements. The reinforcements from Zhongcheng have arrived. He looked around, but upon seeing only 2 figures, his expression quickly shifted from joy to disappointment. Why were there only 2 people? Where were the other superhumans who came to support? What on earth was going on? Chen Mo did not deal with the zombies, but instead came to their side. Wu Sun, you. Let's not talk too much right now, Chen Mo interrupted, glancing at their dire situation, his expression calm as he spoke softly. Leave this to us. All of you now retreat back to Zhongcheng. Wu Sun was stunned and the surrounding ability users showed expressions of disbelief. Just the 2 of you? How is that possible? We've been fighting tooth and nail here for so long. Why did the higher-ups only send 2 people? No one present believed that just these 2 could resolve the terrifying zombie horde in the northern city. Initially overjoyed at the arrival of reinforcements, everyone's mood plummeted to rock bottom, unable to accept this reality. It's over. The higher-ups must have given up on the northern city and are preparing to flee. Damn it. We've held on so long. Wu Sun, is this what you call reinforcements? Wu Sun's face turned extremely grim. He hung his head low and remained silent. Chen Mo ignored the crowd and released the little spider, the scythe of death, from his side. He gently patted the little spider and said, "Go. It's time for your performance." The scythe of death understood and swiftly leaped out. Only then did Chen Mo turn to the crowd and say calmly, "Take a good look. Isn't this enough?" What? The crowd was puzzled. They looked toward the battlefield and saw Tang Xuanyu commanding a deluge of calamity, drowning vast swathes of zombies. On the other side, the Qiongqi was fiercely suppressing the executioner, tearing through its flesh with brutal claws and fangs. The defense that could withstand artillery shells was utterly worthless before the Qiongqi. The torrent summoned by Tang Xuanyu alone had cut off the battlefield on both sides. The onlookers were stunned, their faces filled with shock. "Go back and stay put." Chen Mo offered no further explanation. Silver liquid swirled around him and the ring of burning embers on his index finger glowed with a faint crimson light. The silver liquid began to heat and turn red, the temperature rising sharply as it boiled. The searing liquid hovering in the air gradually coalesced into thousands of silver blades. "Floating life, 10,000 blades," he murmured softly. The next moment a series of sonic booms exploded, like thousands of artillery shells firing simultaneously. Those blades danced swiftly through the center of the battlefield, moving so fast that even the black tide stirred up a thick fog. The scorching blades surged into the overwhelming horde, reaping the lives of the zombies submerged in the black torrent. With a single move he had slain over 1,000 zombies. Utterly terrifying. It was a blood-soaked metal storm. Witnessing this, everyone outside the northern city fell silent, no one daring to question further. "What is this? That guy? Is he a monster?" They watched as Chen Mo stepped into the torrent, each step summoning a metal floor beneath his feet. Wu Sun's pupils dilated and he was completely overwhelmed with shock. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, muttering in terror. "Who is that guy? Why have I never seen him in the war zone? No. Don't you think he looks a bit familiar?" Just as everyone was speculating about Chen Mo's identity, a shout came from behind. "Wu Sun! Wu Sun!" The central city gate opened and a black blur appeared from within. It was a speed-type ability user who had arrived ahead of Yuan Ningchuan to prevent any incidents. "Wu Sun, the higher-ups order you all to retreat into the city. Reinforcements are coming soon. Withdraw." Yuan Ningchuan shouted, noticing the massive horde of zombies and feeling a chill run down his spine. They had already breached this far. To think that if they advanced further they would strike straight at the heart, the central city. But soon he spotted Chen Mo slaughtering the zombies with ferocity, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. He really could hold back the northern city's zombie horde. "Old Yuan." Seeing the newcomer, Wu Sun's eyes lit up. "Why are you here? Where are the reinforcements?" Yuan Ningchuan snapped back to reality and said gravely, "They're right behind me. In no more than 5 minutes all the warriors in the central city will be mobilized here." "What?" Wu Sun was shocked. The surviving ability users exclaimed joyfully, "Reinforcements are here. Finally. If they hadn't come, I'd have been done for today." "Wu Sun, what's going on?" "Old Yuan. You mean all the central city forces?" Yuan Ningchuan nodded. "Yes. The situation in the eastern city has been temporarily resolved. Deputy Commander Guo ordered the deployment of all remaining firepower in our war zone to support the northern city battlefield. You've done well. I know the situation now. You all need to return to the central city immediately." "No, Old Yuan, what about those two?" Wu Sun asked. "When did our 6th war zone have such powerful ability users? Are they reinforcements from other war zones?" Yuan Ningchuan glanced at Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu amidst the horde and shook his head. "They're not from the war zone. The situation is urgent, so don't ask further. Just know that Deputy Commander Guo sent them to assist the northern city. There's absolutely no problem leaving this to the two of them. Don't get in their way here. Follow me quickly." Urged by Yuan Ningchuan, Wu Sun led the remaining survivors and swiftly retreated into the central city. On the external battlefield, the executioner, constantly wounded by the Qiongqi, grew enraged. As its injuries multiplied, its power became increasingly terrifying. Roar! The Qiongqi opened its massive maw and lunged at the executioner's head. This time the executioner did not endure the attack. It roared back, its right arm transforming into a massive black guillotine that slashed toward the Qiongqi's waist. The executioner's trait was to grow stronger with each battle. The heavier its injuries, the greater its attack power. This guillotine was immense and heavy. Sensing the danger, the Qiongqi immediately used its wings to block. Bang! Countless black feathers scattered across the sky. The Qiongqi cried out in pain, half of its wings severed, blood pouring from the stump. The executioner seized the opportunity to break free, its eyes blazing with murderous intent and fury as it snarled at the Qiongqi. The Qiongqi hunched its body ferociously, letting its severed left wing bleed freely. The beast ring took effect. This blow from the executioner had driven it into a berserk state. The two colossal beings faced off, a great battle imminent. In the distance the howler sensed something amiss and cried out, trying to make the executioner retreat. But the executioner ignored the call and charged straight at the Qiongqi. Thump. 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 With each step the ground beneath it was crushed, sending rubble flying. Like a wild bull charging at breakneck speed, Qiongqi was not to be outdone, swinging its beastly claws in a retaliatory swipe. Rocks shattered into the air, and at the point of collision terrifying shockwaves erupted, sending even the surrounding zombies flying. Qiongqi's claws pressed heavily against the executioner's right arm, which had transformed into a massive blade. The executioner's arm trembled slightly as two terrifying forces clashed. It tried to lift its right arm only to realize the opponent's strength was no less than its own. Enraged, the executioner glared fiercely at Qiongqi. With a furious roar it raised its thick left arm, brimming with murderous intent. In that instant its left arm also morphed into a giant guillotine blade, descending from the side in an unforeseen attack. Suddenly, a flash of white light streaked by. With a sharp slicing sound the razor-sharp blade cleanly severed the executioner's left arm, which had turned into a guillotine. The severed arm crashed to the ground. The executioner let out a pained howl and staggered backward. A small white spider had appeared behind it unnoticed. The little spider slowly pivoted its legs, shifting direction. Its mandibles clicked together and its spider eyes glowed with an eerie light. Though newly hatched as a creature that had undergone a complete second evolution, its abilities were not to be underestimated. The executioner's thick, impenetrable body was like paper before it. Qiongqi paused, realizing the little spider had come to its aid. It nodded its massive head slightly and let out a low growl. Before it stood Qiongqi, behind it the little spider. In a fit of rage the executioner picked up its severed arm and reattached it. Flesh buds quickly sprouted at the break, connecting and restoring it to its original state. The executioner's chest heaved as it exhaled searing mist. After a moment of gathering itself it unleashed a roar that shook the heavens. It would kill these two aberrations. Amid the fierce battle Chen Mo merely glanced over before looking away. If he wasn't mistaken, that zombie king was the executioner. Its strength was immense and Qiongqi alone might not prevail, but with the assistance of the Reaper's scythe the outcome was uncertain. The Reaper's scythe possessed extraordinary lethality and speed. Its 8 spider legs were both offensive and defensive, each one a razor-sharp weapon. Although it was only at the second tier now, its life essence had already surpassed Qiongqi's even when it was still an embryo. They could handle it. What he needed to do was deal with the remaining zombie kings. Chen Mo swiftly scanned the horde for the other kings. Hidden within the zombie tide the howler sensed something amiss. It detected the sudden appearance of 2 humans and the 2 aberrations, all of whom were exceptionally powerful. The howler called out to the distant human head, urging it to join the fray. But this peculiar cry also caught Chen Mo's attention, allowing him to quickly lock onto its location. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes. A metal pillar rose beneath his feet, elevating him to a height where he pinpointed the howler's position. It was surrounded by a horde of zombies small in stature. "Found you." Chen Mo grinned. Their eyes met and a deep sense of crisis surged within the howler. Panic flickered in its gaze as it howled louder, trying to awaken the human head. But Chen Mo gave it no chance. He leaped from the metal pillar, descending toward the howler's location. As he fell, countless blades exploded from his palm. With a series of piercing sounds he massacred the zombies protecting the howler. At this moment the howler grew even more frantic. Though a 5th-tier zombie king, its abilities were far inferior to those of the executioner or the human head, making it almost fragile. It could only command and strengthen the zombie horde. The howler let out another cry, reinforcing the surrounding zombies. Thousands of zombies, as if injected with adrenaline, surged in speed and strength. They charged at Chen Mo from all directions, some leaping high into the air to pounce, others bursting forth from the soil. Chen Mo sneered, unafraid. A dazzling light bloomed before him as a torrent of silver blades erupted simultaneously. Though the zombies had been strengthened by the howler, how long could they withstand this dense and swift assault? The zombies that rushed forward were cut down one by one, and those blocking his path proved just as fragile. From the walls of the 6th war zone, Yuan Ningchuan and Wu Sun could clearly see the zombie tide being routed at an astonishing speed. Wu Sun's face was pale with shock. His eyes fixed and dry, finally spoke after a long silence. "That guy. Who the hell is he?" This terrifyingly massive zombie tide was being halted and crushed by just 2 people. Yuan Ningchuan also felt dazed, as if in a dream. He said slowly, "Him. You should know." Chen Mo. What? Wu Sun's pupils contracted sharply, his expression as if he'd seen a ghost as he stared at Yuan Ningchuan. A massive tremor came from the inner city behind them. Tens of thousands of fully armed troops arrived along with tanks and fighter jets emerging from the inner city. Dozens of warplanes roared overhead, shaking the earth. This was the last of the 6th War Zone's full firepower. Yuan Ningchuan said calmly. Leave those zombie kings to Chen Mo. We'll handle the rest. The battle is decided. Our reinforcements have arrived. Wu Sun turned, and upon seeing the staggering number of armed forces arriving, his eyes lit up. Within the battlefield, the Howler kept summoning zombies to block the way. Even with his Dominion ability to wipe out large groups, Chen Mo couldn't avoid special zombies that burrowed through the ground. The ground beneath his feet bulged as if something was about to burst out. Chen Mo struck swiftly, plunging his blade deep into the earth. Flesh pierced, hitting the mark. As the distance between them shrank, the zombies proved incapable of stopping this human. The Howler trembled and retreated a few steps, its expression disturbingly human. It was fear. It let out meaningless roars, then turned to flee. But the range was within reach, and it was too late. The slender bone spur on Taya's hilt pierced through his palm. Chen Mo's face remained expressionless, as if he felt no pain. Taya blade, Taya power. The sword in his right hand instantly radiated black light. Chen Mo vanished, reappearing before the Howler. The Howler shuddered, its face a mask of horror. Chen Mo looked at the short, ugly Howler zombie and thrust Taya blade into it without hesitation. A piercing sound echoed. The blade pierced the flesh. Yet it did not sink into the screamer's skull, but deviated, stabbing into its shoulder. Chen Mo was slightly stunned, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Had something influenced his Taya blade? He then turned his gaze toward the direction of the human head. The human head. Earlier, upon arriving, Yuan Ningchuan had informed him of the battle situation here. The executor, the human head, and the screamer. Among them, the human head was the most noteworthy, not to be underestimated, a 5th-tier ability. Its power was to wield the ability of the last being it had devoured, making it an unpredictable threat. But its sole weakness, like the Shoshi god, was its clumsy movement due to its massive size, colloquially a blockhead. Chen Mo didn't pay it much heed. Roar. The screamer let out a pained howl, enduring the agony as it struggled free, summoning the surrounding zombies to charge forward swiftly. Seizing this chance, it fled into the zombie tide, scurrying toward the distant human head. Now the human head had awakened, the most formidable and enigmatic among the 3 corpse kings. Its origins were unknown, and it sat like a small mountain of flesh, slowly beginning to stir. The human head. That bizarre corpse king has moved. On the central city wall, Wu Sun and Yuan Ningchuan were both jolted with shock. It was well known that the human head was the most troublesome corpse king, for it could unleash the supernatural ability of the last creature it had consumed. Against the human head there was virtually no strategy to devise. Days ago it might have possessed an elemental ability, but days later it could transform into a psychic enhancement or even divine ability. Who knew what it had devoured last? And now the last being the human head had consumed was an rank damage transfer ability user from the 6th War Zone, capable of shifting fatal injuries to another location. The screamer rushed to the human head's side, glaring at Chen Mo with venomous hatred. It let out a resounding blast like a horn, gathering a vast horde of enhanced zombies to tear at Chen Mo. Roar, roar. Chen Mo directly activated his dominance ability, condensing countless silver blades that swept around him like a storm, slaughtering the surging zombie horde. The scene was gruesomely bloody, with large chunks of flesh flying everywhere. Even these enhanced zombies could not hinder Chen Mo in the slightest. A flicker of wariness gleamed in the screamer's eyes. It glanced toward the executor's direction, where it was locked in an intense battle with Qiongqi and the little spider. Now it could only call out to the human head, urging it to act. At last the human head stirred, the tumor on its back began to writhe, its appearance horrifyingly grotesque. Then thick muscular tendrils burst forth. The tendrils shot relentlessly toward Chen Mo's position, plunging deep into the ground. Boom. Boom. Their power was terrifying, snapping the silver blades and coiling toward Chen Mo's location. The screamer shrieked with excitement, its eyes blazing with hatred, as if its voice were saying, "Kill him, kill this damned human." The human head's strength ranked among the elite, even among the gathered corpse kings, notoriously difficult to handle. In this northern city the most formidable was not the executor but the human head. Chen Mo observed the human head's attack methods. Tendrils abilities. It was much as Yuan Ningchuan had described. The human head was not only slow in movement but also sluggish in its attacks. Though these tendrils possessed immense power given their speed, he could easily evade them. Chen Mo slowly raised his hand. The dominant's dark pattern glowed with an eerie light energy surging violently. Countless sharp blades gathered at his side, gleaming with cold light, and shot forth in unison. The human head's tendrils were severed inch by inch. After several exchanges, the human head couldn't even touch him. Chen Mo remarked with effortless calm, "Too slow." The Taya blade flashed and he vanished from his spot in an instant. The distant screamer was taken aback. Had he simply disappeared? The next moment Chen Mo, who had been over 20 meters away, suddenly appeared before it like a phantom. He raised the Taya blade high, poised to strike. The cold gleam made the screamer's pupils dilate in sheer terror. Knowing the terrifying power of this foe, it let out a panicked scream, desperate to dodge and flee. Chen Mo's gaze was icy as he swung the blade down. "This time no one can save you." The screamer was the key to this location. It could enhance all surrounding zombies, and its group buff posed immense pressure on the rear battle zone personnel. Just then another tendril shot out from the human head's tumor, lashing from the right. But this time, surprisingly, the human head's tendril was not as slow as before. Instead, it was incredibly swift. Fast. Startlingly fast. Whoosh, it seemed to tear through the air itself. Even Chen Mo couldn't help but narrow his eyes, his expression shifting abruptly. So fast. This creature was completely different from the speed it had shown earlier. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Had the human head been hiding its true capabilities all along in the eyes of humans? Forgoing the chance to slay the screamer, Chen Mo instantly conjured a metal wall beside him for defense. Boom, boom, boom. The tendril's power was fearsome, smashing through the metal walls. Their might was also several times greater than before, astonishingly potent. As the tendril was about to strike Chen Mo, he quickly raised his blade to block on the right. Bang! The Taya blade met the tendril with immense impact. The terrifying force instantly transmitted through the blade. Even his internal organs trembled. Chen Mo was sent flying like a cannonball. Rumble! A huge gap was torn through the zombie horde behind him, dust billowing everywhere. Chen Mo! Tang Xuanyu noticed this, her face turning pale as she screamed. She even abandoned blocking the endless tide of zombies riding a wave toward the human head's direction. Without Tang Xuanyu's tide of calamity to hold them back, the pressure on the front line surged dramatically. Yuan Ningchuan and the others witnessing this turned ghastly pale. How is this possible? What just flashed by? An ability user's eyes widened. Wu Sun's body shuddered, a chill running down his spine. No. This isn't right. Why is the human head's strength so terrifying? As if struck by a realization, Yuan Ningchuan gasped, then roared in fury. Who the hell gave us this intelligence? The human head's attack speed is not slow at all, this is called sluggish movement. The intelligence is updated every 7 days. Before coming I double-checked before telling Chen Mo. Even if this human head evolved, it couldn't have changed this drastically. Those bastards in the intelligence organization, are they trying to get us killed? Yuan Ningchuan's pupils turned bloodshot, veins bulging. He felt like killing someone. The strongest batch of ability users from their 6th war zone had all left with Chief Lin Anha. With their current strength to kill these terrifyingly powerful corpse kings and hold back the zombie tide, they had to rely solely on Chen Mo's power. Yet now the speed of the human-headed creature was utterly inconsistent with the intelligence reports, and even its strength was far beyond what a 5th-tier zombie could muster. Who was Chen Mo? He had personally witnessed how effortlessly Chen Mo had eradicated the zombie horde in the eastern city, his supernatural abilities immensely powerful and far surpassing ordinary people. Yet this creature had directly sent him flying with a single strike. Was this a 5th-tier zombie? Were those intelligence officers nothing but useless gluttons? 6th tier. This fiend must have evolved into a 6th-tier zombie on the battlefield. A supernatural user nearby reacted with a horrified exclamation. Yuan Ningchuan, disregarding his status, charged down from the city walls. He raised his rifle and fired bursts into the sky, roaring with fury. Everyone redirect your fire. If you can't hold the line, then abandon it and go support Chen Mo. If those zombie kings were not dealt with, the inevitable outcome would be the complete annihilation of the 6th war zone. Upon hearing the order, the soldiers below immediately turned their weapons toward the human-headed creature, unleashing a torrent of bullets that flew out in a dense swarm. These were all specialized bullets. Quantity could overwhelm quality. Due to its massive size, even the human-headed creature could not effectively defend against such a voluminous assault. The barrage inflicted considerable damage, causing bright red blood to ooze from its flesh. The human-headed creature made no sound, but the tumor on its back began to writhe violently. The tumor twisted into a swirling vortex resembling a mouth. Then from that dark opening it began to spew out corpse after corpse. Dozens of bodies, both male and female, were covered in a slimy substance that could have been saliva or something else. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the sight. Every single corpse on the ground was a renowned supernatural user from the 6th war zone. It was a shocking spectacle. The onlookers glared with fury, eyes bloodshot, and some broke into curses. Shaoqin. Old Wang. Damn it. This bastard has been storing their bodies, what the hell is he planning to do? It wants to swap abilities. The human-headed creature extended a fleshy tendril, coiled it around a corpse of an enhancer and swallowed it. Substitution hardening. A bronze sheen flowed over its body and its flesh became incredibly tough in an instant. This time the bullets striking its body caused only negligible damage. Damn it, hardening, isn't that Wang Li's ability? With the suppression of firepower lost, the human-headed creature swung its long tendrils toward the war zone soldiers. With a single sweep it killed hundreds of people, its strength terrifying as large swaths of soldiers were crushed into bloody mist beneath those tendrils. It was a complete massacre. Yuan Ningxuan charging into the battlefield, a look of resolute madness flashed in his eyes. Everyone advance. Even if we can't hold, we must hold. Today, even if we die here, we will kill this damn thing. The battle became one-sided. The howler let out an excited roar, while in the distance Tang Xuanyu was blocked by a horde of enhanced zombies, and even Qiongqi facing the executioner was covered in wounds and losing ground. Just as everyone was consumed by bloodlust and madness, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble slightly. The human-headed creature in the midst of slaughtering the 6th war zone soldiers sensed something and paused. It turned its gaze toward the direction where Chen Mo had been sent flying. At that moment all metallic objects began to vibrate with agitation. The bullets scattered on the ground, the empty casings, and even the guns in the hands of the 6th war zone soldiers started to shake uncontrollably. Everyone was stunned. What is that? In the distance from the direction Chen Mo had been blasted, a terrifying metal storm had somehow gathered. A silver vortex swirled high in the sky, and the metal casings and bullets on the battlefield began to float, slowly converging toward the metal storm. The spectacle was immense, with bullets streaming in from all directions like a Milky Way. The metal storm grew ever more massive and terrifying, looking from afar like a dreadful tornado forming at the edge of the sky. Yuan Ningxuan stared in disbelief at that direction, catching a glimpse of a figure flickering within the metal storm, and his entire body trembled violently. Chen Mo. Tang Xuanya's beautiful eyes widened, a look of excitement and joy flashing across her face. At that moment time seemed to stand still. The executioner, who had been gaining the upper hand, sensed a strong threat and turned to look. The howler and the human-headed creature also ceased their attacks. Metal. It's all metal. The crowd was stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. A very soft voice rang out. 6th tier. You've hidden it well, it seems your intelligence is not low either. Within the metal storm, Chen Mo slowly rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His internal organs were trembling, but fortunately at the last moment he had used his Dominator ability and the Taotie sword to dissipate most of the force. Gazing through the storm at the human-headed creature, Chen Mo's expression was unusually calm. This time he had been somewhat careless. In his past life, even with full knowledge of an enemy's intelligence, he would never have let his guard down. This life was unlike the last. He wielded the most powerful abilities and was a dual ability user capable of commanding the gods of the apocalypse. Having traversed secret realms and slain apocalyptic deities since advancing to a 6th tier ability user, a hint of arrogance had inevitably crept into the depths of his heart regarding the current apocalypse. It was a trait common to nearly every powerful ability user. But that aside, the 6th war zone's misleading intelligence. He would settle that after dealing with these zombie kings. Chen Mo cast a cold glance at the people of the 6th war zone in the distance. Then he looked toward the human-headed creature, his eyes icy and devoid of any emotion. The dark pattern of Dominator on his right hand radiated terrifying energy, sending ripples spreading through the surroundings, influencing the massive metal storm. Chen Mo moved slowly toward the human-headed creature. The metal storm advanced with him, mercilessly slaughtering the surrounding zombie horde. Wherever it passed, not even chunks of flesh remained. Flesh and blood were scoured into pulp and mist by the metallic onslaught. Zombies rubble, nothing remained, as if it were a realm of utter purity. Everyone stared blankly at the scene before them, some even rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were dreaming. My God! Am I dreaming? Is this kind of power something an ability user can wield? Even the soldiers who had come to reinforce stood frozen in place, the sound of gunfire around them ceasing. In the distance the howler let out a terrified roar, its body trembling uncontrollably. Compared to its earlier arrogant excitement, this cry was filled with intense fear. The human-headed creature did not sit idly by. It activated its hardening ability and the massive tumor began to writhe, shooting out hundreds of hardened tendrils aimed at killing Chen Mo within the metal storm. This time the human-headed creature held nothing back. The hundreds of tendrils moved at a speed so breathtaking that even ability users could not track their velocity. Old Yuan. It's no longer just about the zombies in the North City. Before he could finish speaking, the voice on the other end interrupted with extreme urgency. Old Yuan, just now we contacted the 5th war zone, the closest to us. They said they had already dispatched a force of 500 ability users and 10,000 troops for reinforcement at the first moment. At a normal pace they should have arrived at the North City gates by noon at the latest. But it's almost evening now. The people from the 5th war zone haven't arrived yet. And we heard that the 5th war zone has lost contact with that special reinforcement unit, and they even asked us if they had arrived. What did you say? Yuan Ningxun's pupils contracted and a foreboding sense of dread surged within him. Based on the distribution of surrounding zombies, our intelligence personnel calculated that there are at least 13 such terrifying corpse kings within the 6th war zone. Even the Howler and the Executioner zombies normally found far apart have appeared here, indicating these corpse kings have a common purpose. And now with the 5th war zone's reinforcements missing and the North City having the most corpse kings, our intelligence agency speculates that there are likely more corpse kings yet to appear, and their location is right outside your North City. Old Yuan, there's no time to explain. The High Command has already started evacuating from the West City. You should. Beep beep beep. As he spoke, the lines suddenly became chaotic and finally the call cut off entirely. Yuan Ningxuan felt as if struck by lightning. Everything around him seemed to freeze and a buzzing drone filled his ears. If that were true, then those 3 corpse kings were merely the vanguard. Gazing at his surroundings, a chill ran down Yuan Ningxuan's spine. Under the relentless assault of all forces, the zombie horde in the North City was showing signs of retreat, falling back step by step. Yet the memory of that phone call lingered in his mind, breeding a profound terror. Suddenly, a majestic resonant horn sounded from the distant horizon. Who? The horn was filled with a murderous aura echoing across the entire North City battlefield. The earth beneath their feet trembled violently. The pilot of a circling fighter jet spotted something and was about to report, but a jet-black figure flashed past in the distance. The next moment, boom, boom, fighter jets exploded in midair. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. What's happening? What's going on? Everyone looked towards the source of the horn. In the distance, smoke and dust billowed. The walls outside the North City began to collapse with a thunderous roar, obscuring what was happening beyond. Tang Xuanyu, who had just relaxed, narrowed her beautiful eyes as if sensing something. She immediately activated her water vortex and rose on the waves. Chen Mo also soared into the sky atop the Qiongqi. At this moment even Chen Mo couldn't help but gasp when he clearly saw everything within the dust and smoke. Beyond the North City, a million-strong zombie horde had appeared. Countless in number, vast and mighty. The scene was nothing short of apocalyptic. Chen Mo stared intently at the new zombie horde outside the North City. At its center was a pitch-black zombie species, solid as iron and bronze. It was a colossal rotting elephant, half its flesh gone, revealing pale thick ribs. Standing atop that rotting elephant were 5 corpse kings, their auras terrifying beyond measure. Among them was the skeletal female zombie he had been searching for. It's her. Chen Mo murmured, staring at the horrifying scene. He finally understood why the zombies hadn't retreated even after the corpse kings here had been dealt with. Rubbing his aching head, he frowned. This is going to be troublesome. The people of the 6th war zone stood frozen in place, one and all. Despair was etched on every face, their legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move a step. At this moment even a fool would understand that the horde they had fought tooth and nail against was merely the first wave, not the main force of these zombies. What lay before them was the main force of this zombie assault on the North City, the second wave. It's over. Some ability users had their will to fight shattered. Their legs gave way and they collapsed to the ground, wailing loudly. Why are there more? How are we supposed to fight this many zombies? It's over. All over, ha 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 ha. He ranted and raved like a madman, not even bothering to resist. Soon the surrounding zombies swarmed and devoured him. The others were equally consumed by despair. Their faces were deathly pale, devoid of any hope. It's over. This damn horde. We've lost. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Run. Everyone run. Some, completely terrified, fled madly towards the rear. Fear quickly spread and engulfed the entire scene, spiraling out of control. Even the last bastion of the 6th War Zone's combat strength began to crumble. The faces of even the most disciplined soldiers were etched with the sorrow and terror of dying here. Morale had collapsed. Yuan Ningchun's eyelids twitched violently and the corner of his mouth spasmed. Wu Sun hurried over from behind, his eyes fixed on the approaching horde that had breached the city gates. His voice was hoarse as he spoke. Old Yuan. Run. The soldiers have no will left to fight. The North City can't be held. Even with Chen Mo's strength, no one believed he could single-handedly take on 1,000,000 zombies. The numbers were simply staggering. What had gathered here was nearly half the zombie population of 2 provinces. And atop that massive 10-meter-tall rotting elephant stood corpse kings no weaker than the executioner or the headhunter. This was a battle that could not be won. Yuan Ningchuan was silent for a moment. He gazed with bitter hatred at the colossal zombie army, his heart torn. Finally he roared, his eyes bloodshot. Retreat. Everyone retreat. He ordered the remaining soldiers to fall back to the central city and then flee to the safer West City. Little did they know that the West City was also facing a zombie horde led by 2 corpse kings. The high command of the 6th War Zone, whose main force was in the North City, was stunned to see tens of thousands of zombies appearing outside the West City walls as they attempted to flee. Forced into a corner, they had no choice but to put up a fight. Atop the West City gates, the remaining meager firepower and personnel rained bullets down upon the zombie horde below. So swift was the movement that all the ability users could only catch a fleeting shadow as hundreds of tendrils howled, not sparing even the fellow zombies. Blood mist erupted, and in the blink of an eye the tendrils of the creature with a human head had already reached before Chen Mo. Whoosh! The sound of the wind was piercingly sharp, and when the tendrils made contact with the metallic storm they pierced through it directly, a cacophony of sounds ringing out as countless metallic silver blades and bullets were sent flying. As the tendrils burrowed in a foot, they could advance no further. Chen Mo's gaze was exceptionally cold, energy surging within him, causing the surrounding metallic storm to spin even more violently and fiercely. Over 100 tendrils hardened by their powers were breaking apart inch by inch before him. The creature with a human head was exceedingly restless, its tendrils shredded within the metallic storm. Roar! It let out a furious roar and extended a tendril to directly seize a corpse from the ground, bringing it to its mouth to chew. In the next moment it erupted with scorching red light, its skin began to burn and peel away, dense black dust swirling in the air, drifting towards the metallic storm. This is... The ability users on the city wall looked at this familiar sight, their pupils shaking violently as they gasped in disbelief. Embers. The ability of Hao Jia, Death Embers. Run, scatter. These black embers can detonate instantly. This damned monster, does it see the corpses of Hao Jia and the others as stored rations? At this point even a fool could see that the reason the creature with a human head did not consume those human ability users' corpses was to continuously switch abilities during battle, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Cunning creature. How many more abilities does it have? Those corpses. Fu Baran's elemental abilities haven't even been used, and there's still enhancement and mental abilities. The crowd counting the corpses around the creature with a human head was horrified to discover that it had stored the bodies of powerful ability users. If it were any other ability user, they would likely struggle to contend with the creature's bizarre, unpredictable powers. However, Chen Mo found it intriguing and noticed the large black ashes drifting towards him. Roar! The creature with a human head roared again. The black ashes erupted with a brilliant red light. In an instant they ignited simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying force. Boom! 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 In midair beautiful fireworks continuously blossomed. Outside the metallic storm enormous explosions erupted in various locations. The devastating power of the explosions obliterated many zombies into ashes. Chen Mo smiled coldly, murmuring. The creature with a human head can control some of the abilities of the last devoured beings. Let me see what other abilities you have. Since that's the case, let's see whose abilities are greater. Floating life, 10,000 blades. Suddenly a massive torrent separated from the metallic storm, countless silver blades intertwining like a flood charging towards the position of the creature with a human head. The silver blades cut through the vast black ashes, racing forth in a dazzling display amidst the explosions and roars like a magnificent silver rain. Puff, puff, puff. As the silver blades passed, thousands of zombies were sliced into countless pieces. The howler was terrified, and the creature with a human head swiftly devoured another corpse, its body turning into an incredibly hard armor resisting the dense barrage of silver blades. But the howler beside it wasn't so lucky. It screamed loudly, yet the creature with a human head paid it no mind as it continued to flee towards the back. Suddenly, puff. A silver blade struck its back. Following that, numerous sharp blades pierced through the howler. Roar! The howler let out a final unwilling roar, crashing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, the executor was also unable to break away from Qiongqi. It wanted to withdraw to provide support, but unfortunately Qiongqi and the little spider clung to it like a leech. Qiongqi, drenched in blood, emitted a fierce aura. Its eyes were blood-red and menacing, biting down hard on one of the executor's arms, unable to be shaken off no matter how the executor struggled. In its frenzied state, Qiongqi's speed and strength experienced a qualitative leap matching the executor's. If it weren't for the executor's traits being somewhat similar to frenzy, it might have already perished in Qiongqi's jaws. The little spider flew in from the side, wielding double blades capable of slicing through 6th-tier corpses, aiming directly for the executor's head. Roar! The executor was extremely enraged. It had not anticipated that these two creatures would be so difficult to deal with. In other areas of the zombie-tide, Tang Xuanyu and the soldiers of the 6th battle zone were holding their ground. The massive and terrifying number of zombies in the North City began to show signs of retreat for the first time. I've rested enough, let's kill. The number of these beasts has decreased, let's slaughter them. One after another ability users charged out from inside the city, with Chen Mo single-handedly holding back 2 corpse kings, even killing one. This was like a shot of adrenaline for everyone present. Wherever the floating life 10,000 blades passed, corpses lay strewn about, cleansing everything. Even the creature with a human head, despite attempting to defend, was left battered and bruised. As the only 6th-tier corpse king on the scene, it had not sustained such severe injuries in a long time. The scales of the creature with a human head slowly receded and it directly grabbed a corpse to swallow. The corpse belonged to a person with enhancement abilities, and in a fit of rage the creature charged towards Chen Mo, moving with a speed that belied its size. Chen Mo stood atop the metallic storm, activating his domination ability as a dark silver storm surged towards the creature with a human head, sending rocks and dust flying as the metallic storm swiftly engulfed the creature, beginning to constrict around it. Rustle, 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 terrifying silver light flashed, inflicting wounds upon the creature with a human head. The creature with a human head howled in pain as its back bulged, with tendrils attempting to retrieve the corpse of an ability user to switch abilities, but it was abruptly interrupted by Chen Mo, who severed it with his blade. Puff! The creature with a human head, furious, lashed out with its tendrils towards Chen Mo. Silver light swirled around, and there was no need for direct confrontation if the blades within the metallic storm would cut through its tendrils. The creature with a human head in pain began to retreat, ultimately being pushed back to the edge of the metallic storm. It emitted a low growl as a warning. Let's go. Chen Mo's expression was extremely calm. With a firm grip, thousands of falling sword rains descended from the metallic storm. Rumble. A tremendous vibration echoed through the heavens. The dense fog began to dissipate and the surrounding metal storm gradually subsided. All the zombies on the battlefield halted at that moment as everyone stared blankly in the direction where Chen Mo stood. The scene fell into a deathly silence. In the colossal pit, the human-headed corpse king lay motionless like a pool of mud, grievously wounded and barely clinging to life. A sharp intake of breath echoed from the onlookers. This was a 6th-rank corpse king. Yet before Chen Mo it appeared so fragile and vulnerable. Meanwhile, the battle against the executioner was nearing its end. Qiongqi tore off the executioner's shoulder and the little spider slashed its eyes blind with dual blades. Roar! Boom! 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 Bereft of sight, the executioner could only lash out wildly at everything around it. Yuan Ningxuan's pupils dilated as he stood frozen in shock, his face a mask of utter astonishment. Thighs. He actually killed both corpse kings. Initially, his only intention in summoning Chen Mo was to have him hold off the corpse kings of the North City, buying time for reinforcements from other war zones to arrive at the 6th war zone. Yet he had never imagined that Chen Mo could slay the Howler and the most formidable human-headed corpse king. Chen Mo slowly approached the human-headed corpse king. The human-headed corpse king was now on the verge of death, but its tenacious vitality still prevented it from perishing completely. To be honest, the true strength of the human-headed corpse king was not exceptionally formidable, at least far less oppressive than the pressure once exerted by the Shisho beast. Its ability also harbored a significant flaw. To use its power, it had to devour other creatures to replace its current ability. The enhanced ability it had borrowed from its previous victim could not grant it a substantial leap in power. Chen Mo raised the Taya blade and brought it down heavily, cleaving through the enormous tumor-like mass. Splash! A torrent of mucus resembling vomit gushed out, carrying a gray core the size of a chicken egg from the central mass of flesh and blood. The human-headed corpse king convulsed wildly for a moment before its life force faded entirely. The human-headed and the Howler are dead. We're going to win, we're victorious. The ability users of the 6th war zone trembled with excitement. The zombie horde had suffered heavy losses, and with the loss of the Corpse King's terrifying suppression, the threat to the 6th war zone would be greatly diminished. Charge! Kill these damned creatures! Someone roared, and the flames of fighting spirit reignited in everyone present as they threw themselves into the fray without hesitation. Chen Mo retrieved the core from the human-headed Corpse King and looked around. The zombies in his vicinity had been largely cleared, and even those of the 6th war zone were few in number, only about tens of thousands remaining. In theory, slaying the Corpse King was the most straightforward way to resolve a massive zombie horde. Without their leader, these zombies would scatter like headless flies. Yet now they still charged recklessly, unafraid of death. Was it because the executioner still remained? Chen Mo pondered silently. He felt that something was amiss, but he didn't dwell on it and instead strode directly toward the executioner. Blinded, the executioner attacked wildly in all directions, its 2 massive guillotine blades swinging indiscriminately, cleaving through hundreds of its own kind. It exhaled thick hot mist, sweeping across the battlefield like a merciless killing machine. Boom! Boom! Its terrifying destructive power was no less than that of the human-headed Corpse King, perhaps even greater. The executioner's ability slaughter meant that the more damage it took, the more its strength increased. This astonishing destructive force kept even Qiongqi and the little spider at bay. Noticing their master's approach, the little spider quickly scurried to Chen Mo, while Qiongqi turned back and let out a low growl. Chen Mo nodded slightly and spoke. I understand. You two have done well. Leave the rest to me. His gaze fixed on the executioner, which was rampaging wildly in the distance. Its aura was brutal, its physique imposing, as if it were born solely for slaughter. Though the executioner's attack power was terrifying after the sustained attrition inflicted by Qiongqi and the scythe of death, it was now a spent force. Chen Mo clenched his right hand in the air, conjuring a razor-sharp metal spear. His eyes narrowed as he locked onto the executioner's heart and hurled the spear. Whoosh! The spear tore through the air, tracing a long arc, striking true and piercing the executioner's heart before embedding itself into the ground behind. Roar! The executioner let out one final agonized bellow. It swung its guillotine blades one last time, hacking at the surrounding rubble. Then its strength gave out and it crashed down, its blades lodged deep into the soil. Rumble! Its head slowly drooped, its hands now transformed into guillotine blades planted into the ground. The executioner knelt there, pinned in place by the metal spear. The people of the 6th war zone were rendered speechless by the sheer shock. A single individual had in succession slain 3 Corpse Kings of the North City. If this were to spread, others would surely deem it impossible. Dead. The last Corpse King, the executioner, is dead too. We've won. We've won. Yuan Ningxuan was ecstatic, his entire body trembling, his eyes shining brighter than ever before. The executioner is dead too. All 3 Corpse Kings of the North City have been eliminated. Amidst despair, everyone in the 6th war zone caught a glimmer of hope. Only Chen Mo waited for a moment, then frowned as he looked at the 6th war zone personnel still fighting the zombies in the distance. They haven't left. Just as everyone believed the battle would end with the fall of the 3 Corpse Kings, the communicator on Yuan Ningxuan's belt suddenly buzzed. Buzz buzz buzz. Perhaps due to the significant reduction in zombie numbers, the communicator previously disrupted by magnetic fields now surprisingly functioned. Huh. Yuan Ningxuan was taken aback, then his eyes lit up with surprise. It works. He quickly answered the call. Just as Yuan Ningxuan was about to excitedly report Chen Mo's glorious achievements, before he could speak, an urgent voice came through the communicator. Old Yuan. Retreat now. The North City can't hold. Pull everyone out immediately. Yuan Ningxuan swallowed the words he was about to say, furrowing his brow as he looked in Chen Mo's direction. What nonsense are you talking about, Zhao Hanwen? Have you lost your mind? Just now the ability user Chen Mo, who came to reinforce us, successfully killed the 3 Corpse Kings of the North City. I saw it with my own eyes on the front lines. Our forces are enough to hold off the remaining zombies. As long as we hold out until reinforcements arrive, this crisis can be resolved. The North City has been secured. Bang bang bang, what do we do? What do we do now? Are they insane? Why are there zombies in the West City too? The Central City was established with safety as its foremost priority. Should any of the 4 border cities fall into peril, the inhabitants of the Central City could seek refuge in another. Yet these zombies attacked 3 cities, leaving only one escape route, and then by sheer misfortune appeared in the West City, sealing off the exit. This meant they would be surrounded from both front and rear, leaving no room for retreat. Had it not been for Chen Mo's intervention, the zombies from the other cities would have already appeared behind them. Those with keen insight were filled with terror, unable to fathom the scheme behind this. These zombies. They didn't come blindly. They deliberately left one city for escape only to cut off our retreat. They came prepared. There must be a highly intelligent zombie king among them. At these words everyone present felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Deputy Commander Guo. What do we do now? With dangers at both front and back, even Guo Lianghu found himself utterly helpless. Standing atop the west city wall, he roared in fury, his face contorted with rage. Hold the line. Hold until reinforcements arrive. If I survive this day, I swear I'll slaughter every last one of you beasts. The worst had happened. The North City ultimately fell to the zombie horde and everyone began a desperate retreat. Tang Xuanyu, watching the panicked crowd surging around her, felt a surge of anxiety and called out to Chen Mo in the distance. Chen Mo. We should leave too. This place can't be held. She was frantic. A tide of 1,000,000 zombies was not something one person could handle. Seated atop the Qiongqi, Chen Mo patted the beast and commanded it to swiftly approach Tang Xuanyu. Xuanyu, get on. Chen Mo said with resolve. I'll take you back to the central city first, it's safe there. Tang Xuanyu hesitated, her beautiful eyes shimmering with disbelief as she asked. Chen Mo, you mean to? Chen Mo's eyes flickered, but he offered no further explanation. Leave this to me. The 6th war zone cannot fall now. If he could quell this zombie tide, Guo Lianghu would secure his promotion, and through him Chen Mo could gradually gain control of the 6th war zone. If the zone were destroyed now, the central government would send new personnel to rebuild it, which would be far too troublesome. But Tang Xuanyu was displeased. She slapped Chen Mo's hand away, her brows furrowed. It's too dangerous here. You're coming with me. She couldn't understand why at a time like this Chen Mo still wanted to stay behind alone and resist this 1,000,000-strong zombie horde. Chen Mo shook his head with a wry smile. No, I need to stay. I'll handle this zombie tide. Tang Xuanyu was taken aback, a note of panic creeping into her voice. Have you lost your mind? I know you're powerful, but there are so many zombies, you can't possibly hold them off alone. If you're staying, then fine, I'll stay with you. She declared with earnest determination. Chen Mo sighed in resignation, seeing that Xuanyu was truly intent on staying with him. Alright, get on first and we'll talk. Chen Mo grabbed Tang Xuanyu's hand and pulled her up onto the Qiongqi. The beast beneath them let out a low growl, then leaped into the air, soaring through the sky. Gazing down at the vast surging sea of corpses, Tang Xuanyu's face paled. She spoke softly from behind him. Chen Mo, how do you plan to deal with this? Will you use that Shoshi god again? She knew Chen Mo still had a final resort, that colossal being. If Chen Mo could unleash the same technique he used against the 6th war zone last time with that gargantuan form, there might indeed be hope of holding back the zombies from the North City. Chen Mo nodded calmly. Yes. The number of these zombies is far beyond what the current 6th war zone can handle. Even in his memories he couldn't recall a zombie tide of this magnitude striking the 6th war zone, at least not at this time. Since his rebirth he had made many changes that affected the future trajectory of the entire 6th war zone. The zombie horde converging here must be the result of some unforeseen events. That female zombie. Seated on the Qiongqi, Chen Mo fixed his gaze on the female zombie atop the rotting elephant. Her appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation. Aside from her pale skin and the protruding bone spurs on her body, she looked almost indistinguishable from a human. That face. Why did it seem so familiar? Meanwhile, atop the rotting elephant, several zombie kings were growling lowly as if communicating. The weakest among them was a 5th-rank zombie king, having risen from the ranks of this 100,000-strong horde. Each was a ruler of their own regional zombie group, and a few even possessed considerable intelligence. The skeletal female zombie listened quietly to their conversation. In her pale bloodless hand she held a weapon shaped like a crescent moon blade. At the forefront atop the rotting elephant, a zombie king clad in tattered robes and a towering frame was blowing a broken horn. The sound carried a magic that awakened the deepest fears in one's heart. These weapons were all exchanged from the mysterious merchant. The female zombie's pupils were a blank white, her eyes narrow as she watched the fleeing soldiers and psychics of the 6th war zone with an utterly emotionless gaze. Roar. It can begin. She stammered out the command in halting, broken speech. Upon hearing this, the surrounding zombie kings revealed expressions of frenzied bloodlust. They moved with incredible speed, leaping from the rotting elephant's body, sweeping through the horde and charging into the distance to slaughter. With the zombie kings leading the charge, the 1,000,000-strong zombie horde became even more ferocious. The female zombie remained calm, but then, as if sensing something, she looked up into the sky. She spotted the Qiongqi soaring through the air and Chen Mo on its back. Boom! Chen Mo's appearance struck her like a thunderbolt, freezing her in place. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes, her pupils dilated, revealing a glimmer of humanity. Roar! The female zombie opened her mouth and let out a sharp, piercing cry. The 4 zombie kings who had just charged ahead and were about to begin their massacre halted in their tracks, turning back with confusion. They couldn't understand why the female zombie who had just given the order to attack was now stopping them. Roar! Roar! One of the zombie kings let out a dissatisfied growl. The female zombie stared intently at Chen Mo in the sky above, her eyes flickering incessantly as if lost in thought. The female zombie pondered for a moment, then slightly raised her hand and let out a roar. The zombies ahead who were blowing the horn paused and turned back in confusion. As the leader here, the female zombie's authority was unquestionable and the zombie had no choice but to sound the war horn again. Terrifying events unfolded. Upon hearing that sound, the massive horde of millions of zombies froze in place, motionless. Tang Xuanyu, who was on the back of Qiongqi, was slightly taken aback, gazing at the zombies that had come to a halt, and spoke softly. Chen Mo, they have stopped. Chen Mo's gaze was focused solely on the female zombie, showing no signs of recovery. Why? Does she look so familiar? A fragment flashed through his mind in an instant. It was a sunny afternoon and a group of children were frolicking on the lawn. Behind these children was an old man with a head full of white hair, looking extremely kind with a gentle smile. Immediately after, another fragment emerged where he was trapped under the ruins in the pitch-black night. A massive creature in the distance was roaring, engulfed in flames. In his blurred vision he saw a white figure. Boom! Suddenly a sharp pain shot through his head. Chen Mo pressed his right hand against his temple, frowning tightly as he shook his head. It's been too long. This memory seems far too distant. Under the overlap of memories from 2 lives, it's becoming increasingly difficult to recall. It seems I have seen her before. Chen Mo. Chen Mo. Seeing that Chen Mo had not responded for a long time, Tang Xuanya's concerned voice called out from behind. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Chen Mo turned his head, looking at her deeply worried expression, and felt warmth in his heart. He spoke gently. I'm fine. Xuanyu, stay here. I'll handle the several zombie kings over there. Tang Xuanyu wanted to say something, but Chen Mo pinched her cheek, revealing a smile. Don't worry, I can summon the god of longevity at any time, and in the worst case scenario I can still save myself. Besides, you should know that I am a level 6 ability user. As long as you stay safe, these hordes of zombies cannot harm me. Upon hearing this, Tang Xuanyu bit her lip, and her hand, which was tightly gripping Chen Mo's clothes, gradually began to loosen. Fine. But you must be careful. Qiongqi and I will always be here. If there's any problem, we will come to your aid immediately. With the number of millions of zombies, it would be futile for her to resist. It was simply impossible. She wasn't that compassionate, she only wanted to retreat safely with Chen Mo. With Qiongqi's flying ability, as long as Chen Mo was unharmed, the fate of the 6th war zone was irrelevant to her. Her eyelashes trembled slightly as she watched Chen Mo leap down from Qiongqi's back. A metal platform appeared beneath Chen Mo's feet, propelling him through the air towards the rotting elephant, attracting the attention of several zombie kings below. They roared with excitement, eager to attack, but were halted by the voice of the female zombie behind them. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. Indeed, that creature had developed remarkable intelligence. He activated his Dominator ability. The ground collapsed and a tall metallic pillar rose before the rotting elephant, leveling with it. The female zombie fixed her gaze on the scene before her without speaking, while Chen Mo landed steadily atop the metallic pillar, calmly observing the female zombie. He slowly spoke. Did you make these zombies stop? For some reason, after the fragments flashed through his mind earlier, he felt no trace of killing intent towards this female zombie. He knew her, and it was highly likely that he had known her before the apocalypse. This was a certainty for Chen Mo. The female zombie nodded slightly, having quelled the surrounding restless horde. I didn't expect you to be here. The female zombie's lips parted, emitting fragmented sounds. You shouldn't. Chen Mo. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's pupils constricted sharply. It can talk. It was faint and hoarse, though unclear. It was undeniably human language. Moreover, if he heard correctly, she even called out his name. Who are you? A cold chill surged within Chen Mo as he felt for the first time that some things were beyond his control. The female zombie's expression remained calm. Come here. She wants me to come over. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes observing the surroundings of the female zombie where only a zombie king holding a horn was present. He lightly leaped and landed directly on the back of the rotting elephant. Roar! The distant zombie king and the zombie king on the rotting elephant roared in unison. Tang Xuanyu sitting on Qiongqi's back above was equally astonished, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Chen Mo. Is he conversing with that zombie king? Millions of zombies stood frozen in place, and atop the rotting elephant Chen Mo slowly approached the king of the zombie horde. This scene was truly terrifying. Tang Xuanya's heart raced, her palms sweating as she kept a vigilant eye on the movements of the million zombies below. If anything went awry, she would immediately signal Qiongqi to come down and retrieve him. Chen Mo's expression was calm as he spoke. Is this horde of zombies you're doing? The female zombie nodded. You should leave. Chen Mo frowned. Previously, when dealing with the god of longevity, this female zombie had also urged him to retreat. He could sense that this female zombie king did not harbor the same intense hostility towards humans as other zombie kings did, rather it was more directed at him. Do we know each other? The female zombie tilted her head slightly. This time she did not choose to flee, appearing quite puzzled. She stammered as she spoke. You don't remember me. Chen Mo was slightly taken aback, scrutinizing the face of the female zombie once more. Her skin was extremely pale and the bone spurs on either side of her arms were particularly prominent. He had encountered her twice in total. The first time was during the hunt for the god of longevity, when her appearance was still hideously unappealing. The second time was in the vicinity of Tianhai City, where she had undergone a complete transformation. Every time he saw this female zombie there were drastic changes. If he remembered correctly, the zombie king that roared to intimidate the horde in that large shopping mall should also be her, as the sounds were strikingly similar. According to her implication, it seemed he should recognize her. Chen Mo shook his head and said, perhaps, but I no longer remember. Was it before the apocalypse? In the memories of his past life, even when zombies evolved into high-level corpse kings with self-awareness, they were no longer the persons they once were. Their consciousness emerged from the corpses of their original hosts, with a small fraction capable of inheriting fragments of the host's memories, much like that special entity in Sherman Town. The female zombie before him might be one such special existence. She fell silent for a moment, struggling to comprehend Chen Mo's words. After a long while she uttered a single syllable. Meow. 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 Chen Mo was taken aback, his brow furrowing as he pondered. Meow. Meow. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Chen Mo jolted. His eyes widened in disbelief, staring intently at the female zombie. Ha! Chen Mo, do you remember Meow Meow? That companion of ours, I heard she was adopted by a wealthy family and now lives abroad. TSK TSK. Yuan Kai's voice echoed in his mind. A flood of memories surged like a torrent. Thump. His heart clenched violently. Fragmented glimpses flashed by in an instant. Under the setting sun, two weary children sat on the grass. Brother Qiongqi was adopted too. Brother Chen Mo, I'm so scared, will you be taken away someday? Don't be afraid, Meow Meow. A new family is a good thing. They'll take you to eat delicious food and wear new clothes, much better than the welfare home. Home. But I don't want to leave. I think it's nice here with you all and Grandpa the director. This is Meow Meow's home. Another fragment flickered by. In a dim, shadowy room surrounded by metal walls, the floor was strewn with unfamiliar medicines and needles. Distilled water dripped from glass bottles, the vision hazy and blurred. Through the mist he could vaguely discern several masked men in white robes, their expressions disappointed as they murmured nearby. Another failure. It shouldn't be, he was the most compatible candidate for the divine pillar across all dozen bases. Could we have been mistaken? Was that day merely a coincidence? This is the third time. We've wasted most of our years on him because of that anomaly. Will you remain stubborn? He's just an ordinary person. Another voice rang out in displeasure. While you were away I tested them. Among those children a girl named Meow Meow is highly suitable for the experiment. Her compatibility with the divine pillar is an astonishing 70%. At these words the previous speaker's voice turned trembling and furious. Are you insane? She's only 6. Who allowed you to test her? Do you know the consequences of failure? It can't be helped. Other nations are advancing faster than us. Time is running out. If nothing unexpected happens, the divine punishment will descend in 12 years. I must return to submit the task now. Next year I will take her away. As for this boy, he's just an ordinary person. If I find nothing by then, I don't want to see him here. Ordinary people have no place in this divine selection. In the final memories, those images began to fade. Chen Mo felt an unbearable headache, a violent surge from the depths of his soul, sealed away even through 15 years of apocalypse, never recalled until now. Where was that place? The welfare home. His consciousness grew hazy and he shook his head vigorously. The onslaught of memories felt like a massive mental storm. Bloodshot veins appeared in Chen Mo's eyes as he looked at the female zombie who seemed to overlap with the little girl from his memories. Are you? Meow meow. Yang meow. Weren't you supposed to be abroad? Chen Mo's voice was hoarse-laced with disbelief. At the sound of that name, a flicker of nostalgia passed through the female zombie's eyes. But she shook her head, speaking haltingly. I am not her. But I am her. Now my name is Bai. Those memories make me recognize you. She had only inherited fragmented cognition from the corpse's original owner, much like the special entity in Sherman Town that instinctively protected the villagers. The female zombie, driven by instinct, harbored goodwill toward Chen Mo, repeatedly warning him in times of danger. The truth was too cruel. Chen Mo was speechless. He had just recalled the little crybaby who always followed him, one of the few family members he had at the welfare home. Everything had changed beyond recognition. He had remembered too late, otherwise before the apocalypse he might have had a chance to save her. You shouldn't be here. Leave. Bei's speech grew more fluent as she stared into Chen Mo's eyes, speaking earnestly. Now they stood on opposing sides. Chen Mo took a deep breath and asked, why invade the 6th war zone at this time? Meow meow, this is not where you belong. Logically, the blessings of the second evolution had not yet faded. At this point, zombies were undergoing their most rapid evolution, with corpse kings in other regions using this opportunity to enhance their abilities frantically. Whether due to her earlier warnings or the special bond with Meow Meow from the welfare home, Chen Mo did not want to fight to the death here. Bai, she repeated, expressionless. We need home. She could only vaguely grasp the word's meaning, interpreting it as the zombies' need for survival. Home. Chen Mo closed his eyes, his eyelids twitching. After a long moment he opened them, now unusually clear and cold. Meow meow. No, Bai. You shouldn't be here. Take your horde and leave now, and I won't harm you. Crack. The sound of bones snapping. As Chen Mo finished speaking, 4 pairs of bone spurs unfurled from Bei's back. She gripped a curved blade shimmering with light, her tone turning hostile. I don't want to kill you. Move aside. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At that moment the war horn blared again. Roar. Roar. In the distance the corpse kings grew restless, bellowing as if urging Bai to give the order to attack. The million-strong tide of corpses surged forward toward the central city. Bai and Chen Mo stood facing each other. Around Chen Mo clusters of silver light swirled and coiled, appearing without warning. His eyes turned cold and indifferent as he spoke, his voice devoid of emotion. Bai, this is also the last chance I give you. Suddenly, without any preamble, Bai lunged forward, her movements swift as her curved blade flashed down and vanished in an instant. Clang. Chen Mo raised his Taya blade to parry. The 2 swords collided, emitting a humming groan. A continuous hum resonated. Bai was also a 6th-rank corpse king, her slender frame concealing a terrifying power. A rumbling sound erupted from within her body. Her pupils, devoid of any emotion, stared straight at Chen Mo. As the king who had risen from the apocalypse's beginning, commanding the million-strong corpse tide, the original owner's memories could not sway her. Explaining all this to Chen Mo was already the greatest mercy. Yet Chen Mo's power was not inferior. The passive ability granted by his celestial authority allowed him to subtly overpower Bei's curved blade in terms of strength. Thud thud. Bone spurs shot directly from Bei's back, swift and fierce, aiming straight for Chen Mo's heart. The silver blades swirling around him also shot forward in a blur to intercept. Bai remained expressionless as the bone spurs burst from her back, transforming into a bony armor that shielded her sides. A roar echoed from behind. The other corpse kings now joined the fray, leaping onto the rotting elephant's body and pouncing toward Chen Mo. Each possessed a terrifying physical resilience, enduring the silver blade's assault as they closed in. Chen Mo glanced sidelong, sidestepping to dodge one, then crouched low to evade another's lunge. He bent his leg and kicked upward with immense force, striking the corpse king's abdomen. The impact sent the creature flying. His left hand flickered, summoning coils of wire that ensnared another corpse king and hurled it away. These corpse kings were at least 5th-rank beings, not easily slain. Facing 4 of them alongside by even Chen Mo had to retreat from the onslaught. The rotting elephant's massive body provided the battlefield. Despite their numbers, the corpse king struggled to subdue him, each sustaining considerable damage. Bei's eyes widened in shock. She had not anticipated that this man's growth would surpass their last encounter several-fold in such a short time. Chen Mo. Bei's voice rasped. Roars of fury erupted from the corpse kings. A fierce killing intent surfaced in Bei's eyes as curved bones grew from her heels, lifting her. She crouched slightly, then exploded forward with extraordinary speed. Chen Mo's pupils contracted as he retreated. He raised his hand, unleashing blades of energy. A clattering din rang out as streaks of silver light flashed. The blades were pierced and shattered by Bei's bone spurs. In the blink of an eye, Bei breached the dense barrage and appeared before Chen Mo. She attacked with savage slashes, chops, and horizontal strikes. Walls of metal rose only to be swiftly cleaved apart. Was that a special weapon? Chen Mo noticed the curved blade in Bei's hand, its sharpness rivaling the Taotie blade. Under the relentless storm-like assault, Chen Mo could only focus on defending against Bei. The 4 corpse kings swiftly closed in from all sides. A roar echoed. Chen Mo activated the power of Taotie, vanishing from his spot. He cast a cold glance at the corpse kings, annoying flies. Bei appeared above him without warning, her blade descending. A thunderous crash. He vanished again. Bei showed little surprise at the empty space before her. Yet her curved blade bore a trace of blood. Truly fast, Chen Mo murmured from a distance. He glanced at the wound on his shoulder where blood seeped, staining his clothes. He showed little reaction. Injury was a common occurrence in his past life. Bei's speed was so great that even he struggled to react. Moreover, the corpse kings gathered here were all formidable foes from various regions. He looked back, finding himself at the edge of the rotting elephant with no retreat. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes. If he did not eliminate Bei, the corpse tide would be unstoppable. His killing intent grew, for as one reborn he would not hesitate due to Bei's former identity as Miao Miao. The dark pattern of celestial authority on his left hand glowed as if eager to summon something. But Bei suddenly paused upon seeing the wound on Chen Mo's shoulder. A peculiar image flashed through her mind. She halted, flooded by chaotic memories. Bei gazed at Chen Mo and spoke softly. You have no way out. Last chance. Leave. Though reluctant to admit it, the original owner's memories still influenced her. Chen Mo, unaware of Bei's turmoil, replied calmly, "The same goes for you. I said it, the 6th war zone shall not fall today." With those words, Chen Mo leaned back and plunged downward. Bei's pupils dilated. Chen Mo. It was the first time she had spoken his name so clearly. Suddenly a long roar echoed from the sky. Qiongqi descended in a steep dive, its wings beating. Tang Xuanyu, seated atop it, shouted anxiously. "Qiongqi! Catch Chen Mo!" Qiongqi flapped its wings with renewed vigor, speeding through the air like a cannonball, leaving ripples in its wake. It swooped beneath Chen Mo, catching him, then soared upward to evade. A roar erupted. The corpse kings on the rotting elephant stared in fury as they leaped off, chasing Qiongqi's silhouette. But Bei remained still, as if relieved. On Qiongqi's back, Tang Xuanyu asked with deep concern. "Chen Mo. Were you just talking to that corpse king?" She had witnessed everything below, clearly, her pretty face filled with astonishment. Chen Mo nodded slightly, offering no further explanation. "I'll tell you later, Xuanyu. Hold on tight now." "What?" He guided Qiongqi above the densest part of the corpse tide. Spreading his left hand, his gaze sharp as he shouted. "All of you come out." In an instant an eerie purple light bloomed. A brilliant, overwhelming radiance swiftly engulfed the entire area. On the rotting elephant, Bei stared blankly at the scene. A powerful, intense sense of menace flooded her heart. A roar sounded. With 2 earth-shattering roars, a colossal being plummeted from the sky, crashing directly into the densest part of the million-strong corpse tide. The ground quaked, the heavens split, and a tremendous rumble shook the entire northern city. Countless buildings shattered simultaneously in that instant, the terrifying roar so immense that even the central and western districts felt the tremors. What's happening? That. Is it from the northern district? Is someone still fighting there? In the western district, tens of thousands of eyes stared in sheer horror toward the north. The dust that blanketed the heavens and the aftershocks beneath their feet sent chills through every heart. Amid the crowd, Gao Limio's pupils dilated as if struck by a sudden realization, his face twisting in terror. Could it be During the campaign against Zheng Haifeng, Chen Mo had summoned a monstrous creature out of nowhere, effortlessly annihilating over 4,000 soldiers before vanishing. On the northern battlefield, the rotting elephant let out an uneasy roar, its trunk thrashing wildly. The ground beneath its feet cracked open and its massive body sank into the earth. Bai and the other corpse king stood frozen, staring at the smoke in the distance where two horrifyingly monstrous beings materialized out of thin air. The aura of higher life forms. Bai murmured, her face etched with profound shock. Nearby at the center of the battlefield, the longevity god let out a piercing howl that shattered spells, intimidating the million-strong zombie horde. It stood like an insurmountable mountain of flesh, crushing tens of thousands of zombies into pulp the moment it appeared. Its 50-meter turtle body seemed to blot out the sky, its mouth full of jagged teeth opening and closing wide. Its bloated hands grabbed thousands of zombies and stuffed them into its mouth, chewing with relish. The longevity god let out a gleeful sound. Its fused legs stomped repeatedly, each blow delivering devastating force. So much food. Meanwhile, on the other side, black mist shrouded the form of the she-beast. An ancient desolate aura emanated from it, as if a primordial beast had set foot here. This was its prime form, scales shimmering in a dark blue hue, and where its limbs trod, torrents of water surged violently. Souls of the devoured poured endlessly from the gaps in its scales, mouth and nostrils, the countless beings that had perished in its belly. Unlike the longevity god's frenzied feasting, the she-beast's massive pupils gleamed with disdain. Even at the sight of the corpse kings atop the rotting elephant, it snorted contemptuously, its mouth and nose emitting dismissive puffs. It was the supreme apocalyptic deity, a life form from a higher echelon far above the zombies. The million-strong horde was barely a meal in its eyes. Even the corpse kings, also sixth order, were beneath its notice. Beneath the sky, the two terrifying beings rampaged like floodwaters and savage beasts, trampling the million-strong zombie tide. The she-beast and the longevity god, both existed to feast on zombie life forms. On the back of the Qiongqi, Tang Xuanyu was speechless, her beautiful eyes wide, hand covering her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at the two colossal monsters. What is this? She had seen the longevity god before, but this other one. The Qiongqi flew directly to the she-beast's head, and Chen Mo descended from it, his feet landing on the ancient being she. It was a calamity that devoured life. Tang Xuanyu stared incredulously at Chen Mo's calm face. She felt as if Chen Mo had suddenly become enigmatic, shrouded in a veil of mystery. Chen Mo gazed at Bai in the distance, his eyes serene as he spoke. This battle ends now. She longevity devour them. A piercing, spell-breaking cry rang out again. With its master's command, the longevity god's movements grew even swifter. Its bloated arms flailed wildly, smashing tens of thousands of zombies into dust as if swatting flies. Boom! Boom! Tremendous sounds echoed. The she-beast beneath slowly lowered its head. With disdain it watched the dense swarm of insects around its limbs. They couldn't harm it at all. She opened its gaping maw, a cerulean glow gathering within. The next moment. Boom! A devastating blue beam erupted from its mouth. It swept across the surrounding zombie horde, a torrent that tore through the ground, splitting it apart. This was a complete massacre. The two apocalyptic deities could stop the million zombies with ease, yet their sheer despair-inducing size alone was beyond the horde's capacity to withstand. Bai's face atop the rotting elephant changed drastically. She knew the longevity god but had never seen the she-beast. Yet even from afar she could sense the energy radiating from the she-beast's body. The corpse king beside her roared and charged forward. The she-beast regarded the corpse kings with indifference. With a flick of its thick tail it snapped one of the corpse kings in two, sending it exploding into a mist of blood midair. Boom! The other corpse kings recoiled in fear, glancing back at Bai. Bai directly drove the rotting elephant beneath her into a headlong charge. Roar! The rotting elephant's trunk whipped, kicking up a storm of dust. With a trumpeting cry it stomped forward, its heavy ponderous steps carrying it toward the she-beast. Thump thump thump. Its hooves sounded like thunder, each step shook the earth and toppled buildings. The heavy reverberations echoed across heaven and earth. Rumble. In the apocalypse not only humans mutated, animals did too. The rotting elephant wasn't a mutant but a fifth-order zombie life form. Its body contained terrifying power as it charged at the she-beast. Yet before the ancient she-beast, the rotting elephant, though massive, was like a compact car facing a colossal truck. The disparity was clear. The she-beast's pupils flashed with disdain and it spewed vast clouds of black mist from its mouth and nose. Its right foot stomped hard. Boom! The cracked ground beneath erupted with torrents of floodwater, lifting the she-beast and carrying it forward on the waves. Roar! The she-beast bellowed, the roar imbued with immense pressure. The once ferocious rotting elephant was instantly cowed, halting in its tracks, shuffling its feet in agitation. No matter how urged it, the rotting elephant refused to advance another step. This was the suppression of life hierarchy. The she-beast charged forward on the water, crushing countless zombies beneath its feet along the way. Crunch. Crunch. Behind it trailed a mess of blood and mud. The ancient being looked down on all, unleashing a cataclysmic flood upon the world. The rotting elephant dared not move, buckling its knees and collapsing forward. Bai gripped her silver blade tightly. Faced with such a terrifying creature, even she was momentarily at a loss. But she would not retreat. Even when weak, she had led the zombie horde to contest Qiongqi territory with the longevity god, and today would be no different. Bai's pupils grew bloodthirsty and frenzied. Roar. She let out a roar as the bone spurs on her back rapidly expanded, spreading like wings and plunging into the rotting elephant beneath. Schluck. The rotting elephant cried in agony, yanking its front hooves from the earth and rearing up, forced to charge headlong at the she-beast. Boom. Rumble. Under this terrifying impact, the corpse elephant was directly smashed, its flesh torn open and thick bones shattered as it tumbled backward. A deep rumble echoed as the ruins were carved into a sunken path, with thousands of zombies perishing beneath the colossal bulk of the corpse elephant. In contrast, the twilight beast remained entirely unscathed. Before these creatures completed their evolution, no matter how many came, they could not harm it. With a roar, the corpse elephant staggered to its feet. A white light burst from its body, summoning the surrounding horde of hundreds of thousands of corpses. From a high vantage point, countless dense black dots encircled the twilight beast. It stood proudly, head held high, its expression dripping with disdain. 1,000,000-strong corpse tide. Mere rations. Chen Mo said coldly, still not convinced. Then we'll fight until they are. Meanwhile, elsewhere. With a thunderous roar, the commotion from the North City was astonishing. Far away on the West City wall, the high-ranking officials of the 6th War Zone watched the dust clouds over the northern horizon. Flames lit up half the sky and explosions rang out endlessly. Everyone's heart trembled, fearing some even more horrifying event had occurred. After all, the corpse tide at West City alone had already stretched them to their limits. If the rear cities were breached, they would face a pincer attack, and no one could survive this tide. Qiongqi felt a surge of anger in his chest. People around him kept urging him to board a plane and escape from the sky, the only way to survive. Deputy Commander Gua, don't hesitate. Go now. Many other high-ranking officials had already boarded the planes. The survivors in the city erupted into chaos but were held back by soldiers. Why? We want to leave too. Let go. I don't want to die. You bastards, are you all planning to flee? Inside West City, survivors from several other cities had gathered, swelling the population to the point where the city could barely contain them. Countless more were desperately trying to squeeze in. Curses, desperate screams and wails of sorrow filled the land. The entire city was shrouded in dark clouds, hearts filled with fear and unrest as if awaiting the verdict of death. Qiongqi. What are you waiting for? Get on. On the armed helicopter, a high-ranking official urged impatiently, fearing that any delay might bring unforeseen accidents. In the minds of many, their own lives were paramount. As long as they survived, it didn't matter how many survivors of the 6th War Zone perished. Deputy Commander Gua. Hurry. West City can't hold much longer. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. The adjutant beside him urged anxiously. No one had anticipated a corpse tide at West City. Most of the 6th War Zone's firepower had been diverted to North City. Qiongqi watched the massive corpse tide battering the West City gates, the remaining soldiers struggling desperately, falling one by one. He closed his eyes in pain, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. After a long moment, he forced out a few words. Wait a little longer. Perhaps reinforcements will arrive soon. Seeing Qiongqi still hesitating, Lu Bin on the helicopter couldn't hold back and roared, Qiongqi. If you want to die, stay here alone. We don't want to be buried in the bellies of those monsters with you. At this critical moment of life and death, no one cared about Qiongqi's status anymore. None wanted to die here. Qiongqi's eyes snapped open like an enraged lion, and he bellowed, get lost. If you're so afraid of death, all of you can scram. Humph. Fine. Since you want to die with those lowlifes and refuse to leave, we don't have to bother with you. Xiao Wang, get on. Lu Bin snorted and shouted. The man called out, who had been despairing, was overjoyed, knowing that boarding the helicopter was the only hope of escape. Fearing Lu Bin might change his mind, he quickly climbed aboard. Lu Bin sneered, about to speak when a furious shout came from behind. Go to hell. A heavy kick landed on Lu Bin's back. The unexpected kick sent Lu Bin flying off the helicopter, crashing onto the ground headfirst, shattering several of his teeth. With a thud, the high-ranking officials on the helicopter widened their eyes in disbelief at the kicker, a military commander from Guo Lianga's faction in the 6th War Zone. "How dare you speak to Deputy Commander Guo like that? I'll kill you." The man jumped off the helicopter, ferociously grabbed Lu Bin and slapped him hard several times. The slaps rang out, leaving Lu Bin dizzy, but no one dared to intervene. Guo Lianghu frowned deeply and shouted, "Enough. Those who want to leave, I won't stop them. But I will stay and share the fate of the 6th War Zone." His shocking declaration made the surrounding officials' faces change, and they quickly tried to stop him. "Guo Lianghu, are you insane? Staying here means death." Guo Lianga's gaze was icy as he replied. "Rather than fleeing cowardly, Guo Lianghu would rather die fighting in the 6th War Zone. Since we chose to provide shelter, protecting the last survivors of the 6th War Zone is our duty as those in power." At these words, countless people fell silent. Just then the west city gates below crashed open with a thunderous roar. The survivors inside the city panicked and scattered in all directions as the tide of zombies poured in. The gates are breached. Run. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Get out of my way. Let me through." Guo Lianga's pupils contracted and he immediately grabbed his gun, ready to go down and fight. "Those who stay, charge with me," he shouted, preparing for a desperate battle. But an astonishing scene unfolded. A piercing roar sounded from afar, and the massive corpse tide under the city suddenly halted. The zombies froze in place. The corpse king among the tide, hearing the sound, showed a flicker of confusion, as if the North City was facing great trouble. It roared in irritation, and under the terrified gaze of countless people, the 1,000-strong corpse tide changed direction and retreated. What's happening to them? Everyone was stunned, filled with confusion. The fleeing crowd also turned back, watching the ferocious zombie horde leave. On the city wall, someone exclaimed excitedly, "Deputy Commander Guo, they're retreating. What's going on?" Guo Lianghu was startled, paused, and his furrowed brow relaxed as he murmured, "Just now. It seemed a sound came." He looked towards the source of the sound, his eyes flickering with light. What exactly happened in Beicheng? After pondering for a moment, Guo Lianghu spoke. "All abilities users stay here, I will go to Beicheng alone. 6th Battle Zone, Beicheng." Guo Lianghu and his team met with Yuan Ningchuan on their way to Beicheng. They boarded an armed helicopter together, accompanied by several high-ranking loyalists from Guo Lianga's faction. Someone spoke with some displeasure. "Humph. Lu Bin, Gao Limiao and those cowards from the Lin Anha faction are nothing but a bunch of scaredy-cats. They enjoy so many resources in the 6th Battle Zone, yet when faced with unprecedented disaster, their first thought is not how to save the battle zone but to escape. Do such people deserve to enter the upper echelons of the battle zone? If it weren't for Lin Anha taking away such powerful abilities users, how could we have fallen into today's predicament?" A few people discussed, growing increasingly dissatisfied with Lin Anha and some high-ranking officials in the battle zone. Guo Lianghu stood at the door. The howling wind outside made him frown slightly as he held onto the door handle and looked down. The city gates haven't been breached yet. What's going on? This? Yuan Ningchuan and Wu Sun exclaimed in shock. Impossible. It has been so long. Logically, that army of over 100,000 corpses should have already broken through the city gates of Qiongqi and come from within Beicheng. Could it be? As if realizing something, the two said in disbelief. Chen Mo. He is still there. They had witnessed Chen Mo's abilities, and the thought that the city gates of Qiongqi had not been breached could only mean one possibility. That is, this army of millions of corpses was being held back by someone. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With that number of corpses, it is simply not feasible for human strength to withstand it. Wu Sun shouted, unwilling to believe. But beside him a faint voice echoed. That. Is he also human? Gulp. The high-ranking officials present were all frozen in place, their faces filled with disbelief. What is it? Wu Sun and Yuan Ningchuan asked in confusion. They looked outside. As their view gradually opened up, their expressions instantly transformed into ones of shock, their pupils trembling. What kind of monster is that? Someone screamed. From the helicopter they saw a massive fat white creature devouring and slaughtering tens of thousands of corpses. The Shoshi god lay there like an insurmountable mountain, blocking hundreds of thousands of zombies. Even a casual twist of its body could easily crush thousands of zombies. The horrific scene, the surging tide of corpses flooding the entire Beicheng along with that astonishing giant. The visual impact was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving all the high-ranking officials in the battle zone stunned. Buzz buzz buzz. After quite a while they finally reacted. They also saw in the distance that majestic ancient being. A disaster that evoked fear in all battle zones, the Year Beast. That is. The Year. Deputy Commander Gua. That is the Year. What? A high-ranking official's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he yelled out loud. It's over, all over. 100,000 corpses is one thing, but now 2 monsters have appeared, one of which is the Year Beast that has devoured millions of lives and disappeared. What? Everyone was instantly uproarious, their expressions resembling those who had seen a ghost. Let's retreat, Deputy Commander Gua. The 6th battle zone is truly going to be destroyed. Someone advised with a face as pale as death, their last bit of hope and desire to resist completely severed. Even Qiongqi felt his mind go blank if the hundreds of thousands of corpses were clearly being held back by these 2 monsters which ignited a conflict. His face darkened terrifyingly as he picked up binoculars searching for Chen Mo's figure. Did you not promise me to stop this tide of corpses? Qiongqi scanned for a long time. Suddenly his hand holding the binoculars shook violently. The binoculars fell directly from the helicopter. The people behind him fell into panic and no one noticed Qiongqi, who was trembling and looking down with eyes flashing wildly. He saw 2 people on the back of that terrifying Year Beast. That was. Qiongqi felt an icy chill run through him as if he had discovered a great secret. He did not know what kind of feelings he was experiencing at that moment, but the words Chen Mo had said to him earlier echoed in his mind. I will take care of all the tides of corpses for you. Lin Anhe took away the main forces of the 6th battle zone who went missing, and now the battle zone is weak. If we can successfully resist the tide of corpses and protect all the survivors in this safe zone, it would be your greatest achievement in assuming office. Wouldn't it? At that time he did not understand why Chen Mo could be so confident, but now. Everything seemed to have cleared up. Chen Mo. Is this your trump card? How terrifying. Who could have imagined that the disaster Year Beast could actually be used by a human? He no longer wanted to think about the things the Year Beast had done before, he just knew that this battle was over. No one is allowed to retreat. Qiongqi's eyes turned red as if he had been injected with adrenaline, and he shouted frantically under the incredulous and shocked gazes of everyone. Everyone hold the battle zone. Meanwhile, on the other side, the corrupted elephant was far from being the evening beast's opponent, being trampled and toyed with as if it were a plaything. Chen Mo naturally noticed the arrival of the 6th battle zone. He narrowed his eyes and murmured, looks like I need to resolve this quickly. He used metal to conceal his figure, gazing at the ruins shrouded in mist across from him. The corrupted elephant lay motionless among the ruins, emitting painful groans as its huge bone spikes slowly opened like a flower. Bai, covered in wounds and bleeding profusely, coldly stared at the evening beast with its blade stuck in the ground. The repeated collisions had also inflicted considerable damage on it. Its physical body was not as strong as other corpse kings, while it had high speed and attack, its flesh became its weak point. The surrounding corpse kings looked at the evening beast with deep trepidation, their courage wavering. The pressure brought by the evening beast was overwhelmingly strong, even the distant monster that was still wreaking havoc among the corpses was not something to be trifled with. They kept roaring it by signaling it to retreat, but Bai hesitated in place, its face filled with chilling murderous intent. Finally, after much contemplation upon seeing the tide of corpses numbering in the thousands and millions being toyed with like ants by the Shoshi god, Bai angrily slashed the ground with its curved blade, creating a deep fissure, and let out an ear-piercing unwilling roar. Before those 2 inexplicably colossal beings it chose to submit. Upon hearing this sound, the surrounding corpse kings retreated without hesitation toward the rear. Bai also raised his curved blade, casting a profound glance at Chen Mo atop the she-beast, then turned and vanished in a blur as he swiftly withdrew. It possessed considerable intelligence, aiming to become the overlord of this region, even scheming to trap all the warriors of the 6th war zone within the city. Yet all because of Chen Mo's appearance it lost this golden opportunity. The she-beast sneered disdainfully, releasing a torrent of minions from the gaps in its scales, wildly sweeping through the surrounding zombies. Seeing these ants attempt to flee, it began to gather a terrifyingly immense energy in its maw. But a faint voice suddenly sounded by its ear. That's enough, she. Go deal with that zombie tide, these are all rare provisions. Chen Mo communicated with the she-beast through his Qiongqi ability. Gazing down at the fleeing Bai in the distance, Chen Mo's expression was unusually calm, his thoughts enigmatic. Bai's appearance stirred many memories buried deep in his mind. These were memories he had never recalled even in his past life. Divine pillars. Chen Mo murmured, his eyes downcast, his mind drifting. What were they? The orphanage of his childhood seemed to conceal many secrets unknown to him. Chen Mo vaguely sensed that this matter was inextricably linked to the central authority. For he had once seen a special plan related to the divine pillars within the ancient martial alliance. Chen Mo. Chen Mo. Tang Xuanya's voice pulled Chen Mo back from his wandering thoughts. Chen Mo was startled, then turned and said with a smile, "What's wrong?" Tang Xuanyu, those corpse kings. It's nothing. Our mission is just to repel the zombies here. Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. But the people from the 6th war zone are coming over Xuanyu. Let's go. As for the Shoshi god, it was one thing, but there were warriors in the 6th war zone who had witnessed his summoning with their own eyes. However, the significance of the she-beast's existence was vastly different. Before being subdued by him, it had acted in place of the Nian beast, destroying numerous war zone defenses and even devouring several cities. In short, it was the mortal enemy of all war zones. If anyone discovered a connection between the she-beast and Chen Mo, it would invite countless unnecessary troubles. This was something Chen Mo wished to avoid. In the distance at the location of the Shoshi god, the terrifying zombie tide was visibly diminishing under its ravaging. Chen Mo commanded the she-beast below, "I'll leave this to you. Clean it up." "As you command, master," the she-beast responded. The two of them mounted the Qiongqi. With a low roar, the beast leaped up and sped toward the Shoshi god. The area around the Shoshi god was a chaotic mess, ravaged beyond recognition, with no trace of its former safe zone appearance. Chen Mo raised his left hand and commanded softly, "Return." The Shoshi god, in the midst of feasting, heard its master's voice and let out a reluctant cry. Then its colossal form began to emit specks of starlight and gradually vanished from the spot. Where it had stood, a massive crater remained. The people on the helicopter were still immersed in the despair of the simultaneous appearance of the Nian beast and the zombie tide. The Nian beast appearing here, shouldn't that be good? At least it's helping us stop the zombie tide. What are you thinking? Have you forgotten the isolated cities the Nian beast devoured? No matter which side wins, it's a loss for us. And there's that other monster. Few knew the Shoshi god's true identity. To preserve honor, the warriors who fought in that battle were silenced, and even many high-ranking officials present were kept in the dark by Lin Anha. We must flee. There's truly no other way, Deputy Commander Gua. Just then the pilot in the cockpit noticed the colossal being vanishing before his eyes and exclaimed. Fat Hat monster, how did it suddenly disappear? What's happening? The people in the cabin were startled, then immediately looked toward where the Shoshi god had been, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Where did that mountain of flesh go? Where is it? How did it just vanish? Something's flying this way. Chen Mo. He's still alive. The crowd stared wide-eyed as Chen Mo rode the Qiongqi, speeding toward them. Guo Liang's eyes lit up. The Qiongqi swiftly ascended to the same altitude as the helicopter. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Chen Mo leaped gracefully and landed steadily aboard, then extended a hand to Tang Xuanyu behind him, saying, "Xuanyu, come up." Tang Xuanyu followed closely. No sooner had she boarded than a group of high-ranking officials from the 6th war zone hurriedly surrounded them. Chen Mo. What exactly happened here? When did that monster and the Nian beast appear? Wu Sun and Yuan Ningchuan were equally incredulous. Chen Mo swept his gaze over them indifferently and said, "Everyone return." Return? To where? The central city. But the situation here. Enough. Guo Lianghu narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Listen to him. Given the current state of the northern city, even if we stay, we can't do anything. Let the zombie tide, the Nian beast, and that monster fight it out among themselves." He was the only one who had seen everything clearly earlier, and he vaguely guessed something. Below, the zombie tide also seemed inclined to retreat. Chen Mo, just who are you? Guo Lianghu cast a deep searching look at Chen Mo. This young man seemed shrouded in a veil of mystery. After Chen Mo left, he had retrieved and reviewed his file. An ordinary young man, unremarkable in every way, yet after the apocalypse he displayed extraordinary power. The crowd fell silent, then cast one last look at the tragic battlefield of the northern city. The Nian beast seemed not to have noticed their position, continuing to wreak havoc and devour the vast zombie tide. Let's go. At the central tower, Guo Lianghu and Chen Mo stood atop it. The tower beneath them trembled violently as if it might collapse at any moment. Gazing at the rolling smoke and distant roars, Guo Liang's face looked weathered as if he had aged in an instant. A soldier approached and reported respectfully. "Deputy Commander, the officials from the western city refuse to return, saying it's too dangerous here and they intend to leave." Guo Lianghu sneered, a contemptuous laugh escaping him. "A bunch of cowards. Fine, if they want to leave, let them all go. Without these parasites, the 6th war zone would only get better." Understood. After the soldier left, Qiongqi slowly turned and fixed his gaze on Chen Mo, speaking in a low voice. You. Just who are you? He voiced the greatest doubt in his heart. I just saw it all. You're connected to the Nian beast. Qiongqi's expression was complex. Upon hearing these words, Chen Mo's eyes were as deep as an abyss, as calm as stagnant water. As if he had long anticipated this. What are you referring to? Qiongqi was somewhat surprised by the other's calmness. After a pause he said, don't worry, only I saw this. I won't tell a soul. Saying this, an inexplicable sense of guilt rose in his heart. After all, the person before him could command that terrifying Nian beast, a beast that had devoured billions of lives. It was hard to tell if Chen Mo had ordered it. And now he was about to keep a secret for someone who might be humanity's sinner. Qiongqi let out a self-deprecating laugh and said, it was the Nian beast you commanded, wasn't it? I saw it all. I think it's not just the Nian beast. That thing like a mountain of flesh must have been your doing too. Qiongqi looked up, deep confusion in his eyes, and said seriously. Your ability file says it's metal control. How did you manage this? In response to Qiongqi's accusation, Chen Mo was noncommittal, speaking unhurriedly. Setting aside whether I have such power, even if I did, it doesn't matter. At least I can assure you that the 6th war zone will not fall to the zombie tide. Chen Mo grinned, a hint of playfulness in his tone. Some things are better left unknown. Just do your job well. Vice Commander Gua. No, Commander Gua. Qiongqi's pupils contracted. He stared intently at Chen Mo, his expression shifting uncertainly. After a long moment he finally said, can you really guarantee that? Chen Mo looked into the distance. That zombie tide has already receded. Lin Anha as the war zone commander vanished without a trace during this critical period, irresponsibly taking away a large portion of the 6th war zone's main forces, leaving the zone unable to mount an effective defense against the zombie tide. But under your leadership, Qiongqi, all the soldiers fought to the death, suffering heavy losses, and ultimately achieved a bitter victory, repelling the zombie tide and preserving the safe zone, protecting hundreds of thousands of survivors. After this, with such a glorious achievement, I think even if the central government interferes on behalf of the Lin family, they will have no way to stop your promotion. Qiongqi remained silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, you're right. After this, the 6th war zone will undergo a major reshuffle. I will tell the central government that I more than anyone else am fit to be the war zone commander. But Chen Mo, let me ask you, does that Nian beast really have nothing to do with you? Chen Mo spread his hands and smiled. Really, it doesn't. I never lie. Despite his words, looking at the young man's smiling face, Qiongqi didn't believe him at all. He had seen it with his own eyes. Qiongqi wisely chose not to ask further. Because he craved becoming the commander of the 6th war zone more than anyone else, and he was willing to pay any price to achieve it. Let's hope so. Changing the subject, he asked, how much longer will the battle in the North City last? Chen Mo lowered his eyes, using his Qiongqi ability to communicate with the she-beast. The she-beast's voice echoed in his mind. Master, the zombie tide has receded. We are clearing the remaining scattered zombies. It will be over soon. Chen Mo looked up and smiled. Almost done. Don't worry, with me here not a single zombie will set foot inside the central city gates. Qiongqi finally breathed a sigh of relief. True, after all, what was the Nian beast? A calamity-level existence ravaging this land. The black mist creatures released by the Nian beast could slip through any crack or crevice. It was no exaggeration to say that if it lingered long enough, the nation's population would be reduced by at least 2/3. In comparison, a million-strong zombie tide was merely the number the Nian beast consumed in a single city. Regardless, the entire 6th war zone owes you its gratitude. Qiongqi stepped forward and saluted with the utmost solemnity. You saved hundreds of thousands of survivors in the safe zone. If this is reported to the central government, you will surely be decorated. Enough. Chen Mo waved his hand and said, this achievement has nothing to do with me. Remember, it was all due to your command that the 6th war zone won this battle. He didn't want to appear too frequently in the central government's sight. An esper repelling tens of millions of zombies would inevitably attract countless eyes. Instead of giving me a medal, just transfer the value of the cores left by this zombie tide into my account. Chen Mo said with a grin. Qiongqi was stunned. He looked at Chen Mo in utter disbelief. This guy. What an oddball. His expression somewhat strange, he nodded and said. Well. That's not a big problem. It's just a shame that someone with your abilities doesn't serve the central government. With such power, even if he were told now that Chen Mo was one of the central government's hidden 12 sons, he wouldn't doubt it for a second. By the way, Chen Mo suddenly said as if remembering something. I heard that intelligence is shared across all war zones. There are some things I'd like to ask you. Guo Lianghu, what? Inside the central tower room 13. Guo Lianghu led Chen Mo to a study. He slowly unlocked the door, glanced at the dim book-filled room and turned to say. Come in. This is where Lin Anha usually works. It also stores a large number of classified documents and materials from various war zones. If there's something you want to know, you should find your answers here. Chen Mo nodded. He had already asked Guo Lianghu if he knew about the Genesis project and the 12 divine pillars, but Guo Lianghu seemed completely unaware, so he had brought him here. If even he didn't know about this matter, then only Lin Anha in the entire war zone might have the information. Chen Mo walked to the desk, picked up a stack of documents and began flipping through them one by one. Most of what was recorded were construction reports from various zones, local reports and some personnel transfer approvals. There was no useful information. Chen Mo wasn't anxious. After finishing the documents on the desk, he sat in the chair and opened the drawers below, which were also stuffed with thick files. Chen Mo said abruptly without looking up, don't skip the bookshelves behind. Help me look there too. Guo Lianghu nodded. To be honest, he was also curious. What was this thing that even Chen Mo wanted to know? The Genesis project. The 12 divine pillars. Every term was something he had never heard before. Time ticked by minute by minute. Suddenly Guo Lianghu, who was searching, seemed to find something and frowned. What is this? What is this? In this modest study, Guo Lianghu noticed slight protrusions on the rows of bookshelves. He moved a bookshelf aside and discovered behind it a dim gray metal box no larger than the palm of a hand. This is... Guo Lianghu retrieved the small box, its surface coated with dust, clearly having been stored for a long time. Chen Mo, come take a look. Can you open this? Chen Mo glanced over, took the somewhat antiquated metal box and focused his mind slightly. The metal box in his hand began to dissolve into liquid, spreading toward the edges of his palm. Inside the metal box was a crystal-clear spatial square stone. Lin Anha had hidden it in such a concealed place. There must be something within that he didn't want others to know. Chen Mo held the spatial square stone in his palm, exerting a slight force. A flash of white light flickered. On the desk before them appeared a thick file yellowed with age, exuding an aura of antiquity. On the file's cover the date marked was 2035. This is a document from over a decade ago. Why would Lin Anha have something like this? Let's see what's inside first. Chen Mo shook his head and slowly opened the file. At the very top lay a pile of yellowed photographs. The two picked up the photos. In one that Guo Lianghu held, researchers in thick winter coats shone flashlights into pitch-black surroundings as if inside a cavern. Before these researchers stood a thick, unidentified pillar 5 to 6 meters wide, covered in black fuzz. In the next photo, clearer, it was no pillar at all, it was clearly the foot of some creature. Guo Lianghu's pupils contracted sharply. Meanwhile Chen Mo continued flipping through the photos: volcanoes, oceans, ancient palace ruins. Each set of images corresponded to the existence of a creature. Bang bang bang. Guo Lianghu stared intently at these photos, holding his breath, feeling a chill run through his body. Date 1958. These photos are from nearly 50 years ago. What is going on? If I'm not mistaken, these creatures shouldn't exist, should they? His heart pounded wildly, a vague sense that he had stumbled upon some earth-shattering secret, one that might completely overturn his understanding of the world. Keep looking. Chen Mo scanned each photograph, each bearing a clearly marked date. The earliest dated back to around 1955, spanning nearly a century. The later photos were increasingly clearer, with timelines approaching the present. Archaeologist Dr. Zhang Huan Lin Qingyuan. Biologist Chen Caixue. These people in the photos were all titans of academia. Among them were many foreign faces as well. They were excavating these slumbering creatures. Guo Lianghu's eyes trembled violently, his voice turning hoarse. Even the Nian beast is here. Before the apocalypse, how is that possible? Chen Mo, is this what you wanted to know? Seeing everything in these photos, it was evident they documented excavations and the collection of creature samples. Even he at this moment felt his worldview crumbling. These were top-secret documents, accessible only to those with the highest authority at the central level. Gazing at the photos before him, Chen Mo felt the truth he sought drawing nearer. As if noticing something. Among the photos from around 2030, a figure suddenly appeared that felt eerily familiar to him. It was an elderly man with white hair, looking kind and benevolent. He stood in the center of the photo hunched over leaning on a cane smiling gently at the camera. Chen Mo furrowed his brow and pointed at him asking, "Who is he?" "What?" Qiongqi looked over and thought carefully for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, "I've never seen him before. He shouldn't be from the academic world." "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Chen Mo replied flatly. He didn't dwell on it, flipping through to the very last photo. Date February 7, 2035. Time 4:48 a.m. 15 years ago. Unlike any before, this photo contained no image of a creature. Instead it showed an ancient ruin. The photo captured a circular broken altar. Something seemed to be glowing atop the altar and everyone in the picture stared in shock at that direction. This was the final photo. After reviewing all the images, Chen Mo furrowed his brow in thought. But Qiongqi picked up the last photo and murmured. 2035. It ends here. What happened that year? He began to recall carefully, but at that time he was on a mission abroad and wasn't particularly familiar with domestic affairs. Setting the photos aside, Chen Mo turned to the thick file beneath. It was less a file and more a record of the actions depicted in the photos. It clearly documented each time period spanning dozens of pages, but the middle section had been torn out, leaving a gap of several decades. Only near the end did truly useful information appear. But the dates recorded there had been scratched out with ink. Fourth study, highest record 0. 54. The divine pillar still cannot bond with animals. Perhaps we have all been mistaken. This is not the key to changing the world. We need to change direction. Fifth study, someone underwent the experiment and achieved a resonance effect far beyond before reaching 2 and heard a special sound in their mind. This proves the current direction is correct. Seventh study, the risk of divine pillar resonance is extremely high. 14 have died, but a few who resonated felt their bodies become younger and healthier. 11th study, neighboring countries have already achieved 20 resonance. If we do not prepare before evolution, what awaits us is a calamity of destruction. Up to the 20th study. This time there seemed to be a monumental breakthrough, with the records exuding an overwhelming sense of joy. The 20th experiment succeeded. It was utterly insane, something unprecedented. The child brought back by our revered teacher had actually displayed 99 resonance. Good heavens, this is incredible. It could change the world. Full resonance. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, a hint of doubt flickering within. But as he read further, there was no trace of such elation again. Every single entry was a record of failure. Until the very end. Summary. The 20th experiment brought us unprecedented joy. It was the first time in my life I witnessed the power of the divine. We had assumed everything would proceed as smoothly as we imagined, but regrettably that might have been a fluke. Because after that the child never displayed any special traits again. By now the higher-ups had cut off our funding, the team had disbanded, and our revered teacher had taken the child away, disappearing without a trace. It seems I can only continue alone from here. Signed, Fang Qingming. And with that it ended. Fang Qingming. When Qiongqi saw the name, his face turned pale. Chen Mo turned his head. "You know him?" Qiongqi nodded, his expression shifting between gloom and uncertainty as he spoke. Professor Fang Qingming is now the top figure among central researchers. The neural core and various devices for detecting supernatural abilities were developed by his team. His students, Ning Yusheng, Honghua and others, are all leading scientific minds now stationed at the central headquarters. I never imagined this was Professor Fang's notebook. How did it end up in Lin An's hands? And I've never heard of Professor Fang having a teacher. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he silently etched the name into his memory. From the information in these photos and documents, it was clear that this apocalypse was no random occurrence, it had been foreseen. Moreover, led by Fang Qingming's teacher, a group of researchers in this field had long been attempting to awaken supernatural abilities through so-called divine pillars. The ancient martial alliance's records indicated traces of supernaturals even before the apocalypse. If his guess was correct, the research had succeeded. And their most outstanding achievement was none other than the Central 12. But if this apocalypse was truly man-made, the outcome was almost laughable. In his past life before his death, all of humanity was on the brink of collapse, like a flickering candle in the wind under the onslaught of apocalyptic deities and zombies. A power that could change the world. Closing the files slowly after reading through them, Chen Mo grew even more curious about the teacher Fang had mentioned and the child who had first achieved 99, nearly perfect, resonance. Chen Mo paused abruptly. As he tidied up the photos, he inexplicably picked up the old yellowed one again. The white-haired old man with a beaming smile felt somehow familiar. He kept only that photo, placing it aside. After organizing the rest and resealing them in the archive folder, Chen Mo returned it to the spatial stone. Guo Lianghu asked, somewhat puzzled, what are you? Chen Mo casually tossed the spatial stone to him. Keep this safe. If I'm right, it's the information Lin An's father left him. Once you become the Warzone commander, use your authority to investigate the details in this file. If you find new leads, send word to me at the Tianhai City Lion base. This is the price you must pay. Guo Lianghu fell silent for a moment. The price. Indeed, gaining what he desired meant losing something. Guo Lianghu nodded. I understand. Are you leaving now? He asked, seeing Chen Mo rise to go. Chen Mo's expression remained calm. The zombie tide has been dealt with for you, staying here is pointless. Guo Lianghu, don't forget what I entrusted to you. Guo Lianghu laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Chen Mo, do you think I'm the kind of ingrate who forgets favors? The moment I agreed, we became bound together. After Chen Mo left, Guo Lianghu stood in the empty room silent for a long time. Am I really doing the right thing? He let out a faint sigh, then followed after him. Outside the central tower. You bastards. You all ran away, leaving us behind. What are we supposed to do? I don't want to die, let me in. Let me in. Ha. Easy for you to say. They say the zombie tide has been repelled, but why haven't I seen a single high-ranking official show up here? They must have fled long ago. The soldiers outside the central tower held back the frenzied survivors, trying to calm them down. Chao Fengyuan looked at the rioting supernaturals outside and felt a chill run down his spine. Good heavens, what's happened to the 6th Warzone? Because Chen Mo had already cleared the eastern city's zombie tide, the Lion base personnel arrived unscathed. Their group had just reached the 6th Warzone, entering from the east, and along the way they saw countless corpses of zombies and supernaturals, a truly horrifying sight. They had intended to trade at the 6th Warzone, but now the eastern city was deserted, everyone had fled, leaving nothing behind. In this chaos they had no idea who to trade with. Miss Xuanyu, where's Brother Chen? Chao Fengyuan scratched his head and asked. Tang Xuanyu replied, he's inside the central tower. Wait a bit. Chao Fengyuan glanced at the massive crowd gathering and causing trouble behind them, speaking with some unease. What scale of zombie tide could turn a warzone into this mess? Given the situation, if Brother Chen hadn't been here, would have picked the worst possible time to come. Chen Ran, isn't this perfect? I've been itching for a fight. Where are the remaining zombies? Lu Yi remarked coolly, you'd better forget it, kid. I'm afraid you'd wet your pants at the sight of a real zombie tide. With her retrocognitive ability, she had witnessed everything that had happened in the eastern city. A zombie tide of that magnitude was beyond any individual's power to withstand. Of course, Brother Chen was an exception. Chen Ran's eyes widened. Auntie, who are you looking down on? Lu Yi stepped forward sternly and grabbed his ear. You little brat, who are you calling auntie? Who are you calling auntie? Ha ha ha. The group of Lion base supernaturals burst into laughter. Since all the dangers along their route had been cleared by Chen Mo, none of them truly realized how terrifying the zombie tide had been. Instead, they felt immensely proud to be part of the Lion base. After all, even a warzone had to rely on Brother Chen's power to repel the zombie tide. At that moment, the central tower's grand doors slowly swung open and Chen Mo emerged from within. Upon seeing him, Tang Xuanya's beautiful eyes brightened as she stepped forward to speak. Chen Mo, are you ready? Chen Mo nodded, cast a brief glance at the restless crowd outside, then withdrew his gaze and said with a smile. Let's head back. The matters in the 6th war zone have been resolved. Brother Chen. Chao Fengyuan and the others approached. Noticing their arrival, Chen Mo gave a slight nod. You're here. Chao Fengyuan glanced at Guo Lianghu, who had followed behind, and asked, and this is? Guo Lianghu was also quite curious about these unfamiliar faces. Your friend? Yes. Chen Mo nodded. After introductions, Chao Fengyuan and the others looked at the tall middle-aged man before them in disbelief. This was actually Guo Lianghu, the second in command of the 6th war zone. Everyone immediately shed their playful demeanor. Chao Fengyuan stepped forward with a solemn expression, extending his hand. Deputy Director Guo, it's an honor. I am Chao Fengyuan of the Tianhai City Lion Brigade. The Tianhai City Lion Brigade. Guo Lianghu murmured, pondering for a moment before suddenly realizing. I recall your Lion Brigade's leader is Luo Tianxiong, correct? I've long admired you. How do you and Brother Chen know each other? Brother Chen is also a member of our Lion Brigade. Chao Fengyuan's words were startling. Guo Liang's expression remained calm, but his mind was already in turmoil. Seeing Chen Mo beside him showing no reaction as if tacitly agreeing, Qiongqi was deeply shaken. Lion Brigade. This guy is actually a member of that Qiongqi City Lion Brigade. Chen Mo said calmly from the side, they have a batch of goods. See if your 6th war zone needs them. Qiongqi asked doubtfully, what? Chen Mo briefly described the effects of the scale powder. Upon hearing this, Qiongqi's eyes lit up intensely. The 6th war zone had just weathered a crisis. Although no statistics had been compiled yet, it was obvious that fending off this zombie tide had nearly drained most of their reserves. Now hearing Chen Mo mention that there was a resource in the waters near Qiongqi City, where scales could be ground into powder to replace gunpowder, he naturally wouldn't let the opportunity slip. We need it. Of course we do, as much as you have. Chao Fengyuan hadn't expected this war zone big shot to agree so readily. Assuming it was because of Brother Chen, he quickly said. This is all we have for now. If the 6th war zone needs it, we can establish trade. Well, send someone to deliver supplies once a month with the exact quantity depending on the situation. Once a month. Qiongqi seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Qiongqi City wasn't too far from the 6th war zone. He hadn't expected such a valuable resource to be produced near those waters. Its worth was no less than the jade crystal vein and the mucus secreted by that peach tree currently under the 6th war zone's control, all resources that directly enhance strength. A thought of seizing it arose in his mind, but it was quickly dismissed. Are you kidding? That terrifying figure was still there. Qiongqi said. I think we can discuss this further. The price is negotiable. If you're short on manpower, I can dispatch troops to help you harvest and capture. Chao Fengyuan's eyelid twitched. Isn't this blatant robbery? At that point Qiongqi paused as if realizing he had misspoken and quickly explained with a smile. Don't misunderstand. We just urgently need this resource. We have no other intentions. Chao Fengyuan's expression softened a bit. You'll need to discuss this with our leader. It's not out of the question. Qiongqi laughed heartily. That would be ideal. Since that's the case, let's talk about the price of this batch. Is it convenient for you to discuss it thoroughly? I'll take my leave now. At that moment Chen Mo suddenly spoke up. Chao Fengyuan was momentarily stunned. Brother Chen, aren't you waiting for us? Chen Mo shook his head. The zombie tide has receded. Only scattered remnants remain which you can handle. I'll head back with Xuanyu. Well. Alright. Chao Fengyuan nodded, pondering for a moment. Given Brother Chen's strength, nothing could likely threaten him. He decided to stay and negotiate thoroughly with this war zone big shot about the scale powder. This was another lucrative opportunity for the Lion Brigade's development. Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu mounted the Qiongqi. Before leaving, he wanted to see Lin Yu one last time. But he found that Lin Yu and Zhu Tian had already left at some point. Without lingering further, after a final meeting with Liao Ruyu, they headed back to the Lion Brigade. Along the way, Chen Mo recalled the evening beast which had been lurking back from the northern city into his celestial authority ability. Chen Mo, where are you going? Tang Xuanyu noticed this wasn't the way back to Qiongqi and asked in confusion. Chen Mo smiled slightly and said. Taking you to a good place. A good place. Chen Mo gazed into the distance. The peach tree had been stored in the 6th war zone for some time. It was time to go harvest its fruit. As an extremely rare plant mutation after the apocalypse, the peach tree's fruit provided an even greater boost to abilities than crystal cores. Inside the Longgang steel mill in North China City. The peach tree stood at the very center of the mill. Once a desolate ruin after the apocalypse, the place had transformed dramatically. Thick, dense and intertwined roots spread across the ground, extending for thousands of meters. In the distance, a towering peach tree a full 10 meters high stood atop a small hill formed by countless entangled roots. Such a fragrance. Tang Xuanyu was momentarily intoxicated by the scent of peach blossoms. The air was thick with rich aroma and peach petals fluttered everywhere, leaving no trace of the steel mill. Chen Mo squinted, observing numerous corpse rats and small mutant creatures heading steadily toward the center of the steel mill. The fragrance emitted by the peach tree was in a sense one of its hunting methods. The scent attracted zombies and mutant creatures. Now, even without cultivation, the peach tree could sustain itself by drawing nutrients. It seemed the 6th war zone had taken good care of it. Tang Xuanyu seemed to spot something and covered her mouth in surprise. Is that a peach tree? It's so huge. Her eyes shimmered with bright light. In the distance, the peach tree stood robust and lush, its branches elegant and adorned with red accents. Large swaths of pink petals drifted down in the air, scattering like a sea of flowers, a breathtaking sight. Around the peach tree, petals are scattered and piled together. However, upon closer inspection one would find beneath those petals there are various strange creatures and zombie corpses, including humans, their half-bodies entangled and wrapped by the thick roots of the tree, slowly being devoured by the peach tree. "We have arrived," Chen Mo said with a slight smile. Not long ago the 6th war zone had dropped a large number of zombie corpses here. Qiongqi flew in the air, slowly descending towards a certain spot. "We have arrived," Chen Mo smiled faintly, guiding Qiongqi to land slowly beside the peach tree. A rich and fragrant scent rushed towards them as the two stood on the path made by the tree roots, a rustling sound coming from below. It felt like entering a pink world, a sea of flowers. Upon sensing the arrival of its master, the peach tree trembled slightly, causing the fallen peach blossoms to intensify. Tang Xuanyu looked up at the peach tree in surprise, her beautiful eyes sparkling, her small face appearing quite excited. She never expected such a beautiful place existed here. Entranced by it, a charming blush appeared on her cheeks as she murmured softly, "Chen Mo, why did you bring me here?" This guy, she didn't expect him to be rather romantic. As if recalling something, her ears turned a bit red. Tang Xuanyu's beautiful eyes shimmered moist and bright. She gently bit her lip and said, "Chen Mo, you wouldn't be." Suddenly a loud crunching sound came from beside her. Tang Xuanyu was momentarily stunned, then looked up in the direction of the sound. She saw Chen Mo and Qiongqi sitting under the tree, and before them appeared dozens of large juicy peach fruits. Qiongqi devoured them voraciously while Chen Mo leaned against the peach tree, savoring the crisp and sweet peach fruit. TSK. The taste is pretty good." Seeing Xuanyu standing there in a daze, Chen Mo waved his hand. "What are you still dazed for? Come eat." Tang Xuanyu shot a glare at the two, puffing her cheeks in annoyance as she stepped on the petals and walked over. "I'm coming." "Here for you." Chen Mo handed her the largest peach fruit. It was hefty, exquisitely beautiful, translucent pink and white, making it hard to bear to take a bite. Tang Xuanyu suddenly expressed some sentiment. "I haven't eaten such fresh fruit in a long time, it's really beautiful. Did you bring me here just for this?" Chen Mo nodded, took a big bite of the peach fruit and seriously said, "Peach of immortality." "Peach of immortality. It can enhance abilities. Is it really that magical? You should give it a try." Tang Xuanyu leaned closer, the pleasant fragrance of fruit and flowers wafted to her nose. She opened her mouth and took a small bite. Crunch. A crisp sound echoed. The taste was refreshing and sweet, with a rich aroma lingering in her mouth. After swallowing, it wasn't a cold sensation but transformed into a very comfortable warm flow entering her abdomen. Tang Xuanyu's eyes suddenly brightened as she looked at the peach fruit in her hand, murmuring, "Delicious." Chen Mo smiled even more happily beside her. "Told you I wasn't lying, right?" She looked at the peach fruit in disbelief and took a few more bites. The awakening patterns on her right hand uncontrollably emitted light, with the consumed peach fruit transforming into energies nourishing her body and abilities. "I feel like my abilities have improved a bit. What exactly is this?" Tang Xuanyu asked curiously. Chen Mo smiled and explained. This peach tree underwent mutations after the apocalypse, and the fruit it bears can be understood as high-quality crystal cores. Unfortunately, given the current strength of the peach tree, the fruits it produces have little enhancement effect on itself. But for other ability users they are rare treasures. Moreover, after the appearance of the evolution dust, the peach tree seems to have gained a significant boost, and consuming these peach fruits could even elevate some life levels. Tang Xuanyu was somewhat surprised by this. Then these peach fruits must be very precious. You should eat more. Chen Mo smiled and waved his hand, patting the peach tree beside him. Don't worry about it, there are plenty of such fruits left. Peach tree. As he spoke, the branches of the peach tree gently swayed as if in response. One long branch slowly drooped, adorned with clusters of peach blossoms. In the forefront among the peach blossoms, large and plump peach fruits began to form visibly. Chen Mo picked one and casually tossed it to the eager Qiongqi beside him. Ow! Qiongqi swallowed it in one bite, comfortably lying on the ground and wagging its tail. A gentle breeze blew the branches of the peach tree, swayed, petals scattered down slowly, and the two sat beneath the gigantic peach tree, admiring the shower of petals and tasting the peach fruit that could enhance their abilities. Here Tang Xuanyu felt a long-lost sense of comfort and ease. Perhaps due to eating the peach fruit, she suddenly felt her eyelids growing heavy and gradually fell asleep, leaning against the peach tree. Seeing this, Chen Mo quietly continued to eat the peach fruit without disturbing her. For Xuanyu, the power brought by the peach fruit was overwhelming. Though gentle in nature, unlike the violent crystal cores, it would still take some time to digest. Leaning against the peach tree, Chen Mo raised his head, his gaze deep in thought. He did not know how long it had been before he slowly stood up. He brushed off the petals that had fallen on him and looked at Tang Xuanyu, who was covered in petals, her face appearing comfortably sleepy. At this moment the roots of the tree began to move, a thick root slithering towards Tang Xuanyu. Silver light flashed. The root snapped into two. Chen Mo looked coldly in a certain direction. A somewhat playful voice rang out. "Oh, not bad. Looks like you are also an ability user. These peach fruits are not for you to touch, I advise you to hand them over now." A short-haired youth in a hoodie stepped out. The youth had sunken cheeks, thin brows, and his eyes glimmered with a chilling bloodthirst. Beside him was a strikingly beautiful woman dressed provocatively and flaunting her charms. Wherever the woman walked, the roots on the ground began to weave and spread as if the peach tree trembled in fear of her presence. Chen Mo's expression was calm as he slowly spoke. "So it was you who took my things." Long before arriving, the peach tree had already alerted him that it was being controlled by two ability users. "Your things." The youth grinned savagely, pulling his hands in the air, and a crimson light flickered. A mist-like eerie blood-red sickle suddenly appeared in his hand. Blood sickle. A class ability, blood scythe. The young man wielded a mist-like crimson scythe from which a thick bloody aura incessantly emanated. He strode toward Chen Mo, a cruel and ferocious smile twisting his face. "You must be an esper from the 6th War Zone, right? Then you should have heard of us, Zhou Yan and Zhan Yan." The pair were notorious class high-risk fugitives from the 2nd War Zone, wandering the land as bounty hunters who specialized in handling the shady affairs of various factions. A sinister gleam flashed in Zhou Yan's eyes as he licked the corner of his mouth. "Seems you're here for the peach tree too. What I relish most is the blood of espers, it makes my blood scythe even stronger." Unmoved, Chen Mo replied indifferently, "So much nonsense." He raised his hand slightly and the ring of combustion on his finger blazed with a crimson light. Blades of scorching heat burst forth from his palm. Pft, pft, pft. The heavily made-up woman beside Zhou Yan let out a silvery laugh as the tree roots beneath her feet suddenly surged up, blocking the silver blades. Boom! The intense heat set the roots ablaze instantly. Zhan Yan looked surprised, a playful smile on her lips. Metal. And with flames. The 6th War Zone actually has an esper like this. That's truly odd. Zhou Yan scoffed disdainfully, that's all he's got. Almost all espers generally believe the 6th War Zone to be one of the weakest among the 12. How strong could he possibly be? Zhou Yan's figure flickered as he lunged straight at Chen Mo, his face alight with excitement. "It's been a while since I last replenished my energy. I hope your blood will satisfy the scythe." The blood scythe ability could only be sustained by fresh blood. Zhan Yan activated her power, an eerie light flashing in her eyes as she spoke. "Kind sir, please lend a hand." With a delicate lift of her hand, the roots beneath Chen Mo's feet began to writhe rapidly, entangling his legs and restraining his movement. Zhou Yan let out a loud laugh, leaping high into the air and swinging his blood scythe downward with all his might. "Ha ha ha, well done. I'll reward you handsomely when we get back." Zhan Yan feigned a coy scold, "You rascal, what nonsense are you talking about?" At that moment Chen Mo stood like a sitting duck awaiting the descent of Zhou Yan's blood scythe. Seeing him motionless, Zhou Yan roared arrogantly. "What, scared stiff? Then die." Chen Mo's expression was blank, his eyes filled with cold indifference as if he were looking at two mere insects. Just as the blood scythe was about to fall, a furious roar erupted from the side. Roar! Before anyone could even make out the figure, a massive black shadow flashed past and Zhou Yan was struck with brutal force, his face turning ashen in shock. Bang! He was sent flying. Boom! Zhan Yan's face changed dramatically as she shrieked, "Zhou Yan!" On the other side, Zhou Yan was pinned to the ground by the sudden appearance of a Qiongqi. As a mere 4th rank esper, he was as fragile as a toy before the Qiongqi. That single blow had left him dazed and covered in blood. Cough. What the hell is this? Zhou Yan opened his eyes in pain, and when he saw a ferocious beast's face looming over him, he was terrified. Instinctively he swung his blood scythe horizontally at the Qiongqi. Smack. The Qiongqi shattered the scythe with a single swipe. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Could it even ignore the blood scythe? "Get off me, you beast!" Zhou Yan roared in fury, gathering his energy to form another blood scythe and slashing at the Qiongqi once more. Roar! The blood scythe was smashed to pieces. The Qiongqi withstood the attack with its bare flesh, and no matter what Zhou Yan, a 4th rank esper, did, he couldn't harm the creature in the slightest. Realizing he might have bitten off more than he could chew, Zhou Yan sensed trouble and quickly called out to Zhang Yan, who was not far away. Zhang Yan. Save me. Seeing this, Zhang Yan instantly dropped her earlier arrogance and snapped, let him go. Whoosh whoosh. The roots on the ground lashed out, striking toward the Qiongqi. Boom. But in the next moment they were easily pierced by the searing hot blades. The terrifying heat set the roots ablaze and they soon turned to charcoal. Zhang Yan's pupils contracted as she immediately looked toward Chen Mo. In that direction a torrent of scorching blades was surging toward her. Call of the Wood Spirit. A dense interwoven mass of roots burst forth before her, forming a sturdy wall that barely managed to hold back the blades. But horrifyingly, the thick wall of roots began to emit thick steam and a pungent smell of burning. The meter-thick barrier was burned through, creating holes through which the blades shot. Fortunately, Zhang Yan reacted quickly, dodging to the side. A vine shot out from her right sleeve, sweeping away the blades. Sizzle. So hot. Zhang Yan's expression shifted as the scorching heat from the silver blades traveled through her ability. The vine was quickly severed, falling from her sleeve and burning to charcoal on the ground, her palm also scorched. Zhang Yan stared at Chen Mo in utter horror. You. Who exactly are you? The dead don't need to know so much. Chen Mo slowly drew the Taotie blade. A few streaks of black light flashed and the roots binding his feet were all severed. 2 4th-rank espers, in the past they might have been a considerable nuisance, but now before him they were as fragile as ants. The Taotie blade lowered and Chen Mo vanished from his spot. Where is he? Sensing danger, Zhang Yan frantically looked around. Zhou Yan, pinned beneath the Qiongqi, strained his eyes until they nearly split, shouting, Zhang Yan. Behind you. Ah, blood scythe. What? Behind. Zhang Yan slowly turned her head, her expression as if she had seen a ghost staring at Chen Mo, who had appeared there without warning. He was raising the pitch-black Taotie blade high. Zhang Yan's face turned deathly pale as the Taotie blade grew larger in her pupils. Her throat tightened and her eyes were filled with overwhelming terror. No. Before she could finish, her head was cleanly severed. Splash, blood gushed like a fountain, drenching the peach blossom-covered ground and seeping into the roots below. Zhang Yan. In the distance, Zhou Yan's eyes turned bloodshot. As if possessed, he summoned a surge of unknown strength and struggled madly. Torrents of blood spilled from his eyes, mouth and nose, coalescing into a red mist that formed an enormous mist-like blood scythe. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. He furiously drove his ability, his blood pouring out endlessly in that moment. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood. Qiongqi let out a low growl, raising its massive paw to deliver a fatal blow. Just then Chen Mo, who had sheathed his blade not far away, furrowed his brow as if sensing something amiss. Qiongqi, wait. The beast's paw froze midair, casting a bewildered glance at its master. Chen Mo retrieved the Mingyao pearl, discovering it now emitted a faint eerie luminescence and radiated an unusual heat. This is... A white light flickered and the contents stored within the Mingyao pearl spilled forth. The source of the glow was none other than the beast tooth bone that had lain dormant for so long, never displaying any peculiar traits before. The key to the secret realm. As Chen Mo lifted the beast tooth bone, strange intricate patterns emerged on its surface. In the distance, the blood scythe that Zhou Yan had summoned with all his might began to dissolve into wisps of blood energy, surging toward the bone as if being directly absorbed. Blood scythe. My blood scythe. Zhou Yan's face was drenched in blood, his expression that of a vengeful ghost as he stared in disbelief. The scythe he had forged from his own blood had vanished. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face as he examined the beast tooth bone in his hand. After absorbing the blood scythe's power, the beast tooth bone fell silent once more. The eerie patterns on its surface faded away as if they had never existed. Absorbing power. Chen Mo frowned deep in thought. No, that didn't seem quite right either. He lifted his gaze to Zhou Yan, who was pinned to the ground by Qiongqi. Had this man triggered the beast tooth bone? Was there some connection? Driven by curiosity, he approached Zhou Yan. The bone in his hand floated out on its own, hovering before the fallen man. Zhou Yan froze for a moment. Then an overwhelming, terrifying suction force erupted from the beast tooth bone. A violent turbulence surged through his body as if his life force was being brutally ripped away. Rivers of blood poured from Zhou Yan's mouth, nose and ears, frantically streaming into the beast tooth bone. Zhou Yan let out an agonizing scream. His body visibly shriveled and hollowed out until it seemed all his blood had been devoured, leaving him as lifeless as a mummified corpse. Dead. Chen Mo stared intently at the beast tooth bone. After Zhou Yan's demise, the bone suddenly emitted a powerful surge of energy accompanied by a terrifying roar. The cry was like that of a furious tiger or leopard filled with resentment and wrath, harboring an incredibly deadly intent. At the sound, Qiongqi's fur bristled instantly. It crouched low, adopting a combat stance with heightened vigilance. Simultaneously, on a distant mist-shrouded mountain peak thousands of miles away, a rumbling commotion began. Countless massive boulders tumbled down, their immense force crashing toward the valley below, bringing devastation of catastrophic proportions. Not a single zombie in the surrounding area survived, all were crushed into pulp by the falling rocks. Nearby towns were utterly destroyed. Atop that peak, thousands of meters high, an ancient colossal palace hidden within the clouds emerged into view. Veiled in hazy white mist, a gigantic silhouette was faintly visible inside the palace, a figure with disheveled hair and adorned with a victory crown. Above its head floated an eerily perfect round evolution stone. Ripples of energy radiated outward, shrouding the entire summit as everything seemed enveloped in a mysterious fog. The second secret realm had revealed its true form. After that roar, the beast tooth bone clattered to the ground, devoid of any special energy fluctuations. The beast tooth bone lay dull and lusterless. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he fixed his gaze upon it. Had this secret realm key been activated by Zhou Yan's blood? As the key to the secret realm, its sole purpose was to unlock the domains where ancient gods were sealed. Now it seemed the realm had already been opened by his own actions. It appeared he had inadvertently done something extraordinary. But where exactly was this secret realm? He glanced around. All he saw were peach tree roots and a sea of pink blossoms, with no sign of anything unusual. Metallic liquid swirled around the beast tooth bone, enveloping it before it returned to Chen Mo's hand. Strange. By all logic, the secret realm should be here. Chen Mo murmured, beginning his search. Half an hour later, after circling the steel factory on Qiongqi's back, he found no change whatsoever from before. Could it be that the secret realm wasn't here? Chen Mo pondered silently, then gave up after a moment's thought. In his past life he lacked sufficient authority, his understanding of the secret realms was still far too shallow. If he wanted to know everything about the secret realms, he naturally had to start from the source. And this beast tooth bone had come from the mysterious merchant. Come to think of it, he hadn't seen that fellow in a long time. He had heard he went to strike a deal with an apocalyptic god, wondering how that was going. Chen Mo grinned carefully, stowed the beast tooth bone away, and returned to Tang Xuanya's side. Tang Xuanya's breathing was calm and steady. She slept peacefully, leaning against a peach tree as countless petals drifted down. Chen Mo was in no rush. He sat nearby, nibbling on a peach fruit as he waited, occasionally taking out the beast tooth bone to examine and ponder. After an unknown period, a soft murmur broke the silence. Tang Xuanya's long eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Qiongqi's fierce face, its eyes wide open, staring at her intently. Tang Xuanyu was startled, stumbling back a few steps. When she realized it was only Qiongqi, she let out a relieved sigh. Qiongqi. Why are you so close? Her tone carried a hint of reproach. Qiongqi licked her arm ingratiatingly. Awake? Chen Mo asked with a faint smile as he ate his peach. Tang Xuanyu blinked, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Hadn't she been eating that peach? How had she fallen asleep so suddenly? She felt a bit embarrassed. I fell asleep. Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. You ate that peach fruit. Its energy is immense, falling asleep is only natural. How do you feel now? Tang Xuanyu assessed her condition. The tension that had gripped her nerves was gone, replaced by a profound relaxation. Her mind was sharp and she felt better than ever before. Not only that, but even her abilities had seen considerable improvement. I feel great. Like a huge weight has been lifted, she said with a smile. Suddenly her nose twitched as if catching a scent. She frowned, slightly puzzled. Huh? Chen Mo, do you smell that? There's a coppery odor. The smell of blood. No, not at all. Chen Mo chuckled, speaking calmly. It's about time we head back. Tang Xuanyu nodded thoughtfully, not dwelling on it, and smiled. All right, let's go. She rose, stretching with a hint of languor, and adjusted her gear. Together they mounted the Qiongqi and returned to the lion base. In the days that followed, the two returned to the lion. Chen Mo remained within the base, beginning to absorb the energy of the evolution stone fragments. Tang Xuanyu, deeply aware of the need to strengthen her own abilities after this incident, sought out Wang Liuyang, who possessed the divine sensibility to enhance her power. Following the first major zombie tide encountered by the 6th war zone, the situation escalated and neighboring war zones became aware of the battle's ferocity. Many in the Central Command condemned Lin Anha for dereliction of duty in taking a large number of psychics away from the war zone. About a month later, with no news from Lin Anha, he was ultimately declared dead. After a series of meetings, Central Command finally appointed Qiongqi of the 6th war zone as its supreme leader. Time flew and it was now a year after the second evolution. This year had witnessed many momentous events, an era of explosive information and rapid progress for all. Numerous powerful new factions and psychics rose to fame. The psychic ranking, mental core upgrades, battle pets, food supplies and more emerged. During this period, zombie tide uprisings occurred in various regions along with the sudden appearance of a multitude of terrifyingly powerful apocalyptic gods. Fortunately, other war zones boasted formidable strength and successfully repelled the zombie tides. What drew even more attention was that during the large-scale psychic reinforcements dispatched by Central Command, the Central 12 made their debut before the world. With just 2 of them, they slew a 6th-tier apocalyptic god codenamed Fury Dragon in the Grand Canyon of the 4th war zone, shaking the entire nation. In contrast, the Lion remained rather low-key. The Lion had established a good relationship with the recuperating 6th war zone, engaging in constant material trade. With the war zone as a backing, food was no longer a concern. Inside the Lion base, a stable order and defense system had long been established. The base's area had expanded by more than 3 times and its population had grown by 10,000. Through procurement from the 6th war zone, they had set up a secure protective net, alarms and various advanced mental core devices. At that moment, Luo Tianxiong was reclining comfortably in his chair, his feet propped on the desk as he savored a cigarette. Phew, he held a blue tablet in his hand, scrolling through it with a gleam in his eyes. Damn all talents. Thanks to Chen Mo and Qiongqi, the Lion now had a close relationship with the 6th war zone, enabling them to obtain the most advanced equipment released by Central Command immediately. This tablet could connect to the Central Mental Core database for information. Access required personal identity card authorization and a certain amount of crystal coins to unlock content. Luo Tianxiong was browsing a list, a ranking of individuals with their photos and names. The Apocalyptic Psychic Ranking. The list contained 50 names, all top-tier psychics from various factions. These rankings were based on personal achievements and psychic abilities. Unfortunately, not a single person from the Lion had made the list. Hell, where are our people? Not a single one on the list. Luo Tianxiong grumbled discontentedly. Chao Fengyuan chuckled beside him. Boss, this ranking is obviously inaccurate. Can you believe Brother Chen isn't on it? Look at the last one, even an A-rank psychic made it. This list must be heavily biased. Luo Tianxiong nodded in agreement, took a deep drag of his cigarette and stubbed it out. Exactly. Even Brother Chen didn't make it. The people who wrote this list must be blind. Jiang Dong's expression turned odd. The list had only been out for a few months, and while Brother Chen was immensely powerful, he had kept an extremely low profile this past year, honing his abilities in a few counties around Tianhai, thus not making a name for himself. But we can't keep relying on Brother Chen. Luo Tianxiong slammed the table. His eyes burned with intensity as he looked at the list. I see quite a few psychics on here who aren't affiliated with any faction. Dongzi, do you think we have a chance to recruit them? Jiang Dong pondered for a moment and said tactfully. Boss, the Lion is too low-key. Our reputation hasn't spread. I doubt the psychics on this list would be willing to come. It wasn't just the psychic ranking, faction rankings were also compiled. The top 10 were all war zones, followed by factions formed by psychics. The Lion wasn't even on that list. Luo Tianxiong paused, closed the tablet and put it away. Rubbing his chin, he murmured. True. Now that the Lion is mostly organized, our development has hit a bottleneck. I think it's time to seek some breakthroughs. In reality, the Lion's strength was no less than that of the factions on the list. They had 7 6th-tier psychics and over 100 5th-tier psychics. They had simply remained in Tianhai City while other factions scrambled for resources, never stepping into the spotlight. Recently, several new secret realms had appeared, and the resources within them made Luo Tianxiong's heart burn with desire. Initially, no faction realized the importance of the secret realms. It wasn't until a small team emerged from one with abundant resources that its leader's psychic ability rose from rank to a rank, propelling him to become the head of a major faction that everyone finally understood. Whether to compete or not, I need to hear Brother Chen's opinion. Luo Tianxiong pondered for a moment before asking, where's Brother Chen now? Still in Shiyuan County. Jiang Dong, yes, Brother Chen told us not to disturb him. I don't know the specifics either. But it's been a year. Let's go check on him anyway. Luo Tianxiong rose, draped his leather jacket over his shoulders, lit a cigarette and walked out of the room with Jiangdong. In Shiyuan County, within a remote mountain village, a constant rumbling echoed, shaking the earth. If anyone were here, they would be utterly astounded. The surrounding mountain peaks had been neatly sheared off, leaving countless rubble below. On the flattened mountaintop stood a colossal water giant 15 meters tall. From the clouds opposite, a ferocious, gigantic metallic dragon had slowly emerged, confronting the water giant. That was a colossal metallic dragon stretching several thousand meters in length and spanning multiple mountain peaks, a scene of sheer terror. Two monstrous beings were locked in combat, each collision utterly devastating. Boom! Boom! The black water giant swung its fists, hammering toward the metallic dragon. The strike landed on the dragon's head, unleashing immense and astonishing power before exploding into countless water droplets cascading down like a waterfall, transforming into a torrent rushing down the mountain. The metallic dragon, ferocious beyond measure, opened its massive maw and bit down on the water giant's shoulder. It was as if two terrifying creatures were locked in mortal combat. Not far away in midair, Wang Luyang held Qiqi on the back of Qiongqi, his eyes blazing with fervor as he watched this scene, his heart pounding wildly. Qiqi, her little face flushed with excitement, waved her fists and shouted loudly, "Sister Xuan, you go. Defeat the big demon king." Wang Luyang cast a resigned glance at the little girl in his arms, adjusted his glasses and stared at the intertwined metallic dragon and water giant, murmuring to himself. These two. Their abilities have already reached such terrifying levels. To manifest abilities to this degree is truly unbelievable. Both the metallic dragon and the water giant demanded extremely high standards from their users. First, the ability must possess enough plasticity to evolve into a form, and second, it required a vast amount of energy to sustain its movement. He was not surprised by that monster Chen Mo, but he marveled that the young woman could also manifest such a powerful water giant. Standing atop the colossal metallic dragon, Chen Mo gazed at Tang Xuanyu on the opposite water giant and said with a faint smile, "What's wrong? Lost your steam?" Tang Xuanyu's face was somewhat pale. Even after taking a recovery potion, she could not control the draining of her ability. "I can't go on." After throwing that punch, the water giant suddenly burst apart with a whoosh, scattering into countless waves and collapsing. Tang Xuanyu stepped on the black tide of calamity as she descended slowly. Seeing this, Chen Mo also manipulated the metallic dragon to lower its head and descend from above. "What's wrong?" A vast amount of black water flowed down the entire mountain. Chen Mo stepped on the water, approaching Tang Xuanyu with concern. "Are you alright?" Tang Xuanyu stood up weakly, panting as she said, "How did you do it? Why do you seem so effortless?" Just creating this water giant had drained all her stamina. Chen Mo scratched his nose sheepishly. It's alright." To be honest, he hadn't even used a tenth of his ability. "Freak!" Tang Xuanyu shot him a glare. Just then Qiongqi landed in the area and Kiki's voice rang out, "Sister Xuanyu, did you lose again?" Both of them looked over. Wang Liuyang, carrying Qiqi, walked over and said to Tang Xuanyu with a serious expression, "Your Calamity Tide ability has the property of absorbing the opponent's energy. You could have used that to stabilize the water giant's form by drawing on the enemy's power. Why didn't you?" Tang Xuanyu lowered her head, clearly somewhat afraid of Wang Liuyang, and said timidly, "Teacher Wang, I tried my best. Just maintaining the water giant consumed almost all my energy. I simply couldn't use the Calamity Tide's erosion return ability again." Wang Luyang frowned and was about to speak when he caught sight of Chen Mo staring at him calmly. The words he wanted to say were swallowed back and his tone softened slightly. "Perhaps. Well, your current ability is still insufficient. Maybe after reaching the 7th rank you'll be able to maintain the water giant's form stably." He used his Divine Insight ability to probe Tang Xuanyu's current strength. She was a 6th rank ability user. The Calamity Tide was extremely powerful in both lethality and functionality, but its only drawback was the immense energy consumption each time it was used. However, over the past year under his guidance, Tang Xuanyu had gradually learned to conserve her ability and maximize its effectiveness. As for Chen Mo, Wang Luyang was momentarily speechless. This guy was practically a hexagonal warrior with almost no weaknesses. Not only was his ability's plasticity perfect, but its destructive power was also terrifying. Still a 6th rank ability user. After examining for a while, Wang Luyang suddenly frowned. Chen Mo hummed in agreement. This was something he himself found strange. Over the past year he had inexplicably found that his Dominator ability seemed to have hit a bottleneck and could no longer improve. No matter what kind of crystal core he used, the Dominator ability refused to advance. Only the fragments of the Evolution Stone gave him a sense of progress. He had already far surpassed his past life. Regarding this situation, after Wang Luyang used the divine insight ability to investigate, he could only attribute it to the ability being too powerful for the body to contain such energy. The only solution was to elevate his life form. In other words, to become a being after the second evolution like the little spider. But the year hadn't been entirely fruitless. He had managed to raise his celestial authority ability to the same level as his dominator ability, making him more adept at using both. Wang Liuyang, your ability is somewhat peculiar. It can't be compared to ordinary people. It seems you still need those evolution stone fragments you used before. Chen Mo nodded. I'll find an opportunity. Wang Liuyang, training here is about done. I hear things outside are quite unsettled now. With your strength you shouldn't linger here too long. When do you plan to return to Qiongqi? Chen Mo looked up at the sky and murmured, in a few days. I need to think things through. Wang Luyang nodded slightly. At the foot of the mountain a black modified off-road vehicle slowly came to a stop. The moment Jiang Dong got out his face turned pale and he vomited heavily with a loud ugh. Even I who never gets carsick have to puke. What kind of road is this? Jiang Dong's legs went weak as he tremblingly held onto the car door to stand up. Boss, Brother Chen is here. He turned around and saw Luo Tianxiong with dilated pupils and a look of utter shock. What's wrong? Looking toward the mountain, Jiang Dong was startled when he saw the neatly leveled peaks and a gigantic metallic dragon. He burst into a string of curses. Holy crap! What the hell is that? A dragon? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, wondering if he was dreaming. Is that Brother Chen? Luo Tianxiong's pupils trembled violently. In all his years he had never seen such a terrifying sight. On the mountaintop a silver dragon formed from metal descended toward the ground. The metallic dragon was lifelike, exuding a silvery luster. Atop its head were Chen Mo and his group. After stirring up a strong gust of wind, the metallic dragon slowly landed, then dissolved into a mass of silver liquid that seeped into the ground. Jiang Dong said with a creeping scalp, "Did I see that right, boss? That was Brother Chen, right?" Luo Tianxiong nodded with a dry throat. In just 1 year what level has Brother Chen reached? Good heavens, he even conjured a metal dragon. Brother Chen, you're not already a 9th rank scientist, are you? Jiang Dong finally managed to utter. How could any human possibly create something like this? Luo Tianxiong, at the very least he's stronger than both of us. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Luo Tianxiong would never have believed that a scientist could conjure such a colossal entity. If such a person were an enemy, the prospect would be utterly despairing. Fortunately, Brother Chen was on their side. The stronger he became, the greater the benefits for Luo Tianxiong and the lion. At that moment a sweet cry emerged from the dust. Uncle Luo. Uncle Jiang. The familiar voice made both of them pause. Chi-Chi. A little girl exquisitely dressed in a princess gown and clutching a bag full of snacks ran out of the haze and threw herself into Luo Tianxiong's arms. Uncle Luo. Ouch. Luo Tianxiong beamed with joy, lifting Chi-Chi up and ruffling her hair. It's been so long, Chi-Chi, have you gotten chubby? Uncle can barely lift you. And you've grown taller too. Luo Tianxiong chuckled as he looked at Chi-Chi. The little girl had insisted on coming along a year ago, and it seemed she had grown accustomed to living here. Jiang Dong also smiled and said, the little girl is getting prettier by the day. You've grown so tall in just a year, Chi-Chi. Are you getting used to living here? Chi-Chi nodded, her little face serious. Yes, it's so much fun here with brother and sister Xuanyu. That's good. Luo Tianxiong laughed heartily. As Chen Mo and the others emerged from the opposite side, Luo Tianxiong looked over. When he saw the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar face, he was momentarily stunned. He hadn't seen Chen Mo in a year, yet he seemed somehow different. From Chen Mo he could actually feel an intangible pressure. Having used the evolution stone, Chen Mo's life form had ascended to a higher plane. Subtle changes had occurred in both his temperament and appearance, making him more perfect, with a high-bridged nose and sharp defined features. If the former Chen Mo had been unremarkable, the current Chen Mo would stand out even in a crowd. Merely the magnetic aura emitted by his higher life form was enough to catch one's eye and demand attention. Beside him, Jiang Dong also sensed the difference and remarked in surprise, Brother Chen seems changed. Luo Tianxiong said, a year apart, how could he not change? Carrying Chi-Chi he stepped forward with a laugh and announced, haha, Brother Chen, sister-in-law Xuanyu. Brother Luo. Tang Xuanyu arrived and asked in surprise, why are you here? Luo Tianxiong glanced at Tang Xuanyu and said cheerfully, well, it's been too long, so I thought I'd come see you. Brother Chen, how have you been this past year? I've missed you terribly. Why haven't you come back to the lion? Chen Mo smiled faintly. It's been alright. Actually, I was just thinking of returning to the lion when you showed up, Brother Luo. Haha. Luo Tianxiong clapped Chen Mo on the shoulder. What a coincidence. Brother Chen, you've been enjoying your leisure here for over a year, but plenty of major events have been happening outside. I came this time precisely to ask for your thoughts. Luo Tianxiong gave a brief account of the events of the past year. Chen Mo listened thoughtfully. Although information was scarce here, Wang Luyang often kept in touch with the outside world, so he was somewhat informed. I hear that secret realms are appearing everywhere now, each containing terrifying amounts of special resources. The lion has been stockpiling for so long, Brother Chen. Do you think we should join the fray? Chen Mo looked at him. Even after all this time, he could still see the fierce ambition in Luo Tianxiong's eyes. Coincidentally, he himself needed evolution stones to enhance his ability, so Chen Mo replied, we can compete, but let's discuss this back home first. Luo Tianxiong's eyes lit up and he exclaimed joyfully, great. With your word, brother, I can go all out without worry. When do you plan to return to the lion with me, Brother Chen? Chen Mo, since you're here, let's not delay. Well, set off now. Overjoyed, Luo Tianxiong eagerly pulled Chen Mo into the car. On the way, he chatted incessantly about the various events of the past year. Chen Mo kept his head low, listening while swiping through the information on a tablet. First places was Ehuang abilities rank Dark Realm 6th rank Scientist. Second place the Qiongqi abilities rank Wind King 6th rank Scientist. Third place the Fu Shuangyu abilities rank Death Eye 6th rank Scientist. 16th place the Yang Suiyu abilities rank Martial Saint 5th rank Scientist. 25th place the Jiang Fan abilities rank Judgment 5th rank Scientist. The list was almost entirely composed of the top combatants from various war zones, with even the lowest ranked being a 5th rank Scientist. Among them he spotted many familiar names. They're progressing quite fast, Chen Mo murmured. In this life, due to the early arrival of the second evolution, scientists in various regions had advanced by leaps and bounds. Moreover, the top-ranked Shuangguang, the one he had met before, was still at the 6th rank. It seemed that without the aid of evolution stones, breaking through beyond the 6th rank was impossible. No wonder in his past life, even after 15 long years, the number of 8th and 9th rank scientists had remained extremely limited. If there were no such restrictions and they advanced at this rate, humanity would never have repeatedly fallen to the zombie hordes and the gods of the apocalypse. But one thing puzzled Chen Mo. He knew most of the names on the list from his past life, yet who was this Qi Yufeng who had suddenly appeared in second place? He had never heard of this person in his previous life. He switched off the tablet and turned to Luo Tianxiong. Do you have any news about the 11th war zone? Ever since he had left the 11th war zone, the payment for the battle pet mentioned by Jiang Shengming had never been credited to his account. The 11th war zone. Luo Tianxiong thought for a moment and then said. The 11th war zone recently experienced a zombie horde. In that battle they deployed battle pets for the first time and gained great fame. Not only did the horde fail to inflict heavy losses, but it actually made the 11th war zone famous overnight. After that they launched the battle pet program. At this point Luo Tianxiong's face was full of regret. Don't tell me, Brother Chen, why didn't you keep such a good thing for me back then? Do you know how much they've made from those battle pets? The earliest spider battle pet eggs were sold for 150,000 crystal coins each, and they were cleared out within days. And with this experience, the 11th war zone has gone all out to hunt down mutant offspring for training. Although other war zones have caught on and tried to imitate them, they simply can't keep up with the progress. By now battle pets had become widely accepted, with even an ordinary one fetching an astronomical price. A flicker of coldness flashed in Chen Mo's eyes as he heard this. So those spider eggs are being sold normally. That means the 11th war zone has broken its promise. A glint of sharp light flashed and vanished. Faced with such immense profit, even Jiang Shengming, who had an excellent reputation in his past life, could go back on his word. Truly unfathomable hearts. Chen Mo sneered. It seems some people always cling to wishful thinking. What's wrong, Brother Chen? Luo Tianxiong asked, puzzled by the chill on Chen Mo's face. Nothing, just some minor issues, Chen Mo replied. Chen Mo waved his hand and changed the subject. How is Lion doing now? Luo Tianxiong said confidently. Brother, you'll see when you get back. No need for many words, with Lion's current strength, conquering a mystic realm is absolutely no problem. Chen Mo said with keen interest. Oh. Brother Luo, you seem quite certain. Divine mystic realms were no trivial matter, each harbored extremely powerful and dangerous apocalyptic deities. Luo Tianxiong should know how difficult it was to conquer one. This suggested that Lion had gained many formidable psychics. Haha, it's a must, forge ahead or fall behind. Lion must keep pace with the times. Chen Mo nodded. Just then a voice eerily familiar rang in his ears. Come see me. He paused and looked out the car window. Outside by the roadside a pitch-black figure like a spectre had appeared. It floated in the air clad in a black robe standing silently by a tree before vanishing. Chen Mo's pupils contracted. That was the mysterious merchant. Why was it here? He hadn't seen it since the incident with the mountain spiders. Unexpectedly he encountered the divine merchant again in this desolate wilderness. Chen Mo immediately called for the Lion member driving the off-road vehicle to stop. Stop. The off-road vehicle hummed to a halt by the roadside. Tang Xuanyu holding Chi-Chi in the passenger seat turned around. Chen Mo, what's wrong? Luo Tianxiong also looked confused. Brother Chen, are you going to wait for me here? Chen Mo said. With that he opened the door and stepped into the woods. Jiang Dong asked, boss, is Brother Chen going to relieve himself? Luo Tianxiong was equally baffled. Maybe Brother Chen found something. Let's just wait here. I'll step out for a smoke. In the tranquil woods Chen Mo searched for the mysterious merchant. He finally spotted it ahead, its back turned to him. Chen Mo approached with a smile. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be busy trading with the awakened apocalyptic deities at this hour? The mysterious merchant didn't reply. White blood dripped from its black cloak sleeves, evaporating instantly upon hitting the ground with a sizzle. Noticing this, Chen Mo frowned. He saw that the merchant's black cloak was also tattered. Injured? He asked. He was curious, could the mysterious merchant even be hurt? In his memory almost no one could threaten it. Those psychics who had tried to rob it had all perished by its eerie means. The mysterious merchant slowly turned its face under the black cloak, still a void of chaos. It spoke weakly, hoarsely, yes. These apocalyptic deities have broken the ancient rules. Chen Mo could sense the deep hatred in its voice. After a moment of silence he offered sympathy. So you were hurt by an apocalyptic deity. What a coincidence, I was cheated too, lost everything. So you appeared here to ask for my help? The mysterious merchant stared at Chen Mo for a long while before speaking faintly. Help me kill a god. The mysterious merchant asking for help. That was a first. Chen Mo paused, then said with amusement. Kill a god. That's interesting. Tell me who it is first. The 4 calamity gods. The 4 calamity gods. Chen Mo murmured. Qiongqi, the mysterious merchant added. Qiongqi. What did you say? Chen Mo's pupils shrank as he stared intently at the merchant. Not your pet, the mysterious merchant clarified. They are confined within the 4 calamity mystic realm. One of them, Qiongqi, made a deal with me and I paid a heavy price, but it broke the pact and tried to devour me. Even it hadn't expected that these deities bound to the realm could leave on their own. This was unprecedented. Chen Mo's eyes flickered. What's in it for me? The mysterious merchant replied succinctly, if you kill it your pet can take its place and become the true 4 calamity god Qiongqi. And as a reward I will permanently bind a trade with you right now. You can summon me anytime for anything you want or need to know. Chen Mo squinted. Anything? Yes. He stroked his chin, pondering. That's not a bad deal. But why me? The mysterious merchant, I trust no one else. And only you can kill the 4 calamity god. What if I deceive you too? Binding with me would be a huge loss for you, wouldn't it? Chen Mo countered. The mysterious merchant fell silent. Seeing this, Chen Mo laughed heartily and said with narrowed eyes. Don't worry, I accept. Not just for Qiongqi's evolution in life level and the permanent bond, but because he wouldn't miss such a lucrative deal. Moreover, entering the next mystic realm to obtain the complete evolution stone and break through to the 7th rank was already his plan. A triple win, why refuse? Where is it now? The 4 calamity mystic realm. Chen Mo asked. The mysterious merchant shook its head. It's uncertain. These apocalyptic deities now ignore the rules and can leave the realm to roam the mortal world. But I have a way to find it. The mysterious merchant's gaze flickered and the space before it rippled, revealing a blood-red pendant. With this you can pinpoint Qiongqi's location without fail. This pendant was forged from precious materials traded from a 7th rank deity. The special trading organization that mingled in the world was no pushover either. Whoever dared to break a deal would face the consequences. Nowadays no one is willing to trade with those apocalypse deities anymore, at least the 4 calamity gods have been blacklisted. The 4 calamity god Qiongqi is a 7th rank apocalypse deity. It is adept at disguise and cunning by nature, not easy to deal with. With this necklace you can locate it accurately. The closer you are to Qiongqi, the more radiant the crystal's light will become. Moreover, wearing it will shield you from any perception type ability user below the 7th rank. The calamity necklace drifted slowly toward Chen Mo. He took it and murmured. Is it that powerful? An item capable of blocking perception type ability users, this must not have been cheap even if I traded directly with you, right? Chen Mo grinned and teased. The mysterious merchant's voice was hoarse and cold as he said they are not the first to dare breach a deal, those 4 calamity gods. But the consequences are something even an apocalypse deity cannot bear. Let me tell you one more thing, the apocalypse deities no longer seem bound by the rules. This is merely their first probe. From now on more and more deities will leave their strongholds. The 4 calamity gods are just the beginning. Chen Mo frowned slightly and asked, are they all like the she-beast and the Nian beast? The mysterious merchant replied, yes. I cannot stay long. From now on I will come to trade with you once every month. Do not disappoint me. Wait, Chen Mo suddenly said. Take a look at this, what exactly is it? Seeing that the mysterious merchant was about to leave, Chen Mo directly took out the beast fang bone. This is... The mysterious merchant paused upon seeing it, feeling a sense of familiarity. As if recalling something, he spoke with a grave tone. How do you have something like this? Where did it come from? Chen Mo explained, I exchanged it from a previous mysterious merchant. It reacted once a year ago and then there was no further movement. Upon hearing this, the mysterious merchant said slowly, this is the key to Kunlun Guishu. By the looks of it, it seems to have been activated. I'm afraid the master of that secret realm has already taken notice of you. Keep it, someone will come looking for you in the future. Kunlun Guishu. Chen Mo pondered. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? That depends on you, the mysterious merchant said gloomily. Would you be willing to become a deity's servant? Without hesitation, Chen Mo replied with a smile, what do you think? The mysterious merchant said, then it's not a good thing. You said the anomaly happened a year ago. If I calculate the time, those people should be on their way by now. Throw it away, it's a hot potato, no good for you. Chen Mo asked, what is Kunlun Guishu? The mysterious merchant hesitated for a moment, just about to explain when the space behind him fluctuated. Another figure in a black robe appeared, speaking in a grating voice, the leader is calling you back. Upon hearing that voice, the mysterious merchant paused briefly, then turned to look. The black-robed figure walked over silently without a single footstep and said, I heard your trade went wrong. I can handle it myself. The mysterious merchant replied with displeasure. The black-robed figure glanced at Chen Mo, who was also sizing them up. A companion. The black-robed figure said, you shouldn't have said so much to this guy, it violates our principles. The mysterious merchant said coldly, he is my binder. At these words the black-robed figure paused for a moment, then burst into unrestrained laughter. Him. The binder you chose is merely a weak human. Ha ha ha, are you insane? From any perspective a weak human is unworthy to be our binder. The black-robed figure's tone was filled with disdain, utterly looking down on the human faction. Chen Mo squinted with a smile and said. What does his choice have to do with you? As the words fell, a silver arc flashed. The metal blade cleaved the black-robed figure in two. The robe split apart, revealing nothing inside, completely empty. Oh. The black-robed figure's tone carried a hint of surprise as it looked at Chen Mo with interest. Interesting. Your binder seems a bit different from other humans. The two halves of the black robe slowly merged and restored themselves, the attack having caused no harm. The mysterious merchant said icily, that's none of your business. Of course, the black-robed figure replied, still with a trace of contempt, unconcerned. Who you bind is none of my concern, but you should know we cannot forsake our duty. Let it go this time. The leader wants to ask you about that trade. Let's go. A black vortex materialized before the two and the black-robed figure stepped into it first. As he departed, the mysterious merchant bid Chen Mo farewell. I leave the matter of the 4 calamity gods to you. I hope you won't let me down. Chen Mo nodded, watching the mysterious merchant vanish into the black vortex. Returning to the off-road vehicle, Luo Tianxiong stubbed out his cigarette and stepped forward. Brother Chen, where have you been? It's been half an hour. We've been waiting quite a while. Without asking further, he directly pulled Chen Mo into the car. Are you free now? Let's get moving. Hey, where were we? The matter of the secret realms, Brother Chen, what's your take? Tell me which secret realms have appeared so far. Chen Mo asked directly. Luo Tianxiong's eyes lit up as he began to introduce them, notably mentioning the 4 Calamity secret realms spoken of by the mysterious merchant. Within the 4 Calamity secret realm there are countless wolves, tigers, leopards and various terrifying ferocious mutants, all falling under the jurisdiction of the Third War Zone. It was first discovered and opened 2 months ago. The Third War Zone had intended to monopolize the secret realm, but they severely underestimated its danger. Since its opening, powerful mutants have emerged almost daily, causing the Third War Zone immense suffering. Consequently, the Third War Zone issued a general call to arms. Anyone capable and strong enough to resolve the 4 Calamity secret realm would not only be unopposed but also receive full support. They had clearly decided to abandon this secret realm. Luo Tianxiong's plan was to seize this opportunity to conquer the 4 Calamity secret realm and simultaneously establish the reputation of the lion. Chen Mo pondered for a moment after hearing this. Seeing the fervent look on Luo Tianxiong's face, he poured cold water on him, saying, Luo Tianxiong, how much do you really know about secret realms? Huh? Luo Tianxiong was taken aback. Brother Chen, what do you mean? Chen Mo said, every secret realm harbors an apocalypse deity. Even the Third War Zone couldn't handle it and had to seek outside help. Nothing about this is simple. Even a lion would have to pay a heavy price to conquer it, and whether it could hold the ground afterward was another matter entirely. Luo Tianxiong's expression darkened. Are we just going to give up then? Chen Mo replied calmly. We must contend for the mystic realm. Now among the zombies many intelligent corpse kings had emerged, leading hordes to occupy territories. The scattered zombies were dwindling, meaning the output of crystal cores was becoming a severe problem. Over the past year the lion had barely managed to hold its ground by relying on the resource of fish scale powder, barely staving off desperation. The divine mystic realm contained vast crystal mines and various rare materials, including the evolution stone essential for breaking through to 6th tier abilities. Occupying a mystic realm was akin to obtaining an immense treasure trove. Chen Mo asked, didn't you mention there's a mystic realm not far from our Tianhai city? Luo Tianxiong nodded. Yes, the Shiyue mystic realm. It's now controlled by Putai. Half a year ago Putai paid a heavy price to breach it. It's rich in various basic or resources. Putai was originally weaker than our lion, but thanks to this realm they've surged forward and expanded considerably over the past 6 months. Putai. That name rang a bell. Wasn't it the faction that had compensated him with 300,000 before? Chen Mo tapped the armrest, his eyes lowered. No one tried to seize it. No one tried to seize it. Jiang Dong, standing ahead, spoke up. Brother Chen, Putace leader Hong Jia has a brother who was once an ability user from the First War Zone. Hearing that Hong Jia was doing well here, he brought a small team to join him. They're powerful and not easy to deal with. The First War Zone's strength was not to be underestimated. Closest to the center, it was also the most developed war zone, and the ability users who emerged from it were formidable. Luo Tianxiong nodded. I looked into it earlier. That brother of Hong Jia is named Fu Qing. Their team has 5 members, the weakest of whom is a 5th tier ability user. It's not that we can't compete, but Putace numbers aren't much fewer than ours now. Rather than exhausting ourselves fighting them for that realm, it's more cost-effective to find and breach a new one. Brother Chen, I think this realm looks promising. Let's see if we have a shot. Luo Tianxiong went on to describe another mystic realm, and the two talked at length inside the vehicle. After several hours on the road they finally arrived at the lion's base. The lion's base now rivaled a small war zone. Luo Tianxiong planned to discuss the matter of contending for the mystic realm with the senior members of the lion during dinner, then departed with Jiang Dong. Before leaving he brought 2 envelopes, both addressed to Chen Mo. Brother Chen, this one is from Miss Lin Yue, sent about 3 months ago. The other is from Guoliang, the current head of the 6th War Zone, which arrived 2 days ago. Since you're back today, here they are. Luo Tianxiong had someone bring the 2 sealed letters and handed them to Chen Mo before leaving to arrange the evening gathering. Chen Mo took them, staring thoughtfully at the 2 envelopes. Tang Xuanyu walked over, let out a long sigh and stretched. Ah, it's been so long since we've been back. The lion has changed so much I barely recognize it. Chen Mo smiled faintly. Yeah, it's a bit hard to recognize. Tang Xuanyu tilted her head, her hair cascading to the side, and laughed. I heard they've installed a more advanced ability detector outside along with equipment for training abilities. Want to go check it out together? I heard they've installed a more advanced ability detector outside along with equipment for training abilities. Want to go check it out together? Chen Mo shook his head. Wait a bit. Let me read these letters first. Tang Xuanyu stared at him for a long moment, noticing the letters in his hand. She pouted, feeling somewhat slighted. Fine, I'll just sit here and wait for you. She found a spot and sat down. Chen Mo opened the envelope from Lin Yu. The letter mainly described her situation at the center. Judging by the tone, she was doing well. As an extremely rare divine artificer, she had received substantial support upon arriving at the center. In just a year she had already become a 6th-tier divine artificer. The rest were casual words of concern. After a brief scan, he noticed a crystal card at the end containing a full 1,000,000 crystal coins. Chen Mo shook his head with a wry smile and opened the confidential letter sent by Guolianghu. Inside was a small note with an address and 2 yellowed old photographs. The photos showed a group of laughing children and a white-haired old man standing in the center leaning on a cane with a cheerful smile. When Chen Mo saw the people in the photos, his pupils contracted sharply. This was that night inside the villa. Luo Tianxiong gathered all the senior members of the Lion. The senior members were chatting and laughing, knowing tonight's banquet was to celebrate Chen Mo's return. A man entered from outside and whispered something in Luo Tianxiong's ear. Luo Tianxiong nodded. On the way, right? Good, I understand. He turned to survey the crowd and gave a light cough. Ahem. Instantly the room fell silent. Everyone knew the boss was about to speak and all eyes turned to him. Luo Tianxiong's expression was calm as he prepared to hear the thoughts of the senior members. Brother Chen will be here soon. Before that, there's something I want to hear your opinions on. Haha, boss, what's so serious? Just say it, whatever you want to do, we've got your back. Yeah, the senior members laughed. Luo Tianxiong said, alright, I won't beat around the bush. I'm talking about the Mystic Realm. Currently there are 11 Mystic Realms open across the country, 6 of which are already occupied. I plan to focus on the remaining ones. Which one do you think we should go for? At the mention of the Mystic Realm, many of the senior members' expressions shifted. One spoke up. Boss, the Mystic Realms are incredibly dangerous. After all, they're inhabited by the gods of the apocalypse. Isn't it a bit premature to fight over one now? Yeah, those gods in the realms are no pushovers. Even if we take one, we'd have to deal with other factions eyeing us. Luo Tianxiong listened to their defeatist talk. His initial fervor and eagerness were quickly shrouded in gloom. His face darkened and he slammed the table. Bang! Looks like a year of comfort has made you all too cowardly. What's the difference between you and those useless fools? I'm determined to go for this Mystic Realm. The once joyful banquet fell into silence after Luo Tianxiong erupted in anger, leaving everyone present hesitant to utter a word. Indeed, during this past year the development of the Lions has been remarkably stable, with frequent transactions in the 6th battle zone acquiring many advanced instruments and weapons. Since the incident of the 1,000,000 zombie tide, the zombies across the 3 provinces of the 6th battle zone have almost disappeared, resembling the world before the apocalypse. In such an environment it is nearly impossible to avoid becoming arrogant and indulgent. The atmosphere was somewhat delicate as Luo Tianxiong coldly gazed at the high-ranking members of the Lions. Look at you all now, each one of you looks well-fed and robust, and I fear many of you have forgotten how to even use a gun. The crowd fell silent under Luo Tianxiong's questioning, each of them lowering their heads in embarrassment, acutely aware of their protruding bellies. At that moment a faint voice suddenly echoed from outside. What has happened to make Luo the Lion so angry? Upon hearing this voice, Luo Tianxiong was momentarily taken aback, quickly changing his expression to one of joy as he went to welcome them. Brother Chen. Haha, and sister-in-law, you have arrived. Come, take a seat. Tang Xuanyu noticed the high-ranking members of the Lions had their heads down like children who had done something wrong, and curiously asked, Brother Luo, what happened? Luo Tianxiong chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing, just reminding my subordinates. Come, sister-in-law, you must be hungry. After saying that he turned serious and said, what are you all dawdling for? Get up and call for people. Oh. The group finally reacted and hurried forward. Brother Chen, sister Xuanyu. Tang Xuanyu said somewhat helplessly, we've known each other for so long, why be so polite? Brother Chen just accompanied me to check on those instruments, that's why we arrived late. Both of them took their seats. After Chen Mo arrived, Luo Tianxiong's expression softened a bit as he spoke. Regarding the matter of the secret realm, I had already discussed it with Brother Chen earlier. Brother Chen also agreed with my idea. For this secret realm, our final conclusion is the Extreme Gathering secret realm in Tating City, which is the closest to us and lies at the junction of the 6th and 7th battle zones, not belonging to any faction. However, we also do not know much about the dangers within the secret realm, and our first exploration is merely preliminary. Chao Zi. Chao Fengyuan replied, "Boss, I'm here." Luo Tianxiong instructed, "Tomorrow you take Wang Yuru and Chen Ran along with 20 Tier 4 ability users, 3 Tier 5 ability users and 500 people to investigate the situation first. After confirming the details we will discuss whether to occupy that secret realm." Chao Fengyuan responded, "Understood, boss." Luo Tianxiong nodded in satisfaction. Although Chao Fengyuan often spoke without a filter, he had never disappointed him when it came to important matters. The deal for the fish bone scales was also completed by him. After concluding the matter of the secret realm, everyone began their meal together. With Chen Mo's presence, Luo Tianxiong refrained from scolding the others and instead enthusiastically boasted about the lion's progress during this time while Chen Mo quietly listened. After several rounds of drinks, the high-ranking members of the lions were all flushed and stumbled away with assistance. "Brother Chen will be leaving now. I can't drink anymore, really can't. Haha, fatso, you were the loudest before and now after just a few cups you're like this, tsk. As the group departed one after another, the atmosphere became quieter. Luo Tianxiong glanced in Chen Mo's direction and saw him staring at 2 photos in a daze, prompting a puzzled look. "Brother Chen, what are you doing?" Chen Mo looked up and tucked the photos away. "It's nothing." Luo Tianxiong scratched his head and said, "You seem so mysterious." "Forget it, brother Chen, you just returned not long ago, so take a good rest in the lions. As for the secret realm, I'll have Chao Zi and the others check it out first. By the way, what is it you need?" "The evolution stone, right?" "Don't worry, if there's news I will inform you immediately," Luo Tianxiong said with a smile. "No rush, if it can't be handled I don't mind going myself." Chen Mo replied lightly. Luo Tianxiong immediately became displeased and said, "That won't do. How can I keep troubling you to take action? This matter is settled then. Those ability users under Chao Zi often cause trouble, so it's a good opportunity for them to go out and train." After finishing the discussion, Luo Tianxiong put on his coat and said, "It's getting late, I'll see you off." Later that night, after washing up, Chen Mo lay in bed staring at the ceiling, feeling little sleepiness. In his mind he was still recalling the letter sent by Guolianghu. That photo. The Fuyang Institution. It was the place he had been in as a child. The elderly man in that photograph looked exactly like Fang Qingming, his mentor from 20 years ago, documented in the files. This memory was incredibly distant, with various fragmented images intertwining in a continuous flux. The face of the elderly man from the Fuyang Institution overlapped with that in the photograph. At that moment it felt as if something had been unlocked. Chen Mo suddenly opened his eyes, sitting up in bed, disbelief flashing in his gaze. He managed to say with some difficulty, "The director." Both the excavated photograph and the one sent by Guolianghu looked exactly like the director of the Fuyang Institution from his childhood. Chen Mo rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on as a piercing light flickered in his eyes amidst the darkness. Damn it! How could I have forgotten this? With a swish, Chen Mo stood up, put on his coat and quietly opened the door. The villa was enveloped in darkness. Without disturbing Qi and Tang Xuanyu next door, Chen Mo quietly walked out of the villa into the courtyard. In the courtyard, Qiongqi lifted its eerie eyes to look over. Chen Mo calmly spoke, "Qiongqi, it's time to go." Qiongqi shook its wings and approached Chen Mo, squatting down beside him. With a gust of wind, Qiongqi leapt into the sky, disappearing into the night. No one knew where Chen Mo was headed, but that night Qi, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly had a terrifying dream, as if in an operating room where countless masked individuals were doing something to her. "No. Don't." Qi murmured in her sleep, her eyelids twitching, her forehead already covered with fine beads of sweat. Her ability vision activated uncontrollably once again, and this time it was uncertain whose perspective she had entered. Across the ocean. Within a magnificent research facility that resembled futuristic technology, the totem pillar submerged in blue pool water trembled violently. From the pillar emanated waves of terrifying energy, ceaselessly scouring everything. The blue surface boiled and thick mist shrouded the entire laboratory. The alarm blared. On the other side of the protective barrier, researchers from various nations were stunned. The pillar moved. "Notify Mr. Chen immediately." With a click, the metal door behind them opened and a refined middle-aged man entered. The man exuded a gentle demeanor, wearing white-rimmed glasses with his hair neatly combed. He strode in calmly and said, "I'm already here. Don't panic, everyone. This is nothing serious, no need for such fuss. Mr. Chen." Researchers from various nations gathered around, their faces filled with reverence as they gazed at the refined man. Their eyes burned with fervor and awe, even though he hailed from China. The man walked in unhurriedly, peering through the glass at the pillar submerged in blue water. His eyes flickered with nostalgia and he murmured with a faint smile. 10 years. It's been so long. If it had remained dormant perhaps we would never have met in this lifetime. It seems the perfect resonator is indeed you. Just then a white officer stepped forward and said respectfully in halting Chinese, Mr. Chen, what exactly is the power of this pillar? The man glanced at him coldly. Don't bother. The power of this pillar has long been inherited by someone. It's not for you. The white officer paused then smiled. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, we harbor no other intentions, mere curiosity. A hint of mockery flickered in the man's eyes but he paid it little heed. He said flatly, tell your leaders to hand over Ander and the others. I need to return to China. This. The white officer hesitated then said, Sir, the other shore is too dangerous. There are many mysterious and powerful sea beasts. And Ander and the others have only recently received divine gifts, we still rely on their strength. The man waved dismissively sneering. Sea beasts. I care nothing for them. As for those gods, don't you have nuclear weapons? The second evolution has just begun, they haven't fully recovered their abilities. With their current strength a couple of blasts would be enough to destroy any of them. Don't forget this was promised to me by your leaders. If you refuse I will provide no further assistance. The white officer's face changed color and he quickly nodded. Understood, Mr. Chen. I will consult with the leaders immediately. Watching the white officer hurry away the man grew even more contemptuous. A few defective products and they treasure them like gems. At least the 12 sons of China forcibly seized their abilities through inheritance. These people here as divine envoys have completely become slaves to those apocalyptic gods. Meanwhile the Qiongqi continued its journey through the night. Chen Mo held a note in his hand, his gaze fixed ahead. Address Ehuang County, Hongyuan Ridge 15250. Regarding the matter of the divine pillar, I only gained access after being promoted to war zone commander. Chen Mo, you were right about it being related to the apocalypse, but one thing you got wrong: this apocalypse was not man-made, it was inevitable. Before the apocalypse the central authorities had already begun researching the divine pillar. Professor Fang's research yielded the 12 Sons, a project that took decades. The 12 Sons through extremely high resonance stole the abilities of dormant gods, each possessing immensely powerful superpowers. The origins of the 12 Sons remain unknown and the identity of the old man in the photo is untraceable, as if deliberately erased. But I found other photos of him with location marked for you. I suspect he was Professor Fang's mentor. That's all I have. I've used my highest authority to investigate. Above. This was the letter written by Guolianghu on the note. The biting evening wind swept across Chen Mo's face. In the darkness his heart churned with complex emotions. He sensed that the orphanage that once raised him harbored some profound secret. Is Miao Miao connected to this too? Chen Mo murmured, urging the Qiongqi to hasten its pace. Meanwhile in Yufeng County. Outside a remote long-abandoned building the wind howled. Several men moved aside the rubble blocking the entrance and cautiously stepped inside with flashlights. Their comrades followed warily. Inside the building pitch blackness reigned with only the sound of dripping water echoing from somewhere unseen. One of them shrank back in fear, whispering with his flashlight. Wangu, are you sure there are zombies here? This place is so isolated, could it be haunted? Shut up. The man ahead turned, glaring at him. Watch your mouth. Keep your voice down, there are definitely zombies here. Ma Xing nodded, still trembling. Slow down. I've been afraid of the dark since I was a kid. Little did he know as he spoke a hand reached out from behind and gently tapped his shoulder. Ma Xing. Ma Xing shuddered, his voice stammering. What? Give me back my life. The voice behind him sounded again. Ma Xing froze, turning his head shakily. He saw a teammate shining a flashlight on his own face, pulling a grimacing expression. Ma Xing screamed in terror. Ha ha ha. The teammates behind him burst into laughter, clutching their stomachs. Damn it. I said keep quiet. The squad leader Huang Baiwan spun around, his eyes blazing with fury. Do you want to get us killed? The team finally quieted down. They were superpowered individuals from the 6th War Zone. As time passed, although the quality of crystal cores had improved, the demand for them only grew. Since the zombie tide, a massive number of zombies had retreated to unknown locations, leaving superpowered individuals across the war zone facing a shortage of crystal cores. To enhance their strength, many were forced to venture farther afield in search of zombies or mutants. Now only these county towns might harbor residual zombies. This team had been hunting cores all the way here yet had only gathered about 44th level cores. Someone couldn't help complaining. Damn, it weren't zombies everywhere before. Where the hell have they all gone? Can't even gather enough cores to break through to the 5th level. Be grateful. Thanks to Guess K9's scent ability, our haul is decent. Who knew there'd still be a small zombie group in this county town? Wonder if there are more. The crystal core prices have skyrocketed. If we harvest another wave, not only can we advance our abilities but we'll also be able to live comfortably for quite a while after we return. I hope there are more zombies here. The squad continued to advance. The eerie corridor within this gloomy building carried an ominous atmosphere. Water stains seeped from unknown sources onto the floor. In this cramped, oppressive environment, only the heavy breathing of teammates beside them could be heard. At the forefront, Captain Ehuang sniffed, activating his sensory ability. The surrounding odors converged into a torrent of information, thick and overwhelming. Joy flickered in Ehuang's eyes as he raised his hand to halt the group. "What's wrong, Wang?" the teammates behind him asked in hushed, puzzled tones. He turned around, gesturing for silence, and said, "This is definitely the place. There's the scent of at least 100 zombies here. We've hit the jackpot." "What?" Hearing the captain's words, everyone present wore expressions of ecstasy. 100. How can this small courtyard hide 100 zombies? We're rich. If they're all 4th tier zombies, we'll be wealthy overnight. I told you. Stick with Wang and well, eat well and drink well. Upon hearing about the existence of 100 zombies, the squad members showed no fear. Instead, they were all as excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline, itching for action. By now, humanity's fear of zombies was far from the early days of the apocalypse. Many ability users regarded these zombies as tools for wealth and power enhancement. Moreover, most of those present were experienced ability users. In their eyes, zombies were their prey. Huang could not suppress his own elation either. He sniffed again, frowned, and muttered to himself, "Strange. We haven't seen a single zombie so far, yet the corpse energy here is so dense. It's as if we're surrounded by zombies." Huang looked around. Everywhere was thick with the stench of decay, yet not a single zombie was in sight. Moreover, ahead an extremely peculiar odor permeated the air, indescribable and deeply unsettling. Yet, tempted by the immense profit of crystal cores, Huang cast aside these concerns and spoke. "We've likely found a zombie lair. We don't know the tier yet. All of you be cautious. If we complete this mission successfully, it'll be a substantial fortune, enough to enjoy for a long time. Don't lose your lives over it. The greater the risk, the greater the reward." With crystal core prices soaring, daily necessities had become remarkably cheap. Any ability user exploring outside who found a wave of zombies could enjoy a month or two of luxury upon returning. Upon hearing this, a young man in the squad chuckled nonchalantly. "Haha. Don't worry, Wang. The fortune teller said I have a tough life. Just the other day I spotted a ring that boosts abilities by 1.25x. When I get back." Before he could finish his sentence, suddenly, thud. A dark shadow flashed by. Before anyone could react, the speaking young man stiffened, looking down in disbelief. His abdomen had been ripped open, entrails exposed. His large intestine was being dragged by something deeper into the pitch-black corridor, leaving a trail of fresh blood on the floor. I. Bang. Excruciating pain struck, and the young man's eyes rolled back as he dropped dead before everyone. Duan. Several teammates snapped to attention, staring at the youth lying in a pool of blood, their eyes blazing with fury. Huang felt a chill run down his spine, his pupils dilating as he stared at Duanwen's corpse. Impossible. His canine olfactory ability had failed to detect anything approaching. Though it was only drank after specialized training, it was extremely sensitive to the aura of zombies and alien creatures. Almost no zombie could escape his tracking. No, it was the overwhelming stench of decay here that made it impossible to pinpoint the direction. With no time to dwell on it, Huang lowered his head and roared. "Everyone be careful. A zombie has appeared." Without time for grief, everyone gathered together, silently channeling their abilities, forming a circle and vigilantly scanning their surroundings. "What the hell? What's happening?" Ma Xing clutched a dagger tightly, his legs trembling as he looked around. Duanwen is dead. Something just passed by. The squad's nerves tightened instantly with the sudden death of one member, each person staring unblinkingly at their surroundings. Wan Go. Was it a zombie? Damn it, where did it come from? A cold sweat trickled down Huang Baiwan's forehead as he inhaled a chaotic mix of scents. Can't pinpoint it, gets all zombie stench. Don't move, maintain formation. Duanwen was a 4th tier ability user and he was killed instantly. If it's a zombie it must be at least a 5th tier special variant. He had been careless. He never imagined this place would be so dangerous. Ma Xing trembled violently, terrified. We're not going to die here, are we? Shut your crow's mouth. We've killed 5th tier zombies before. We must avenge Duanwen, someone shouted angrily. Time ticked by minute after minute. The entire building fell into a terrifying silence. All the ability users were on high alert, their eyes growing sore from staring. Why? Has it gone quiet? Has it left? Suddenly a strong gust of wind brushed past their ears. Ma Xing glimpsed something in his peripheral vision, his pupils dilating. Then a scream shattered the stalemate. Su Rui, what's wrong? My eyes. My eyes. Su Rui knelt in agony, clutching his eyes. Blood dripped through his fingers, his eye sockets were hollow, something had gouged them out. The entire squad was horrified. At that moment a shrill eerie laugh rang out. He. Over there. A flashlight beam shot directly into the corridor ahead. In the corner of the hallway a small boy in tattered clothes was curled up trembling. It's a child. The boy had his back to the group, his whole body shaking. Bloodstains splattered the floor behind him with a trail of intestines dragged along. The boy slowly turned around, holding the intestine in his left hand as he brought it to his mouth, his jaw constantly emitting chewing sounds. He had no nose and 2 streams of blood trickled from where his eyes should have been, his eyeballs rolled up and down as if uncontrollable. Those are Su Rui's eyes. Someone exclaimed in sheer horror, finding the boy's eyeballs eerily familiar. This damned monster, it's the one who killed Duanwen. It's that special variant. Attack. The squad, composed of seasoned ability users, recognized at a glance that this was the incredibly fast special variant. Several ability users immediately activated their powers and launched an assault on the little boy. Meanwhile Huang Baiwan stared fixedly at the boy, the dense aura captured by his canine scent ability nearly suffocating him. That overwhelming ocean-like corpse chi was not from a massive gathering of zombies, the corpse chi enveloping the entire building emanated solely from this single special variant. Combined with its previously displayed terrifying strength, this was definitely no ordinary zombie. Wait. Huang Baiwan sensed great danger, wanting to immediately withdraw with his teammates. But the surrounding teammates had already charged in. One of them swung a blade directly at the boy's head. The blade cleanly severed the boy's head, sending it rolling to the ground. For a moment everyone present was stunned. Even the one who swung the blade looked utterly incredulous. None of them had expected this zombie to be so feeble. It's dead. Isn't this too easy? The few turned around, their tense expressions gradually relaxing as a smile tugged at their lips. Huang Baiwan was utterly baffled. Had he been mistaken? This zombie, aside from being fast and ambushing, was actually incredibly weak. But had it truly died so easily? Just as this thought arose, the motionless boy's head on the ground in the distance twitched. Ma Xing, hiding at the very back of the squad, seemed to notice something. He pointed a trembling finger in that direction, his voice stuttering with fear. They. What? Behind. Huh. The squad member ahead turned back in confusion, only to witness the severed head on the ground lunging at him to bite. Rip, the ferocious head opened its mouth full of fangs and bit down on his neck, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. A torrent of blood gushed forth. Ha! The man jerked violently. Opening his mouth, he found himself utterly speechless, his face a mask of disbelief and terror. He staggered back a few steps before crashing to the ground completely lifeless. The boy's head then slowly rolled back towards its headless body. The headless body picked up the head with both hands and carefully placed it back where it belonged. A sharp hiss. At this moment the remaining survivors' faces turned ghastly pale, drained of all color. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Someone shrieked in utter terror, "Monster! Monster! Beheaded yet still alive, how is this possible?" This defied all logic. In everyone's understanding, severing a zombie's head or dealing a heavy blow to it meant its death. It was a fatal wound. Yet now this zombie before them could survive even after losing its head. It was an impossibility. Outside the fostering home, a massive figure slowly descended from the sky. Its flapping wings stirred up clouds of dust. Chen Mo dismounted from Qiongqi's back. Gazing at the dilapidated, desolate building before him, a flicker of nostalgia passed through his eyes. Qiongqi fostering home. It's been so long since I last came back. Going home. The home was built on a mountain in the county town. It was where he had grown up as a child. But at some point the children of the home left one by one and the director vanished without a trace. He had returned several times before, but each time the main gate was firmly locked. The people in the county said the home had been shut down for some reason. Whoosh, the surroundings were wooded and the evening wind whistled past his ears accompanied by the rustling of leaves. Chen Mo patted Qiongqi beside him and took a step forward. Ding! It was as if he had stepped onto a calm body of water sending ripples spreading outwards. Chen Mo paused slightly, looking at the eerie sinister building, revealed in the night a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Something's not right. This feeling was somewhat akin to when he first stepped into Fengdu Ghost City, entering another realm. Staring at the desolate building, an immensely terrifying aura seemed to seep and flow out from within. Qiongqi beside him bared its fangs, also appearing to sense something. Chen Mo turned his head and frowned. You mean there are zombies here? Qiongqi let out a low growl. It doesn't matter. Chen Mo said calmly, his eyes indifferent. Just kill them. He walked through the heavily rusted iron gate and entered the fostering home grounds. He still had some memories of this place. The fostering home consisted of only this one building. The outside was once a lawn, a playground for the children. When he was young, the director never let the children into his room. If there was anything hidden here, it must be concealed within. Arriving at the entrance, he noticed signs that someone had moved the rubble and debris. Chen Mo stopped, peering into the pitch-black corridor. Someone had been here. Entering the building with Qiongqi, everything was dark and empty, but the further they went, the stronger the stench of blood became. Bloodstains began to appear on the floor, and not far ahead lay two corpses recently killed. He never expected anyone to be in a place like this. Just then from the ceiling above came the sound of frantic, hurried footsteps. Chen Mo looked up slightly. A scream of agony echoed from the floor above. No, don't kill me, ah. Help. Above me. On the second floor of the fostering home, Ma Xing sat on the ground, terrified and scrambling backward in a puddle of his own urine. Before him, the little boy from before was dragging a corpse with only one leg, leaving a long trail of blood in its wake. The corpse was a gruesome sight, its eyes wide open, bloodshot, staring blankly in death. Its nose was missing, cleanly cut off. It was none other than the squad leader Ehuang Baiwan. Ma Xing was scared out of his wits. He knelt, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. In his entire life he had never seen such a terrifying zombie. At first they could inflict considerable damage, but as time went on, no matter how they attacked this zombie, they couldn't harm it in the slightest. In a mere span of moments, all 7 of his teammates who had arrived with him met their end, leaving him utterly alone. He had witnessed firsthand the sheer terror of the peculiar zombie before him. This is no ordinary zombie. Ma Xing wept, his face twisted in abject fear. Despite Ma Xing's pleas for mercy, the young boy remained impassive, slowly approaching until he halted before Ma Xing, who knelt frozen on the ground, not daring to move. Delicious. Fear. Ma Xing looked up in a daze, only to find the boy's ceaselessly rotating eyes fixed intently upon him. Fear. The young boy slowly parted his lips, revealing a mouthful of razor-sharp fangs with viscous saliva dripping steadily from his maw. Ma Xing's pupils dilated as his entire body stiffened. The young boy lunged at him with terrifying speed. Suddenly the floor beneath them gave way with a resounding crash, and a sensation of weightlessness seized him. Ma Xing plummeted directly from the second-floor corridor. With a thunderous roar he landed amidst a heap of rubble. Where he had stood, a massive gaping hole now yawned. Coughing and aching all over, Ma Xing sat among the debris, his face a mask of bewilderment and panic. Is this the first floor? A calm voice sounded from beside him, and Ma Xing froze upon hearing it. Through the thick dust he glimpsed a ferocious beast, its visage utterly terrifying, and was startled. Chen Mo, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes with an unperturbed expression. Qiongqi, come here. Only then did Ma Xing realize another person was present. In this dire predicament, encountering another human being was a shock. Overwhelmed with joy, his face lit up with ecstatic relief. A person. There's someone else here. Are you an ability user? Save me. Save me. Chen Mo was about to speak when he suddenly sensed something and sidestepped to the right. Boom. The young boy pounced down from the hole on the second floor, his sharp claws and fangs bared, hurtling toward Chen Mo. But Chen Mo dodged, leaving the boy to miss his mark. Undeterred, the boy wheeled around for another strike, only to be sent flying by a single kick from Chen Mo. Bang! He crashed to the ground with a tremendous tremor. A low growl emanated from that spot. Chen Mo stared intently at the young boy, furrowing his brow as he murmured. A special variant, is it? Ma Xing, still sprawled on the ground, was utterly dumbfounded. His face was etched with disbelief. He knew that this special zombie moved with such blistering speed that even the ability user in his team couldn't evade it, yet this young man had sidestepped it with such ease. Seeing Chen Mo's calm demeanor, Ma Xing's eyes lit up with sheer exhilaration. This was undoubtedly a formidable ability user if there was hope. Upon seeing Chen Mo, the young boy clearly sensed something different about this human, feeling an immense pressure emanating from him. He planted his hands on the ground, arching his back like a leopard poised to strike, snarling and brandishing his claws at Chen Mo in a warning. With a sharp hiss, the young boy launched his attack without warning. Like a bolt of lightning, he vanished from his spot in an instant, the ground where he stood erupting into countless fragments of stone. Within that small frame lay a terrifying force unleashing explosive power. In the blink of an eye he was before Chen Mo, thrusting both claws with ferocious speed straight for his throat. Chen Mo neither dodged nor flinched, his gaze utterly placid. Clang! A wall of metal coalesced instantly before him. The boy's claws sank deep into the metallic surface, their razor-sharp tips piercing through to mere centimeters from Chen Mo's neck. Could I have been mistaken? It seems like just an ordinary zombie after all. Chen Mo mused, utterly unconcerned with the boy behind the metal wall. From the moment he arrived he had sensed an extraordinarily peculiar fluctuation, as if the entire building were shrouded in an intangible hazy mist. Witnessing this from behind, Ma Xing's eyes widened in shock as he shouted, "Kill it! This monster killed all my teammates!" Chen Mo shot him a glance. "I don't take orders." Qiongqi also turned its icy gaze toward him. A chill ran through Ma Xing and he quickly fell silent. The young boy's claws were firmly embedded in the metal wall. He struggled with all his might to free them, but to no avail. With a furious roar he planted his feet against the wall and yanked with all his strength, like pulling a carrot. With a bellow his claws finally tore free, sending him spinning backward through the air before he landed on the ground. But before he could recover, a streak of silver light flashed across his neck. With a dull thud the boy's head was sent flying high. Body and head were severed. Chen Mo's expression remained calm. This was indeed nothing more than an ordinary 5th-tier zombie. But Ma Xing, fearing a repeat of what he had seen before, cried out in terror, "No! It's not dead yet! It's not dead!" He had witnessed this zombie resurrect itself earlier. Oh! Chen Mo looked on as the zombie's head rolled toward its headless body. The young boy picked up his head and reattached it, shaking it as his face contorted with rage, and just like that it was back in place. A special ability. How intriguing. Let's see how many times you can recover. With a series of sharp sounds several beams of silver light shot forth. The young boy narrowly dodged each one, though not without sustaining cuts to his body. In the narrow corridor he kept leaping and ricocheting off the walls to evade. What began as a struggle to dodge gradually grew faster until his speed surpassed his previous pace by several fold. The boy's attack frequency increased as he swung his claws wildly at Chen Mo. Each strike was blocked, every collision unleashing tremendous force. Chen Mo naturally took note of this. Strange. Why is this thing getting faster? If before the boy was merely on par with an ordinary 5th-tier zombie, he was now rapidly approaching the level of a 6th-tier. Without haste Chen Mo drew the Taotie blade. With a soft hiss the ring of combustion enveloped the blade in a layer of flame. Let's try this. He swept the blade horizontally and with a burst of fire cleaved the boy's freshly healed body in two at the waist. Several flames scattered across the pitch-black corridor, their glow driving back the darkness. As the wound on his abdomen healed, it was simultaneously consumed by the raging flames. The young boy let out a pained howl, leaping backward in a desperate attempt to extinguish the fire on his body. Before it could catch its breath, a resonant beastly roar echoed through the air. The Qiongqi lunged directly, pouncing upon the little boy and slamming him heavily against the wall. The wall shattered with a rumbling crash and the entire building trembled. The Qiongqi sank its fangs into the boy's neck, severing his throat, then crushed his head with a single swipe of its massive claw. With a thunderous bang the boy was flattened into a bloody pulp by the Qiongqi's terrifying paw, his two eyeballs rolling away. Yet a horrifying scene unfolded. The boy seemed indestructible. Even after being reduced to minced flesh, the pulp writhed and coalesced. The Qiongqi stared in bewilderment. Ma Xing's pupils trembled violently as he muttered repeatedly. This is it. This is it. It was just like before, no matter what they did they couldn't kill this thing. And worst of all, this zombie only grew stronger with each revival. In the end everyone was exhausted, forced to watch their comrades fall one by one before their eyes. No use, it can't be killed. Ma Xing's eyes were filled with terror. Escape. Yes, I have to escape. He glanced around. They were on the first floor. In the dim eerie corridor he could faintly make out a sliver of moonlight at the far end, a narrow gap. Ma Xing's eyes lit up. That was the entrance they had come through. If he could just flee this building he would be safe. He cast one last look at Chen Mo, stumbled backward a few steps, then bolted toward the entrance without looking back. The aura of fear radiating from him grew denser. This terror accelerated the little boy's recovery, and soon he had fully reformed, clashing with the Qiongqi once more. Hearing the deafening roars, Ma Xing shivered uncontrollably, praying that the creature would hold out a little longer. Chen Mo frowned deeply. Once or twice might be a coincidence, but this thing only grew stronger with each resurrection, never weaker. Sensing the eerie fluctuations that enveloped the area, it seemed this special zombie was drawing upon some force to continually regenerate. Qiongqi, fall back. He commanded softly. The Qiongqi immediately disengaged. Chen Mo parted his lips and a sudden piercing, terrifying cry erupted from his mouth. The sound of breaking spells. Crack. Crack. In that instant something shattered like a mirror breaking. The domain of fear was destroyed in an instant by the spell-breaking cry. The newly healed boy shuddered, his aura visibly waned until, as if drained of all strength, he collapsed to the ground. Chen Mo understood, realizing that from the moment they entered this building they had been within some kind of domain. It was this domain that made the zombie immortal and increasingly powerful. This unique ability was intriguing. Ignoring the fleeing man, Chen Mo walked directly to the boy, now weakened and on the verge of death. Deprived of its domain, the special zombie lay motionless on the ground, emitting only low growls. As Chen Mo approached, the boy mustered all his strength and lunged at him with a ferocious bite. But before he could get close, Chen Mo grabbed him by the head and smashed him into the ground. The boy thrashed and snarled. Chen Mo smiled faintly. Still got some fight left. Calm down, I have a few questions for you. Zombies of this level possessed some intelligence. The fact that this orphanage housed only this single creature made it impossible not to pique his interest. The Qiongqi ability after enslaving a being allowed him to peer into its recent memories, revealing exactly what had happened here. Chen Mo had discovered this after his Qiongqi ability broke through to the 6th rank. Zombies too could be enslaved. It'll be over soon. A sinister purple light bloomed from his left hand, enveloping the special zombie. Closing his eyes, Chen Mo channeled the Qiongqi ability, effortlessly establishing a connection. Images flashed through his mind like a slideshow, the little boy's memories. Intruders, a group of psychics who had arrived, and the boy's special ability. The boy's struggles beneath him subsided, gradually growing still. After a moment, Chen Mo opened his eyes, a flash of purple vanishing. So that's how it is. The domain of fear. This creature was a 5th rank special zombie possessing an ability called the domain of fear. Within this domain, the more fear accumulated, the stronger its regeneration and healing became. In fact, as long as fear and the domain persisted, it was effectively immortal. However, if the domain of fear was shattered, or if one felt no fear at all, the ability became utterly useless. It was precisely because the previous team members feared it that they were killed one by one. A decent ability. Chen Mo looked at the motionless boy. Yet from the boy's memories it seemed he had always remained in this orphanage. In those memories Chen Mo glimpsed a faint silhouette. He stood up and the boy rose as well, his eyes hollow and vacant. From the pool of blood beside him the boy picked up his 2 eyeballs and pressed them back into their sockets, staring blankly at Chen Mo. Unfazed, Chen Mo said calmly. You'll follow me from now on. I'll call you Sancher. This was the 3rd zombie he had enslaved. After the Qiongqi ability reached the 6th rank he had gained an extra slot and previously attempted to enslave zombies, including a zombie king. But zombies could not be stored in his ability space, nor could he borrow their powers. They were inferior in every way to alien creatures or apocalyptic gods. The previous few zombies had been mercilessly discarded. He wondered how long this one would last. Not forgetting his original purpose, Chen Mo headed straight for the 3rd floor, the former director's quarters where no one was allowed entry, to investigate whether the orphanage was connected to the so-called Genesis project. Outside the orphanage, Ma Xing escaped in a cold sweat. Not daring to look back, he ran frantically down the mountain in the freezing night. The path was steep and rugged. In his panic he tripped over a stone and tumbled down, bloodied and bruised. Finally coming to a stop, he coughed painfully and opened his eyes to see a pair of shoes. He looked up. A man stood before him, disheveled, wearing blood-stained and filthy clothes. His face was haggard, covered in stubble, and his eyes were bloodshot. Ma Xing's pupils dilated. In this godforsaken place there was actually someone else. The man stared back at him with equal shock. You. Who are you? Ma Xing asked in a hoarse voice, addressing this exceedingly peculiar man. The man's face was ghastly pale, appearing even more eerie under the moonlight. Gritting his teeth, he stared intently at Ma Xing, whose face was covered in blood, and asked in a low, deep voice. You. Why are you here? Did you come down from the lab? Lab? What lab? Ma Xing was utterly bewildered. He glanced back at the Fuyang nursing home perched on the hilltop, still trembling with fear that the terrifying zombie might give chase. He hurriedly tugged at the man's pant leg, begging for help. Run. Run. Up there's a special zombie. All my teammates died there. Upon hearing Ma Xing's reply, the man before him lowered his head, trembling even more violently. He slowly reached behind his back, drawing a dull rusted cleaver from his waist. Gripping it tightly with both hands, his eyes bloodshot and his face twitching wildly, he stared down at the man, pleading for help below. You. Saw it? Huh? Ma Xing looked up, and upon seeing the man's frenzied expression, his body stiffened and he quickly scrambled backward a few steps. You, what are you doing? I'm asking you why you went there. Like an enraged beast, the man's pupils blazed with a chilling light. He raised the cleaver high above his head and slashed it down fiercely toward Ma Xing's shoulder. Thud. Ah! Amid the mountain ridges a scream of agonizing pain resounded. Why? Ma Xing turned his head in agony, unable to comprehend why this man wanted to kill him, and kept pleading for mercy. Don't kill me, I beg you. All he wanted now was to escape, but the fall from the slope had fractured his right leg, rendering him unable to stand. He could only crawl inch by inch. Why did you have to go there? The man's face contorted. He lunged forward, pinning the fleeing Ma Xing to the ground. Bang! With his left hand he viciously grabbed Ma Xing's hair, while his right hand, wielding the cleaver, swung down again. Why? Another scream of unbearable pain. The man seemed to have lost his mind, swinging his arm relentlessly. Large splatters of blood stained his grime-covered face as he muttered incessantly under his breath. The cleaver was too dull to kill Ma Xing quickly. Amidst the cries of agony, Ma Xing fainted from the pain. Yet the man still did not let go. Like a bloodthirsty beast, his entire body drenched in blood, he aimed the cleaver at the back of Ma Xing's head, mustering all his strength to strike down, hacking again and again. Squelch. Torrents of blood splattered out. The unconscious Ma Xing's eyes flew open abruptly, his body convulsing before all signs of life faded away. Only when the head before him was reduced to a pulpy mess did the man rise, swaying unsteadily like a drunken sot. Ma Xing never imagined that after barely escaping the jaws of death from zombies, he would meet his end at the hands of another human. The man's teeth chattered uncontrollably as he trembled incessantly. This was his first time killing someone. His head spun dizzy and clouded. Staring at the gruesome corpse on the ground, he quickly regretted his actions after killing Ma Xing, falling to his knees and burying his face in his hands, sobbing. I didn't mean to, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Suddenly from the distant Fuyang nursing home a piercing shriek rang out. The man abruptly stood up, fixing his gaze on that direction. After a moment of silence he sprinted over frantically. Inside the nursing home, Chen Mo had already reached the third floor. Dim candlelight still flickered on the third floor, and the floor was stained with blood. Chen Mo frowned, following his memory toward the innermost room, the director's office. Qiongqi and the three corpses followed behind him. Upon reaching this spot, the three corpses instinctively showed a look of utter terror, halting at the stairwell entrance, refusing to take another step forward. Chen Mo noticed this and turned to look back. This thing. Was it trembling? Could there be something here it feared? Qiongqi, do you smell any other zombies? Chen Mo asked. Qiongqi sniffed the air and shook his head. Then what was it afraid of? Three corpses come here, Chen Mo said coldly. The three corpses clung tightly to the stair railing, unwilling to advance another step down the corridor. It looked at Chen Mo, its eyes surging with boundless terror as if it came from the depths of its very soul. Chen Mo's expression grew increasingly cold. What in the world was this creature up to? Forget it. He decided to ignore it and continued forward with Qiongqi. Tap tap tap. The corridor was eerily silent until they reached a door where Chen Mo stopped and looked up. This should be the place. Such a strong odor. At the doorway an extremely unpleasant smell assailed his senses, a chaotic blend of sour, rancid and medicinal scents permeated the air. The door was locked. Chen Mo merely glanced at it, then gently touched the rusted lock. With a click, the lock opened. Thump thump. Even Chen Mo's heart raced. In his childhood memories he had never been allowed to come here. The director had never permitted anyone to enter. Once a child playing hide and seek sneaked inside. The director said nothing upon discovery, but a few days later the child vanished without a trace. The director claimed he had been adopted. Creak. The old door slowly swung open and an overwhelming stench of decay hit him. Chen Mo's expression changed. What met his eyes was a scene of crimson horror. Bloodstains covered the floor and walls. In the center lay an operating table bound to which was a corpse about the size of a young boy dissected and decapitated. Rotting food was scattered everywhere and the surroundings were lined with jars of various sizes, each containing limbs of unknown origin suspended in fluid. Even Chen Mo felt a surge of intense discomfort at the sight. The scene resembled nothing less than a crude, dilapidated laboratory. How could such a thing exist in a nursing home? Chen Mo's gaze turned icy as he moved forward. The floor was coated in coagulated blood, each step producing a sticky squelching sound. Qiongqi, following behind, found its claws stained with the bloody sludge. It let out a dissatisfied growl and stood outside the room, refusing to enter. Just stay there then, Chen Mo said. On the surrounding tables lay remnants of half-eaten food, clear signs that someone had been living here. What exactly happened here? Or had it always been like this? At that moment a terrifying conjecture began to take shape in Chen Mo's mind. Approaching the operating table he saw the corpse of a zombie. Its internal organs had already been hollowed out and filled with many bloated inhuman organs. Nearby several aged and corroded scalpels stained with dried blood rested atop a notebook. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he picked up the notebook and flipped through it, reading chapter by chapter. The notebook contained only a dozen or so pages, but what was recorded within were without exception horrifying experiments. The 3 corpses were actually man-made zombies. Chen Mo muttered solemnly as he read the notebook's records. Suddenly agonized roars from the 3 corpses echoed from outside the house. Get lost, a voice shouted. Inside the 3rd floor corridor. A man, his face covered in blood, brandished a cleaver, hacking repeatedly at the 3 corpses. His eyes were wild and ferocious as he bellowed in rage. Useless. Useless. How could you let someone in? Didn't I tell you no one was allowed here? You worthless piece of trash. The man was merely an ordinary person, frail and powerless. Yet the 3 corpses cowered in a corner, trembling. Despite being a 5th-tier zombie, it dared not resist, as if bound by a fear etched into its very bones. Roar. At that moment the Qiongqi outside let out a furious bellow toward the man. The man shuddered, turning stiffly toward the sound, his face turning pale. How is there an aberrant here? Quick, go kill him, he commanded the 3 corpses. But the 3 corpses remained unmoved even as he struck it. Bastard! Are you disobeying me? The man roared in fury. Inside the room Chen Mo emerged holding the notebook. When he saw the filthy blood-smeared man he furrowed his brow slightly. Who are you? Someone else. The man's breath caught. Seeing Chen Mo come out of his laboratory his heart sank and murderous intent blazed in his eyes. He turned to the 3 corpses and screamed. You useless piece of trash. Go kill him. Kill this bastard. He would never allow anyone to enter this place. Chen Mo's frown deepened. This guy seemed to be just an ordinary person. Was he commanding the 3 corpses? Chen Mo spoke calmly. 3 corpses, what are you doing? Come here. The little boy looked up at Chen Mo, then glanced fearfully at the man. After a moment's hesitation he rose and walked over to Chen Mo. Seeing this the man was astounded, his face etched with disbelief. Useless. Have you lost your mind? I am your master. He reached out to grab the 3 corpses. Chen Mo sneered, his finger twitching slightly. A flash of silver light streaked by and the man's entire arm was severed. Blood gushed forth. The man stared at his now empty arm, frozen in shock for a few seconds. He then collapsed to his knees in agony, drenched in sweat from the excruciating pain, and let out a harrowing wail. The 3 corpses came to Chen Mo's side. Chen Mo looked at the man and said, So it seems you've been living here. This notebook is yours, isn't it? Chen Mo flipped through the notebook as he walked, its pages filled with the man's experimental records. Even within this single notebook the recorded experiments numbered no fewer than dozens, with countless organ transplant trials conducted on the 3 corpses. Humans indeed could be more terrifying than zombies. Chen Mo's expression remained calm as he approached the man who was writhing on the ground in agony and stomped down hard. Bang! Behave! The man gasped, heavily drenched in sweat from the pain, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the 3 corpses. Why? Why won't you listen to me? Kill him. He couldn't understand. That child had been terrified of him from the very beginning. Long before the zombification, the man himself had performed countless experiments on the child with his own hands. After the failed 12 divine pillars grafting, even when the child fully turned into a zombie after the apocalypse, it had always obeyed him without question. It was for this reason, relying on the 3 corpses, that the man had returned to this undisturbed safe place to continue his experiments. Chen Mo gripped the Taya blade, pressing its tip against the man's cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. He spoke coldly, "I'll say this once. Shut your mouth." Gulp. The man caught a glimpse of the gleaming blade from the corner of his eye, his heart seized with terror, and he began to beg for mercy through the pain. "Don't kill me." His current state was no different from Ma Xing's earlier pleas for mercy. Chen Mo remained utterly unmoved, tossing the notebook in front of him. "Is this yours?" Seeing the notebook, the man grew even more terrified. He had seen everything, he had seen everything. I. His lips trembled, but no sound came out. Thud. The Taya blade plunged directly into the man's calf. The man threw his head back, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out. The 3 corpses hiding behind Chen Mo rolled its eyes, lost in thought. In its subconscious, the man was a horrifying demon, an entity it dared not defy. Yet before its master, such a person was no different from the humans it had slain. The man screamed in agony, "It's me. It's me." Chen Mo's expression grew even colder at this. So the human experiments here had all been his doing. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." The man kept begging, his breathing becoming more rapid, his vision dimming and his voice fading as he lost too much blood. Seeing him gradually fall silent, Chen Mo glanced at the man's severed right arm, still bleeding profusely. This guy was just an ordinary person. He still had many questions to ask him. He couldn't let him die so easily. With a light wave of his right hand, he condensed a ball of scorching molten silver liquid and wrapped it around the man's severed arm. Sizzle, a sound like roasting meat emanated. This searing pain was 10,000 times more intense than before. "Ah!" The man's eyes snapped open, his face flushed as he screamed, his breath barely a whisper. Overwhelmed by the agony, he passed out. Pulling out the Taya blade, Chen Mo headed toward the director's office without looking back. 3 corpses, bring him along." The 3 corpses hesitated. It still feared the man, but after witnessing what had just happened, it cautiously stepped forward, dragged the man by his other arm and followed. Inside the room, after a thorough search, it was disappointing not to find anything left by the old director. Chen Mo sat on a stool, his eyes flickering as he looked at the unconscious man before him. Staring intently at the man's face, he felt a strange familiarity. If he shaved off all that stubble? After thinking back for a long time, as if struck by a revelation, a brilliant light burst from Chen Mo's pupils. It was an afternoon over a decade ago. A well-dressed man in a suit and tie suddenly arrived at the Fuyang orphanage. After a brief discussion with the director, he said he wanted to adopt Miao Miao and soon took her away. Chen Mo stared at the man, his eyes blazing with recognition. "So it was you." This man was the one who adopted Miao Miao. Chen Mo's heart jolted. This person must have some connection with the director, and it was highly likely that he was also one of the researchers involved in this project. "Once he wakes up, I will know everything." Chen Mo's face turned cold as he took out a bottle of grade recovery potion, muttering softly to himself. "Don't you die on me." He roughly pried open the man's mouth and poured the potion directly down his throat. The recovery potion was highly effective, and the grade potion was among the finest and most valuable, with a single bottle selling for 500 crystal coins. After consuming the recovery potion, the man's injuries healed at a visible rate. His body twitched and he opened his eyes in a daze before being choked into a fit of heavy coughs. Cough, cough, cough. Where is this? His vision gradually cleared and Chen Mo's face came into view. The man's pupils dilated and an intense fear immediately surfaced on his face. "Don't kill me," he shouted. Chen Mo said calmly, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll ask and you'll answer. Can you do that?" The man hesitated for a moment, but after recalling the previous pain, he struggled to nod. He lifted his head, his voice hoarse and choked as he spoke. "What? Do you want to know?" Under Chen Mo's relentless questioning, the man's face grew paler, for he realized that every query was about monumental secrets known to only a handful of people. His name was Lin Dongsheng and he had fled here. His true identity was one of the earliest heads of the Pillar Project. But due to various reasons, much like the former director, he eventually parted ways with the current chief researcher Fang Qingming and left the team to conduct his own research. Although the apocalypse had begun, the presence of the 3 corpses did not hinder his experiments. Seeking a safer and more secluded place, he simply came to the Fuyang nursing home. That's all. Lin Dongsheng lowered his head, speaking with a hint of fear. Chen Mo's expression remained calm and he spoke slowly, his emotions unreadable. You mean the director here, Chen Fuyang, was the head of the Qi project? And these orphanages were all set up to gather children from society for the Divine Pillar Resonance experiment. The so-called Divine Pillar Resonance involved totem poles collected from around the world, also known as divine artifacts. The higher one's resonance with them, the more powerful the divine abilities one could obtain. In a sense, it was no different from gods granting supernatural powers. The ultimate goal of the Qi project was to create superhumans who could perfectly resonate with the divine pillar. Lin Dongsheng swallowed hard and spoke with a restrained tone. For reasons unknown, Professor Chen left with the first divine pillar and disappeared. After the team disbanded, most people left due to funding issues, leaving only Fang Qingming to continue the project. Then one day Professor Chen suddenly found me. I only learned about this later. His departure was because restrictions from all sides hindered further progress in the experiment. But he didn't give up. Instead, he gathered a group of people to establish these orphanages domestically and abroad with branches everywhere. My duty was to take these children abroad. After all, in peacetime few would agree to such actions. He lowered his head, afraid to meet Chen Mo's gaze. These human experiments were too inhumane and he didn't know what the other would think upon learning all this. Don't kill me. I did this for the survival of humanity. But if a fully resonant superhuman appears, or even one with half the resonance, the power they gain would be enough to change this apocalypse. As he spoke, a fervent light flared in Lin Dongsheng's eyes and his expression grew increasingly manic. Even more, if we know the conditions, we could mass-produce powerful superhumans. Do you know what that means? For ordinary people, this is a divine gift. Chen Mo just watched his frenzy quietly, his eyes filled with pity and mockery. Didn't this man know that the central government had already completed this research? The current 12 scions of the Central were the best example. Even if ordinary people wanted to become superhumans, they could use crystal cores to gamble on the slim chance, which was at least much higher than the so-called divine pillar resonance. Seeing Chen Mo unmoved, Lin Dongsheng froze and looked at him with confusion. What is that look? Chen Mo shook his head, sighed and stood up. What you're talking about? The Central has already completed it. Fang Qingming is now the chief researcher at the Central. What? Hearing this, Lin Dongsheng was struck as if by lightning. His face was full of disbelief as he staggered back a few steps. Then he shook his head and muttered to himself. No, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Divine pillar resonance is so difficult. Even Professor Chen couldn't achieve it. How could that Fang Qingming possibly succeed? You're definitely lying to me. Lin Dongsheng shouted. The pity in Chen Mo's eyes deepened. Poor fool, still trapped in his own world. If his guess was correct, this man had been immersed in his research since the apocalypse began, completely unaware of the outside world. Times have changed. Now, even without these so-called divine pillars, ordinary people have a chance to become superhumans. Everything you've been doing here in hiding is something others have already accomplished. Impossible. Impossible. As if his faith had crumbled, Lin Dongsheng stood there woodenly repeating those 3 words, utterly lost. One last question. Chen Mo walked over to him, crouched down and looked at him calmly. Do you know a girl named Yang Miao? The one you took from this nursing home. What did you do to her? Lin Dongsheng paused slightly and murmured instinctively. Yang Miao. No, I don't know her. With so many children, how could I remember all of them? He had taken far too many children for experiments. Those who failed the resonance either died or turned into things like the 3 corpses. How could he remember an insignificant little girl? If they died, he just found a place to discard them. Chen Mo nodded. Fair enough. To you, they were all just experimental subjects anyway. The chat is over. Chen Mo stood up and walked outside, leaving only the 3 corpses and Lin Dongsheng in the room. 3 corpses, I'll leave the rest to you. Bang. The door was slammed shut. The 3 corpses stood motionless as if lost in thought. Lin Dongsheng, kneeling on the ground, widened his eyes, staring at the 3 corpses by the entrance. He harbored little fear for this failed creation. Instead, after Chen Mo left, he roared angrily, "You worthless piece of trash. Why didn't you strike just now?" The 3 corpses lifted its head, fixing a piercingly cold gaze upon Lin Dongsheng. Lin Dongsheng froze. Eyes? Where did you get those eyes? Wait. What are you doing? As the 3 corpses stepped closer, Lin Dongsheng sensed grave danger, his face twisting into sheer terror. He grabbed a hatchet and shouted a warning. Worthless. Stay back. Don't come any closer. The next moment anguished cries and pleas for mercy echoed from within the house. Chen Mo leaned against the door, his head bowed, speaking without joy or sorrow. It's getting late, Qiongqi. Time to go back. The Qiongqi beside him nuzzled affectionately, rubbing against Chen Mo and nodding. Outside the building the three corpses emerged, drenched in blood, moving at a sluggish pace. Its mouth and hands were smeared with blood, clutching a hatchet and a severed head, a face frozen in terror, its eye sockets hollow and empty. It was Lin Dongsheng. The three corpses had gouged out Lin Dongsheng's eyes. It seemed to delight in collecting the eyes of others. A person deprived of sight, plunged into utter darkness, could emit the most intense and purest fear. The three corpses pulled 2 eyeballs from its pocket and raised its hand to offer them to Chen Mo. Chen Mo recoiled in disgust, waving his hand dismissively. Throw them away. What's the point of keeping those? The three corpses stared at him, puzzled. After a moment of contemplation it flung the head away, then looked down at the 2 eyeballs in its hand. A flicker of hesitation crossed its face. Reluctantly it dug a small hole in the ground and buried them. Chen Mo. A peculiar obsession indeed. But it mattered little. For him enslaving a zombie was merely a disposable tool, a monthly discard that couldn't be stored in the Tianquan space, far less useful than an abomination or an apocalypse deity. Gazing at this ominously dark building which held the memories of his childhood, he felt little turmoil. Perhaps it was the 15 years spent in the apocalypse. Upon learning the truth his heart remained unruffled. In that hellish world he had witnessed far more horrifying things. From Lin Dongsheng he learned that the director had vanished one day, forcing the orphanage to disband. The other children were sent to various relief organizations. The director was already in his 90s back then. At such an advanced age he had likely perished before the apocalypse even began. Yet instinct told Chen Mo that the man had not died so easily. In the hazy fragments of his memory it seemed he had also been subjected to that resonance experiment. Chen Mo raised his left hand, studying the eerie awakening mark on the back of it, lost in thought. Was the Tianquan ability also obtained through that resonance experiment? But then why hadn't he awakened this power in his past life? The same went for the Dominator ability. Everything seemed to have changed since his rebirth. After a long pause Chen Mo withdrew his thoughts, deciding not to dwell on it any further. He looked up at the gradually brightening sky. It's getting late. Time to go back. Otherwise Xuanyu will worry. Meanwhile, on this eerily tranquil night within the Third War Zone safe zone, the streets were sparsely populated. A few ability users and ordinary citizens had already awoken, preparing to sell or hunt for crystal cores. Merchants were beginning to stream in and out of the safe zone. A breakfast stall owner smiled at a group of people sitting nearby eating noodles. Old Zhang, why is your team up so early today? Heading out to hunt crystal cores again? Haha, what can we do? Ever since Central developed wheat seeds adapted to the current soil, food isn't a problem anymore. But crystal cores are too scarce. We're planning to venture a bit farther today, try our luck and see if we can bring some back. Oh, you need to be careful. You know Kai Qing's team? They were in a rank squad. Went out hunting last month and still haven't come back. Probably ran into some trouble. These days just having enough to eat is a blessing. Your ability users, find some other work here. The pay might be less but it's safer and easier. The stall owner advised kindly. Zhang Heng slurped his noodles and waved a hand dismissively. Ah brother, what choice do we have? For ability users it's advance or perish. Who doesn't want to become a high-level ability user? Without crystal coins and cores you can't get anywhere here. But I have to say brother, your noodles taste a lot better than before. I feel all warm inside. Finishing his noodles in 2 mouthfuls, Zhang Heng wiped his hands with a napkin. Just as he was about to pull out his crystal card to pay, he noticed fine powder drifting into his bowl. What is this? He froze, looking up at the sky. In the sky specks of blue glowing dust drifted down. Zhang Heng's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes wide as if he had seen a ghost. He slammed the table and shouted. Holy shit! Isn't this evolution dust? What the hell is going on? Suddenly, boom! A deafening, terrifying black lightning bolt tore across the sky. In the dimly lit sky an abyssal pitch-black vortex began to form. The vortex was hundreds of meters wide, suspended high above. With it came an even denser downpour of evolution dust, a spectacular and awe-inspiring scene. What is that? Many people were jolted awake by the massive tremors rushing out of their houses. When they saw the evolution dust falling from the sky, they were all utterly stunned. The ability users in particular were ecstatic, charging toward the areas richest in evolution dust. Evolution dust. It's evolution dust. What is this? So much evolution dust. With a third evolution I can break through to a 5-star ability user soon. Get the hell out of my way. This spot is mine. The city residents, snapping out of their daze upon realizing it was evolution dust, charged out like they were injected with adrenaline, faces flushed with excitement. Some climbed onto walls, arms outstretched, eyes closed like devout worshippers basking in the power of evolution. Others sprinted toward the densest areas of falling dust, a chaotic red-faced scramble breaking out. Some even resorted to violence, engaging in fierce battles. Within just 10 minutes of the evolution dust's sudden appearance, the entire third safe zone descended into chaos. Fierce battles erupted everywhere over the struggle for this evolutionary power. Boom. 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 Explosions sounded from all directions. Dee-da-dee-da-doo. At the central tower of the third safe zone, the red alarm blared, its piercing wail echoing across the entire war zone. The central tower was in an uproar. Personnel were mobilized at lightning speed. The high-ranking officials of the third war zone hastily gathered, staring through the glass at the terrifying scene unfolding. What's happening? What is going on? Disaster. Several researchers rushed into the meeting room, breathless. The moment they entered, they shouted. Disaster. A massive magnetic fluctuation and an enormous amount of evolution dust have suddenly appeared in the Western District. The fluctuation frequency. It's identical to the 4 calamities secret realm in Zone D45. In the year following the second evolution, secret realms appeared frequently across the land. Almost everyone was aware that the evolution dust within these secret realms was the most concentrated, allowing even those doing nothing around them to slightly enhance their abilities. The benefits brought by the power of evolution were utterly irresistible to all superhumans and even ordinary people. At this moment, an elderly man in military uniform, still spirited and with piercing eyes, slowly spoke. He introduced himself as Zhou Lantai, the head of the Third War Zone. Before the apocalypse, he was the commander of the Special War Zone in the southern region, known for his ruthless methods and decisive actions. His high status meant that no one would dare to dispute his authority when he was promoted to Central Command. Yet after the apocalypse, this man chose not to move to the Central Command but instead took up the position of head in the Third War Zone. Under his leadership, the Third War Zone thrived and became one of the most outstanding among many war zones. As a powerful war zone, even such a figure found himself helpless against the 4 disaster secret realms within its borders and was forced to issue calls for assistance from various forces. Now the 4 disaster secret realm had manifested right before the Third War Zone, shocking the high-ranking officials present, their expressions filled with terror. What in the world is happening? Why did the 4 disaster secret realms suddenly appear above the entire zone from area D45? We need to quickly organize the evacuation of personnel in the safe zone. Quick! Dispatch soldiers to evacuate the masses and quell the agitated superhumans. All the high-ranking officials were sweating profusely, completely at a loss as to why the 4 disaster secret realm had arrived. They only knew that within the 4 disaster secret realm there existed a large number of mutated beast hordes. If those extremely dangerous beasts appeared at this moment, it would lead to a catastrophic collapse from within for the entire war zone. Not to mention that within the 4 disaster secret realm there lay hidden apocalyptic deities that had never been seen before. This disaster had come far too suddenly. Zhou Lantai gazed at the dark vortex in the distant sky, his expression grave. A person beside him stepped forward and whispered, "Old Zhou, you should evacuate quickly if this place is too dangerous." Zhou Lantai shook his head and replied, "I am just pondering how this secret realm managed to appear so suddenly. Logically speaking, secret realms cannot be moved. If they could, it would spell disaster not just for our third war zone but for all other war zones as well. Convey this message to the central headquarters if this matter concerns the safety of all war zones and must not be taken lightly." Li Jun mobilized the soldiers and superhumans, prepare weapons and have them disperse within the safe zone. I will stay here and observe what those so-called apocalyptic deities are up to. As he spoke, Zhou Lantai's eyes turned icy, exuding a strong aura of killing intent, showing no fear. The third war zone is something I, an old man, have painstakingly built. I will not allow anyone to ruin or interfere with it. His assistant gasped, and the high-ranking officials of the third war zone were equally shaken, exchanging determined glances and nodding vigorously. Understood. With a leader like Zhou Lantai who held great prestige and experience, the third war zone was united and formidable from within to without, with execution and action capabilities that far surpassed those of other war zones. At the moment Zhou Lantai gave the order, all the high-ranking officials set to work mobilizing weapons and personnel to take action. The alarms at the top of the central tower blared incessantly, echoing throughout the entire safe zone. A large number of soldiers from the war zone as well as those stationed outside the safe zone rushed back in defense with more than 200,000 troops pouring out. Countless artillery turned to face the four disaster secret realm, which resembled an abyss in the sky. The evolution dust drifting in the sky grew denser and the vortex of the four disaster secret realms suddenly began to churn. In the next moment terrifying roars of beasts reverberated through the heavens and earth as hundreds of ferocious and violent beasts including wolves, tigers, leopards and various mutated birds and creatures surged forth from the dark vortex, overwhelming in number and horrifyingly terrifying. Roar! At this moment those inside the third war zone were still frantically competing for the evolution dust. The superhuman Qiongqi standing before a booth displayed a face more grotesque than crying, self-mockingly twitching his skin. Is this really the apocalypse? At this point, it seems we won't be lacking crystal cores anymore. 3 days later. Tianhai City Lion Base. Damn it, did those bastards from Putai know I was sending people to scout the secret realm before they appeared? We would have been fine letting them be, but they actually came to Tianhai to seize our resources. The expressions of several members of the lion group were extremely grim, all of them wearing dark faces. Jiang Dong angrily said, "Boss, that bastard Hong Jia is using our lion group to extort them. Not only did he seize the resources of that beach, but he also killed a few of our old members. If we don't take action soon, they might really think our lion group is easy to bully." The surrounding people were filled with killing intent, eager to rush out and settle the score with them. Meanwhile Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu sat quietly to the side. With a cold expression Luo Tianxiong suppressed his rage and said in a chilling voice, "This isn't a matter of just 1 or 2 days. They will have to pay the price. If I don't wipe them out, I Luo Tianxiong will write my name backward. Jiang Dong, go gather the remaining brothers right now. This time I must shove this gun barrel deep into Hong Jia's mouth." Jiang Dong replied, "But boss, I've heard from the subordinates that the people Putai sent this time are Hong Jia's brothers, all-powerful superhumans from the first war zone. Our people just went to the secret realm yesterday. With our current brothers, I'm afraid." Luo Tianxiong shot him a glance. "Who told you we were going there? Did they think all our lion group's elites went to scout the secret realm?" Jiang Dong, Chao Zi and the others had only just set out not long ago. Now you must quickly send someone to catch up with them and notify them to change their mission objective directly to the secret realm controlled by Putai. Intercept their resources and then come back to deal with those bastards. Chao Fengyuan had led a strong contingent numbering over 5000, including more than 30 superhumans of the 4th tier and above. Such a massive number, if they changed direction to directly confront the rock secret realm controlled by Putai wouldn't be able to withstand it. The mere 100 individuals from Putai cannot possibly collect much fish scale bone powder. In contrast, the 5000 members of the Lion Squad can easily plunder a vast amount of resources from the rock secret realm and reclaim the coast. In such a resource exchange, it is clear who profits and who suffers. As soon as these words were spoken, the numerous high-ranking members present were all left stunned, looking incredulously at their leader. Even Chen Mo raised his head, casting a surprised glance at him. He had initially thought that Luo Tianxiong was blinded by anger, yet he was surprised to see such rational thought in this situation. It made him reconsider his earlier perception. If there was a reason such a person could achieve great things. Luo Tianxiong sneered, daring to send elite forces to seize fish scale bone powder. Does Hong Jia no longer value his brain or his nest? Then let's see who ultimately suffers. Jiang Dong stared blankly at Luo Tianxiong for a long time. The other members of the Lion Squad also seemed to reevaluate their leader, remaining silent. Luo Tianxiong frowned, his displeasure evident. "Why is everyone silent? Do you have any objections?" "No." Jiang Dong's lips moved and then he flushed admiringly, exclaiming, "You are my big brother for life, boss. Otherwise why do we call you the boss? Together our dozens of brains cannot compare to your brilliance." The others also chimed in with flattery, saying, "Indeed, boss Luo is truly a living zhuge liang. How did I not think of this? Let's do it. This time we must make sure Putai cannot escape." Luo Tianxiong had a grim expression, impatiently waving his hand. "Get lost. Just do what you know. If you don't handle this well, don't come back to see me. Get out." After receiving Luo Tianxiong's orders, everyone hurriedly ran out, eager to take action. Only Chen Mo and Tang Xianyu remained in the room. Chen Mo looked up at Luo Tianxiong and asked, "Need any help?" Luo Tianxiong waved his hand, smiling as he replied, "Brother Chen, what are you saying? Don't worry, I can handle the small matter of Putai with ease. That Hong Jia fellow used to be a street thug. With his pea-sized brain he cannot compete with me." Chen Mo nodded, his eyes gleaming. It seemed that the Lion Squad no longer required his excessive interference with Luo Tianxiang's capabilities. As long as it wasn't a battle zone, most matters could be resolved. Moreover, even the Lion Squad's sole concern about the 6th battle zone was now a friendly relationship. It was time to deal with the matters concerning the 4 calamities of the secret realm spoken of by the mysterious merchant. Tang Xianyu glanced at the departing crowd and hesitated before speaking. I would also like to see that secret realm. After all, she had never seen what a secret realm looked like. Luo Tianxiong was taken aback and pondered for a moment before saying, It wouldn't be impossible for you to take a look, sister-in-law. Chao Zi has over 5,000 people, so it will be very safe. Sister-in-law Xian, you will not encounter any problems. Just then Jiang Dong suddenly rushed back from outside. Boss. Boss. Chen Mo looked over. Luo Tianxiong furrowed his brows. What is it, Dongzi? Jiang Dong was followed closely by another person dressed in military attire who was also an ability user. This guy he recognized was from the 6th battle zone, Guolianghu. He was the one who had delivered the message before. Luo Tianxiong paused, slightly puzzled as he asked, Major Lu. What brings you here? Lu Chuanli had a serious expression, noticing Luo Tianxiong approaching with a somewhat distant and cold gaze. If it weren't for the leader Guolianghu, he generally wouldn't care much about the local powers, saying, I'm here to find someone. Where is Chen Mo? Brother Chen. Luo Tianxiong, somewhat puzzled, stepped aside to look at Chen Mo behind him. Chen Mo turned around and said lightly, What do you want with me? Did Guolianghu send you? Upon seeing the people in the room, Lu Chuanli's expression changed and he hurriedly stepped forward to salute, his face extremely serious as he spoke. Mr. Chen, the leader Guo wants to see you at the 6th battle zone for an important matter. He dared not treat Chen Mo casually, as this was a powerful ability user whom even leader Guo greatly admired and feared, who had also resolved the zombie tide crisis a year ago. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and casually replied, Let's just discuss it here, we are all on the same side, nothing needs to be kept secret. This. Lu Chuanli hesitated for a moment, glancing at the others beside him, and finally nodded, saying, Then I will speak frankly. The higher-ups have sent word that 3 days ago the southern 3rd battle zone inexplicably experienced the emergence of the 4 calamities secret realm and suffered heavy losses. A large number of people from the 3rd battle zone are now retreating to various other battle zones. The Central Command has ordered that all other battle zones must send ability users to provide assistance and unconditionally shelter any survivors fleeing from the 3rd battle zone. The leader wants to ask if you have time to visit the 3rd battle zone to address the 4 calamities secret realm. Jiang Dong's pupils trembled, filled with disbelief as he spoke. No, Major Lu, you can't be joking. A secret realm appearing out of nowhere in a safe zone, how is that possible? Not just him, but both Luo Tianxiong and Tang Xianyu also displayed uncontrollable astonishment. Lu Chuanli nodded, confirming, Indeed, that is the message received from above, it cannot be mistaken. While I am reluctant to believe it, this matter has been verified, the 4 calamities secret realm has indeed moved. The reason is still unknown, but it is speculated to be related to the apocalyptic deity within the 4 calamities secret realm. Currently the apocalyptic deity has yet to appear within the 4 calamities secret realm, yet a large number of exotic beasts have already descended. If this trend continues, even the 3rd battle zone strength will struggle to hold out for long. The situation is urgent, no less severe than the previous zombie tide. The 3rd battle zone is considered one of the strongest zones. Generally, even if a secret realm appears within a safe zone, it does not affect much. However, the 4 calamities secret realm is one of the most dangerous, and since its discovery no one has been able to conquer it completely, nor is it known what deity resides within it. The most crucial point is that the reason the 4 calamities secret realm is called such is that it is extremely prone to outbreaks of beast waves, plagues, man-made disasters and hurricanes. The beast wave is merely the beginning. Chen Mo's expression remained calm. His original plan was to head to the 4 calamities secret realm to hunt down the legendary creature Qiongqi, only to find that the 4 calamities secret realm had actively moved. Even in his past life he had never heard of a secret realm moving. Could it be related to the mysterious merchant? Recalling what the merchant had said earlier about making a deal with the great disaster Qiongqi only for the other party to go back on their word. Moreover, as the rules that bound those apocalyptic deities gradually weakened, the entire battleground began to descend into chaos. In the ghostly realm of Fengdu, the northern Yin deity sat within the pitch-black eerie grand hall, his gaze profound and unfathomably deep. All the ghostly deities of Fengdu gathered before him, observing a projection of the 3rd war zone. The northern Yin gently waved his right hand and the projection dissipated like foam. Black and white impermanence spoke beside him, their tones laced with worry. My lord, the 4 calamity gods are growing restless. They have dared to break the rules. Do they not fear the punishment of the rule's power? If other deities follow suit, the final war may commence far too soon. We have yet to recover our strength. Oxhead, Horseface, the ghost attendants and Mengpo all murmured among themselves. The Northern Ean's eyes flickered as he spoke slowly. The four calamity gods are but mid-tier deities, hardly worth concern. What troubles me is why they have moved their domain to the human camp this time. What do they intend? Oxhead opened his massive maw and rumbled. They likely seek to devour humans to hasten their recovery. This is their favorite pastime, is it not? Several nearby ghost deities nodded in agreement. The Northern Ean nodded as well. I worry about the movements of others. I hear the one from Kunlun has already emerged. No doubt many eyes are now fixed on the four calamities. Black and white impermanence speak true, all sense the weakening of the rule's power. If the four calamity gods shatter the rules and face no punishment, others will surely lose patience. Presently powerful secret realm deities, including those of Fengdu Ghost City, operate through avatars or subordinates in the outer world. The movement of the four calamities' secret realm was merely the beginning. More critically, their defiance of the rules by leaving their strongholds to test the boundaries touched upon the forbidden existence itself. Should the Overseer's rules truly fail, what awaits TWO SSS is a future swarming with apocalyptic deities unwilling to remain within their domains, wreaking havoc. It might even trigger a catastrophic final war before all apocalyptic deities have fully recovered. The Northern Ean pondered for a long while before stating, the four calamities act erratically yet cling to life. Their audacity to defy the Overseer's rules, even deceiving the merchant, suggests the shadow of other deities. Let the Northern Ean envoy investigate this. Black and white impermanence nodded. Understood, my lord. After the deities departed the hall, the Northern Ean gazed at the mark in his palm, identical to the Qiongqi dark pattern, and murmured thoughtfully. This that binds me is also the power of rules. Then who are you? Chen Mo. At the lion base. Upon learning everything, Luo Tianxiang's face was heavy with gravity. First the corpse tide, and after barely a year to catch our breath, we now face these secret realm deities. I hear other war zones are faring no better. Troubled times indeed. He turned to Chen Mo. Brother Chen, what are your thoughts? Chen Mo murmured, the four calamities secret realm, I can go take a look. Give me the route map of the third war zone. Lu Chuanli, overjoyed, quickly nodded. Excellent. Your agreement is the best news. Chief Gua said if you consent, the sixth war zone will provide unconditional support, supplies, equipment or personnel. Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. No need. Just give me the map. I'll set out tomorrow morning. Luo Tianxiong was startled. Brother Chen, are you certain? Yes. Chen Mo nodded. Whether to break through to the 7th tier ability or to fully evolve the Qiongqi, the four calamities secret realm, was a necessity. Just then Tang Xuanyu rose from her seat, her gaze fixed earnestly on Chen Mo. I'll go with you. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. Seeing his hesitation, Tang Xuanyu raised her hand and condensed a water arrow, shooting it straight at the wall. Whoosh! It was swift. In an instant it pierced a small hole through the wall before the arrow burst into a spray of water outside. So fast. Lu Chuanli and Luo Tianxiong were both startled, staring at her in surprise. Forgotten. I'm a 6th tier ability user now, just like you. Tang Xuanyu smiled. I haven't settled the score with you from last time. Are you trying to sneak off alone again? Chen Mo chuckled softly and, seeing no room to refuse, said. Fine, then prepare. Well, go together. With that, Chen Mo shifted his gaze to Luo Tianxiong. But there's someone else I need to bring along. Luo Tianxiong was puzzled. Who? Wang Luyang. Chen Mo's eyes glinted. His great divine sense ability allowed him to perceive and comprehend all things in the world. With Wang Luyang we can capture the most information in the shortest time, saving us considerable effort on the journey. A perception-type ability user is nearly indispensable in any team, often playing an unexpectedly crucial role. Luo Tianxiong replied without hesitation, all right, I'll have Wang Luyang come over shortly. Lu Chuanli glanced at the trio and said. In that case, I'll have someone deliver the maps and intelligence from the third war zone tonight. I should return now to report. After Lu Chuanli left, Luo Tianxiong voiced his concerns. Brother Chen, the secret realm is perilous and the third war zone is far stronger than the 6th. Is it too dangerous for just the 3 of you to go? Why not wait until Chao Zi finishes with the Putai matter? Then you can set out together, it's safer. Chen Mo shook his head. Who knows how long that will take? The third war zone can't hold out that long. Moreover, though I don't know why the four calamities secret realm moved, those deities likely do as the she-beast and Nian-beast did, devour powerful beings to recover their strength quickly. Without evolution stones I'm stuck at the 6th tier. If I delay dealing with one of the four calamities, the Qiongqi will only become harder. According to the mysterious merchant, we may face not just the Qiongqi but also the other 3 apocalyptic deities of the four calamities, a formidable challenge. Without further debate the decision was made. Back at the villa, Qiqi was playing merrily in the yard with the corpse. The two sat before a sand pile. Qiqi was building a sandcastle while the corpse stared blankly at the sand shovel in hand, unsure what to do. Dressed in clean clothes, it looked like an ordinary child except for its pallid eerie complexion. Seeing its dazed expression, Qiqi took the shovel and dug into the sand, demonstrating. Silly, this is how you use it. See? The corpse remained utterly vacant. Finding it utterly boring, Qiqi pouted, stood up, brushed herself off and placed her hands on her hips. Fine, you're too dull. I don't want to play with you anymore. I'll go find someone else to play with. Sanchi, you just stay here and guard the house with Qiongqi. She knew that sans his true identity was a zombie. Initially she was somewhat afraid, but after seeing it cleaned up and realizing it wasn't as hideous and disgusting as other zombies, she wasn't too scared anymore. However, this fellow was always dull and wooden, standing motionless outside the yard all day, staring blankly into space. Just then Tang Xuanyu and Chen Mo returned and walked in. Seeing them, Kiki's face lit up with joy and she immediately rushed over. Brother, sister Xuanyu, you're back. Play with me. Chen Mo scooped her up and playfully pinched her little cheek. Later, Qiqi. How did you get covered in sand? Brushing the sand off Qiqi, Chen Mo asked with a smile. Qiqi pointed at Sancher in the distance and said, it's no fun. This guy can't understand anything. I'd rather play with little Sun and the others. It's totally boring. Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu exchanged a glance upon hearing this and both broke into laughter. Setting Qiqi down, Chen Mo patted her head and said gently, all right Qiqi, go play by yourself. Don't stay out too late. Okay, Qiqi replied with a sweet coquettish voice, then eagerly ran out. Chen Mo shook his head with a hint of helplessness. Qiqi was now a 3rd-rank superpower user as well. He had always been reluctant to overuse her clairvoyance ability, as this kind of precognitive power inevitably came with side effects. He had once promised Uncle Gua to take good care of Qiqi. Within the lion base it was still safe enough to shield her from the dangers of the outside world. Xuanyu, we still don't know the situation at the 3rd war zone. Are you really determined to go with us? Chen Mo turned to gaze at her. Tang Xuanyu gave a knowing smile. What are you having second thoughts? Honestly, a little, Chen Mo replied with a wry smile. Mainly I'm afraid you might get hurt. These ambiguous words brought a blush to Tang Xuanya's cheeks. She turned away and said softly, but you already promised me. I'm not as fragile as you think. Chen Mo nodded and said no more. The atmosphere fell into a quiet stillness. Tang Xuanyu lowered her head, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she murmured softly, Chen Mo, there's something I've been wanting to ask you for a long time. What is it? Chen Mo looked puzzled. Tang Xuanyu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Why? Why are you so good to me? I've wanted to ask for a long time. Have we met before? Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, then touched his cheek and said with a smile, How should I put this? What if I said you helped me in the past? Would you believe me? Hearing this answer, a flicker of disappointment passed through Tang Xuanya's eyes. But Chen Mo's next words made her heart pound like a startled deer. But Xuanyu, you need to know that you are an incredibly important person to me. She parted her lips, turned her head and gazed at Chen Mo with eyes full of emotion. Upon hearing these words, she could no longer suppress the feeling surging within her heart and murmured, Chen Mo, actually I. Just then Qiqi, who had already left, came running back in a hurry. Brother. Qiqi. Tang Xuanya's heart skipped a beat as the words she was about to say were abruptly cut short. Chen Mo was also somewhat surprised. Qiqi, what's wrong? Qiqi dashed into the room saying, I forgot my toy. Chen Mo watched her scurrying figure and chuckled, slow down, don't fall. By the way Xuanyu, what were you about to say? He turned to look at Tang Xuanyu. She froze, her cheeks and ears instantly turning crimson. Flustered, she lowered her head and rushed into the room. I'll go check on her too. Bang. Because she was walking with her head down, she carelessly bumped straight into the door. Tang Xuanya's eyes welled up with a mist of tears from the pain. She bit her lip tightly, looking utterly aggrieved. You take it easy too. came Chen Mo's voice from behind. I am fine. Seeing Xuanya's panicked and flustered state, Chen Mo couldn't help but grin. How could he not understand her feelings for him? After more than a year together, their relationship was only a single step away from the final breakthrough. Chen Mo followed her inside as well. By evening, Lu Chuanli sent someone over with intelligence and a map of the third war zone. Early the next morning, outside the lion base, Luo Tianxiong bid an reluctant farewell to the three of them. Brother Chen, sister-in-law Xuanyu, you must be careful when you go to the third war zone. Take these supplies. The food inside is enough to last you a month, along with some recovery potions. Luo Tianxiong took out a spatial stone embedded in a ring and handed it to Tang Xuanyu. Wang Luyang adjusted his glasses and said, "All right, time is of the essence. We can't afford any more delays. Get in the car." Due to the nature of this mission and because Sancher couldn't be stored in the Tianquan spatial ability following Wang Luyang's suggestion, they ultimately decided to travel by vehicle. Of course, another important reason was that Wang Luyang was afraid of heights. He got straight into the off-road vehicle holding the map. Everyone get in. The third war zone is in Longyuan City. I used to teach there, so am very familiar with the route. If everything goes smoothly and without incident, we should be able to arrive in 3 days. Luo Tianxiong said no more upon hearing this. He turned to Chen Mo. Brother Chen, almost every war zone has sent people to support the third war zone now, including some powerful superpower users. I've already given their files to Wang Luyang. I know you're going for the evolution stones in the secret realm, but some of these people are formidable. If you encounter them on the road, it's best to avoid any conflict. Also, if you come across any survivors fleeing from the third war zone, I'd appreciate it if you could recommend our lion base to them. Most survivors now chose to join safe zones, and the lion base was struggling to replenish its numbers. With a large population dispersing from the third war zone, many other factions were likely trying to recruit them. As time went on, individual value was increasing. In other words, even an ordinary person could at least be put to work clearing wasteland or planting crops. Chen Mo nodded. I understand. Then we'll be off. All right. He boarded the modified off-road vehicle with Xuanyu. The trunk was also fully stocked with supplies by Luo Tianxiong, leaving no detail overlooked. As the engine roared to life, the vehicle gradually drove off into the distance. Luo Tianxiong watched with a worried expression. For some reason he felt that this departure might mean it would be a long time before he saw brother Chen and sister-in-law Xuanyu again. I hope nothing goes wrong, Luo Tianxiong murmured softly, then turned and headed back into the base. What he needed to do now was handle the resource dispute with neighboring Putai. This latest move by Putai had hardened his resolve to eradicate this malignant tumor once and for all. The off-road vehicle traversed the desolate highway, enveloped in an eerie silence, the post-apocalyptic streetscape unfolding along the route. Beyond Tianhai City, the road had undergone a dramatic transformation. Dense forests burgeoned and tender green shoots sprouted from the crevices of ruined debris and fissures in the earth. It felt as if this lone off-road vehicle was the only thing moving through the entire world. Wang Luyang sat in the driver's seat, gazing ahead with the window rolled down. Upon witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. Without the bustle of humanity, the wasteland has been reclaimed by vegetation and the corpses have become nourishment. Sometimes I wonder, would the world's environment be better off without us humans? If not for the threat of zombies and the apocalyptic deities, I'd think the end of the world isn't such a bad thing. In the back seat, Tang Xuanyu gazed out the window and nodded in agreement. Time flies. Has it really been 2 years since the apocalypse began? Yes, Wang Luyang chuckled, glancing at the map beside him. But compared to us, things aren't so good over there. I hear many have fled from the third war zone. The high-ranking officials there have temporarily abandoned the safe zone and withdrawn to the perimeter, standing guard. With crystal cores now hard to come by, I suspect this beast tide will draw large numbers from other regions. Chen Mo, if I'm not mistaken, your target is the evolution stone in the secret realm, right? Chen Mo, sitting in the passenger seat, responded noncommittally. Wang Luyang sighed. Though I know little about the secret realm, there are no shortage of 6th-rank psychics across the regions now. I suspect others have realized that relying solely on absorbing crystal cores won't break through to the 7th rank. That evolution stone is probably the key. He had once pondered, if top-tier psychics like Chen Mo could wield such incredible and formidable power at just the 6th rank, what would the 7th and 8th ranks bring? Given the current rate of advancement, as most psychics gradually reached higher levels, each capable of earth-shattering power, the world would have long descended into chaos. But this stagnation that had now emerged effectively curbed that trend. In other words, ordinary psychics could at most reach the 6th rank as their limit. To improve further they had to venture into the domain of deities, seizing the limited evolution stones from those terrifying gods, or else remain stagnant even seeing their abilities wane. This unexpected harmony and stability felt as if an invisible hand were orchestrating everything, maintaining balance. Wang Luyang dared not dwell on it further, as such thoughts were beyond his concern. The 6th war zone is quite safe now, with barely any sign of zombies or aberrations. You two rest a while, we'll keep driving. When we reach Ping City I'll wake you for a meal, Wang Luyang said. The off-road vehicle pressed on toward the 3rd war zone. By midday they stopped, retrieved some dried provisions prepared by Luo Tianxiong from the trunk, ate a meal, rested briefly, and then continued their journey. Wang Luyang drove, glancing at the map, and murmured, "We've reached Ping City. Ahead lies the boundary of the 5th war zone. Troops from the 5th war zone are stationed at the border. Chen Mo will need your help shortly." Before long they encountered a checkpoint established by the 5th war zone. Nearby numerous vehicles and personnel moved about, most hailing from distant war zones or psychic factions, all heading to reinforce the 3rd war zone. At the checkpoint the crowd grew restless. "Hurry up. Don't you know the urgency? Can't you inspectors speed things up? We're psychics from the 10th war zone. Can you bear the responsibility of delaying the rescue? I'm a 5th rank psychic, how dare you stop me?" Many complained at the checkpoint, but the soldiers ahead remained unmoved. "Quiet down. Line up and present your ID cards one by one for inspection. If you're unwilling to wait you can turn back now," barked a soldier, stepping forward. Other routes into the 5th war zone existed, but they led through dense forests and treacherous paths fraught with hidden aberrations that would give travelers a hard time. Seeing this, Wang Luyang gradually slowed down. Tang Xuanyu in the back seat looked ahead in surprise. "So many people." Wang Luyang replied, "Normal. The 3rd war zone teems with aberrations, which means crystal core output. Few psychics can resist that. Now it's not just psychics, many high-ranking officials from various regions are also heading there. Let's wait patiently for now." The checkpoint was congested, so Wang Luyang stopped the vehicle, waiting for the armed soldiers to conduct their checks one by one. Knock knock. 2 soldiers approached, rapping on the window. They scanned the interior and said sternly, "State your purpose and present your ID cards." Wang Luyang smiled and handed over his ID card. "We're from the 6th war zone, heading to reinforce the 3rd war zone." The soldier ignored him, took his 3rd rank ID card, scanned it with a device, and said coldly, "The others in the vehicle, show your ID cards too." He addressed Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu. Chen Mo handed over his ID card. Meanwhile the soldier's companion fixed his gaze on the 3 corpses in the back seat. Noticing their vacant expressions he frowned and used a special device to scan them. Beep beep beep, the device immediately blared an alarm. It was a detector for corpse toxin infection. The reading showed 100, unmistakably identifying them as zombies. The man's face turned pale and he immediately raised his weapon, shouting, "Zombie! There's a zombie here! Nobody move!" His loud voice drew the soldiers near the checkpoint, who swiftly surrounded the area. Even people from other regions ahead and behind turned to look. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd some psychics jeered. "Oh! A zombie dares to show up these days. Tisk, what rank is it? I've been short on crystal cores lately, let me handle it." Wang Luyang's expression shifted drastically. Though corpse toxin could be purged, it was limited to infection levels below 30. In theory such detectors were only meant for safe zones. War zones needed to ensure civilian safety, preventing infected individuals from causing chaos upon entry. Each war zone had its own set of rules, but he never expected the 5th war zone to enforce such stringent controls, even arranging inspections at this border area. Just as Wang Luyang was about to explain, another soldier examining an identity card seemed to notice something, his pupils contracting as he quickly shouted to stop. "Wait! Everyone lower your weapons." He stared incredulously at Chen Mo in the vehicle, using the scanner again to verify the authenticity of the identity card. The information on the card indicated an authority level of 8. Since Guo Lianghu took office he had reissued an identity card for Chen Mo, and exercising his utmost authority upgraded its permission level to 8. What did an authority level of 8 signify? For context, even the heads of various war zones only held cards with a level of 9. There were fewer than 20 such individuals in the entire nation, and a level of 8 was just one step below. These were either high-ranking officials from the central government or the few top-tier magnates within the war zones. Someone with such authority could even mobilize troops within a war zone. The high-ranking officials one usually encountered in the war zones only held level 7. Who was this young man? The soldier's breath caught, sensing the dire situation. Such a presence was not one a mere grunt could afford to provoke. He hurried over to his comrade. What's wrong? Take a look, see what this is. An identity card. What's going on? He took the card and seeing the clear level 8 authority, Sun Ran's entire body stiffened, his mind buzzing. Eyes wide with shock, he stared at Chen Mo inside the vehicle. I. He felt a sudden urge to die, his limbs turning cold, and quickly shouted, It's nothing. Everyone disperse. The infected detector was faulty, a false alarm. Huh? What's this? I was all excited for nothing. The gathered crowd hearing this felt somewhat disappointed, having anticipated a good show. Sun Ran, his face dark, glared at the onlookers and barked. What are you all still doing here? Move aside. Inside the vehicle, Wang Luyang breathed a sigh of relief, realizing Chen Mo's authority level had done its job. As the crowd dispersed, Sun Ran and his comrade were both filled with trepidation. They approached the vehicle timidly, trembling as they returned the identity card. Their gazes toward Chen Mo were now filled with reverence, and Sun Ran's voice softened as he said, Sir, your identity card. Chen Mo, his expression calm, asked, Is everything fine now? Sun Ran glanced at the 3 corpses in the vehicle, puzzled as to why this esteemed figure would bring a zombie along, but dared not ask, swallowing hard before replying. Of course. Sir, I failed to recognize your greatness, please forgive me. It's nothing, Chen Mo said nonchalantly. Can we proceed now? Certainly. Seeing that the man had no intention of pursuing the matter, Sun Ran quickly nodded. There are many people ahead, follow me, the special passage is faster. At that moment his comrade hesitated, pondered for a moment, then spoke. Sir, we still need to go through the motions. This zombie. His question was merely a formality to ensure no blame would fall on them later. With Chen Mo's authority level of 8, not only could they not obstruct him, but even if he were to bring a truckload of live zombies across the border in plain sight, no one would dare say a word. Chen Mo, it won't harm anyone. We need to head to the 3rd war zone to deal with the 4 calamities secret realm. The situation is urgent and delaying here is not good. Understood. The two asked no further questions and immediately had someone clear the path, allowing the off-road vehicle to pass unimpeded through the special passage. Why him? Why can he go straight in while we the ability users have to wait here? Exactly. Did you guys take a bribe from him? The people stuck in line began to clamor. Sun Ran shot them a cold glare and shouted, Shut up. Do you know who's in that vehicle? That gentleman's authority level is 8. And it's not just 8, any of you with an authority level above 6 can also use the special passage. What? Everyone present was stunned. After a year of development in this post-apocalyptic world, even those from major ability user factions who weren't part of the war zones had identity cards. Without one it was nearly impossible to get around. Now that the most difficult early days of the apocalypse had passed, raising one's authority level was exceedingly difficult. Even powerful 6th-tier ability users only held level 5 authority. Inside the special passage, the few ability user teams with level 6 authority also turned to look curious to see who the level 8 authority figure in the off-road vehicle might be. Escorted by Sun Ran and a group of soldiers, they entered the territory of the 5th war zone and continued on their way. In the vehicle, Wang Luyang watched the armed escort ahead and remarked with some astonishment, Chen Mo, that identity card of yours is really handy. Not only had they been let through, but they had even been offered an escort to guide them to the border between the 3rd and 5th war zones. The 5th war zone was teeming with ability user teams who had come rushing in. With these military vehicles leading the way, they would save a lot of trouble on the road. Originally planned as a 3-day journey, it looks like it won't take that long, probably 2 days, Wang Luyang said in a relaxed tone. Chen Mo toyed with the identity card in his hand and nodded. To be honest, I didn't expect it to be this useful either. According to Guoliang, those with authority level 8 or above were qualified to mobilize up to 1,000 troops within their war zone, and even when in another war zone they could directly communicate with the highest leader there. Following the military escort, they encountered few zombies in the 5th war zone. Any aberrations that appeared were swiftly dealt with by the dozen soldiers on the armed vehicle, making the journey quite peaceful. By noon the next day, Rumble, Sun Ran on the armed vehicle ahead waved back, signaling Chen Mo and the others to stop. What's wrong? A large crowd seemed to have gathered ahead with much noise and commotion. Wang Luyang was taken aback and brought the vehicle to a halt. Let's go check it out. Wang Luyang looked at Chen Mo for confirmation. All right. Chen Mo nodded and they got out of the vehicle. Sun Ran approached with a troubled expression. Sir, 3 kilometers ahead is the border of the 3rd war zone. There seems to be an issue at the forward checkpoint. I heard a plague has broken out and they've quarantined the area. Those seem to be survivors fleeing from the third war zone. What exactly is happening? Are those all survivors fleeing from the third war zone? Sun Ran glanced at him and nodded. A quarantine checkpoint has been set up ahead with a large number of refugees from the third war zone. They're currently blocking the checkpoint and causing trouble. We've sent people to handle it, but we don't know the situation yet. As he spoke, Sun Ran looked respectfully at Chen Mo inside the vehicle. Sir, for safety's sake, perhaps we should wait here for a moment. Wang Liuyang, Chen Mo, what should we do now? Chen Mo got out of the car, glanced at the rows of makeshift checkpoint tents ahead and said, let's go see what's happening first. At this moment, outside the checkpoint fence of the 5th war zone, a crowd of survivors from the 3rd war zone had gathered, numbering around 1,000 people. Coughing sounds rang out incessantly and many had festering wounds on their bodies, scratches inflicted by aberrant beasts during the beast tide. They huddled together, shouting at the soldiers in protective gear who held firearms ahead. Bastards! Are you even human? Let us in. Please give us some food, we haven't eaten for days. Why can those supernaturals go in? Let me in. Yen Song, the officer stationed here, gazed coldly at the troublemakers. As a supernatural, his robust physique temporarily spared him from worrying about the contagious diseases and plagues. Even so, he had taken appropriate protective measures, donning a highly effective gas mask. This time the ordinary people fleeing from the 3rd war zone, those scratched by aberrants or already infected, carried a previously unknown virus. This virus did not turn people into zombies like a corpse toxin. But once infected, it would rapidly take effect. Victims would spit blood and bits of flesh, their skin would develop pus-filled sores, and they would typically die within about 2 days of infection. Yen Song held an inspection report sent from within the 5th war zone, his expression somber. The report recorded that these cases were strikingly similar to the Black Death, even more contagious and lethal. If these people were allowed into the 5th war zone, the entire zone would likely be ravaged by plague, killing all ordinary people. Only supernaturals might be able to survive through their own immunity. Just then a soldier in protective gear hurried over, his face grave. Captain, it's bad. There's a large wave of survivors coming from behind. With so many people, our small force here might not be able to hold them back. Yen Song said coldly. What about healing supernaturals? The medicine is still under development for now, only they can cure this disease. The man hesitated. It's not looking good. Healing supernaturals are already scarce and the higher-ups dare not send too many. Only 3 have come so far. They say fully healing one person drains too much energy, so they're overwhelmed. And many of our soldiers have also been infected. Yen Song frowned, furious. If only these people hadn't concealed their infections from the start, his men wouldn't have suffered so many losses. He shouted at the crowd of troublemakers, everyone quiet. I'll say this one last time. Supernaturals enter through the 2nd passage. The military is still uncertain whether supernaturals can fully resist the plague, we need to observe. Ordinary people stay here and don't go anywhere. Do you all understand? Differential treatment, letting supernaturals pass. This approach had its benefits. Most supernaturals fleeing from the 3rd war zone wouldn't cause trouble. Otherwise, given the size of this crowd, if a riot broke out, the checkpoint would have been overrun long ago. At these words the crowd erupted. Bastards! Are you even human, treating us differently? Captain Yen, please give us some food. If we don't eat soon, my child will starve to death. A woman holding a feverish child wept bitterly. Cough. They're doing this, are we supposed to just wait here to die? Even if I die, I'll take one of you down with me. Some troublemakers charged forward, spitting bloody saliva at the soldiers. One led to another and chaos erupted instantly. Bang! Bang! Only after Yen Song fired 2 shots into the air did the commotion cease. Everyone stop. As for food, we'll have it distributed to you shortly, but only if you stop causing trouble. We're kindly taking you refugees in. If this continues, don't blame the 5th war zone for being ruthless. Yen Song's face was twisted with rage. Suddenly another soldier came forward to report something. Yen Song's pupils contracted and he said in disbelief, you mean a high-ranking official from the 6th war zone has arrived? Come, take me to see him quickly. Keep an eye on things here, report any developments to me. With that he turned and followed the soldier toward the camp without looking back. Wang Luyang drove the off-road vehicle and with Sun Ran clearing the way, they passed through unimpeded all the way into the camp of the checkpoint. All around, soldiers in protective gear and doctors from the 5th war zone hurried back and forth. Stretchers carried wounded soldiers and the atmosphere was shrouded in gloom. There were also many supernaturals from the third war zone standing outside the camp tents restricted from entering the checkpoint. Their faces were dark and fearful. In the distance Yen Song arrived with several people. Sun Ran stopped ahead signaling for Chen Mo and the others to get out. As soon as they stepped out they were hit by the stench and the smell of medicine and alcohol in the air. Yen Song's eyes widened. When he saw that the high-ranking official Sun Ran pointed to was Chen Mo, he frowned deeply, saying skeptically, "Are you sure?" Sun Ran, "I've verified his ID card, there's no mistake." Yen Song's expression shifted. How could a young man in his early 20s have level 8 clearance? Still he stepped forward to greet them. "Hello, I'm Yen Song. You're supernaturals from the 6th war zone heading to support the 3rd war zone, right?" Chen Mo, Yen Song nodded. "I've been briefed. I assume Sun Ran has told you some of it. The situation in the 3rd war zone is dire. Most of the ordinary people fleeing from there have contracted the plague and we're dealing with it now." Wang Luyang asked, "What exactly is this plague?" Yen Song explained. "The ferocious beasts from the 4 calamities secret realm carry a disease that can infect humans. Higher-ups have discovered it's a plague similar to the Black Death. Supernaturals can manage, but ordinary people will inevitably be infected if they enter without protective gear. Letting them out would be catastrophic." "Is it an infectious disease?" Wang Luyang pondered. "It's fine, we're all ability users. Please let us through." "Is that so?" Upon hearing they were ability users, Yen Song's expression eased slightly. An individual with level 8 authority appearing here, if they unfortunately contracted the plague, the consequences would be beyond what they could bear. He offered a few more words of advice but still couldn't dissuade Chen Mo and the others. He had done his utmost if their authority was not low and he couldn't forcibly stop them. "Since you've made up your minds very well, I'll have my men escort you in shortly. But remember, try not to come into contact with those afflicted along the way, as we still can't confirm whether ability users might also be susceptible to infection." Having said that, Yen Song pointed to another location. "I'll take you there. Follow me." The off-road vehicle slowly followed Yen Song, entering the 3rd war zone territory through another passage. Along the way they could hear all sorts of wails and roars. Wang Liuyang, driving, spoke up. "Captain Yen, how is the 3rd war zone now?" Yen Song, walking ahead, paused and shook his head. "Not good. The devastation wrought by the 4 calamities secret realm has exceeded our imagination. Our 5th war zone has also dispatched many personnel, and with assistance from other war zones we've only just managed to stabilize the situation. Now the people of the 3rd war zone have abandoned the safe zones and are holding the perimeter, encircling and hunting the ferocious beasts to prevent them from spreading elsewhere and worsening the crisis. Everyone is awaiting the emergence of the apocalypse deity within the 4 calamities secret realm to launch a punitive campaign and annihilate it in one fell swoop. If you're going to provide support, you'd better hurry." "Alright, we're here." Yen Song led Chen Mo and his group to the checkpoint exit and ordered his men to let them through, reiterating his warnings. "Take this route straight into the 3rd war zone territory. Remember to be wary of the fleeing survivors, avoid excessive contact with them. Safe travels." Though the newcomers held level 8 authority, the checkpoint was severely understaffed and he couldn't mobilize his own warzone's personnel for the sake of a high-ranking official from another. He explained the reasons and Chen Mo nodded in understanding. "That's enough. Thank you." The off-road vehicle drove straight through the checkpoint. This was a specially isolated passage. On the other side a large crowd of supervised people was gathered, their faces grimy. By the roadside lay many ordinary people with festering blister-covered skin. When they spotted a vehicle passing through the special passage, the crowd immediately became agitated. Is someone bringing food? Quick! Let's go see." They charged forward frantically but were stopped by soldiers in protective suits. "No one is allowed to leave." "Halt! Let me go. We never even went inside, why are you still blocking us? Is it the ability user lords? Please have mercy, give us some food." Bang! Bang! Iron clubs kept striking those trying to breach the line. Seeing such a tragic sight, Tang Xuanyu spoke with reluctance. "Are all those people infected with the plague?" Wang Luyang glanced sideways at the crowd on the other line, his brows furrowed tightly. Activating his divine insight ability in his vision, those people were filled with deathly aura, their health levels appallingly low with an infection rate as high as 95. Only a scant few remained uninfected. As he saw it, even taking these people into Qiongqi was impossible. With the current contagion rate, the residents of the 3rd war zone would be a plague source wherever they went, walking viral hosts. Chen Mo noticed Wang Luyang using his ability and asked, "Found something?" Wang Luyang's expression turned grave. He was right, there is indeed a virus. Such terrifying infectivity. Almost all of these people are already infected and the air is thick with unknown viral spores. For us ability users, as long as we don't have too much contact, it should be fine. Miss Xuanyu, roll up the windows. Our purpose here isn't to save them. Don't let the infected touch you. Leave this to the Station 5th Warzone personnel. Time is pressing, if we arrive too late only more will be infected and lost. Tang Xuanyu struggled for a moment but ultimately gritted her teeth and nodded. She was not unreasonable. I understand. Let's go quickly. Under the sorrowful pleading gazes of the crowd, countless pairs of eyes could only watch helplessly as the off-road vehicle drove away, ignoring them. On the road to the 3rd Warzone, Chen Mo and his companions saw many survivors fleeing for refuge along the wayside. None knew what lay ahead, naively believing that entering the 5th Warzone's territory would mean they would be taken in. Similarly, many had perished by the roadside before the plague even reached them. Those still conscious upon seeing the passing off-road vehicle let out faint pleas for help. Save me. I don't want to die. Hold on, just ahead is the 5th Warzone's territory, they'll help us there. Don't sleep, open your eyes. So hungry. Cries of despair were everywhere. In the sky large flocks of crows and carrion birds gathered, descending to feast on the corpses of the dead. The three inside the car witnessed with their own eyes the survivors staggering toward the 5th Warzone. It felt like the dawn of the apocalypse all over again, corpses strewn everywhere, people kneeling and wailing in despair. From just a glimpse, the mere sight along the road to the 3rd Warzone weighed heavily on Wang Luyang and Tang Xuanya's hearts, their expressions darkening. Wang Luyang's eyelids twitched furiously as he stared straight ahead, forcing himself not to look at the tragic scenes. The birds and beasts circling in the sky kept attacking the off-road vehicle. Each time they came close, they were pierced through by a silver blade, their blood splattering across the vehicle's windows. He turned on the windshield wipers, driving as he spoke in a hoarse voice. So many people. Even just this road to the 5th Warzone has this many refugees, let alone elsewhere. And these birds and beasts. If this keeps up, who knows how many will die fleeing halfway. Damn it, why did the secret realm shift? His heart heavy, he couldn't help but curse. After a year of stability, witnessing this again left Tang Xuanyu feeling unsettled as well. Is no one coming to help them? She asked. Wang Luyang paused, then sighed helplessly. There's no choice. No one will bother with them. The other ability users arriving are all heading to the 3rd Warzone for support like us. These ordinary folks can only fend for themselves. Compared to the two of them, only Chen Mo and the 3rd corpse remained calm and emotionless. The 3rd corpse gazed silently at the surroundings, motionless and blank. It simply didn't comprehend any of this. Chen Mo, his eyes glimmering, stared ahead and spoke slowly. If we don't hurry, things will only get worse. Only he knew that within the 4 calamities secret realm there wasn't just one apocalypse deity, but 4. Yet this matter was far too shocking and extraordinary, he had never mentioned it to anyone. Generally only one apocalyptic deity existed within a secret realm, and only a few special realms like the Fengdu Ghost Realm harbored multiple such deities. If the superpowered individuals rushing to assist learned of this, they would likely fall apart immediately, and the hard-won stability of the 3rd war zone would be impossible to maintain. The journey was silent. An unusual stillness filled the vehicle as more and more refugees fleeing disaster arrived, and the skeletal remains and carcasses they encountered were virtually countless. After an unknown span of time, Wang Luyang, who was driving, spotted a massive crowd ahead on the road in the distance. Each person wore an expression of sheer terror, as if fleeing from something. Wang Luyang's heart jolted and he immediately glanced at Chen Mo beside him. Stop the car, Chen Mo said, having also noticed. Something is coming. Tang Xuanyu in the back seat grew alert. Through the window she saw the desperate crowd running ahead, waving and calling for help, roughly 30 to 40 people. It seems something is chasing them. Wang Luyang's face changed as he murmured. In this period within the 3rd war zone's territory there is only one possibility. That was the creatures from the 4 calamities secret realm carrying the lethal virus. Damn it, I'm afraid some of those 4 calamities creatures from the 3rd war zone have escaped. Wang Luyang opened the car door and directly picked up a pistol, becoming vigilant. His supernatural ability lacked offensive power and he was extremely fragile himself, so this gun was specially prepared for him by Luo Tianxiong before they set out. Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu also got out of the off-road vehicle. Seeing the SUV stop and people emerge, the crowd across from them was overjoyed. They've stopped. We're saved. The 30-odd fleeing people immediately shouted for help in that direction. Help! Help! A painful scream came from behind. Everyone's heart sank and none dared to look back, only running forward with all their might. Behind them was a pack of ferocious bloodthirsty wolves. The wolves were not large in size, but their terrifying numbers gave them an edge. A roar rang out as the leading wolf at the front leaped, pouncing on one person and viciously tearing into him. The fallen man was reduced to a bloody mess and soon stopped breathing. Whoa! The lead wolf raised its head and howled, and the pack behind it charged out even faster. No! Don't kill me! Help! The wolves broke through the crowd. One by one the fleeing people were pounced upon and killed, while the rest were terrified out of their wits. Seeing this from a distance, Tang Xuanyu raised her hand with a soft shout and immediately activated her supernatural ability Calamity Tide. With a splashing sound, streams of black water python-like currents and silver blades shot forth. The turbulent waters swept the wolves surrounding the crowd into their midst, and in an instant the silver blades plunged into the Calamity wolves' heads, killing them. The corrosive nature of the Calamity Tide dissolved their remains, emitting a sizzling sound. Chen Mo said flatly, 3 corpses. Upon hearing its master's command, the 3 corpses at his side contracted, its pupils burst forth with a bloodthirsty gleam and flashed into the wolf pack like a phantom. With loud bangs. A mournful wolf howl echoed. Where the small figure passed, Calamity wolves had their heads directly crushed and burst. Within just a minute the pack suffered heavy casualties. The remaining Calamity wolves scattered and retreated at the lead wolf's howl, regrouping behind it. The lead wolf glared fiercely at the survivors, staring at the swirling streams of water ahead, yet dared not advance another step. It could only snarl with murderous intent at the 3 corpses. That was actually a little boy. Stunned by the astonishing sight, everyone was bewildered until a sharp-eyed person recognized the situation and shouted with joy. It's a superpowered individual. This is the ability of a superpowered being. We're saved. It's them, the people who got out of that off-road vehicle. Everyone looked over. Chen Mo and his group walked forward. Gazing at the Calamity wolves, Tang Xuanyu frowned in disgust and said, "Are these the creatures from the 4 Calamities' secret realm?" Wang Luyang adjusted his glasses. With his omniscient supernatural ability, he saw through all the information about these wolves at a glance and said with narrowed eyes, "No mistake, these wolves are all at the 4th rank and the lead wolf is at the 5th rank. They carry the same virus as those infected refugees. These are all aberrant species from the 4 Calamities' secret realm. We're in a hurry." Chen Mo's face remained indifferent as he directly activated his celestial authority ability. An eerie purple light flickered and a palm-sized death scythe spiderling appeared in his hand. As soon as it appeared, the spiderling quickly climbed up his arm onto Chen Mo's shoulder. He patted its head and said, "It's up to you." In a year the spiderling had also reached the 5th rank. When Chen Mo spoke, the death scythe immediately leaped out, its body visibly growing to about half a meter in height, darting out like a streak of white lightning. The 3 corpses behind the crowd also began to act. The 2 incredibly fast entities charged at the wolf pack. The lead wolf keenly sensed a strong crisis and immediately howled, leading the pack to turn and flee. But against the 2 terrifying monsters, the 3 corpses and the death scythe, the wolf pack, at most 5th rank, was clearly no match. With wet tearing sounds, large splashes of blood erupted among the wolves. One Calamity wolf after another was sliced in half and killed, letting out deathly howls in a scene of extreme gore. The survivors were already stunned. They only saw a spider appear in the young man's hand, and then all they could see was a white blur. Superpowered individuals. The great superpowered lords have come to save us. The crowd, snapping out of their shock, rushed over. They bore varying degrees of wounds, and even those without injuries showed obvious blisters on their faces and bodies from the infection. Wang Liuyang's pupils contracted at the sight and he barked, "Don't let them come closer." With a swoosh, a wall of water materialized before the trio, rapidly spreading out into a circle that enclosed the remaining people. Tang Xuanyu asked in confusion, "Teacher Wang, what's wrong?" Wang Luyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stared fixedly at the crowd. On each person an immense number of viral spores emanated, and they were rapidly multiplying and spreading within their bodies. And that wasn't all. The blood and bodies of the slaughtered Calamity wolves also began to release the virus into the air. Staring at the group not far away, Wang Liuyang's eyes glinted coldly as he said in a low voice, "More than half of them are infected with the plague. That officer said recovery potions can't cure it. Although this virus has a minimal effect on superpowered individuals, we still can't be sure if we're truly immune. The closer we get to the 3rd war zone, the denser the virus in the air becomes. We haven't arrived yet, so for now it's best to minimize contact with these infected people and leave quickly to avoid unnecessary trouble. We've already done our utmost to save them, let's go. Wang Liang's tone was somewhat heavy after all the people before them were living lives. Unfortunately there was nothing more they could do for them. Chen Mo nodded as well. The crowd in front had naturally heard these words and their eyes were filled with a desperate plea for survival, suddenly becoming frantic. Are you leaving, awakened ones? Please give us something to eat. We came all the way from the third war zone and we've run out of food. Wang Luyang paused, his expression extremely complicated. In the end he could not ignore the refugees' pleas and took out some food from his spatial stone, saying softly. Sigh. Surviving in this apocalypse is not easy for anyone. Any help we can offer is better than nothing. Tang Xianyu looked at Chen Mo with a pitiful gaze. Chen Mo, is it okay? Both of them knew who the backbone of the group was. When it came to personal opinions, only Chen Mo with his rich experience in the apocalypse could make the best judgment. The little spider quickly returned to Chen Mo's shoulder. He patted it and put it back into his power space, feeling somewhat helpless. If you want to do it, then go ahead. It was also a lesson for them. As soon as these words were spoken, both of them brightened their eyes and immediately threw some food over. There were instant noodles, compressed biscuits and some bread and water. Both of them were inexperienced novices. It was better for them to know certain things early on. Chen Mo calmly looked at Wang Luyang and Tang Xianyu beside him without stopping them. It's food. Indeed, upon seeing the food, the disaster victims' eyes lit up. Just a moment ago they had been pitifully begging, and in the next second they pounced on the food like wolves. The crowd was in chaos, some even fought to the point of injury over the food. It's mine. All mine. Don't compete with me. Get away. Bastard, why are you still hitting people? Wang Luyang and Tang Xianyu were both stunned. The food they had brought was considerable and there were only about 20 people present. If they were frugal it would be enough for them to last until they reached the 5th war zone, but the scene before them was something neither of them had anticipated. What is this? Why is it that this food is clearly enough for you? Wang Liang's face looked grim. Chen Mo watched the scene coldly as if he had already anticipated it. Did you see? There are likely many more distressed people ahead. Rather than offering them this meaningless aid, we should focus on solving the problem at its root. Let's go. Wang Luyang took a deep breath, feeling somewhat gloomy. Did this guy already know it would be like this? He never expected that the one he had been guiding in abilities would teach him a lesson today. Wang Luyang gave a bitter smile, looking at Tang Xianyu, who was similarly frozen in place, and shook his head. Sai Xianyu, let's go. In terms of experience in this apocalypse, 10 of us wouldn't match Chen Mo alone. It is better to teach someone to fish than to give them a fish. Only by resolving the 4 calamities secret realm can these refugees in the 3rd war zone truly be saved. The 3 of them got into the vehicle, setting off with somewhat heavy hearts. The closer they got to the 3rd war zone, the more severe the situation became. It was becoming increasingly difficult to see any survivors. A large number of those who had escaped from the 4 calamities secret realm broke through the defenses established by the 3rd war zone and appeared in various cities. The journey was uneventful, and by noon the next day they successfully reached the 3 defensive lines established outside the safety zone of the 3rd war zone. The crowd surged with awakened ones and troops stationed from various places. As far as the eye could see, there were tents and medical personnel holding spray disinfectants. Constantly awakened ones and trucks carrying resources arrived. Wang Liuyang, who had been in the car for a whole day and night, had some bloodshot eyes. After inspection and disinfection, they parked the off-road vehicle outside the area. Although the occasional zombie caused some minor trouble, this place was very accommodating, with many capable of controlling zombies. As long as no riots occurred, no one would care about such things. To put it another way, what you could see here was almost all powerful awakened ones from various places. A mere zombie could not stir up any waves. Have you heard? Qiongqi from the awakened ones ranking has also arrived. If it weren't for his appearance suppressing the wind nests emitting from the 4 calamities secret realm, the first defense line would have likely been breached long ago. After this battle, Qiongqi would likely surpass the first awakened ones, Ehuang. Tisk, how long ago was this news? This isn't something we should worry about. A lot of people on the awakened ones list have come this time. Once they break through the secret realm, we can just follow them and pick up the scraps. Right now the price of crystal cores is quite high. Just killing a few disaster wolves and shun tigers would make us rich. This is already the 12th wave of beast tides. When will the gods of the apocalypse in the 4 calamities secret realm appear? The awakened ones around them discussed recent events. Most of those who came to the third war zone were there to hunt for crystal cores, and there were also quite a few stragglers. Among the crowd, Wang Luyang looked up, gazing at the deep, massive black vortex in the sky above the third war zone safety zone, his eyes filled with immense shock. We've finally arrived. Is that the Four Calamities secret realm? Tang Xianyu also looked astonished. Chen Mo, with his head lowered, took out the calamity necklace, which emitted an extremely rich blood light. According to the mysterious merchant, the brighter the light, the closer they were to one of the four calamities gods, Qiongqi. What should we do now? Having arrived here, Wang Luyang felt a bit lost. Chen Mo said, let's find someone to ask. The three of them decided to gather more information. They stopped a soldier patrolling the area. Upon seeing the identity card presented by Chen Mo, the soldier became respectful and asked if they were awakened ones dispatched from the war zone. After understanding the situation, the soldier led them towards the first line of defense, saying there were personnel responsible for receiving support from the war zone. On the way through the soldier's narration, Chen Mo and the others gradually learned about the current situation. Since the appearance of the Four Calamities secret realm, massive beast tides have been descending almost every day. Initially, the war zone suffered heavy losses due to being caught off guard. After that, due to the continuous waves of beast tides, the higher-ups of the third war zone temporarily abandoned the safety zone and built trenches outside it for defense, establishing multiple layers of defenses to completely encircle the safety zone. Chen Mo and his companions were now positioned at the western defense line. It seems quite safe here. Why did the civilians from your third war zone flee? Wang Luyang voiced the doubt in his mind. The soldier shook his head and said, each beast tide is more formidable than the last. 12 waves have already struck, and even with reinforcements, defense remains arduous. We try to calm the populace, but panic still spreads. Moreover, the risk of plague here has caused a massive exodus. He glanced at the crowd and continued. Although many have come to support the third war zone, they are a motley crew. Most are here solely to harvest spirit cores and refuse to engage in perilous missions. Whenever danger arises, they flee faster than anyone. Thus, the fiercest assaults of each beast tide are still repelled by our own third war zone forces. Wang Luyang nodded thoughtfully and murmured. Indeed, people cherish their lives. The soldier added, yes, it's only improved recently with the arrival of some high-ranking ability users, which eased our burden. Before you came, it wasn't just the plague, dust storms and gales ravaged everything, plunging everyone into fear. Even several war zones chose to retreat. Chen Mo interjected, which forces are present here now? Unlike the independent hunters seeking spirit cores, it was the forces and war zones he needed to watch. Many likely came for the resources and evolution stones within the Four Calamities secret realm. The soldier pondered for a moment and replied. Quite a few. There are no fewer than 20 ability user factions, large and small. The 1st, 2nd, 9th and 12th war zones have sent representatives. No news from the others yet. The 9th war zone. Could that mean? And Mingyue might be here. Chen Mo was momentarily stunned. The soldier added, oh, and with you here, the 6th war zone is now fully represented. A person with level 8 authority. He doubted they were just some opportunist. The soldier led them to a heavily guarded tent and said. Please wait a moment. I'll inform Major General Zhong Liming. Inside the makeshift tent, dozens of people gathered. A stern man in military uniform, about 1.75 meters tall, was discussing something with a group. Suddenly a soldier hurried in, interrupting the conversation. What's wrong? Zhong Liming asked. Major General, the 6th war zone's envoy has arrived, a level 8 authority holder. Level 8 authority? Zhong Liming was startled. Could it be some heavyweight from the 6th war zone? The surrounding ability users were also taken aback. I'll go see. Zhong Liming stepped out of the tent. Upon seeing Chen Mo and the others, he mistakenly assumed Wang Luyang was the level 8 authority holder and said with a smile. Are you from the 6th war zone? I'm Zhong Liming. Nice to meet you. He enthusiastically extended his hand to Wang Luyang. Wang Luyang was taken aback, a general-level figure being so warm. But he soon realized it was Chen Mo's authority that had impressed him. Slightly embarrassed, Wang Luyang reached out and said, hello, I'm Wang Luyang. These are Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu. Zhong Liming nodded, thinking to himself. Wang Luyang. The name didn't ring a bell. But Chen Mo. It sounded familiar. He didn't dwell on it and smiled. Please come in. The three entered the tent and the soldier stepped forward to whisper, Major General, the young man is the level 8 authority holder. What? Zhong Liming paused, frowning. Are you sure? Absolutely. It's been verified multiple times. What was the 6th war zone up to? Zhong Liming was puzzled. The 6th war zone had been in turmoil recently with the disappearance of its former leader Lin Anha, widely discussed. But since it was their internal affair, he didn't pry and simply nodded. Understood. You may go. Inside the tent, as Chen Mo and his group entered, someone exclaimed in surprise. Chen Mo. What are you doing here? Chen Mo looked up and was startled to see that the tent was filled with members of the ancient martial alliance. All familiar faces, Yang Suiyu, Qin Wenzhong. The alliance members eyed him warily, clearly hostile. Tang Xuanyu and Wang Luyang were equally confused. You know each other. We've crossed paths before. Chen Mo smiled faintly, looking at the ancient martial alliance. If you can be here, why can't I? What brings your alliance here? Yang Suiyu snorted. Major General Zhong is a relative of alliance leader Zhong. With the 3rd war zone in crisis, the ancient martial alliance naturally couldn't stand idly by. Just then Zhong Liming entered and interrupted the tension. He smiled at Chen Mo and the others. Come, have a seat. Have some tea. Chen Mo didn't stand on ceremony and took a seat. Zhong Liming said, Xiao Yang, let me introduce you. These ability users represent the 6th war zone here to support our 3rd war zone. What? The ancient martial alliance members' expressions turned priceless when they heard the 6th war zone representation. This guy, wasn't he the top fugitive of the 6th war zone? When did he become their envoy? Yang Suiyu, who was drinking water, choked and coughed twice, his face twisted. Sensing their odd reaction, Zhong Liming asked curiously, what's wrong? Uncle Ming, this guy. Is the Chen Mo wanted by Lin Anha? Yang Suiyu stared at the calm Chen Mo and said darkly. If it weren't for him, our ancient martial alliance wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Zhong Liming was stunned for a moment before it dawned on him. He had close ties with the ancient martial alliance, so he'd heard of Chen Mo's reputation. Moreover, according to his uncle alliance leader Zhong, this was the man who had slain that Nian beast, a top secret matter within the alliance. Zhong Liming had long wanted to meet such a capable person. As for Lin Anha's wanted order, he completely disregarded it. Zhong Liming suddenly showed great respect, his gaze toward Chen Mo growing fervent. So you're the legendary Chen Mo? Zhong Liming felt a surge of excitement. The 3rd war zone was in dire need of such a formidable ability user. He addressed Yang Suiyu, saying, Xiao Yang, I know about the grievances between your ancient martial alliance and him, but Elder Zhong has already spoken to me. He explicitly stated that he will not pursue the matter, so don't take it too seriously. The priority now is to deal with the matter of the 4 calamities secret realm in the 3rd war zone. We can settle any grudges later. Yang Suiyu nodded and said, I understand, Uncle Zhong. Zhong Liming nodded. He was relatively at ease with Yang Suyu's temperament. He turned his gaze to Chen Mo and the others and spoke. On behalf of the 3rd war zone, I thank you all for your assistance. The situation here is critical and our leader Zhou Weitai is currently stationed in the East City. Saying this, Zhong Liming glanced at his watch. He paused briefly, then continued, we have about an hour left. Let me give you a brief overview of the current situation. An hour? Wang Luyang asked with some confusion. Is there a reason for that? Someone from the ancient martial alliance said, an hour from now the 13th wave of the beast tide will arrive. Since the first wave, the 4 calamities secret realm has been unleashing massive beast tides at 1300 every day. The commanders of our 4 trenches must dispatch personnel to hold the line, control the plague to prevent its spread, and ensure that no ferocious beasts escape to wreak havoc in other areas. After all, those ferocious beasts carry a large amount of virus. Zhong Liming nodded. He's right. Even with our best efforts to stop them, it's inevitable that some beasts will escape through various entrances. All we can do is our utmost to prevent the scale of the outbreak from expanding. What I'm about to tell you is extremely important. Listen carefully. Zhong Liming disclosed all the current intelligence. The 4 trenches corresponded to the 4 gates of the safe zone. Whenever the beast tide descended, the ability users from the 4 sectors would unite and enter the safe zone to block the onslaught. Of course, there were also numerous ability user squads and independent cultivators mixed in. To ensure these arriving ability users would contribute their full strength, the war zone had specially set up free supply distributions, and they could exchange for various special weapons and resources at low spirit crystal prices. The area under Zhong Liming's own responsibility was the West City. The top-tier ability users who had arrived, including Chen Mo and his group, now numbered over 20. They came from the 6th war zone, the ancient martial alliance, and a faction called the Pagoda of Transcendence. The Pagoda of Transcendence, like the ancient martial alliance, is a force formed by ability users. Most of them are wandering scavengers here for the spirit crystals. As for the other sectors, you can go and offer support if you have time. Zhong Liming said in a deep voice. But there's one thing you must note. Dozens of waves of beast tides have left the corpses of those alien creatures rotting, turning the entire safe zone into a poisonous den saturated with a massive amount of virus. Even you ability users can't stay in there for too long. Your time inside the safe zone must not exceed 2 hours. Before entering, you must take an immune agent. There is still no antidote. Once infected, even an ability user cannot escape. Everyone present listened with utmost seriousness. After saying this, Zhong Liming checked the time again and looked up. That's about it. There's still half an hour until the 13th wave of the beast tide. Do you have any questions? No one spoke. Chen Mo lowered his head, his eyes flickering. From what Zhong Liming said, because the third war zone had a solid foundation, it had held out for several waves of the beast tide at the beginning, waiting for reinforcements to arrive one after another. Over these dozens of days, quite a few capable individuals had come from all over. 2 of the central 12 sons, Qiongqi and Fu Shuangyu, were in the East City. Ehuang, ranked second on the ability user leaderboard, who had resolved the wind calamity, was in the North City. A considerable number of ranked ability users from the 1st, 2nd, 9th and 12th war zones had also arrived. With such a lineup, breaking into the 4 calamities secret realm seemed almost certain. Let me ask, didn't anyone from the 11th war zone come? Chen Mo spoke up. The 11th war zone owed him tens of millions of crystal coins that hadn't been paid. After the war pets were launched, there had been no news from them. Zhong Liming shook his head. For now, only these war zones are here. There's no news of support from the 11th war zone yet. Why? Chen Mo, nothing. Yang Suiyu said, since so many supporters have arrived, why don't we just storm the 4 calamities secret realm and kill the apocalyptic deity residing within? Wouldn't that solve everything? Zhong Liming smiled wryly. Xiao Yang, you're oversimplifying the 4 calamities secret realm. The 4 calamities secret realm appeared within the territory of the 3rd war zone about half a year ago, opened by an ability user. In the early days we sent formed teams to investigate, but we found it extremely perilous inside. The beast tides, plagues and hurricanes made it impossible to venture deep. The danger level was too high, it was already approaching S-rank in the beginning. There was an advanced instrument that could sense the life hierarchy level of a range similar to thermal imaging. It was specially developed for secret realms and could detect the general situation inside a secret realm from a large distance outside. The higher the value, the more living beings there were inside, or the more powerful the beings that existed there. Now that the 4 calamities secret realm has suddenly shifted to the war zone, our military's detection has found that with each wave of the beast tide that is repelled, the danger level of this secret realm decreases considerably. With this ebb and flow, the apocalyptic deity within the 4 calamities secret realm will inevitably be unable to sit still and will show itself. That is the safest course of action. Moreover, our leader also wants to know what conspiracy lies behind this secret realm's shift. Yang Suiyu suddenly understood upon hearing this. I see. The crowd fell silent for a moment, everyone digesting what Zhong Liming had said. Zhong Liming glanced at his watch again and said, time is running out. There are only 20 minutes left until the 13th wave of the beast tide. Since there are no more questions, I'll now assign the battle plan. He took out a blueprint of the West City's layout and said with a grave expression. At the first moment of the beast tide's descent, the 4 calamities secret realm will indiscriminately spew out a massive horde of beasts that will scatter across the central city. Accompanied by this will be a large amount of virus and extremely destructive wind vortices. The wind vortices will also bring down beast tides. But you don't need to worry about that. Ehuang from the East City is a 6th tier ability user with the power of the Wind King. With his help, all wind vortices in the area will be cleared as soon as they appear. Your main force's task is to find and eliminate the leaders of the beast tide during its first wave of descent to relieve the pressure on the ability users in the rear. If any beast groups manage to escape from the safe zone, the soldiers stationed here will handle them. Of course, if you are strong enough to clear the beast tide within the city in 2 hours, you can even go to support the other cities. But this situation is extremely rare. Usually it's the ability users from the other 3 trenches who come to support us. Before the arrival of the ancient martial alliance and Chen Mo's group, the West City trench was the weakest. It relied on the scavengers of the Pagoda of Transcendence and various ability user squads from different places. The West City's task was primarily defensive, to ensure they weren't overrun and then wait for people from the other trenches to come and resolve the situation before providing support. Wait. At this moment, after hearing Zhong Liming's battle plan, Chen Mo suddenly spoke up. The members of the ancient martial alliance around him all looked over. What's the matter? Zhong Liming looked up and asked. Wang Luyang and Tang Xuanyu beside him were also puzzled. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and spoke. In the previous dozen waves of beast tides has the West City's defense line ever been breached? Zhong Liming was taken aback, pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No. Although our West City trench is the weakest, it's more than sufficient for defense. We just need to hold out and wait for reinforcements from other cities. Chen Mo fell silent for a moment, then turned to look at the 3 corpses beside him. 3 corpses handed over. The 3 corpses' expression shifted, stepping back a few paces, but upon seeing his master's gaze hesitated briefly before reluctantly stepping forward. How intriguing. I recall your ability is to control metal, so how can you manipulate a zombie? Yang Suiyu raised an eyebrow and smirked. They had all naturally noticed that the 3 corpses was a zombie, but there were not a few in the camp who could control zombies, and most had grown accustomed to it. Chen Mo said nothing, and no one understood what he intended to do. They saw the 3 corpses open its mouth. It split all the way to its earlobes, gaping wide. It plunged its small hand into its mouth, its neck bulging and writhing as its hand churned within its stomach, a sight most grotesque. Zhong Liming's eyelids twitched. Chen Mo, what are you doing? Chen Mo's eyes glimmered as he spoke softly. On our way here we discovered at least 200 calamity wolves from the 4 calamity secret realm, and there were more than one wave. Driving all the way they had eliminated no fewer than 400 or 500 aberrations. How is that possible? Suddenly, with a squelch, the 3 corpses beside him seemed to find something. It pulled its hand out of its mouth, accompanied by a stream of viscous liquid. From its stomach it retrieved eyeballs of various sizes, from calamity wolves, hyenas, tigers, leopards. One after another, its hand never stopping. Thighs. Tang Xuanyu and Wang Luyang beside him were stunned. When had the 3 corpses devoured these beast eyeballs? From the look of it. Had it been collecting them? The 3 corpses smacked its lips twice and stopped. Plop plop. The eyeballs, like glass marbles, fell to the ground, covered in white mucus streaked with blood, about 30 of them. Each eyeball collected by the 3 corpses was different, the blood vessels on them resembling exquisite patterns. Chen Mo said, these eyeballs all belong to those ferocious beasts. Since the West City's defense line has never been breached, how could so many ferocious beasts gather in the rear? Wang Liyang's heart also jolted. Exactly. It's one thing if a couple escape occasionally in each wave, but on our way here we encountered them almost every stretch of the road. Major General Zhong, this doesn't match what you said at all. If the scattered ferocious beasts gather together, they form a considerable force. When the beast tide strikes, almost all ability users in the trench camp rush to the front lines. If the rear is attacked by ferocious beasts at that time, even a few small-scale beast packs could easily breach the trench defense. In such a situation, didn't the arriving ability users notice? Zhong Liming's heart skipped a beat at these words, and his face turned deathly pale in an instant. Looking at the eyeballs on the ground, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. This. The ancient martial alliance members beside him said. Beast tide. Why didn't we notice any on our way here? Did you see any? No. At this moment Yang Suiyu also frowned deeply, recalling the bones of ordinary people who had fled by the roadside on their way here. They bore clear tooth mark, signs of being gnawed. Because there were many aberrant birds and beasts in the 3rd war zone, almost everyone assumed it was the work of those aberrant fowl. Besides, who would pay special attention to roadside corpses? Yang Suiyu murmured softly. What if the beast packs on the way here were all hiding? No. Zhong Liming paced back and forth, his face growing increasingly grim, his head lowered. Then what were they after? And why have they suddenly appeared now? Tang Xuanyu looked at Chen Mo as if struck by a thought and said softly. Chen Mo, don't you think this resembles what happened in the 6th war zone a year ago when the zombie horde struck? Those zombie hordes deliberately created an illusion, leaving a city as an escape route, only to trap all survivors of the 6th war zone within one city. Chen Mo nodded. What are you talking about? Zhong Liming asked. Tang Xuanyu said, let me explain. She briefly recounted the events that had occurred in the 6th war zone a year ago. Back then, among the 4 cities of the 6th war zone, only the West City did not encounter a zombie tide. Precisely because of the West City's existence, most of the 6th war zone's high-ranking officials chose to abandon the other 3 cities and flee through the West City. But in the end, a massive zombie tide suddenly appeared outside the West City. Had it not been for Chen Mo's intervention relying on the power of those two living beings to stabilize the situation once the rear three cities were breached and flooded with zombies, the entire 6th war zone would have been completely surrounded with no escape. Of course she omitted the details of how they resisted. After all, the Joy God and the Dusk Beast were among Chen Mo's greatest trump cards. And that was also the first time humanity witnessed such intelligence in zombies. Such a thing happened. The ancient martial alliance members around were all astounded upon hearing this. Zhong Liming's heart also sank like a stone falling into an ice cellar. Back then Guo Lianghu only mentioned a bitter victory but never said anything about this. Tang Xuanyu spoke with some concern. Since even zombies can possess such intelligence, what about the apocalyptic gods that appeared long ago and have existed longer than us? Since no apocalyptic gods have appeared in the 4 Calamity secret realm, it's very possible that they know the 3rd war zone now has many powerful ability users, so they dare not show themselves. I'm just guessing. Could it be that the 3rd war zone is now in the same situation as the 6th war zone back then? The escaped ferocious beasts have all hidden waiting for an opportunity to suddenly appear and wipe out the 3rd war zone in one fell swoop. Opportunity. Tang Xuanyu frowned deeply, her mind racing. Combining what Yang Suiyu and the others had said, that they hadn't seen any trace of ferocious beasts and no news had spread, it meant that even earlier people might not have encountered them. Yet it was only when their group arrived that they saw many. If they were hiding before and didn't show themselves, then appearing now means the time has come. Everything became increasingly clear. Tang Xuanya's beautiful eyes widened and she exclaimed in astonishment, her face full of disbelief. It's this wave, this 13th wave of the beast tide. Not only within the safe zone but after 1300 our rear will likely be simultaneously flooded with a massive number of ferocious beasts. Boom. What? These words struck like a thunderbolt. The expressions of everyone present changed. Zhong Liming's face lost all color, his breath caught and his mood plummeted into an abyss. Tick. Tick. The watch hand on his wrist stopped at 1300. At that moment a deafening siren suddenly blared from all 4 trenches. The moment the alarm blared, the distant 4 Calamities secret realm began to rotate, and above the entire safe zone small wind vortexes started to form and expand as if brewing a colossal storm. With a roar the first wave of beast tides leaped out from the vortex of the 4 Calamities secret realm, their ferocious faces emitting piercing howls as they plummeted into the inner city of the safe zone. Then like raindrops countless black specks began to appear in droves carrying massive amounts of viral spores, the sound of their crashing explosions echoing in the ears. Boom. 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 Looking into the distance, thick dust filled the sky and all the psychics in the entire western trench were stirred into action. Teams of psychics prepared to set out, escorted by soldiers from the 6th war zone heading straight for the western safe zone. Hurry. The 13th wave of beast tides has begun. I wonder how many will die this time. I heard the psychics from the ancient martial alliance have arrived, but why aren't they taking the lead? Everyone come this way, collect the immune serum and then enter the front lines. Be careful. Where is Major General Zhong? A soldier asked anxiously around. Inside the tent where Chen Mo and the others were. Upon hearing Tang Xuanya's deduction, Zhong Liming was utterly seized by fear. He abruptly looked at his watch and exclaimed, damn. The 13th wave of beast tides is here. What do we do now, Major General Zhong? Should we head over now? Someone from the ancient martial alliance asked. Zhong Liming's eyes flickered as his mind raced. There was no time to ponder how the beasts had evaded their sight and reached the rear. He made a decisive choice. No, what Miss Xuanyu said is plausible. If this is truly the last wave of the 4 Calamities secret realm and we are caught in a pincer, we cannot send all psychics to the front lines. Time is short. By now the psychics in the trench have likely already departed. I must quickly notify the other trenches and the command. Just then a soldier burst into the tent speaking urgently. Major General Zhong. The 13th wave of beast tides has descended and the front lines need top-tier psychics for support. The psychics in the trench have already set off. Zhong Liming's heart skipped a beat. I know. He turned to Yang Suiyu and asked, Xiao Yang, how does your strength compare to Chen Mo's? Which of you is stronger? Yang Suiyu quickly grasped Zhong Liming's intent. He glanced at Chen Mo beside him and answered bluntly, I am not his equal. Chen Mo alone should be able to handle the beast tide leader of the western city. Zhong Liming said, very well. In that case, Xiao Yang, lead your comrades from the ancient martial alliance to cover the rear and stay alert for any signs of a beast tide attack from behind to avoid being caught in a pincer. Chen Mo, I've heard of your prowess. The beast tide in the western city is entrusted to your 6th war zone. The front lines had the support of the floating tower, and relying on them and the psychics they had always held out until reinforcements from other trenches arrived. But now the situation was different. If the rear truly faced a zombie assault, the other 3 unprepared trenches would be unable to spare psychics for aid. This time the western trench must rely solely on itself. Time is pressing. Set off now, I beg of you. Zhong Liming said with a grave expression. Chen Mo replied, I understand. Wang Luoyang, your psychic ability is not suited for combat. Stay here with them. Wang Luoyang acknowledged this and nodded. Alright Chen Mo, Tang Xuan, you be careful, both of you. I'll notify you immediately if anything comes up. Chen Mo and Tang Xuanya's 3 corpses left the tent. Outside, a flood of people rushed toward the safe zone, the trench filled with the clamor of alarms. Tang Xuanyu looked up at the distant sky where wind vortexes gathered and dispersed over each city. The abyss-like vortex of the 4 calamities' secret realm continuously poured down vast hordes of beasts, a sight so horrifying it sent chills down one's spine. From the other cities the sounds of cannon fire and battle had already begun. Tang Xuanyu muttered with a tremor in her heart, I hope my guess is wrong. Chen Mo, let's go. The 2 arrived at the exit leading to the safe zone, where soldiers stood ready behind trench sandbags, their cold rifles aimed at the western city gate, ready to open fire at the first sign of a beast escaping. Here are your immune serums, and these vials are grade recovery serums. Remember, the immune serum only lasts 2 hours and cannot be reused within a day. Major General Zhong has tasked you with eliminating the beast tide leader. Keep track of the time, well, ring a bell every half hour. No matter what happens inside the safe zone, make sure to return before the 4th ring. The soldier distributing the immune serums repeatedly reminded Chen Mo. The virus concentration inside the safe zone is dense. Without the immune serum, even the strongest psychic would rapidly succumb to the disease and die miserably. Understood. After drinking the immune serum under the shocked gaze of the soldiers, Chen Mo waved his hand and summoned Qiongqi. With a roar, the group mounted Qiongqi's back and leaped into the air, soaring over the dense crowd and heading straight for the western city. What is that? A mutant. Who's that guy? Never seen him before. No idea, must be a top psychic from elsewhere. Let's catch up. Qiongqi, having been cooped up in the psychic space for so long, unleashed its pent-up energy, flapping its wings like a straight arrow as it sped past everyone and entered the western city. Howling wind lashed against their faces, tousling their hair wildly. The air was thick with viral spores, the city in chaos, littered with countless beast and human corpses, not a single patch of ground intact. The earth was dyed red with blood. In the distance, the walls connecting to the central city had been utterly destroyed by the beast tides. An overwhelming flood of beasts surged toward the western city like a tidal wave. Hordes of wolves and hyenas charged with bared fangs, a terrifyingly dense sight. Roar, roar. According to Zhong Liming, the earliest waves of the beast tide were always led by these calamity wolves and hyenas. After them came the onslaught of lions and tigers. Their mission was to slay several waves of beast tide leaders amidst the horde, break their formations, and leave the rest for the psychics following behind to handle. Qiongqi soared directly above the dense beast tide as numerous ferocious wolves leaped into the air, attempting to bring him down, but they were simply not able to reach his altitude. The 2 quickly locked onto several leaders among the beast horde. 1, 2, 3. Tang Xuanyu observed carefully, counting the leaders of the beast tide. The leaders of the beast tide were easy to distinguish. Their bodies were several times larger than ordinary ferocious beasts, exuding an incredibly terrifying aura. At this point there are at least close to 30 leaders. Tang Xuanya's expression gradually turned serious. How could there be even more than the dozens mentioned by General Zhong? Moreover, not only that, but each wave of beast tides from the various cities seemed to total around 10 to 20,000. The sheer density of this wave must have at least doubled. How could there be only this little? Tang Xuanyu glanced back, seeing the ability users from the West City trench pouring into the city. When they witnessed such a massive beast tide, many of them were left dumbfounded, their pupils dilated with terror. What the hell is going on? Is there this many beasts in the first wave? Could it be that the beast hordes from the other cities have all come here? How can we even fight this? But not everyone thought this way. Ha ha ha. With so many beasts, this is just the first wave of the Wolfpack's assault. By the end of this beast tide we should be able to collect several thousand crystal cores. We're going to strike it rich. Brothers of the Futu group, let's go make some money. A burly man among the ability users laughed heartily, charging forward. Below Qiongqi, countless ferocious beasts charged towards the ability users. Tang Xuanya's eyes sparkled as she aimed at one of the leaders and shot a water arrow that struck it down amidst the beast tide. Fortunately these ferocious wolves and hyenas are not very strong, probably around the 4th tier, otherwise it would be troublesome. Chen Mo kept a close watch on the beast horde below. Perhaps Xuanyu was indeed right, if this might truly be the last wave of the beast tide from the 4 calamities secret realm. Xuanyu, you take Qiongqi and Sanshur down here and leave the beast tide over there to me. However, upon looking where Chen Mo pointed, Tang Xuanya's heart sank. That was the area where the most leaders and beasts were gathered. No way. We will start resolving from the outskirts, it's too dangerous over there. The actions and destructive power of the aberrant beings could not be compared to that of zombies unless they were mutated special zombies. Ordinary zombies were no match for the aberrant ferocious beasts. That way there might not be enough time. Chen Mo smiled and said. It's fine, leave it to me. In the worst case scenario I still have She Beast and Shoshi Shen with me. Tang Xuanya's expression was complex, her beautiful eyes filled with concern as she looked at Chen Mo and said, just be careful. Got it. With that, Chen Mo drew the Taya blade and leaped from Qiongqi's back. He plummeted rapidly towards the ground, his hair standing on end. Chen Mo's gaze was exceptionally sharp as the Taya blade emanated thick black mist, transforming into Taya ghosts which swiftly headed towards the furthest distance. Activating the power of Taya. Buzz. Chen Mo's figure quickly vanished, appearing 100 meters away. He activated the power of Taya again to teleport repeatedly in midair. 1-2, and after the last Taya ghost disappeared he leaped across a long distance. Chen Mo fell towards the dense beast horde below, and the ferocious wolves below noticed the scene above, baring their fangs and lunging up one after another. Roar! Chen Mo's expression was extremely indifferent as he unleashed his abilities in the air. Buzz! Countless silver blades materialized and shot out. Puff puff puff. Like a torrential rain of silver blades they pierced through countless ferocious wolves below, blood splattering in midair. The ground erupted with metallic spikes, catching the ferocious wolves off guard as they were impaled, hanging from the metallic spikes. Wow, with just one strike over 100 ferocious wolves were killed. Boom! The impact from falling dozens of meters sent several more ferocious wolves flying. Smoke filled the air as Chen Mo stepped on the already mangled body of a ferocious wolf, facing the surrounding wolves with fierce eyes while locking onto one leader, grinning. Hiding at the back. Then let's kill them all. With a raised hand countless silver arcs shot out from his side. Roar! Roar! The sounds of painful howls echoed as the heads of dozens of ferocious wolves exploded before him. Chen Mo, wielding the Taya blade, charged amidst the ferocious wolves, blood splattering as he swiftly reached the leader. It was a 5th tier ferocious wolf, and without allowing it any reaction time he swiftly swung his blade, severing its head and killing it. The first one. Narrowing his eyes he searched for the next leader's figure. After eliminating the leader here, Chen Mo immediately moved deeper into the beast tide. These leaders were scattered. Each time one was killed the wolf pack it commanded would lose formation and become chaotic. At the same time the ability users in the trench of West City were also engaged in a brutal fight with the beast horde. The ones who managed to reach this place were all powerful. Among them the most wild and terrifying was a burly man. The burly man was a strength-type ability user delivering powerful blows. Facing the snapping hyenas he grabbed one by the neck and twisted it while his other hand swept across, exploding a hyena that was attacking from the side. Bang! Li Zhu was drenched in the blood of the beasts and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. This beast tide is nothing. Where are the leaders? I came here to deal with the leaders among this beast tide. He was from the Futu group, a pure and comprehensive 6th tier ability user. He had shone brightly in the earlier beast tide before Chen Mo and others arrived, displaying remarkable strength. Zhu Gu, be careful, these beasts carry a lot of viruses and their blood is the same. A teammate from Futu group who had rushed over warned. Li Zhu laughed dismissively, what are you afraid of? My physical constitution can't be infected by any virus. These beasts are too fragile, it's much more satisfying to tear through tigers and leopards. Saying this, Li Zhu spat, feeling unsatisfied as he prepared to hunt further into the beast tide. Suddenly, as if he had discovered something, his pupils constricted sharply as he noticed a metallic storm rapidly spinning and shattering the beast horde not far away. What the hell is that? Where did this ability user come from? Zhu Gu, it's that new guy. Within the trenches of the western city the first alarm bell rang out. Buzz! As the other beast hordes were too densely packed and breaking free once entangled would be difficult, Chen Mo directly unleashed a metal storm, moving while indiscriminately slaughtering the surrounding tidal waves of beasts. Within the metal storm rivers of blood flowed, littered with the corpses of at least over 100 dire wolves. A dire wolf leader bearing its fangs lunged forward with a ferocious glint of scarlet in its eyes just as it was about to close in. Pfft! From the ground beside Chen Mo, a sharp metal spike abruptly shot up, piercing through the creature's abdomen and suspending it upon the spike. Chen Mo hung his head low, not even lifting an eyelid. The calamity necklace in his hand glowed with an increasingly intense and radiant light. It's here now. The light is brighter. One thing puzzled him greatly: the calamity necklace could lock onto the location of the four calamities god Qiongqi, but ever since he entered the safe zone, the position locked by the necklace had been constantly shifting, not pointing toward the four calamities secret realm alone. What was certain was that Qiongqi was not in the four calamities secret realm at all. And it was constantly moving. Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be shaken off. Chen Mo looked up at the dire wolf leader still clinging to life on the metal spike. The metal inside its body burst open into a beautiful thorny flower blooming from within the creature. The ninth one. With a calm expression, Chen Mo pressed two fingers together and dispelled the metal storm. The whirling metal storm abruptly ceased and countless silver blades scattered across the ground. This area had been nearly cleared by Chen Mo alone, with pools of blood and shredded flesh splattered on the earth as if a rain of blood had fallen. Raising the calamity necklace level with his eyes, Chen Mo aimed it in various directions, finally stopping at the east. The gemstone upon it was even more dazzling and vivid, as bright as blood. Changed again. Chen Mo frowned. Previously it had shone brighter toward the direction outside the city, but now it was pointing inside the city. That location. The eastern city. Chen Mo's eyes flickered. The eastern city was right next to the western city, and he intended to go check it out. Just then a displeased voice came from behind. Hey! Which war zone's ability user are you? You've killed all the dire wolves here, so what's left for us to harvest? Chen Mo turned around to see Li Zhu of the floating tower along with 6 or 7 others trampling through the ruins. Li Zhu held a dire wolf corpse in his hand and casually tossed it aside. Bang! When they arrived, the ground was strewn with carcasses nearly impossible to tread upon, as the area around Chen Mo was filled with dire wolf remains, many even missing their cores shattered by the metal storm. Li Zhu frowned and said, "What a bloody waste. These cores are worth a fortune. Who the hell are you wasting them like this? Don't you know wasting is shameful? If you want the thrill of killing, go somewhere else." Chen Mo gave the burly man a brief glance and said indifferently, "These are yours." Without time to dawdle and not giving the man a chance to react, Chen Mo hurried toward the direction where the calamity necklace shone, leaving the floating tower members dumbfounded in place. What's going on? What's that guy up to? There are still plenty of intact corpses here, and these dire wolves are at least 4th tier. And he's just giving them up. Even Li Zhu was baffled, scratching his head. Well, it'll be damned, someone actually turning down cores. First time I've seen this. What's he up to? Watching the direction Chen Mo headed, where there weren't many beast hordes, Li Zhu was puzzled. A chilling, frigid wind swept through. The floating tower members shuddered involuntarily. One member, as if noticing something, pointed to the sky in terror and shouted, "Brother Zhu! Look up! What's with those wind vortices?" Everyone looked skyward. The wind vortices, which had been only small half an hour ago, had now expanded 4 or 5 times. Hanging in the sky like gaping holes blotting out the sun, there were no fewer than 4 or 5 wind vortices just above the western city safe zone. Li Zhu's pupils contracted. He glanced at the ability users in the western city locked in fierce combat with the beast hordes, clearly unaware of the scene above. He spat in anger and cursed. Damn! This is bad. These wind vortices can indiscriminately summon beast tides. Hasn't Qiongqi dealt with them? Where the hell is he? Usually at this time Qiongqi from the eastern city trenches would use his Wind King ability to eliminate these wind vortices spawned from the 4 calamities secret realm the moment he entered the safe zone. But today, even after the first alarm had sounded, these vortices remained. What's he playing at? The extra beast tide pressure is already immense. If the vortices drop more beasts, we won't be able to hold the western city. Li Zhu roared in fury. Seeing the situation, he had no time to collect cores and immediately turned to lead his floating tower squad to reinforce other areas with heavier beast tides. The situation in the eastern city was considerably better than in the western city. After all, it was where the war zone leader Zhou Maotai was stationed. Although it had the fewest ability users among the 4 trenches, their quality was terrifyingly high. The central squad led by Ehuang, one of the 12 scions, included Zhao Wenji, Li Xiao and Yang Cheng. Top-ranked ability users like Qiongqi, Sun Fu, Su Ranjia, and numerous other ability users from various factions. Although the eastern city trenches only housed a little over 1,000 ability users relying solely on Ehuang and his team, they held their ground, effortlessly crushing the beast tides. On the battlefield, An ability user of the Dark Realm. Qiongqi was surrounded by thousands of dire wolves. He activated his ability and a vast expanse of darkness spread from under his feet, enveloping the beast horde in the area. He snorted coldly. Realm annihilation. In the region covered by darkness, a terrifying burst of energy erupted instantly. Rumble. In an instant, explosions detonated beneath countless dire wolves, sending them flying into the air, splattering blood. Though he had wiped out many beasts in one go, his face showed no joy. Ordinarily, the first wave of beast tides composed of dire wolves and hyenas would be cleared in half an hour. But today this first wave showed no sign of receding. Elsewhere not far away, squad member Zhao Wenji's eyes were ruthless as he charged into the hyena pack like a human meat grinder. Dozens of hyenas lunged at him, but the moment they touched Zhao Wenji they were sliced into countless chunks of flesh. Howl. The hyenas screeched in agony. Ability Sevenfold Kill. This ability allowed every inch of his body to be coated with the sharpest 7 kills chi. Zhao Wenji punched through a hyena, its blood drenching him entirely. As an ability rivaling Srank in killing power, he could unleash himself freely amidst this beast tide. Looks like Brothers Wa is done over there. Zhao Wenji glanced towards Qiongqi's direction, a piercing glint flashing in his eyes as he laughed exuberantly. Ha ha ha, how exhilarating. Come on. I'm a bone full of thorns, anyone else want a taste? The surrounding hyenas crouched low with caution, long strings of drool dripping from their jaws, yet none dared to advance. Zhao Wenji finished this quickly. There are 3 chieftains to the southwest. Li Xiao opened her eyes, her absolute perception ability having located the chieftains in the area, and she immediately barked out. The wind vortex is growing larger, where is Qi Yufeng? As the soul recovery type ability user, Yang Cheng moved with agility. Dodging a pounce from a calamity wolf, he raised his pistol and fired 2 shots into its head. Qiongqi, having finished his battle in the distance, arrived to reinforce. Seeing Zhao Wenji still fighting, he snorted coldly. Stop playing around and end this quickly. With a hum, the dark attribute ability expanded once more. A series of dark spheres materialized beside him and shot forth in an instant, their terrifying power blasting crater after crater into the ground, annihilating thousands of calamity wolves into nothingness. Boom! The squad members exclaimed in delight, Brothers Wa, you're here. With the beast horde before him wiped out, Zhao Wenji felt a great loss of interest and muttered, Brothers Wa, you finished too quickly, I didn't even have time to react. Qiongqi spoke in a deep voice. Take a good look at the sky. The wind vortex is nearly complete. Once it forms, can you kill fast enough? The 4 calamities' secret realms seemed to have a limit on numbers, so not all beasts could emerge at once. These wind vortices served as exits. By then a sea of beasts would pour out. Though their abilities could keep them safe with the threat of the virus, they could never eliminate all of them within the remaining hour and a half. Where the hell is Qi Yufeng? Qiongqi asked. Yang Cheng shook his head. No idea. I haven't seen him since before the beast tide struck. If he still hasn't shown up, we'll have to rely on wind-type ability users to deal with the vortices. Zhao Wenji protested, how can we stop them? Even 10 wind-type ability users can't handle a single vortex. Only Qi Yufeng's Wind King ability can shatter these vortices. Their expressions grew grim. On the other side, the ability users were already suffering heavy casualties. Reinforcements. We need backup. Damn it, get away. If even the strongest trench line was like this, the other areas were unimaginable. Meanwhile, the situation in other cities was equally dire. Within the southern city, the battle was deadlocked. And Mingyue struggled to provide cover fire from the rear with her gun. An ability user in front turned and shouted, Xiaoya. Go back. Something's off about today's beast tide, it's too dangerous. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. In the northern city, Fu Shuangyu, another member of the Central 12, furrowed her delicate brows. Facing a lunging hyena, she arched back and kicked out with a straight leg, bursting the beast apart, then landed gracefully with a light spin. Why are there so many of these today? She took a rough survey of the situation and said with some irritation, whatever, I can't end up slower than that deadpan Qiongqi. As a pillar conduit and one of the Central 12, she possessed an ability far beyond ordinary humans. In her left hand she conjured a longbow of blazing flame, with her right she grasped a flaming arrow from thin air. Her eyes grew razor-sharp as she drew the flame bow to its fullest, aiming at a dense cluster of beasts. S-rank ability Flame Empress. Scorching heat boiled the space, sending waves of hot air rippling outward. Flames rose around Fu Shuangyu, her long straight black hair streaming in the wind, her beautiful face glowing brighter in the crimson firelight. A slight smile curled at the corner of Fu Xuanjia's lips. Time to taste Granny's flame burst. Go. Bang bang bang. The flaming arrow shot forth like an arc of fire plunging straight into the beast horde. In the next instant a massive explosion engulfed everything in roaring flames. The beasts were incinerated, their agonized howls rising as countless hyenas were reduced to ash under the intense heat scattering into the air. The surrounding ability users' eyelids twitched wildly. This tigress was truly ferocious. Meanwhile elsewhere, one of the wind vortices in the sky had grown enormous, emitting terrifying roars as fierce beasts leaped out from within and joined the battlefield. The second wave of powerful beasts, tigers, leopards, lions, also began to join the fray. Facing such a massive horde, the safe zone was now in grave danger. Zhuo Shengwang's central squad had not paused for a moment. He glanced at other directions. Despite such slaughter, the beast tide showed no signs of receding. He said coldly, "TCH, the second alarm will probably go off soon. If the remaining vortices take shape, we won't be able to clear this beast tide in the final hour. Zhao Wenji, you and the others go support the other ability users and reduce casualties. I'll go find Qi Yufeng now." Qi Yufeng's sudden disappearance at a critical moment irritated him. Understood. Just then a mocking voice sounded from behind. Oh my, I didn't realize I was so important. A gust of wind swept through the area, stirring up sandy dust. The central squad members were startled and turned around. A handsome young man descended on the wind, landing slowly from the air. Smiling at the central squad, he spread his arms and said, "What do you think? Miss me?" The newcomer was none other than Qi Yufeng, ranked second with the S-rank Wind King ability. Bastard. Seeing him, Zhao Wenji charged forward. Withdrawing his ability, he threw a punch straight at Qi Yufeng's handsome face. Bang. Qi Yufeng was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground before stopping. Zhao Wenji. The squad members were shocked. What are you doing? Zhuo Shengwang showed little reaction. He was also displeased with Qi Yufeng's tardiness. For some reason, as if their frequencies clashed, Zhuo Shengwang always sensed a faint elusive evil in Qi Yufeng. He said coldly, "Do you know how many people died because of your lateness? The wind vortices are already unleashing massive waves of beasts. If you had arrived earlier, fewer would have perished. Tell me, what were you doing just now?" Qi Yufeng coughed a couple of times, rose from the ground looking a bit disheveled, touched his face and said helplessly, "Ah, really? Don't hit the face." However, judging by his demeanor, it seemed he had barely absorbed any of it. Zhuo Shengwang's eyelids twitched as he suppressed his fury, fixing his gaze upon him. Yet Zhao Wenji, hot-tempered as he was, could no longer contain himself. He lunged forward, ready to throw a punch. "Damn it, I'll beat the hell out of you, you bastard. With so many wind vortexes unleashing beast tides, now can you handle them all?" Qi Yufeng's expression shifted as he hastily retreated a few steps. He touched his nose, muttering in resignation. Well, before I came, wasn't the war zone still holding its own against the vortexes? So humans are always so insatiable. I just went to deal with a trivial matter, mere wind vortexes easily cleared in a few moves. As he spoke, Qi Yufeng looked up at the dozens of massive wind vortexes in the sky, several of which had already begun to continuously release hordes of beasts. You see, as long as it's wind, it's under my command. Qi Yufeng flashed what he thought was a charming smile and winked at Li Xiao, the only female member of the central squad. Once this beast tide is dealt with, Miss Xiao, how about we go for some tea? He extended his fourth invitation. Li Xiao's face darkened as she coldly uttered a single word. Scram. Fine, fine, if you're unwilling, so be it. Qi Yufeng shrugged, snapped his fingers, and an air current immediately rose beneath his feet. But even if you agreed, there's no chance now. Farewell. Qi Yufeng murmured softly with a smile, a phrase no one could clearly hear. He rose step by step, treading upon the invisible wind as if ascending to the clouds. The Wind King ability, all winds would obey his command, freely mobilized at his will. Under the gaze of the crowd, Qi Yufeng gradually ascended to the height of the wind vortexes. Gazing at the magnificent vortexes, he grinned. Go where you belong. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from his body, and a nearby vortex that was releasing beasts began to tremble. All the ability users in the Eastern District witnessed this scene, breaking into joyful cries. Qi Yufeng. He's finally here. That damned bastard, coming neither early nor late. Do you know how many people we've lost because of your delay? Meanwhile, on the other side of the Eastern District, Chen Mo, who had just arrived, also noticed this scene in the sky. Gusts of wind swept through the Eastern District. Gazing at the figure beneath the wind vortex in the high sky, Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he murmured. So that's Qi Yufeng. He had been concerned about this person before. As a powerhouse on the ability user ranking he had heard of most others, but this man seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Of course it could also be because the ranking changed frequently with new ability users constantly replacing the old ones. Suddenly the calamity necklace in his hand emitted a searing heat vibrating slightly. Chen Mo was taken aback. This. He glanced at the necklace. Was Qiongqi appearing? No. That's not right. It's that direction. As if struck by a thought, Chen Mo abruptly looked at Ehuang in the air, aiming the necklace at him. Boom. The calamity necklace blazed with intense light never before so bright, a fiery crimson like flames. Chen Mo's pupils contracted sharply as he stared intently at Ehuang, who was dealing with the wind vortexes, a piercing gleam in his eyes. Found you. At that moment Ehuang seemed to sense something, looking toward Chen Mo's location with a frown. What's going on? Such a strange feeling. Yet he didn't pay it much heed, instead focusing on the saturated wind vortexes in the sky. A mad gleam crept onto his face as he muttered to himself. Hundreds of thousands of beasts lie dormant outside the safe zone. If I bring these vortexes there, everyone will die. Let's begin. Qiongqi. Earlier, to mobilize those beast hordes, he had been setting up wind vortexes outside the safe zone, which was why he had been delayed. A sinister laugh echoed in his mind. Ha ha. You humans are truly cruel. These are your own kin. Ehuang, don't you really care at all? Ehuang was silent for a moment, then, as if possessed by another persona, burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. Qiongqi, have you just met me, Ehuang? The moment I released you from the Four Calamities secret realm, I abandoned everything. In this dog-eat-dog world, I've long understood, destruction is also rebirth. The Four Calamities secret realm in the Third War Zone, no one knew who had opened it. And that person was none other than him, Ehuang. Before the apocalypse he was merely an obscure actor. Relying on his handsome looks to survive and seize more resources, he had to swallow his pride and serve investors with peculiar fetishes. To obtain resources he even stooped to becoming their kept plaything. Yet all he gained in return was humiliation and nothingness. He once tried to resist, but his opponent's background was too formidable, he could do nothing. In a fit of rage he killed that disgusting man. Then came a death sentence. Just as he was about to face execution in utter despair, the apocalypse began. People around him turned into zombies and huge meteors rained down from the blazing sky. It was the most beautiful sight he had ever seen in his life. In that instant death transformed into rebirth. Afterward, leveraging his appearance, he found a small team and safely weathered the toughest early days. He even obtained the key to the secret realm, became Qiongqi's servant, and gained the formidable Wind King ability. Hearing Ehuang's reply, Qiongqi laughed darkly. I'm growing to appreciate you more and more, Ehuang. You surpass all the divine envoys I've chosen before. Since that's the case, let's begin. Then let's do it. Ehuang's face was a mask of madness as he let out a low shout. A powerful hurricane radiated from him, sweeping the surrounding wind vortexes like a tidal wave. Whoosh, the howling gale engulfed the entire eastern district. Debris and scattered corpses began to be swept up. His goal was to push all the vortexes within the safe zone outside its perimeter. Then, caught between the massive beast tides from both sides, no one in the Third War Zone would escape. The ability users below noticed the anomaly. What's happening? What is Ehuang doing? Something's off today. Even the members of Zhuoshengwang's central squad changed their expressions. Zhuoshengwang narrowed his eyes, looking up at Ehuang in the sky, feeling increasingly uneasy. Li Xiao unleashed her absolute perception ability, her pretty face turning serious as she gazed at the scene above in confusion. Something's wrong. Why is that wind vortex starting to change? What do you mean? Zhao Wenji asked. Li Xiao, he's not trying to resolve the wind vortex at all. Those wind vortices are moving. He wants to push them out. What? At these words everyone was greatly shocked. Ehuang manipulated the fierce winds, directly driving the eastern city's wind vortex beyond the safe zone. From within the vortex, beasts poured out like dumplings, densely scattering across every area of the safe zone. Ehuang, what are you doing? Realizing something was wrong, the group immediately understood. If the wind vortex were sent outside the safe zone, the losses would be irreparable. Ehuang above remained unmoved, his pupils growing increasingly manic. Let the storm rage even fiercer. Pushing his ability to the limit, he formed several tornadoes. The fierce winds accelerated the movement of the vortices, and one of them visibly was forcibly pushed beyond the safe zone. Roar! A sky-darkening horde of beasts descended into the trenches outside the safe zone. The scene in the trenches was one of utter devastation. The sudden appearance of the beast horde directly shattered the trench defenses, indiscriminately slaughtering the soldiers and civilians inside. Cries of anguish and wailing filled the air amidst the bombardment of artillery and gunfire, the roars and howls of the beasts. Every trench suffered an unprecedented strike. Roar! Roar! Bang bang bang! Protect the leader! Protect the leader! Retreat, all of you, cover! Soldiers fell one by one among the beasts. Zhou Maotai, escorted by a group, quickly evacuated the battlefield. His face twisted with rage, he stared fiercely at the massive tide of beasts surging toward them. When did the rear come under attack? Where did all these beasts come from? Caught between two fronts, the group had to break through the horde and retreat. Leader! Hurry! We've sent word to the ability users in the safe zone, hold on. Take the leader and go. Charging soldiers were successively tackled to the ground by dire wolves. Seeing this, Zhou Maotai's eyes burned with fury, his gaze reddening. Damn it, these beasts! Leader, we can't delay any longer. The high-ranking officials of the Third War Zone urged him. Within the area there were only a few ability users assigned to protect the high-ranking officials. Though they were all at the 6th rank, against such a sea of beasts they could only shield the officials from harm. One defense-type ability user erected a cyan barrier enclosing everyone inside. Outside, dire wolves and hyenas relentlessly charged, attempting to smash through the barrier with their bodies. Ahead, 4 or 5 ability users cleared the path, unleashing their powers to slay the beasts. Boom! Bang! Leader, follow us quickly, well, lead the way. We can't stay here any longer. Wait. That is. Inside the barrier, a high-ranking official noticed the rapidly approaching wind vortex. When they saw the beasts falling from the vortex, everyone's faces turned deathly pale, despair gripping their hearts. What in the world was happening inside the safe zone? Within the eastern city, all the ability users fighting the beasts began to sense something amiss. Having witnessed everything, Zhao Wenji of the central squad erupted in fury, his eyes blazing. Bastard! Brother Zhua, he's sending the vortices out, that's the trench. Qi Yufeng. Have you lost your mind? By now even a fool understood what Qi Yufeng was trying to do. But with his Wind King ability he was high in the sky and no one could get close. Zhua Shengwang's face was so dark it seemed to drip water. Black spheres condensed beside him, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he stared at Qi Yufeng above. Dark Realm. Whoosh, the dark spheres shot out surrounding him from all directions, unleashing a terrifying power. Boom. A powerful explosion of elemental darkness erupted. The spot where Qi Yufeng stood turned into a black hole. But the next moment a hurricane tore through the darkness and Qi Yufeng coldly looked down at the crowd below. Stop getting in my way, you bunch of nuisances. With a flick of his hand, several razor-sharp wind blades slashed toward the ground. Boom. The earth was split open with a massive fissure, smoke and dust filling the air. Zhua Shengwang and the others narrowly dodged and Zhao Wenji roared in fury. He's trying to kill us. We can't let him keep moving the vortices. Yang Cheng said grimly. We have to stop him. But how? We can't fly. Just then, in the distance, the beast horde suddenly let out widespread howls of agony as one after another was blasted into the air. Boom. A silver metallic dragon appeared from nowhere, rising from the ground. A vast amount of liquid metal formed, gradually coalescing into a body behind. The metallic dragon reared its head and roared directly at Qi Yufeng's position. Standing atop it was none other than Chen Mo. Rumble, amidst billowing smoke, the metallic dragon soared high into the sky. The massive commotion drew the attention of all ability users in the eastern city, leaving everyone in awe of the terrifying sight. What the hell is that? Holy crap! A dragon? Made of metal, am I seeing things? Brother Zhua. There's an ability user there. Zhua Shengwang immediately looked toward the magnificent metallic dragon. When he spotted Chen Mo atop it, his pupils contracted sharply. A storm of shock raged in his heart. It was that guy. An elemental ability, and he could actually construct such a massive lifelike entity. How was that possible? Zhua Shengwang's face was a mask of disbelief. Such a fearsome ability, he had only seen it among the top-ranked members of the 12. Beside him, Zhao Wenji was dumbfounded, his voice breaking as he exclaimed. Holy crap! Isn't that bastard who was riding a mutant before? When did he get here? Yang Cheng seemed to notice something. The metallic dragon was heading straight for Qi Yufeng's location. He seems to be going after Qi Yufeng. The appearance of the metallic dragon stirred up a terrifying wave of energy. The closer it got to the wind vortex, the fiercer the gales became. Standing atop the metallic dragon, Chen Mo wore a cold expression. In an instant he condensed thousands of silver blades and shot them toward Qiongqi. Bang bang bang. Thousands of silver blades tore through the air, shredding the turbulent currents of wind. Hey kid. Someone's coming, or the four calamities god Qiongqi warned in his mind. Qiongqi naturally noticed the scene before him. His expression shifted drastically as he was forced to halt the movement of the wind vortex. The fierce wind spun rapidly at his side, forming a miniature tornado that engulfed the silver blades hurtling toward him. Qiongqi spoke with seething rage. Who goes there? How dare you stop me? Get lost. With his long hair billowing, Qiongqi thrust both hands forward, sending a gale roaring toward Chen Mo. A howling wind swept across the sky, stirring up a blinding storm of yellow sand. Even the ruins on the ground were upheaved. Under this sudden colossal current of air, the massive metal dragon, over 30 meters in length, was forcibly pushed back by the violent hurricane. As a top-tier 6th-level esper, he was hardly inferior to Chen Mo in the use of his abilities. The sharp wind tore at Chen Mo's sleeves. His face icy, he parted his lips slightly and unleashed a sound that shattered all spells. A piercing shrill sonic shockwave instantly annihilated the gale and surged straight toward Qiongqi. The wind was dispelled. Qiongqi's face contorted, his eardrums ringing, his pupils filled with shock. What kind of ability is this? Below, Ehuang and the others were also enveloped by the sound of the Shoshi god. Li Zio's perception ability was instantly severed, and the 7 killings aura clinging to Zhao Wenji's body was entirely dispelled. Both of their faces paled in shock. My 7 killings ability is gone. Zhao Wenji, you too. My perception ability has been cut off. Ehuang looked up at the scene in the sky, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I saw it right, this guy is incredibly strong. The sound of the Shoshi god faded in an instant. Recovering, Qiongqi looked up at the wind vortexes that had been blocked, his voice low and seething with murderous intent. Bastard. Die. A wind blade several meters long slashed out heavily, cutting into the metal dragon's body. This incredibly hard metallic substance was carved with deep furrows, teetering on the verge of collapse. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes. The calamity necklace on his chest glowed ever brighter and hotter. Bracing against the hurricane, he condensed several high-speed spinning metal rings covered in sharp edges, sweeping them out. The rings sliced through the wind. Qiongqi's pupils contracted and he instantly drifted sideways and backward. The metal rings missed their mark, but in the next moment they turned back. In his mind, Qiongqi called out again, behind you. I know. I don't need you to remind me. Qiongqi said coldly. He altered the wind's direction, forcibly changing the position of the metal rings as they came slashing in, sending them past him and down toward the ground. Boom. The ground was split open into a deep pit, the metal ring embedded within. Qiongqi, it's on you, isn't it? At that moment, Chen Mo across from him spoke softly. Qiongqi's expression shifted, showing the first sign of disturbance. His gaze was exceptionally dark as he stared at Chen Mo and said. What exactly do you want? As I recall, I don't seem to know you, do I? He had never seen anyone who could materialize elemental abilities and ascend using them. He never expected that even high above the ground someone could stop him. Chen Mo smiled faintly, taking off the calamity necklace, and said lightly, tell Qiongqi that debts must always be repaid. Damn it. At these words, Qiongqi in Qiongqi's mind was startled. What's wrong? Qiongqi spoke with great wariness. Damn it, I know now. This guy must be sent by the mysterious merchant to deal with me. I didn't expect it to be this soon. The mysterious merchant organization was the only neutral race in this apocalypse, and no one would dare offend them. After receiving their help to obtain a method for transferring territory, Qiongqi had gone back on his word and tried to eat the merchant, but the latter escaped. I never expected retribution to come so quickly. Qiongqi, retreat first. This man hired by the mysterious merchant must be one of the top espers on this land. And that ability just now, if I'm not mistaken, came from the power of the Shoshi god. It knew the mysterious merchant's capabilities if they possessed countless treasures. If they were truly ruthless, it wouldn't just be humans coming after him, even other apocalypse gods would turn against him. No. Qiongqi's eyes blazed with madness as he shouted, didn't you say the beast horde in the secret realm had all come out? If we don't wipe them out now, we won't get another chance like this once they recover. The ultimate target is still you. Though the 4 calamities gods including Qiongqi were powerful, they had not yet fully recovered. Facing so many formidable espers in the third war zone, their ultimate fate would be annihilation. Yufeng defied Qiongqi's advice, glaring at Chen Mo with a murderous gaze. As long as I kill him, everything can proceed. Gale Scourge. The howling hurricane rose once more as if it would tear open the clouds in the sky. Yufeng stamped his right foot, ascending to an even higher altitude. For 100 miles the sky was cloudless as he looked down at Chen Mo below. The metal dragon kept pressing forward. Yufeng condensed a wind vortex in his hand. The vortex turned into a massive tornado that engulfed the metal dragon, its fierce winds carving wound after wound into the dragon's body. All around only dust and gravel could be seen spinning rapidly. The tornado was immense, stretching all the way to the ground. Its powerful suction pulled in the beast horde from hundreds of meters away, shredding them into clouds of blood mist. Qiongqi released his domain of darkness to shield the group. Zhao Wenji stomped in frustration. He picked up a piece of rubble, infused it with the 7 Killings aura and hurled it with all his might toward the sky. But it only reached a height of 10 meters before being caught by the tornado and ground to dust. Is that guy dead? Damn it, Yufeng has completely lost it. He's flying so high we can't even touch him. Among the other espers, none could push their elemental abilities to the extreme and ascend like Chen Mo. Above, Yufeng watched the metal dragon writhing in the tornado and sneered coldly. Once you're in my tornado, it's not so easy to get out. He turned, looked up at the wind vortexes and murmured. Now I can continue moving those vortexes. Suddenly beams of silver light burst forth from the tornado, piercing through it. The metal dragon actually broke through the raging tornado, speeding straight toward Yufeng. How is this possible? Feeling his ability shattered, Yufeng's face turned ashen. The metal dragon's head was closing in the distance, shrinking in the blink of an eye. With no time to dodge, the 5.6-meter-wide metal dragon head slammed heavily into Yufeng's body. Boom! Pft! The terrifying impact sent Yufeng flying, blood spewing from his mouth. His face pale, he plummeted straight down. Is that Yufeng? Seeing the falling figure in the sky, many ability users in the eastern city were shocked. Qiongqi and his group were equally astonished, while Zhao Wenji's eyes lit up and he immediately dashed forward. Finally coming down. I'll kill him. Chen Mo watched calmly, giving him no chance. He hurled the Taya blade. The Taya blade transformed into a streak of black light, piercing through the air toward Yufeng. Having been enhanced by Lin Yue, the Taya blade now contained controllable metallic substances. With its sharpness, it was enough to deliver a fatal blow. As the Taya blade approached, Yufeng's bones were shattered and he could not activate his ability. His pupils dilated as he stared at the black blade, his eyes filled with terror. Was he about to die? The 4 calamities god Qiongqi, dwelling within him, sensed the danger and roared furiously, I told you to leave. You idiot. Just as the Taya blade was about to strike, a terrifying black light erupted from Yufeng's body. Like a being summoned by a heavenly authority ability, a black lightning bolt tore across the sky. Rumble, the Taya blade was sent flying by a powerful gust. Wave after wave of immense force blasted away all humans and beasts within hundreds of meters. Qiongqi used his dark realm as a barrier to resist the fierce surging impact. His expression changed as he recognized the familiar aura. As one of the Central 12 who had once been compatible with the divine pillars, Qiongqi murmured in disbelief, this is the power of an apocalypse god. Yufeng is a divine envoy. Frightening wind burst forth, forcing the metallic dragon to stagger backward. Even stabilizing itself required considerable effort. At Yufeng's location, a massive black tornado appeared. Within it loomed the shadow of an ancient colossal being. That is. Chen Mo's pupils constricted. The next moment a deafening roar shook the heavens. The sound was ear-splitting, like the bellow of an ancient primordial beast. All the beasts in the safe zone halted in their tracks. Inside and outside the safe zone, countless people fighting for their lives looked up at the raging black tornado over the eastern city. Such a strong wind. Is that a tornado? Could it be Yufeng? Only he can control such power. In the western city, Tang Xuanyu manipulated the tide of calamity, washing away waves of beasts. Sweat beaded on her fair forehead and she was wounded, looking wearily in that direction. Eastern city. Standing atop the surging waves, Tang Xuanyu looked around but saw no sign of Chen Mo. Meanwhile, in the eastern city, everyone was stunned by the sight within the black tornado. Even the experienced ability user from the Central's Qiongqi caught his breath. Within the swirling black tornado was a colossal being 60 meters tall. Tiger-like, with ox ears, a horned head and winged back, it was mighty and fierce, exuding a brutal and bloody aura. Its form resembled Qiongqi but with slight differences. This ancient being from countless years ago had thicker limbs and golden red pupils. Elegant black patterns coiled over its body and its fur was a dark red like blood. This was Qiongqi, one of the 4 calamities gods, a being beyond the mortal realm, an absolute force bringing disaster. Its mere presence exuded an ancient pressure that subdued all beasts. Humans in the eastern city felt as if their limbs were locked, trembling uncontrollably. It's the god from the 4 calamities realm. Everyone was stunned. What kind of monster is that? Why does it look so much like that guy's war pet? Zhao Wenjie trembled uncontrollably, a fear originating from his soul. Instinct told him this monster could kill him instantly. An apocalypse god. It's an apocalypse god from the 4 calamities realm. Li Xiao exclaimed. And it's a 7th rank apocalypse god. Brothers, well, what do we do now? Zhou Shengwang's eyes blazed with killing intent, his face cold and stern. An apocalypse god. We can't let it escape. Qiongqi's appearance confirmed that Qi Yufeng was its divine envoy. Forming dark spheres in his hands, Zhou Shengwang attacked the tornado without hesitation. Boom! Boom! But the rapidly spinning tornado repelled the dark spheres, allowing them only to explode on the periphery with terrifying energy. The 4 calamities god Qiongqi ignored everyone else, fixing its murderous gaze on Chen Mo atop the metallic dragon. On its body, severely injured Qi Yufeng clung tightly to its fur. Why did you come out? If I hadn't, you'd be dead by now. Qiongqi's voice thundered in Qi Yufeng's mind. Its eyes flickered. Raising its massive head, it roared to the sky. Roar! Turbulent winds swept the entire area. The beasts below, as if receiving orders, began a desperate assault on the ability users in the safe zone despite losing their leader. Under the fierce attack, ability users fell one after another to claws and fangs. Distant cries for help reached Yang Cheng, who looked at his watch in alarm. No alarm. Brothers, something's wrong outside. An hour has passed, the second alarm should have sounded by now. At this rate we only have 50 minutes left of the immunity potion. If we don't deal with these beasts soon, things will turn dire. What? Everyone was alarmed. Zhou Shengwang looked at the horde of beasts around them. If the second wave of tigers, leopards and lions was already arriving. In such a situation they couldn't even hold the eastern city, let alone support other areas. His mind racing, Zhou Shengwang barked without hesitation. Stop gawking. We need to deal with the beast tide. But what about that apocalypse god from the 4 calamities realm? Zhao Wenjie shouted reluctantly. Zhou Shengwang glanced at Qiongqi within the tornado and said coldly, we can't even get close to it. Leave it to that man. Our priority is to suppress and eliminate the beast tide here. I have a feeling that man's strength is not much weaker than us, the Central 12. Let's go. Soon a decision was made, and Zhou Shengwang and his companions immediately dispersed to confront the terrifying beast tide. Meanwhile, the black tornado in the sky revealed a Qiongqi that, after appearing, flapped its wings and turned away, retreating towards the direction of the 4 calamities' secret realm without looking back. Trying to escape. Chen Mo's expression turned cold as he directly controlled the damaged metal dragon to charge at the Qiongqi. As the target of his mission, the Qiongqi was not going to be spared. The Qiongqi was incredibly fast. It commanded the wind, making it nearly impossible for the metal dragon to approach under normal circumstances. However, during its earlier battle with the mysterious merchant, it had sustained considerable damage, with a deep irreparable wound on its hind leg from which black mist surged, constantly affecting its movements. The Qiongqi's eyes grew increasingly furious. The damned mysterious merchant's curse had indeed taken effect on it. Seeing Chen Mo relentlessly pursuing from behind, the Qiongqi turned its head and let out a roar, unleashing a tornado that swept towards the pursuing metal dragon with devastating force. Crack, 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 with just one blow the fierce wind shattered the dragon's head into countless pieces. Chen Mo's expression changed as he began to retreat, watching sections of the dragon's body collapse and break apart. Without the support of the metal dragon, Chen Mo, suspended high in the air, began to plummet downward, stepping on the collapsing metal fragments, his gaze fixed on the enormous silhouette of the Qiongqi. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his hand and summoned the Shoshi god. The deafening roar echoed and the colossal being came crashing down, shattering the earth. A terrifying wave of energy expanded and rocks and smoke surged like tides. The ability users engaged in battle with the beast tide and the beast horde were swept into the air by the dreadful aftermath, many unable to react in time. The enormous tremor caused Zhou Shengwang and the others on the distant battlefield to change their expressions drastically as they stared in shock at the gigantic figure shrouded in thick smoke. 6th tier Shoshi god. Its size had doubled compared to before reaching 100 meters. Chen Mo had expended tremendous time and energy to elevate the Shoshi god to the 6th tier. The resources required for the Shoshi god were immense. Over the past year he had nearly exhausted his crystal cards just to nurture the Shoshi god, spending millions of crystal coins on the lion to procure crystal cores and the bodies of mutant zombies. He had even sent the Shisho to the deep sea to hunt for the corpses of powerful sea beasts. For the Shoshi god, it accepted anything that came its way. After consuming such vast amounts of materials and resources, this gluttonous being finally reached the 6th tier. Chen Mo had once roughly calculated that the resources required to elevate the Shoshi god by 1 tier were equivalent to the total annual income of 10,000 lions. An individual ability user simply could not bear such expenses. Yet the Shoshi god did not disappoint him. It stood like an insurmountable mountain, possessing a size that evoked despair, resembling an ancient deity. Merely sitting in the deep pit, it matched the Qiongqi in size with its overwhelming bulk. The only terrifying aspect of the Shoshi god lay in its ability to break the powers of others and its fearsome stature. The Qiongqi's pupils widened with terror as it turned back. What kind of monster is that? It could hardly imagine such a colossal existence in this world. The Qiongqi's eyelids twitched and it let out a disbelieving low growl. It really is that guy. But how could such a massive size be possible? Compared to these beings that had survived through generations of competitions, the Shoshi god undoubtedly counted as one of the oldest existences, referred to as worm among their doomsday deities. This was a species that resembled a worm. No one knew when it had appeared, but to them it was one of the most delicious foods. Due to the vast numbers of the Shoshi god species generally at the 4th tier, their strength was weak and their mobility limited. Relying on consumption to evolve was nearly impossible. The only excellent aspect was their ability to unleash a roar that could break through anything. However, this roar was only effective against weaker beings. The highest tier Qiongqi had only seen was a 5th tier Shoshi god. The size of the Shoshi god before it far exceeded its imagination. A 6th tier worm. That guy actually controls a 6th tier worm. The Qiongqi found it hard to comprehend. While it had seen beings controlling worms before, it was unfathomable that someone would willingly expend vast resources to cultivate this waste into a 6th tier when the Shoshi god was merely their food. The voice of the Shoshi god echoed again and the surrounding hurricane shattered in an instant. The duration of its roar was exceedingly long, creating waves of sound that tormented the ability users throughout the eastern city as if they would be crushed. Having found a foothold, Chen Mo stood atop the Shoshi god's shoulder, commanding it to take action. The Shoshi god stretched out its plump rotund hand to grasp the fleeing Qiongqi. In contrast, the Qiongqi seemed somewhat petite and cute. The chubby hand seized the Qiongqi's hind leg. The Qiongqi was startled and flapped its wings frantically, desperately trying to escape towards the 4 calamities' secret realm. Bring it down, Chen Mo ordered coldly. The Qiongqi struggled continuously, its strength not weak. After a stalemate for a while with no results, the Shoshi god grew increasingly agitated and let out a piercing roar, causing the massive body of the Qiongqi to stiffen and lose strength. Seizing the opportunity, the Shoshi god grabbed its hind leg and violently swung it down towards the ground. Boom! The earth trembled and the entire safe zone shook. With that blow, over 10,000 beasts were smashed into a pulp. Countless ability users were flung into the air, and even the other ability users within the city looked on in terror at the monstrous being towering in the clouds. The immense pressure brought by the Shoshi god caused countless people to pale in fear, desperately fleeing. Could another deity have appeared within the 4 calamities' secret realm? Run! This monster is in the eastern city, how can we fight it? What kind of monster is that? Roar! An absolutely furious roar erupted. Circles of wind blades shredded the Shoshi god's right hand, causing torrents of azure blood to spout forth. The Qiongqi, dragging its battered body, flew up again, its hind leg throbbing with pain and new wounds appearing, its violent eyes filled with surging killing intent and rage. Qiongqi roared in human tongue. Human, I will remember you. And you damned vermin. The next moment Shuxishan's other hand came smashing down and Qi Yufeng's face turned deathly pale. Qiongqi, flee. Seeing that events had spiraled beyond his control, Chen Mo's appearance having disrupted everything, Qiongqi could no longer conceal its true strength. It let out a fierce roar toward the direction of the 4 calamities' secret realm. Roar! It was summoning its companions within the 4 calamities' secret realm. Suddenly, from within the 4 calamities' secret realm, an extremely terrifying force burst forth, a beam of green light carrying a fearsome corrosive power that directly pierced and dissolved Shuxishan's other hand. Sizzle! Shuxishan's left hand corroded, visibly dissolving into a pool of pus. Shuxishan wailed in agony as if suffering immense pain, its cries of pain echoing in Chen Mo's mind. Chen Mo's pupils contracted as he immediately looked toward the 4 calamities' secret realm. Another of the 4 calamity gods has made a move. Suddenly from within the Four Calamities secret realm a cry resembling both a bird's call and an infant's wail rang out, striking at the very soul like an ancient bell tolling in the mind. Even Chen Mo on Shuxishan's back felt his body tremble and his head split with pain. A vast amount of green mist poured forth from the Four Calamities secret realm, cascading down like a Milky Way. The green mist spread rapidly, corroding and dissolving everything it touched, slaughtering indiscriminately. When gods clash, mortals suffer. This was a battle among three apocalyptic deities. Whether Shuxishan, Qiongqi, or the other entity yet to emerge from the Four Calamities secret realm, none were beings that ordinary humans could contend with. The entire central city was shrouded in thick mist, the green haze spreading toward the four other cities. Ehuang's heart jolted. That is. Qiongqi, however, was overjoyed. It knew the other three, unlike itself, were unwilling to break the rules and emerge. But for them to intervene now was already the greatest aid. Ignoring the copious blood gushing from the wounds on its hind legs spilling across the sky, Qiongqi charged desperately toward the Four Calamities secret realm. Seeing this, Chen Mo's expression grew colder as he raised his hand intending to release Shisho. But then he seemed to think of something. He glanced down at the awestruck ability users below, who were rendered speechless, and furrowed his brow. No. Shuxishan was still manageable. He could easily explain it away as having a dual ability akin to a beast tamer. But Shisho was different. If he released it now, everyone would believe he had been the one controlling the Nian beast during its rampage. Shisho was his last trump card, not to be revealed prematurely. Shuxishan had poor regenerative abilities, its only attack being to overwhelm enemies with its sheer size. Chen Mo could only watch helplessly as Qiongqi carried Ehuang into the Four Calamities secret realm. You'd better stay hidden in there, a trapped rat. After Qiongqi's escape, the wind vortexes hanging above began to shrink and vanish one by one. The surging beast tide also started to retreat en masse back into Central City. Chen Mo commanded Shuxishan to set him down. Both of its hands had been severed. Standing on Shuxishan's shoulder, the creature gently lowered him. Chen Mo leaped down from its broad arm. The entire eastern city was devastated with no intact area left. Now all the surviving ability users of the eastern city stared at him with horrified eyes. Their gazes were filled with fear, doubt and shock, as if looking at a monster. Chen Mo ignored these stares, his expression calm as he looked toward the junction between Central City and Eastern City, where hordes of beasts were fleeing into Central City. Shoshi, devour those beasts to heal your wounds, Chen Mo said. Shuxishan moved each step, shaking the earth. It opened its mouth, lowered its head to the ground, and with a thunderous boom indiscriminately scooped up soil and beasts into its maw, chewing them. Then like a rolling barrel it tumbled forward with a rumbling sound, crushing everything in its path with irresistible force. Amidst destruction and billowing dust, it seemed to recreate the terrifying devastation it had once wrought in Tianhai City. To maximize their chances of survival, the ability users of the Eastern City gathered together. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, their face bloodless as they stared into the distance. Seeing Chen Mo walking toward them expressionlessly, the crowd involuntarily stepped back. Don't come closer. An ability user, face smeared with blood, retreated in terror. Who are you? Are you an apocalyptic deity or a human? He must be like Ehuang, a pawn of the gods. They simply couldn't fathom how he had summoned such a terrifying monster. Hostility filled every face. Cough, cough. From the smoke nearby, Ehuang emerged with a few team members. He coughed twice, his face covered in beast blood, his clothes coated in dust. Ehuang. Seeing him appear, the gathered ability users rushed toward him as if finding a pillar of strength, recounting the unprecedented scene they had witnessed. Unlike the fearful crowds, Ehuang remained calm. He nodded and waved his hand. I know. Turning to Chen Mo, even as a man from the central region, he found himself utterly unable to read this person. Ehuang's expression was complex as he said, Chen Mo, right? Was that monster summoned by you? Chen Mo did not deny it, replying flatly, it was me. Indeed. At these words the ability users were stunned, their expressions one of utter shock. This. Zhao Wenji trembled all over. Yang Cheng beside him noticed his agitation and asked, what's wrong? This is so freaking awesome. Zhao Wenji looked up, his eyes blazing with brilliant light. He turned fervently to Ehuang and the others, his blood boiling with excitement. Brother Zhua. Did you see that? That monster, no, that guy, he can actually summon such a being. Ehuang's eyes flickered, but he remained silent. He had seen the ability to summon creatures before. One of the 12 possessed a power even more terrifying than Chen Mo's. That person could even summon thousands of mutant corpses at once. But one of this size. he had never encountered. Ehuang stared intently at Chen Mo and said slowly, as far as I know your ability is metal manipulation. How do you explain that monster? Are you saying you have a second ability? Chen Mo suddenly smiled and raised both hands. The Dominator mark was clearly visible, and now under the incredulous gaze of everyone the hidden Qiongqi mark on his left hand slowly emerged. At this point he no longer wished to conceal his second ability, feeling constrained. This is... When they saw the pattern on Chen Mo's left hand, the crowd erupted in uproar, eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? Even Ehuang's pupils contracted, his eyes filled with astonishment. Looking at the stunned crowd, Chen Mo smiled. Who said a person can't have a second ability? 2 ability marks. How is this possible? When they witnessed Chen Mo manifesting dual ability marks, everyone wore expressions of sheer disbelief, utterly bewildered by the sight. Abilities came in all manner of bizarre forms, and the crowd, initially suspicious and fearful, suddenly understood and visibly relaxed. Among the ability users, someone cursed the streets. Damn. Comparisons are odious. To hell with it, having one decent ability is already a blessing, yet this guy has 2. Is there any room for us to live? What a lucky dog, why can't I have such fortune? The ability users stared at Chen Mo with envious red-rimmed eyes, their gazes dripping with sourness and jealousy. The members of the central squad were speechless for a moment before Yangcheng uttered softly, "Be human." Ability marks could not be faked. If this explained everything, one was a metallic elemental ability, the other perhaps a beast summoning type. Judging by the colossal creature from earlier, both of his abilities were immensely powerful, likely making him a double rank ability user. What did that even mean? A single rank ability user was already 1 in 10,000, but a double rank ability user. Even among the nation's billions, only a handful might exist. Damn it. You bastard, dual abilities. No wonder I couldn't beat you back then. Zhao Wenji's eyes bulged, staring at Chen Mo as if he had seen a ghost. Wait. I've heard that if an ability user already possesses an innate ability, becoming a divine envoy can grant them an additional one. Brothers, what could he be one of those? Li Xiao extended her perception ability to probe Chen Mo for a long while, but due to the calamity necklace that blocked perception, all she saw was a shroud of impenetrable mist around him. Ehuang's eyes flickered continuously. He too was stunned by the sight. After a long silence he finally said, "What is your second ability?" "That's not something you need to ask about," Chen Mo replied with a faint smile, spreading his hands. "But I can tell you this, I'm on humanity's side." It was impossible to confirm whether Chen Mo's second ability was granted by the Apocalypse God, but at least so far everything he had done was beyond reproach, even earning great merit. Ehuang nodded and said with slight apology, "Sorry for misunderstanding you. The Apocalypse God's envoys are not few. Once chosen, they become slaves to the Apocalypse God, just like Qiongqi. Regardless, I still thank you." Chen Mo shrugged and waved his hand. "No worries, I understand." Ehuang smiled. "I was right about you from the start. Having you on humanity's side is our fortune." As one of the 12 scions, they knew far more than ordinary people. The Apocalypse's landscape comprised 4 factions: zombies, gods, humans, and aberrants, but the key players were the immensely powerful slumbering Apocalypse gods. The mission of the 12 scions was to eliminate as many of these gods as possible before they awakened and broke free, striving to prolong humanity's survival. Ehuang surveyed the devastated, chaotic battlefield. The beast hordes were retreating in droves, while in the distance the colossal Shoshi god voraciously devoured the fleeing creatures. The 13th wave of the beast tide has finally ended. So the being we just saw taking Qiongqi away is the Apocalypse God from the 4 Calamities' secret realm. I never thought it would be outside. Ehuang's eyes betrayed a hint of wariness. This wasn't the first time major Apocalypse gods usually stayed within their secret realms or territories. First the Nian beast, now this creature. It had once been certain that the Apocalypse gods in the secret realms never left their domains. But now things were different. If Qiongqi had summoned that creature inside the trenches, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Upon seeing the beast tide recede, the surrounding ability users dispersed one by one to gather their spoils. This beast tide was unprecedented in scale, and its sheer number of monsters meant every survivor could reap a bountiful harvest. Just then an alarm suddenly blared from several distant trenches. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Everyone looked up. The first alarm lasted about a minute, paused briefly, and then a second alarm followed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 2 alarms. Yang Cheng's face changed as if he had realized something, and he glanced at his watch. "Brothers, what trouble? We need to clean up the battlefield quickly. We only have 20 minutes left before the immune serum wears off." Moreover, the green toxic mist in the distance was already spreading. No one dared risk their life to check if the immune serum was effective against that poison. Qiongqi frowned. Has it been that long already? Without much hesitation, he directly ordered his teammates. Zhao Wenji, you and the others go sweep the battlefield first and extract the crystals. Brothers, well, what about you? Zhao Wenji asked in confusion. Qiongqi looked into the distance and murmured, those beast hordes are all fleeing toward the central city. I need to go check it out. Li Zio's face paled and she immediately tried to stop him. No. That place is full of toxic mist. We're not even sure the immune serum can protect you. Qiongqi smiled faintly. I'll use the dark realm to isolate myself from the outside. Don't worry. After saying this, he turned to Chen Mo and invited, Chen Mo, want to come along and take a look? Chen Mo flatly refused. Know him from the western city trench. I need to go back and check. Qiongqi nodded. Alright then, I'll see you at the eastern city headquarters later. At the junction between the eastern and central cities, after recalling the Shoshi god into his Tianquan ability space, Qiongqi, surrounded by his dark realm, watched in astonishment. What an enviable ability. So you can take it back like that? Chen Mo replied calmly, Qiongqi said, since you're heading to the western city, go ahead. I'm going into the central city to see where those beast hordes fled. I expect the beast tides in the other cities have also retreated. Let me ask you one last thing. Chen Mo, are you truly not an enemy of humanity? Qiongqi narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Chen Mo. Chen Mo replied expressionlessly, I have no desire to be a slave to the gods. That simple sentence made Qiongqi breathe a sigh of relief. You're right. Qi Yufeng's Wind King ability was likely granted by that Four Calamities god. I'll have someone investigate his background when I return. Time is short, you'll explain the rest outside the trenches. I'm off. I should also return to the West City for a look, Chen Mo said. The two parted ways as Qiongqi, wielding his dark attribute ability, headed straight for the central city while Chen Mo turned back to the West City. Within the West City at this moment, the surviving ability users were busily extracting crystal cores without pause. Hurry up. The green mist is about to close in and our immunity potions won't last much longer. The beast tide had inflicted devastating losses. Of the over 1,600 ability users in the West City, fewer than 500 remained alive. The ground was littered with the corpses of the beast horde, yet no joy of gathering crystal cores graced the faces of the survivors. The atmosphere was steeped in grief and heaviness, some drenched in blood sat numbly on the ground staring blankly into space. Their comrades had all suffered casualties to varying degrees. This assault was the most severe yet, leaving many to abandon all hope of resistance. Fortunately, the beast horde eventually began to retreat, granting everyone a moment to catch their breath. Amid the ruins, Tang Xuanyu anxiously searched for Chen Mo's figure. Not here. Not here either. Her face was somewhat pale. After the fierce battle, she had lost count of how many hyenas and dire wolves she had slain. Several times she had narrowly escaped danger, but with the aid of Qiongqi and the three corpses' little spider nearby, she had avoided serious harm. Yet now, after the battle had ended, she could not find Chen Mo. Recalling an earlier scene in the East City, it seemed that the figure of the god of fortune and misfortune had appeared there. Could he be there? With this thought, Tang Xuanyu immediately dashed toward the East City with Qiongqi, the three corpses and the little spider following closely behind. At that moment, a figure grew increasingly clear in the distance. When she recognized the approaching person, her eyes lit up and a mist of tears welled in her beautiful gaze as she rushed forward. Chen Mo. This sudden embrace caught Chen Mo off guard. He revealed a faint smile, patted Tang Xuanyu on the back and spoke gently. What's wrong? The three corpses, Qiongqi and the little spider, approached from behind. With the three of them around, Xuanyu should not have suffered any harm during the beast tide. This was precisely why he had dared to venture alone to the East City. It's nothing. Tang Xuanyu, realizing her loss of composure, quickly pulled back. Tears glistened in her eyes as she looked Chen Mo up and down, noticing that his sleeve had been torn by something sharp and bore traces of blood. Worriedly she said. Your arm. Chen Mo chuckled nonchalantly. Haha, it's nothing. I just took a trip to the East City and ran into a formidable opponent. Guess what? Tang Xuanyu asked. The gods from the Four Calamities secret realm have appeared. I saw you summon the god of fortune and misfortune just now. Chen Mo was taken aback. You got it right. I had a skirmish with it, it's indeed quite formidable. Tang Xuanyu's heart sank and a flicker of anger rose in her beautiful eyes, but it quickly turned into helplessness. She sighed softly and said, "Why do you always have to do such dangerous things?" Chen Mo rubbed his cheek somewhat sheepishly. Actually, I didn't expect that the Four Calamities god was residing within an ability user's body. And it seemed to be injured, so it wasn't much of a threat to me. Don't worry, I was just testing the waters. I wouldn't do anything without being sure. Tang Xuanyu furrowed her delicate brows upon hearing this, a hint of confusion in her voice. A god residing in someone else's body. Just like you. What does it look like? Its appearance. Chen Mo glanced at Qiongqi, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. It was undeniable that Qiongqi's form bore a striking resemblance to the Four Calamities god Qiongqi. Their evolutionary paths seemed identical. Qiongqi had once been a large orange cat. From this perspective, the so-called gods were likely nothing more than ordinary beings that had continuously advanced through life step by step. Just like zombies and humans, humans could awaken various abilities while zombies could evolve into different branched forms. An elemental ability user absorbed crystal cores of the same attribute with twice the efficiency of ordinary cores. If Qiongqi's evolutionary path aligned with that of the Four Calamities god, it was no wonder the mysterious merchant had said that letting it devour the other would yield immense benefits, even allowing it to take the other's place. It was somewhat like Qiongqi, but unfortunately it fell short. It managed to escape, Chen Mo said. Recalling the earlier scene, the roar that resembled a beast bird was likely from one of the other beings within the Four Calamities' secret realm. Yet what puzzled him was that since the Four Calamities' secret realm had already shifted into the third war zone, why had the other three calamity gods not appeared? Could it be? Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. Were the remaining calamity gods wary of the so-called rules? They were not at all like Qiongqi, who dared to defy the rules. Moreover, according to the mysterious merchant, the only god of the apocalypse he was tasked with slaying was Qiongqi itself. Pushing aside further thoughts, Chen Mo spoke. What concerns me now is the situation in the outer trenches. Regardless, let's head back to the trenches first. The duration of the immunity potion was likely running out, and the green toxic mist spreading from the central city was drawing closer. The two returned together to the West City trenches. At this moment, the battle within the West City trenches was also drawing to a close. The beast horde that had emerged from the rear dispersed under the staunch defense of the soldiers. Zhong Liming led a group awaiting the arrival of the ability users from the city. As they counted the remaining numbers, Yang Suiyu arrived with members of the ancient martial alliance. Zhong Liming's expression grew increasingly grim. Despite taking precautions and stationing the ancient martial alliance members here, the sudden appearance of the beast horde from behind had still inflicted heavy losses on the soldiers. Of the 10,000 troops stationed in the trenches, only a little over 2,000 remained alive. Blood still dripped from Yang Suyu's spear as he said coldly, "The beast horde has retreated. Should we give chase?" Zhong Liming waved his hand. "No need. We don't know the situation inside the city yet, and there's no news from the other trenches. Let's wait." Since the beast horde at the West City trenches had dispersed, it meant the 13th wave of the beast tide had ended. At the last moment he had already sent word about the potential threat from the rear, hoping the other trenches had taken precautions. Glancing at his watch, Zhong Liming frowned. Why hasn't a single ability user returned yet? There are only 5 minutes left. A soldier beside him spoke with some urgency. We've already sent people to notify them. It's likely that the surviving ability users are still inside the city extracting crystal cores. Otherwise, there's only one other possibility. Wang Luyang immediately interrupted, saying, "Impossible. With Chen Mo around, West City will definitely not be able to withstand this." He was well aware of Chen Mo's strength. Even if he truly faced defeat, self-preservation was absolutely not a problem. Yang Suiyu also recalled the scene of the opponent killing the year beast and agreed, what he said is correct. With Chen Mo here, the beast tide in West City should not be a major issue. Zhong Liming nodded, saying, "Let's hope so." Just as everyone was worried, a soldier from the front line rushed in to report, "Major General Zhong. An ability user has returned." Oh. Zhong Liming's eyes lit up and he immediately led a team to the trench to welcome them. Upon seeing Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu walking out from the distance, Wang Luyang quickly approached. "You're back. What's the situation inside?" Chen Mo nodded and the two emerged from the city, both witnessing the trench in disarray with bodies of humans and beasts scattered everywhere. This indicated that Xuanya's suspicion was correct. While their ability users entered the safe zone in large numbers to resist the beast tide, the outside was also under attack from the hidden beasts that had escaped. Fortunately, at the last moment, the members of the ancient martial alliance stayed behind, preventing the West City trench from falling. Chen Mo said, "It's not optimistic if the number of beasts exceeds expectations, at least double what Major General Zhong described." "What?" Zhong Liming's pupils constricted. "Why are there so many this time?" Damn it, we also have beast groups appearing behind us. The end-time deities from the Four Disasters secret realm are truly trying to wipe out our entire army. Wang Luyang sighed. The outside situation aligns with what this young lady thought. Shortly after you entered we encountered a beast attack. Chen Mo, why are there only the two of you? Where are the others? He looked around and only saw Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu coming out of West City but no sign of the others. Tang Xuanyu shook her head and said. The others are still in the safe zone. After the beast tide retreated, the remaining ability users stayed behind to extract the crystal cores. Hearing this, Zhong Liming's face changed dramatically and he immediately exploded in anger. Have those guys gone mad? Didn't they hear the fourth bell toll? The immunity agent's duration is about to end. In that virus-infested safe zone even ability users can't hold on without the immunity agent. They truly value money over life. Quick, send someone to the safe zone to inform all ability users to return. A soldier beside him said with a troubled expression. Major General Zhong, 2 hours have already passed. It has been 2 hours since the 13th wave of Beast Tide arrived, and prior to this the ability users who set off early to take the immunity agent had already lost its effect. How long has it been? More than 2 minutes. They can extract the crystal cores whenever those beast corpses won't run away. The second casualty is definitely unavoidable. Chen Mo, how many ability users are still in the safe zone? Chen Mo thought for a moment and murmured, there should be just over 400 left. 400. Zhong Liming's vision darkened, nearly fainting. They had nearly 2,000 ability users enter, yet only around 400 remained. Just then shouts came from the front again. The members of the floating tower all had madness and greed written across their faces, laughing as they emerged, about 10 of them. They were a group of ruthless scavengers, all members unrelated by blood, fully prepared to meet death for wealth, showing little concern for their teammates' deaths but rather exhilarated, feeling satisfied with their haul. Ha ha ha. Damn it, that bastard Lao Kong took the most crystal cores, his hands are faster than anyone else's. Ah, it's a pity the immunity agent's duration is over, we'll have to wait until tomorrow to come back for more. Tisk, this wave was truly profitable, when we return every brother will be a wealthy man. Lao Wang is dead and his wife and daughter are still in our floating tower. Sigh, it's not good if no one takes care of them. Brother Zhu, what do you say? Get lost, I'm not interested in that. Li Zhu, covered in blood, waved his hand impatiently. He noticed Chen Mo ahead and frowned. Is that strange guy? Behind the floating tower members followed more than 100 disheveled and somewhat lost ability users, each bearing some injuries. The atmosphere was bleak. They are here. Upon seeing so many people come out of the city, Zhong Liming finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately these guys were not blinded by the crystal cores, otherwise the consequences would truly be unimaginable. All ability users gathered and counted the numbers. Zhong Liming discovered that the number of ability users who came out was more than 200 fewer than what Chen Mo had mentioned. From the ones who emerged he learned that many were still immersed in the joy of collecting crystal cores and were willing to stay inside even now. Under normal circumstances such things rarely happened, but it had not been unheard of. Any infected ability user like ordinary people could not survive more than a day. The reason it happened rarely before was that the beast tides posed little threat to the ability users in the various trenches. They could almost completely resolve it in just over an hour, leaving ample time for extracting crystal cores. In a situation where the wolves were many and the meat was scarce, the number of crystal cores one could obtain was limited, and no one would gamble their lives on whether they would be infected after the immunity agent wore off. Instead, many conflicts broke out over the competition for crystal cores. But this time was different. The time left for extracting crystal cores after the beast tide retreated was limited. Under the temptation of such a large number of beast corpses and crystal cores, most people were reluctant to leave, even willing to take the risk of infection to carry out more crystal cores. Zhong Liming's face darkened, almost dripping water. He had already sent people to notify, but few were willing to come out. They can't stay inside any longer. At this rate, before we even breach the Four Disasters secret realm, the ability users in our West City trench will suffer significant losses. Give me the immunity agent, I'll go call them back. Zhong Liming waved his hand, intending to personally go and bring that group of ability users back. Chen Mo, standing beside him, calmly said, since they are willing to gamble, then let them stay there and slowly gather their wealth. The immunity agent's duration has already passed 20 minutes, right? At this point those who haven't come out will only wait until their space stones can't hold anymore, otherwise it won't make a difference who goes. Wang Luyang pushed up his glasses and nodded, saying, Major General Zhong, don't underestimate the greed of human nature. As you mentioned earlier, the infection rate isn't 100% for ability users. I think Chen Mo is right, at least we still retain 124 ability users. The members of the Futu sect sneered in a mocking tone. Li Zhu grinned ferociously beside him. Haha, those idiots, I'm afraid they'll have the fortune to get it but not to spend it. That's fine, when they die the crystals they collected will be ours to split. Brother Zhu is right. If those fools want to gamble, let them. We're here for wealth, not to risk our lives. Seeing that the main forces in the West City Trench all agreed, Zhong Liming's eyes flickered as he pondered for a moment before speaking. Wait a little longer. If no one comes out in the last half hour, well, leave them behind. In the following time, the ability users stranded in West City returned one after another, wave after wave. About 40 more emerged, each face wild with the frenzy of overnight riches, their hands pockets and even mouths stuffed with dazzling crystals. They had all gone mad. If not for Zhong Liming repeatedly sending people to inform them, these 40 wouldn't have come out. Another 10 minutes passed. Only when several agonizing screams echoed from West City and the green toxic fog from the central city spread inward, corroding everything, did the ability users still lingering there realize their skin was peeling off, turning into bloody figures dissolving in the mist. Only then did the crowd snap to their senses. Panicked, they fled in terror. When the green fog could no longer spread, there were 320 people outside the safe zone. That meant about 70 people had not escaped perishing within the city with their hard-earned crystals. Tisk. Li Zhu spat in dissatisfaction, muttering, how come so many still made it out? A companion beside him, watching those already showing symptoms, coughing and pale, sneered, many are probably infected already. Even ability users can't stay soaked in that poison forever. Now they're drinking immune agents. Immune agents only work once a day. Where were they earlier? Tomorrow the crystals they brought out will be ours. The ability users' constitutions could fully resist the virus in the less concentrated outside air, so they paid no heed to the coughing. True enough. The Futu sect members laughed mockingly, indifferent to the glares directed at them. Given their status in the West City Trench and their own strength, the others dared not make a move. Tang Xuanyu approached Wang Liuyang, looking at the gathered crowd with concern. Teacher Wang, what's happening to these people? Wang Liuyang glanced at her, his expression grave as he pulled Tang Xuanyu and Chen Mo aside, lowering his voice. It varies. Although ability users can resist, among those who came out later only a fortunate few remain uninfected. And 90% of the last few hundred are infected. Truly these people would throw away their lives for crystals. Wang Liuyang frowned deeply, unable to comprehend their madness for crystals. After all, there was no cure now. Ordinary healing ability users could only delay the infection. A complete cure would require an S-rank healing ability user. But such existences were as rare as divine artificers, prized everywhere, and would never be dispatched to such perilous places. So they're beyond saving. Tang Xuanyu's pretty face paled. Wang Liuyang nodded, his tone heavy. People must answer for their choices. You two came out early, so you're in the best condition. Of these 300 plus, half might die tomorrow. I'm worried that if ability users in other trenches behave the same, we'll be in trouble. These ability users were all capable leaders outside. Who would have thought that after surviving the brutal 13th beast tide they would perish under the plague? Zhong Liming seemed to foresee their fate, his face dark with suppressed anger. He ordered the later returnees to be settled, then summoned the ancient martial alliance Futu sect Chen Mo and others to brief him on the city situation. In the makeshift tent, Chen Mo recounted what had happened in East City. Zhong Liming was shocked, never imagining that among their human ranks there was a divine envoy from the Four Calamities secret realm. He faithfully recorded the information. When a messenger arrived to report after understanding the situation, Zhong Liming looked up at the room's occupants. The details are mostly confirmed. Qi Yufeng's identity should be under investigation by the command. His ability is Wind King. We've relied on him to handle the wind vortices all along. Who'd have thought he was a Four Calamities envoy? The beast swarms that appeared behind the four trenches were likely his doing, unnoticed. The command has reported that we should first count the wounded and casualties. Tomorrow at 7 a.m. You'll need to accompany me to East City for a meeting to discuss the Four Calamities secret realm. Someone from the ancient martial alliance asked in confusion, why do we have to go? Zhong Liming replied, all four trenches have suffered heavy losses. It's uncertain whether a 14th beast tide will hit at 1300 tomorrow. Detection shows that after this beast tide the danger level of the Four Calamities secret realm has dropped sharply. The command has ordered that if no beast tide emerges tomorrow, we will take the initiative and completely eliminate that threat. Your presence is to better formulate tactics and battle plans. As he spoke, Zhong Liming's eyes blazed with a piercing light. The Four Calamities secret realm has plagued our third war zone long enough. It's time to end this. What? The crowd was startled. Was this a fight to the death with the Four Calamities' secret realm tomorrow? Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he nodded. It's long overdue. The beast tide's root cause must be resolved from the source, the apocalyptic god. Many murmured in agreement. True. Chen Mo said that Four Calamities' god is injured, that's likely why it hasn't dared to show itself. 13 waves of beast tides, so many beasts. Even if the secret realm had countless more, they must be nearly wiped out by now, right? Just as the discussion was underway, an untimely voice rang out. Battle plans. Not interested. Who said we're going? An untimely voice suddenly rang out. The crowd turned to see Li Zhu, a member of the Futu sect, unhurriedly pull a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extract one and light it on the spot. With a long exhale of smoke, he leaned back in his seat, crossing his legs leisurely as he spoke. The Futu sect withdraws. We don't plan to take part in the upcoming operations. Zhong Liming frowned and interjected, Li Zhu, smoking is not permitted here. This matter concerns the survival of the Third War Zone. Is the Futu sect truly intent on withdrawing? Li Zhu shrugged indifferently. It's none of my concern. We're not part of the war zone. We came only for the spirit crystals. We've earned enough, it's time to call it quits, don't you think? He turned to his companions with a chuckle. Yeah, Brother Zhu is right. Major General Zhong, each to their own. Leave the grand task of saving the war zone to others. We're just here for a small fortune. This time, due to insufficient intelligence, the Futu sect has suffered considerable losses. I'm ready to leave. I won't participate in the ensuing battle. Li Zhu grinned. Major General Zhong, you've heard them. It can't be helped. Our brothers value their lives and dare not risk them any further. Zhong Liming's eyes gradually turned cold. He had long known the nature of the Futu sect, a motley crew of scavengers and pre-apocalypse fugitives. And not just them, most of the ability users in the war zone shared their motives, seeking only spirit crystals without wanting to risk their lives. After a moment of silence, Zhong Liming fixed his gaze on them and said slowly, what if the Third War Zone is willing to offer resources and wealth in exchange for your assistance? And this isn't just about the Third War Zone. If you leave now and the Four Calamities' secret realm shifts elsewhere in the future, it will be a catastrophic disaster for all survivors across the nation. In these trying times, Li Zhu, I hope the Futu sect can. Li Zhu squinted and raised a hand to interrupt. No, Major General Zhong. One must not be too greedy. There's a risk of having the wealth but not the life to spend it. The Futu sect has decided. We leave at dawn tomorrow. I ask for your understanding. They had already planned to take the spirit crystals they had gathered and head to the Fifth War Zone for a spending spree. As for the Four Calamities' secret realm moving elsewhere to wreak havoc in the future, what did that have to do with them? Chen Mo was slightly surprised. Rough as they were, he had to admit this group was quite shrewd. Only such people could survive long enough in this chaotic apocalypse. But others thought differently. The members of the ancient martial alliance glared at them while Yang Suiyu with a calm expression spoke coldly. Cowards. The voice was low but reached the ears of the Futu sect members. What did you say? Bang. The Futu sect members erupted in fury. Li Zhu slammed the table and stood up, fixing a cold stare on Yang Suiyu. Kid, say that again if you dare. Yang Suiyu remained unflinching and repeated, cowards. When matters of state and homeland arise, soldiers without abilities fall on the battlefield, yet you who possess power cower in fear. If everyone acted like this, fleeing at the first sign of danger, where would the war zones be today? You act indifferent only because you believe the central government and the war zones will always have your back, that even the greatest calamities won't touch you. He bluntly struck a nerve in the Futu sect. Li Zhu's face turned ashen, his eyes blazing with fury as he surged forward to attack. Looking for a fight, are you? We've had enough of your ancient martial alliance. You didn't even enter the safe zone during this beast tide, yet you have the nerve to blame us. Screw them. Come on, try it if you dare. The ancient martial alliance members stood their ground. The situation spiraled into chaos, and even Zhong Liming's shouts from behind failed to quell the tension. Just then, streaks of silver light burst forth from Chen Mo's side. The icy metallic blades hovered around everyone, freezing the scene instantly. Li Zhu glanced at the silver blade before him, then turned to Chen Mo, squinting. You want a piece of this too? Chen Mo said calmly, Major General Zhong is here. Why not all sit down and hear what he has to say? Zhong Liming shot him a grateful look. Seeing that both the ancient martial alliance and the Futu sect were subdued, he stepped forward. Enough. Xiao Yang, the Third War Zone never forces anyone. Regardless of your motives, coming to our aid is already a timely blessing. And as for you Li Zhu, since the TWO sect insists on leaving, I won't press further. At least Major General Qiongqi is reasonable. Li Zhu's expression softened slightly. He cast a cold glance at Yang Suiyu and the others, said nothing more and waved his hand. Let's go. With that he led the remaining TWO sect members away. After they left, Zhong Liming sighed and turned to Chen Mo and the others. Alas, the TWO sect likely won't be the first to leave. Rest assured, the third war zone won't let your efforts go unrewarded. Once the Four Calamities secret realm is resolved, I will petition the High Command for compensation and do my utmost to meet your needs. With that, Zhong Liming waved his hand wearily. It's getting late. Go get some rest. At 7 tomorrow morning you'll send someone to escort you to the eastern city trenches for a meeting. After this brief interruption, the group filed out of the tent. Once outside, Yang Suiyu exchanged a few pleasantries with Chen Mo before departing. Guided by a soldier, Chen Mo and his companions headed toward the shelter. Wang Luyang muttered to himself with a grave expression. Chen Mo, maybe we should pull out too. Chen Mo asked, what's wrong? Wang Luyang shook his head. Tomorrow I'm afraid a large number of people in the third war zone will follow the TWO sect's lead and leave. Major General Qiongqi likely foresaw this, which is why he offered terms to try and keep us here. He saw through the situation clearly. The plague would probably claim many ability users. Similarly, after this battle many ability users would likely choose to leave tomorrow. Aside from those sent by other war zones, only the lure of profit could persuade the mercenary ability users to stay. The third war zone is prepared to fight to the death, staking everything on a final showdown with the Four Calamities secret realm. I wonder if they have any hidden trump cards we don't know about. Otherwise, after those ability users leave, just the beast tides and viruses from the Four Calamities secret realm will be more than enough to finish us off. Tang Xuani interjected, there should be some, I suppose. I heard that other trenches also have very powerful ability users, and even the central government has sent people. Is that so? Something like Sua Shengguang and Fu Shuangyu. Wang Luyang glanced at her and said, but can they be stronger than that kid Chen Mo? Even a single injured calamity god managed to harm him. What more if we go into their own territory? If you ask me, we should just retreat like the floating butcher did. He adjusted his glasses and gazed at the Four Calamities secret realm hanging high in the sky. It resembled a bottomless black abyss silently flowing while suspended in the high heavens. Chen Mo, what do you think? Chen Mo's expression remained calm as he spoke. The Four Calamities secret realm must be conquered. The ability users in other trenches aren't as weak as you imagine. In any case, let's wait until tomorrow to discuss further. The Four Calamity gods within the Four Calamities secret realm were indeed not to be underestimated, but Qiongqi was the one he absolutely had to kill. The evolution stone to break through to a 7th tier ability user. The Calamity gods order to complete Qiongqi's second evolution, the mysterious merchant's hunting decree and rewards. In other words, after a year of dormancy, if he wanted to achieve another massive leap in power, the Four Calamities secret realm was the only way. In the worst case scenario, once inside the secret realm, he could directly summon all the creatures from his celestial authority ability to distract the other Calamity gods, creating an opportunity to slay Qiongqi. Wait, are you really dead set on going? Wang Luyang gasped, turning to Tang Xuani. And you? Tang Xuani blinked and said, I don't know. I'll follow Chen Mo's lead. Wang Luyang stared wide-eyed at the two of them, silent for a long moment before he spoke softly. Fine, since you've both decided, I have no choice but to stick with you through thick and thin. Until early the next morning. At 6:30. After a night's rest, Chen Mo and his group, led by a soldier, prepared to set out. Wang Luyang hadn't slept well the previous night. In the latter part of the night, a large number of ability users who had emerged later in the trench broke out in illness. Perhaps due to prolonged exposure to the virus-ridden safe zone, the ability users' symptoms progressed more rapidly. Within just a few hours, over 30 people had died suddenly. Corpses shrouded in white cloth were carried out one by one. The remaining ability users struggled in agony, their wails echoing through the trench. They too were paying the price for their earlier choices. Ah, just as I thought. Those who came out later are practically beyond saving. Well, at least half of them will die now. Wang Luyang shook his head gently and sighed. Let's see how the zone commander handles this. Come on, let's go. I'm too old to witness such things. Where's Major General Qiongqi? Wang Luyang asked the young soldier ahead. The soldier paused and replied, Major General Qiongqi left early this morning for the East City Trench. Wang Luyang nodded. After rendezvousing with the ancient Martial Alliance members, the group boarded a vehicle and arrived at the East City Trench at 6:58. As expected, the situation at the East City Trench was no better than at the West City Trench. Many ability users were clamoring for a retreat. The group arrived outside the tent of Zone Commander Zhou Maotai. As soon as they entered, they saw a crowd engaged in heated discussion. The tent was packed with people, including the leaders and top ability users from all 4 trenches. The moment Chen Mo and his group entered, the clamor and noise inside came to a halt. Countless gazes converged on them, sizing them up. More people. Which trench are you from? Seeing so many people present, Tang Xuanyi appeared somewhat restrained, and the ancient martial alliance members also became more subdued. So many people. From the crowd, Zhuo Shengguang smiled and said, "They're here." Fu Shuangyu, who had been admiring her newly done manicure, lifted her gaze upon hearing this. Her eyes lingered on Chen Mo for a moment, and she murmured with a glint in her eyes. "So this is the guy with dual abilities you mentioned. I didn't expect him to be handsome." With his life level elevated, Chen Mo's features were sharp and well-defined, exuding an aura of indifference and distance that made him stand out even in a crowd. Fu Shuangji's eyes sparkled as she turned to Zhuo Shengguang. "Since he's a dual ability user, why have I never seen him on the ability user rankings? How strong is he?" Zhuo Shengguang said flatly, "Stronger than you, that's for sure. You emotionless bastard." A flash of anger appeared in Fu Shuangji's eyes as she shot Zhuo Shengguang a fierce glare, snorted coldly, and said no more. Meanwhile, within the 9th War Zone faction, and Mingyue was momentarily stunned, a look of disbelief in her eyes. "Chen Mo." A tall, sturdy young man beside her noticed this and asked in a puzzled whisper, "Mingyue, do you know someone?" And Mingyue nodded, a smile involuntarily spreading across her lips as she looked at Chen Mo. A very formidable guy." Seeing in Mingyue's expression, Xiang Yuan frowned. He had never seen Mingyue make such a face before. Though a hint of displeasure rose in his heart, he refrained from saying anything more. At the same time, Chen Mo was surveying the assembled personnel. Many of the ability users present were top-tier figures renowned in his past life. Zhou Xiaoyang, Xiang Yuan, Lu Yunxian. When he spotted an Mingyue among the 9th War Zone group, Chen Mo paused and nodded. And Mingyue returned a friendly gaze. At that moment, Zhong Liming inside the venue stood up and said, "Commander, my people are here." "Good." Zhou Maotai nodded and cut straight to the point. "Now that everyone is here, let's begin. Please take a seat." Chen Mo and his group took their seats next to the 9th War Zone contingent. And Mingyue wanted to approach and say something, but after a moment's thought deemed the meeting more important. Zhou Maotai coughed twice, swept his gaze over the assembled ability users and high-ranking officials, and said in a grave tone, "Regarding the campaign against the 4 Calamities Secret Realm, let us begin now. Before that, allow me to briefly introduce the personnel who have confirmed their participation." The war zones that came to offer support included the 6th War Zone, represented by Chen Mo and his group. Following that were the 1st, 2nd, 9th and 11th War Zones, as well as representatives from other ability user factions. Nearly all the top-tier ability users in the region had gathered here. Chen Mo and his group listened attentively. Wang Liang's eyes betrayed his surprise as he glanced around at the crowd. He whispered. "Many of these people seem to be from the ability user rankings. I never expected so many to come for support. So these are the 3rd War Zone's trump cards. With so many top-tier psychics here, I believe conquering the next Calamity Secret Realm should be no problem." Wang Luyang breathed a sigh of relief, fully aware that a psychic like Chen Mo alone could stabilize an entire city situation, underscoring the terrifying combat prowess of top-tier psychics. Facing such a crowd, Tang Xuanyu felt an immense pressure weighing down on her. After all, these were the elites from various regions, each possessing formidable strength with no shortage of rank psychics. In comparison, her rank Calamity Tide seemed rather unremarkable. Chen Mo placed his hand on her shoulder and offered a gentle smile. "It's fine, just stay calm." Tang Xuanyu nodded, gradually relaxing. The factions sized each other up. This was the largest-scale Secret Realm campaign ever assembled by the major powers since the apocalypse began. Only the central government possessed the capability to summon forces from all sides to support the 3rd War Zone. Zhou Maotai looked at the crowd and slowly began to speak. "First, on behalf of the 3rd War Zone, I thank you all for your assistance. And I hereby promise that after the Calamity Secret Realm is breached, the 3rd War Zone will not compete for any resources within and will offer crystal coins and resources as rewards." This was the result of his overnight deliberation, knowing the Secret Realm's dangers. Since they were willing to help, benefits were essential to motivate them. "Haha, Chief Zhou, what are you saying? The apocalypse gods are the common enemy of humanity. In this critical moment we are duty-bound to act. Mentioning rewards would be too formal." The speaker was the leader from the 1st War Zone. As the war zone closest to the central government, they had dispatched personnel immediately after receiving orders from above. They brought a large number of soldiers but only 6 psychics, yet no one dared to underestimate them. Among them the strongest was Wang Xiaoyang, an S-rank overlord psychic possessing absolute terror with power and physique comparable to apocalypse gods. Paired with specially forged weapons by the first war zone, knuckle dusters that amplified his strength, he was practically a humanoid tyrannosaurus. Another person spoke up. Indeed, who knows if this calamity secret realm will shift again. Its threat level is no less than the previous Nian beast. The Central High Command has decreed that we must not repeat the tragedy of the Nian beast's rampage. Zhou Maotai nodded slightly and continued, exactly. The third war zone has long suffered from the calamity secret realm's emergence. Now we must eradicate this cancer. Yesterday's beast tide must have struck you all as odd, with heavy losses even in the rear due to massive hordes. After the beast tide ended, I sent men to investigate the rear and discovered traces of wind vortexes behind every trench. Ironically, this was man-made. Who would have thought that among us humans there are lackeys of the apocalypse gods? At this, Zhou Maotai's voice grew louder and anger flickered in his eyes. How ridiculous that he had once admired the psychic Qi Yufeng, whose appearance minimized losses in the later waves, only to be caught off guard by his sudden betrayal. What? The crowd was startled. The 9th Warzone leader frowned. Chief Zhou, do you mean there is a divine emissary of the calamity secret realm god among us? Since the proliferation of secret realms and apocalypse gods, many humans had been chosen as divine emissaries, committing heinous acts to awaken or release gods trapped in strongholds. These emissaries appeared ordinary but possessed partial powers of the apocalypse gods. Chosen ordinary people gained psychics, while psychics gained an additional ability. Most were paranoid and violent, making them primary targets for eradication. The most notorious incident was the brainwashing of high-ranking warzone leaders by a cult 6 months ago. The Pure World Cult. This name emerged suddenly, with a large number of those chosen by gods claiming to be divine messengers. They controlled and brainwashed numerous high-ranking warzone leaders, inciting chaos. Rooting out these brainwashed individuals cost significant efforts across regions. In a short time, the Pure World Cult became the first target explicitly named by the central government for punishment. Upon hearing the term divine emissary, most eyes instinctively turned toward the delegation from the 11th Warzone. This was because the 11th Warzone had suffered the most from the Pure World Cult's outbreak. The 11th Warzone's representatives were mostly unknown faces. Under the weight of so many gazes, they looked uneasy and embarrassed. Chen Mo also glanced over, fixing his eyes on the 11th Warzone's leader and psychics, his gaze flickering. Jiang Fan didn't come. He still hadn't forgotten the remaining tens of millions in payment. The 11th Warzone leader forced himself to speak. Why are you all looking at me? Someone said, you from the 11th Warzone should know a lot about divine emissaries, right? Could this calamity secret realm be the work of the Pure World Cult? I heard the 11th Warzone suffered heavy losses due to that incident. Didn't expect you'd still send reinforcements. Zhou Maotai interrupted the awkward atmosphere, saying. Alright, stop guessing. This has nothing to do with the Pure World Cult, it shouldn't be their doing. Xiao Zui, you explain. He turned to Zhuo Shengguang, the central representative among the psychics. Zhuo Shengguang nodded, stepping forward calmly. He spoke unhurriedly, addressing the crowd. The opening of this calamity secret realm is linked to a psychic named Qi Yufeng. The psychics at East City yesterday witnessed him summoning that calamity god. He was also responsible for the attacks behind every trench. As Chief Zhou said, the beast tide in the rear occurred because Qi Yufeng, while resolving wind vortexes in earlier waves, silently transferred them outside the safe zones to lie dormant, causing yesterday's heavy casualties. With that, Zhuo Shengguang paused, then continued on the earlier topic. As for whether he's connected to the Pure World Cult, probably not. We investigated Qi Yufeng's background. Before the apocalypse, he was an entertainer who killed someone and was sentenced to death. Though we don't know how he became what he is now, his traces and actions show no link to the Pure World Cult. Only then did the crowd realize, and many expressed their anger. So it's Qi Yufeng. I met him before and found him to be quite a friendly person. Didn't you hear he's a murderer? No wonder he would do such a monstrous thing. Tisk, this servant of the divine, is even more despicable than the end-of-world gods. Who knows when he might stab you in the back. So the roar I heard in Beijing yesterday was from the 4 calamity deities that made Qi Yufeng into a divine envoy. Someone murmured. I saw a huge creature yesterday, was it that? Zhuo Shengguang paused, glanced at Chen Mo and the crowd beside him, and after a moment of thought chose not to mention the Shoshi god. The higher-ups already knew about this matter and only the ability users from Dongqing witnessed it firsthand. Most of them were not present here, so he did not mention it nor deny it. Qiongqi returned to his original position. Zhou Lantai raised his hand. What Xiaozhua said represents the current known information. However, what is even more important is that yesterday it was because of one person that Qi Yufeng revealed his identity as a divine envoy and repelled the 4 calamity deities. If anyone understands these 4 calamity deities, it should be this person. After all, he is the only one who has personally battled against the 4 calamity deities. What? The crowd erupted in an uproar. Everyone perked up, some eagerly wanting to know who had the capability to repel such a powerful end-of-world god back to its own territory. Is it Qiongqi? No, if it were him, why would he retreat? Then who could it be? They curiously looked at the several strongest ability users in the audience. No one believed it was someone from the 6th battle zone. After all, here Chen Mo and others were just unknown ability users like those from the 11th battle zone. Only Qiongqi, Yang Suiyu and Mingyue and a few others who knew Chen Mo's strength looked over. And Mingyue's beautiful eyes flickered as she secretly thought, could it really be him? Zhou Lantai did not keep them in suspense, his gaze darkly directed towards the 6th battle zone. 6th battle zone, Chen Mo. Young man, come out and say a few words. At this statement everyone present widened their eyes, revealing expressions of disbelief. The 6th battle zone. How is this possible? I thought it must be Qiongqi or Fu Shuangyu who did it. After all, among all the top ability users present, only these 2 from the Central 12 had the glorious record of defeating an end-of-world god. Under the watchful eyes of so many, Wang Luyang felt his scalp tingle and hurriedly nudged Chen Mo beside him. Heavens, everyone is looking over here. What do you have to say? And Mingyue was equally astonished. Could it really be him? Fu Shuangyu opened her red lips, staring blankly at Qiongqi. Did you really repel those 4 calamity deities? Qiongqi said coldly, Qi Yufeng the ability user can fly, but I certainly do not have such a great ability to fly. As the person in charge of the West City Trench, Zhong Liming was even more shocked, his pupils dilating. My goodness, isn't this guy busy exterminating the beast horde in West City? When did he run to Dongqing? Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Chen Mo slowly walked out, his expression calm and unafraid. Yes, it's me. After Chen Mo's acknowledgement, their expressions changed. The top ability users present were equally curious as they scrutinized Chen Mo, wanting to see what kind of person could repel the 4 calamity deities. Only now did Chen Mo finally enter their line of sight. This guy. In the 9th battle zone, Xiang Yuran furrowed her brows deeper, her hostility growing. This person was clearly acquainted with Mingyue, but it was unclear what their relationship was. In the 1st battle zone, the tall, short-haired, handsome Zhou Xiaoyang also looked on with great curiosity. Zhou Lantai smiled and said, thanks to Comrade Chen Mo's help this time we were able to repel the 4 calamity deities, allowing this beast tide to retreat early, otherwise yesterday would have surely been a bitter battle. Chen Mo Xiaozhua has already told me the specifics. Yesterday you personally battled that 4 calamity deity, do you have any useful information? Chen Mo pondered for a moment and said, Qiongqi. No, it's the 4 calamity deities. It has a hideous scar on its hind leg which looks as if it was inflicted recently, and it has been continuously bleeding. When I fought it, it seemed unwilling to fight to the death, lingering here for too long. I believe that if it weren't for Qi Yufeng being gravely injured, it probably wouldn't have shown up at all. Qiongqi. What do you mean by Qiongqi? Is it a 4 calamity deity? Someone caught the detail and asked with some confusion. Chen Mo nodded slightly. Now, in order to thoroughly eradicate the 4 calamity secret realm, he had no reason to conceal any useful information. I have a battle pet, originally an orange cat, which mutated after the end of the world and was tamed by me. Because it resembles the legendary fierce beast, I named it Qiongqi. And the 4 calamity deities I saw yesterday looked remarkably similar to my battle pet. Is there really such a thing? The crowd frowned and murmured upon hearing this. I've long heard that end-of-world gods are highly likely to evolve from living beings, and most of them resemble those recorded in myths. It seems this theory is not without merit. Where is your battle pet? Can we have a good look? Facing the crowd's questions, Chen Mo did not hesitate and directly summoned Qiongqi. The mere brief appearance of Qiongqi caused the venue to erupt once more like a deep-sea bomb. It was only after Zhou Lantai's introduction that everyone realized this individual was an extremely rare dual ability user. During the process, someone questioned whether Chen Mo was a divine envoy. The existence of a dual ability user was too astonishing. This caused quite a stir. However, the 11th battle zone was extremely certain, rejecting the notion that a divine envoy had not awakened an ability mark, and with Qiongqi testifying beside him, people had no choice but to believe. This is simply unbelievable. A dual ability user, this is the first time I've heard of it. There really is someone so lucky. Even Fu Shuangyu, a member of the Central 12, couldn't help but show a sparkle in her beautiful eyes. After witnessing this, she elbowed Qiongqi beside her and asked, "Hey, you emotionless guy, what exactly is this person's background? Is there really someone who can possess dual abilities without relying on the divine pillar or end-of-world gods? For dual ability users, their acceptance level is evidently much higher than others. After all, among the 12 there are a few highly resonant individuals with dual abilities. But those few individuals awakened their abilities after the end of the world and joined the Central, obtaining resonant abilities from the divine pillar. But it should be noted that in a sense the power obtained by the 12 is not different from that of divine envoys, except that they are not under divine control. Of course, all of this belongs to the highest secrets of the Central." Qiongqi rarely did not retort. His eyes flickered as he looked at Chen Mo in the center of the venue, shaking his head. "I don't know, this is the first time I've seen him. At first I had some doubts, but I didn't feel any aura from him like we did when we resonated with the divine pillar. So that means he truly is a dual ability user. Incredible." Fu Shuangji's heart brimmed with astonishment, her gaze toward Chen Mo growing fervent. "Hey Qiongqi, what do you think? If we bring him back and let him resonate with the divine pillar, as long as his compatibility is high enough, then wouldn't that mean he could gain a third ability?" Qiongqi's pupils contracted as he cast a surprised glance at Fu Shuangyu beside him. He never imagined that this woman with her voluptuous figure but empty head could actually conceive of such a notion. A dual ability user was barely acceptable, but a triple ability user, if such a being emerged, it would be utterly unimaginable. "Let's discuss this after the Four Calamities secret realm," Qiongqi said, his eyes dark and thoughtful. He too found it not entirely impossible and began to ponder. At that moment the entire crowd's attention was fixed on Chen Mo. After understanding the situation, one of the leaders murmured to himself, "No wonder this man could repel that Four Calamities deity. As a dual ability user, both his physique and the number of times he can unleash his abilities are doubled, far surpassing ordinary people. If both abilities are of a high level, he becomes even more terrifying." Chen Mo's arrival was undoubtedly a stabilizing force. The fact that such an existence could be summoned instilled a great sense of security in many. According to him, that Four Calamities deity has a wound on its left hind leg. It has been reluctant to show itself and instead sent its divine envoy Qiongqi to orchestrate this disaster, clearly not at its peak. In that case, we absolutely cannot miss this crucial opportunity. But some disagreed. A leader from another war zone furrowed his brow and spoke slowly. "What we can confirm now is that the Four Calamities deity has fled into the Four Calamities secret realm with Qiongqi. But the safe zone is currently filled with corrosive green mist and viruses. We can't be certain whether the virus exists inside the secret realm. This is a major obstacle. Furthermore, how do we enter the Four Calamities secret realm in the sky? The beast tide we repelled yesterday has retreated into the central city. If it erupts again while the ability users are away, it will pose a grave danger to the trenches." Another person added. "Entering the Four Calamities secret realm is manageable. We can use helicopters to transport the ability users. But the other two problems are not easily solved. The uncertain virus inside the secret realm and the massive beast horde in the central city. Indeed. We must leave some people stationed in each trench, otherwise if the beast tide strikes again today it will be difficult to handle." Amid the clamorous discussions of the crowd, Chen Mo chose to retreat to his original position. "How about we deal with the beast tide in the central city first?" someone suggested. Qiongqi spoke up. "There are no more beast hordes in the central city." "What do you mean?" Many turned to look at him. Qiongqi said, "Yesterday when the beast tide from the eastern city retreated, I specifically went to the central city to investigate. I found that the beasts that withdrew into the central city used the power of wind vortices to return to the secret realm. In other words, the four major cities including the central city are now devoid of any living creatures. After so many waves of beast tides from the Four Calamities secret realm, I think they must have suffered significant losses as well, otherwise Qiongqi wouldn't have exposed himself yesterday. Now we only need to address the issue of the immune serum." Zhou Maotai nodded in agreement. "Xiao Zhua is right. The immune serum only lasts for 2 hours. Before we find a way to deal with the Four Calamities deity, we must ensure the safety of the ability users." This was also the most critical point. The crowd resumed their discussion with only a few, like Qiongqi, who possessed healing or special abilities able to remain immune to the virus and green miasma. Dark Realm Pristine Domain Mystic Hands. The leader of the first war zone looked at the several ability users beside him and asked, "What about you?" Zhou Xiaoyang shrugged nonchalantly. I don't mind. With his overlord ability, his physique was dozens of times stronger than that of ordinary ability users, and his resistance to these viruses was correspondingly multiplied. With the immune serum's enhancement, he could even stay in the most virus-concentrated areas for half a day without issue. The others shook their heads. We're not like Xiaoyang, our resistance isn't that strong. Chen Mo too began to consider his options. Wang Luyang spoke up. As a dual ability user, Chen Mo's physique is doubly enhanced, so he should be able to exceed the time limit without much trouble. As for your ability, Xuanyu. Tang Xuanyu nodded. It probably won't work. Then this is quite troublesome. Wang Luyang murmured. No one except Qi Yufeng has ever entered the Four Calamities secret realm, so we don't know the dangers within. A 2-hour immune serum is definitely far from enough. We must prepare for the worst. After some thought, Chen Mo concluded that the Qiongqi's ability was undoubtedly wind, and Qi Yufeng had inherited part of that power. The plague, however, didn't seem to be caused by the Qiongqi. That left only one possibility. He recalled the bird-like beast roar from the Four Calamities secret realm yesterday, followed by the eruption of a massive amount of green miasma. The source of the plague was likely another apocalyptic deity within the Four Calamities secret realm. It could be Tao Hundan or Taotie, any of them was possible. As the crowd argued, Chen Mo spoke quietly. I think there might be more than one apocalyptic deity inside the Four Calamities secret realm. Though his voice was low, the moment the words left his mouth, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone turned in disbelief, staring at Chen Mo. Beside him, Wang Luyang's breath caught. Chen Mo, are you joking? That's not something to say lightly. Zhou Shengguang's pupils also contracted as if struck by a sudden thought. Frowning deeply, he murmured, I think I heard 3 voices yesterday. The roar of the Qiongqi, the creature summoned by Chen Mo, and whose was the third? The venue was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. The expressions of the war zone leaders were as if they had seen a ghost. Chen Mo, why do you say that? Zhou Maotai asked, his face grave. Chen Mo slowly began to speak. Yesterday I nearly captured that Four Calamities deity, but at the critical moment a strange roar came from the Four Calamities secret realm. An unknown attack was directed at me, followed by the green miasma spewing from the secret realm. The Qiongqi's ability is to summon wind vortices and control the wind. Throughout our fight it never displayed any other negative effects. I suspect the source of the plague might be another apocalyptic deity. If we eliminate it in advance, the contagiousness of the plague to us will be greatly reduced. Chen Mo chose not to reveal more information. After all, the notion of 4 apocalyptic deities existing within a single secret realm was far too shocking. He needed the ability users here to do their utmost to distract the other deities for him. If he said it, many would likely back out and withdraw directly. Why didn't you say something so important just now? 2 apocalypse gods. If the other one isn't injured, that would be a real problem. Zhou Maotai stared at Chen Mo and said, Chen Mo, can you be certain about this? This is no joking matter. Chen Mo nodded. Yes, the ability users from the East District yesterday can all testify. TSK. A person in charge shook his head with a troubled expression and said helplessly, how are we supposed to handle this? We know nothing about the enemy, only one of them. 2 apocalypse gods, sending people in there would be suicide. Seeing the morale sinking, Zhou Maotai shouted loudly. But there's no better chance now. We don't know when that Qiongqi will recover from its injuries. By then 2 apocalypse gods at full strength will be even harder to deal with. Right now we have gathered the nation's most elite ability users here. Even if there's one more, it's not without a chance of victory. Let's settle it this way. After 1300 today, if the beast tide doesn't come, then the human counteroffensive will commence its first operation. His gaze was piercing as he slammed the table to make the decision. In this situation, further discussion would only shake people's resolve and cause more to withdraw. Their third war zone had already suffered heavy losses and couldn't endure any more attrition. After Chief Zhou gave the order, the various war zones could only leave with different thoughts in their minds. Chen. The 9th war zone was about to leave too. And Mingyue wanted to say something to Chen Mo, but Xiang Yuran pulled her back. Xiaoya, let's go. We'll talk when we get back. And Mingyue was stunned and had no choice but to comply. Let's go too. Yang Suiyu walked over and said. Just then Zhou Maotai from behind spoke up. Xiaozhua, Chen Mo, both of you stay for a moment. Chen Mo paused, knowing that the 3rd war zone chief likely had something to say to him. He stopped and turned to Tang Xuanyu and the others. Wait for me outside. A few minutes later the tent was deserted, leaving only the senior officials of the 3rd war zone along with Chen Mo's Zhou Shengguang and Fu Shuangyu. Zhuo Shuangguang looked at Fu Shuangyu who hadn't left yet and said coldly, "Why aren't you leaving?" Fu Shuangyu let out a coquettish snort and said, "I feel like it, mind your own business." "Chief Zhou didn't ask you to stay," Zhuo Shuangguang said flatly. Zhou Maotai waved his hand and said, "That's enough, it's fine." "Hear that?" Hearing the chief's words, Fu Shuangyu triumphantly made a face. The faces of the surrounding Third War Zone senior officials were grim as they murmured anxiously among themselves. Zhou Maotai sighed, looking weary as he stood up. "I asked you to stay because I was afraid that saying too much would shake many people's resolve." Only Zhuo Shuangguang and Fu Shuangyu, the ability users sent from the Central Authority, could be trusted not to withdraw. After all, the 12 Sons were established precisely to combat the Apocalypse Gods. As for Chen Mo, he knew the most about the situation. If he wanted to leave, he could have done so yesterday. Zhuo Shuangguang nodded. Indeed, the other war zones are here on orders to assist. While they can't defy the Central Command's deployment, if the danger is too great they'll likely develop other intentions and prioritize self-preservation. Fu Shuangyu, however, took a nonchalant attitude and said, "What's there to be so afraid of? Just 2 gods scared them silly." Zhuo Shuangguang glanced at her. Not everyone thought like her. After all, the 2 of them had personally seen and killed Apocalypse gods, so they felt no fear toward them. But in reality, most ability users were so terrified at the sight of an Apocalypse god that they couldn't even move. Since there was no one else around, Fu Shuangyu walked straight up to Chen Mo, looked him up and down and said with a smile, "My name is Fu Shuangyu. Chen Mo ever thought about joining us?" "If you do, you'll be the 13th son from now on," Chen Mo said, nothing, gazing at the woman with delicate features before him. She was about 1.7 meters tall, with winered curly hair, a plump and tall figure with curves in all the right places, especially her straight snow-white legs. Her attire was also quite revealing. A strong scent of perfume emanated from her. Seeing Chen Mo staring at her, Fu Shuangyu didn't shy away but instead thrust out her proud chest and said with a giggle, "Really, is this the first thing you men look at?" Zhuo Shuangguang said coldly, "Fu Shuangyu, mind the occasion." She turned back and rolled her eyes at him, saying, "What, Zhuo Shuangguang, are you jealous? Let me make it clear, I don't like your deadpan type." Zhuo Shuangguang took a deep breath, his eyelids twitching. He suppressed the urge to kick her and said nothing more. He turned to Zhou Maotai and asked, "Chief Zhou, since we're staying, what are your plans next?" Zhou Maotai's eyes were deep as he said in a low voice, "First wait until 1300 to see if the 4 Calamities secret realm triggers a beast tide, then make a decision. If it really doesn't react as you guessed, we can take the initiative to strike. Since there's no beast horde in the central city, my plan is to have all ability users put on protective suits, carry communication tools and life detectors, and send you into the 4 Calamities secret realm. After all, we still know nothing about the situation inside the 4 Calamities secret realm. First investigate and prepare. If we can find that Qiongqi and kill it, that would be even better. The protective suits can greatly extend exploration time. Even if damaged in battle within the secret realm, one can directly take a 2-hour immunity potion to retreat. All 3 of you have fought against Apocalypse gods before, so in terms of experience you are undoubtedly the best leaders for this secret realm operation. These ability users come from various factions, most are unruly and hard to manage. Losing even one would be hard for other war zones to accept. I entrust them to your care." Zhuo Shuangguang said earnestly, "I understand. Rest assured, Chief Zhou." "Good." Zhou Maotai turned to Chen Mo beside him, stepped forward and suddenly asked with a grave expression, "One more thing. Chen Mo, are you sure there are only 2 Apocalypse gods in the 4 Calamities secret realm? Is there something else you know that you haven't told us?" For some reason his intuition told him that this young man seemed to know something. Chen Mo paused, looked up without avoiding Zhou Maotai's penetrating gaze. After a moment he said calmly, "I can confirm there are 2. As for anything else, I don't know." Zhou Maotai said nothing. Instead he stared into Chen Mo's eyes for a long time before nodding and heavily patting Chen Mo on the shoulder. He said with some significance, Young man, you're quite good. Alright, there's nothing else for now. Well, wait and see what happens after 1300. I'll have someone take you to collect supplies. There are some special equipment inside too. You all should go rest and prepare." As the leader of the 3rd War Zone, Zhou Lantai might have already discovered something. Yet both of them tacitly said nothing. However, it is understandable, just 2 end-time deities are enough to instill fear and nearly shake the organizations of superhumans gathered from various places. If Chen Mo were to learn the truth about the 4 Calamities secret realm from his own mouth, he might even choose to abandon the 3rd War Zone. Before being pushed to the brink, no one can know the extent of a person's potential. After stepping out of the tent, Tang Xuanyu and the others gathered around. Chen Mo, what did Director Zhou say to you? Chen Mo smiled gently and replied, nothing, just some matters regarding the Secret Realms expedition. He asked us to go to the warehouse to collect supplies in preparation for the upcoming situation, said Zhuo Qinguang with a smile. Let me take you there. Fu Shuangyu stretched lazily, revealing her alluring curves, and said somewhat languidly, you all go ahead, I won't be joining. It's early in the morning, I should go back to sleep for a bit. Call me when it's noon. Outside the tent, and Mingyue, who had been waiting, also seemed eager to make a move. However, upon seeing the affectionate interaction between Tang Xuanyu and Chen Mo, she hesitated. Beside her, Xiang Yuran's expression grew increasingly unpleasant, further confirming that there might be something between the two. Since Mingyue arrived at the 9th war zone due to her outstanding beauty, he quickly noticed this girl and soon developed feelings for her. Simple, pure. However, Mingyue had always resolutely rejected his feelings, which left Xiang Yuran, one of the top superhumans in the 9th war zone, quite embarrassed. He had always known that he was one of the top figures in the 9th war zone. Chen Mo noticed Mingyue not far away and smiled at her. Long time no see. Mingyue's beautiful eyes lit up at his words, and with a somewhat forced smile she replied. I just wanted to greet you, it wasn't very convenient before and I didn't expect you to be here too. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. After all, with Tang Xuanyu present, she felt somewhat uneasy and chose to leave hastily after exchanging a few simple words. Tang Xuanyu looked puzzled and asked, do you know each other? Watching Mingyue's departing figure, Chen Mo nodded and replied, we had some previous interactions, she's also from Tianhai City. I see. Tang Xuanyu murmured. Chen Mo said, let's not discuss this, let's first go to the warehouse to collect supplies. This free supply should not be wasted, there might be some good treasures among them. As everyone was preparing to leave, Xiang Yuran, who had remained behind, suddenly stepped forward and blocked Chen Mo's path. Seeing him approach, Chen Mo looked up. What do you want? This person knew that he was a top wanted criminal from the 6th war zone. In simple terms, he had the ability to overload the opponent's CPU and cause a state of confusion for a short time. In terms of powers, it wasn't particularly strong and was even somewhat trivial. However, in Xiang Yuran's hands he possessed a very special and highly lethal weapon. Combined with that special weapon, his strength was on par with class superhumans, which allowed him to enter the ranks of top superhumans. Chen Mo, what is this about? Tang Xuanyu looked at the two with some confusion. Xiang Yuran narrowed his eyes and stared at Chen Mo for a while before speaking. Want to talk? Chen Mo frowned, feeling that he hadn't had any previous interactions with him. Xuanyu, you all go ahead, you'll catch up in a bit. Alright, hurry up then. The others did not interrupt their conversation. Xiang Yuran then stepped closer to Chen Mo and said. You're Chen Mo, right? I know you, you were the #1 wanted criminal in the 6th war zone. So what? Chen Mo replied, feeling somewhat puzzled. So? Xiang Yuran laughed, leaning in closer to whisper in his ear. You are all from Tianhai, I don't know how you and Xiao Yu are acquainted, but a person like you should stay away from her. Otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Chen Mo was stunned, and after a few seconds he chuckled with some amusement. Oh. Do you like her? Such a threat seemed childish, as if a child were to make it. Xiang Yuran snorted coldly, providing no further explanation. That's all I have to say, you should understand my meaning. Chen Mo nodded, finding it somewhat funny. He smiled and said, although I'm sorry, your harsh words make you seem quite incompetent. No wonder I see that Mingyue doesn't seem very interested in you. Xiang Yuran frowned as if he had been poked at a sore spot and retorted angrily. What do you mean by that? Chen Mo smiled. People like him probably relied on their powers to act domineeringly in their own war zone. This isn't the 9th war zone, do you understand? Xiang Yuran's eyes flashed with a cold glint, determined to give him a warning, and activated his ability. Suddenly an invisible wave of mental energy shot towards Chen Mo. Confused thoughts surged into his mind, but Chen Mo remained expressionless as he slightly raised his finger. Shush. A fierce wind swept past his face. Xiang Yuran's pupils shrank and he froze in place. On the left side of his face a blood mark gradually appeared and blood began to flow down. He looked at Chen Mo in disbelief, filled with dread. Why did his ability not affect this guy? Chen Mo mockingly said, this isn't the 9th war zone. You need to restrain yourself outside. Fortunately I am quite forgiving, harsh words like these should be directed at others. Looking at Xiang Yuran, who stood rigidly in place, Chen Mo patted his shoulder, then chuckled and walked ahead. Who was that person? Tang Xuanyu asked curiously. Chen Mo shrugged dismissively, pretending nothing had happened, and said, I don't know. What did he just say to you? Something about the secret realm, I think. Chen Mo casually replied. Qiongqi turned back and cast a detached glance at Xiong behind them. He of course noticed the brief exchange between the two earlier. The top superhumans gathered in the third war zone were numerous, each with a rebellious spirit. If they weren't properly tempered, it would become troublesome once they entered the secret realm, so he did not intervene. The group headed towards the supply warehouse, leaving Xiong stunned in place, trembling with rage. Even after Chen Mo and the others left, Xiong remained standing, his pupils trembling as an immense fury surged in his heart. Damn it! How dare that guy look down on me, Xiong. In the 9th war zone, who would not show me respect? Even the high-ranking officials there favored him. From the sleeves of Xiong intertwined dry brown tendrils spread out, gathering at the center of his hand like vines. Puff! A clear sound rang out and the intertwined tendrils split open, revealing an eye within. The eye looked at him with a hint of mockery. TSK. What a pitiful creature. It won't even deign to look you in the eye. Upon hearing this, Xiong's expression darkened further as he glared at that eye and spoke coldly. Shut up, you are merely a weapon and you dare to mock me. The eye let out a couple of eerie laughs, then slowly closed, falling silent. Only Xiongyu remained, his face cold as ice. 7 sins. This was a treasure he had obtained from a river during the early days of the apocalypse. This special weapon could change into different forms, gaining various abilities, greatly compensating for the lack of offensive means of spiritual ability users. He had once brought it to a mysterious merchant for appraisal, who claimed it was a divine artifact used by the gods during the apocalypse, possessing great ominousness and negative buffs. Xiong was completely unconvinced by this claim. Because he knew that in this apocalypse only power could earn respect as long as it could provide him with absolute strength. No matter how problematic the weapon was, it mattered not. It was precisely because of this powerful special weapon 7 sins that he could make a name for himself as an A-class ability user in the 9th battle zone. Meanwhile, under the leadership of Qiongqi, a group of people arrived at the supply warehouse of the 3rd battle zone. Due to their hurried departure, only the most essential supplies had been transported. Everything one could imagine was present here, and many ability users were gathered. As long as it wasn't too excessive, these were all free subsidies provided by the 3rd battle zone, even including the precious ability-enhancing potions. However, this was already the limit for 6th-tier ability users. Besides, evolution stones, taking more of these potions would not allow one to break through. Adhering to the principle of taking what one could after arriving here, Chen Mo directly took around 20 bottles of high-tier B-class recovery potions, breakthrough potions and enhancement potions. Qiongqi continued walking past the shelves while saying, there are still quite a few special equipment that have been forged. These are quite beneficial for us ability users. But special equipment is ultimately very precious and can only be forged with special crystals. Even the major battle zones have limited stock, so what is stored here isn't exactly outstanding. But it's better than having nothing. Look, I just happened to pick some essentials. Chen Mo said, thank you. Qiongqi replied with a smile. All of this is provided by Director Zhou. If you really want to enter the 4 Calamities secret realm, I will need your assistance, so don't be too polite. Chen Mo nodded as if recalling something. He asked, by the way, may I ask where the people from the 11th battle zone are? The 11th battle zone. Qiongqi pondered for a moment and then replied. They are all over at the North City Trench. At this point in time they should have returned. After all the time before the Beast Tide was still early, and the forces that came had all returned to their posts after the meeting, waiting for the Beast Tide to arrive at 1300. Qiongqi asked with some confusion, what do you need them for? Chen Mo replied, I have some questions for them. The remaining payment from the 11th battle zone had not yet been received. In order to cultivate the Shoshi god to the 6th tier, he had already spent nearly all the balance on the crystal card, and this was a significant income that could not be ignored. Qiongqi did not ask further and nodded. Since there's nothing else, I will head over first. After bidding farewell to Qiongqi, the group returned after stocking up on supplies. Everyone quietly awaited the arrival of 1300. During this time, Chen Mo arrived within the North City Trench and found the person in charge of the 11th battle zone to inquire about the situation regarding the battle pets. Inside the North City Trench, Chen Mo had a private meeting with the person in charge of the 11th battle zone. Upon seeing his arrival, the other party's eyes clearly showed signs of panic as they avoided direct eye contact. He knew Chen Mo's identity and understood the significance of Chen Mo's visit. Chen Mo sat down on a stool and slowly spoke, what does the 11th battle zone mean by this? Your leader Jiang Shiming told me that the remaining payment would be sent to me soon, but why has there been no news for a year? Is Jiang Shiming planning to go back on his word? The person in charge was a middle-aged man around 30 years old. Faced with Chen Mo's questioning, Zhou Jie sighed and looked up to speak. Director Jiang is still in a coma. You should have heard about the purification cult riots 6 months ago. It started with us in the 11th battle zone, where 3 or 4 individuals in the higher-ups were misled and became followers of the purification cult. They attacked Director Jiang and caused a riot within the safe zone, resulting in Director Jiang being severely injured by an ability user and currently still in a coma. As for your agreement, it has been unanimously decided by the higher-ups in our battle zone to wait until Director Jiang awakens before discussing it. As he said this, even he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. In simple terms, the higher-ups of the 11th battle zone did not want to pay such a large sum. Waiting for Jiang Xingming to wake up was just an excuse. As long as he remains unconscious, the remaining tens of millions of crystal coins would never be sent over. Hearing this, Chen Mo's expression gradually grew colder. So you mean to say that the higher-ups of the 11th battle zone are planning to go back on their word? Bang! The table in front of the two was suddenly shattered. Zhou Jie's expression changed drastically and he hurriedly explained, No, we just. Enough. Chen Mo waved his hand impatiently and said coldly. Contact your battle zone's higher-ups now. 40 million, the remaining payment plus interest, every last bit of it. If it hasn't been received by the time the 4 calamities secret realm is resolved, the amount will no longer be the same. Without giving him a chance to respond, Chen Mo directly stood up and left the tent. Those here were merely small fry sent by the 11th battle zone. Even if he killed him now, it wouldn't help. Feeling the murderous intent in Chen Mo's words, Zhou Jie couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The higher-ups were still unaware of the current situation. To provoke a dual ability user capable of repelling the gods of the apocalypse was no trivial matter if they were to completely offend him. He hurriedly took out his communicator and directly contacted the 11th battle zone's headquarters. By the time they returned to the West City Trench, it was already noon. Everyone in the trench was waiting outside, gazing up at the 4 calamities secret realm hanging high in the sky. Zhong Liming looked at his watch. 1257. There are 3 minutes left. Chen Mo Xiaoyang, the directive from the leader has arrived. If the beast tide has not descended by 1330, you all will change into protective suits, take the immunity potions and enter the central city from the West City to gather with the main forces. The rest will remain vigilant in the trench at all times. The order was personally issued by the leader, selecting top ability users from various forces to participate in the operation into the 4 calamities secret realm. The group mobilized from the West City Trench consisted of over 10 people, led by Chen Mo and Yang Suiyu. Yang Suiyu said, Understood, Uncle Zhong. Chen Mo also gazed at the massive vortex of the 4 calamities secret realm in the sky. Wang Luyang did not even blink, speaking in a deep voice. It's about to begin. Everyone held their breath at that moment, gazing intently at the calamity realm silently rotating in the sky. Was it the descent of the 14th wave of the beast tide, or the beginning of the counterattack horn for the 3rd war zone? In this final minute. Amid the crowd, Tang Xuani noticed the coldness in Chen Mo's eyes and spoke. Chen Mo, what's wrong? Why do you seem so grim ever since you returned from the northern city trenches? Chen Mo shook his head, pulling his thoughts back. It's nothing. Let's first see what's happening. The 11th war zone wasn't going anywhere. After dealing with the mysterious merchant, he could head over anytime. There was no rush. Zhong Liming looked at his watch and murmured softly. It's about to begin. 10:09:8. As the second hand came to a steady halt. The moment the time turned to 1300, Zhong Liming immediately raised his head and shouted. Everyone on alert. The calamity realm is about to make a move. Buzz buzz buzz, simultaneously all alarms within the 4 major trenches blared, echoing beyond the war zone. In the other trenches, all supernaturals and soldiers looked up at the sky. Chen Mo also turned his gaze toward the calamity realm. Nothing happened. Staring at the calamity realm in the sky, the crowd fell silent for a long moment. According to past patterns, the calamity realm would begin to rotate at this time, releasing the first batch of beasts to descend. Yet now at 1300, the calamity realm remained utterly still, without a trace of movement. The sky was tranquil, as if nothing had occurred. Indeed, no movement. Zhong Liming paused, his eyes suddenly brightening, radiating a piercing light. He spoke with some excitement. The 14th wave of the beast tide never appeared. As the leader had anticipated, after dozens of waves, the previous 13th wave was the final one. The calamity realm, its power greatly diminished, could no longer unleash a threat more terrifying than the 13th wave. Execute Plan 1. Chen Mo Xiaoyang. Zhong Liming immediately turned to face Chen Mo and his group. He ordered the soldiers behind to quickly bring protective suits. Put on these suits, take the immune agents and head to the central city now to rendezvous with the others. These chemical suits were crafted from special materials. Experiments had proven they offered strong defense even against the green miasma within the war zone. The rest of you split into 2 groups to guard inside and outside the trenches in case of any sudden beast swarms. It's time to depart. Wang Luyang felt a bit uneasy as this was his first time entering a secret realm. Barring any surprises, the moment the supernaturals from all 4 trenches gathered would mark the entry into the realm. Chen Mo and the others donned their protective suits one by one. Zhong Liming walked before them, his expression grave as he instructed. From here on I entrust this mission to you. Chen Mo is the overall leader of this operation. Xiao Yang, your ancient martial alliance members must follow his orders, understood? Yang Suiyu, rest assured Uncle Zhong. I understand the stakes. Zhong Liming, good, that's right. At this critical juncture we supernaturals absolutely cannot afford internal conflict. Chen Mo has clashed with the Calamity God and knows more. Make sure your ancient martial alliance people stay vigilant and avoid clashes with other factions. No one knew what lay within the Calamity realm. But based on previously conquered divine territories, the presence of treasures and resources was almost certain. Time was tight. After these instructions, Chen Mo and his group passed through the passageway into the western city. As expected, all the cities were thick with miasma and viruses. Among the ruins lay countless decaying carcasses of ferocious beasts, their decomposition accelerated by the green miasma. Hovering above was the abyss-like Calamity realm. It resembled a black hole. Only by looking up from within the central city could one truly grasp the realm's vastness and terror. Once inside the city, everyone was on high alert. Thankfully, as Zhong Liming had said, they encountered not a single living beast along the way. Proceeding cautiously, they passed through the western city into the central city. Before them stretched vast ruins. At the city center were the supernaturals from the eastern city trenches led by Ehuang. They're here. Among the eastern city supernaturals, someone noticed Chen Mo's group entering from the western direction. The western city side is surprisingly fast. Meanwhile, Chen Mo's group also spotted Ehuang and his team. Yang Suiyu said, "Follow me, they're over there." All went smoothly as the 2 groups from the western and eastern city trenches converged. Ehuang smiled at Chen Mo and said, "You're here." Chen Mo nodded, surveying the eastern city contingents: Ehuang, Fu Shuangyu, Li Xiao. And some supernaturals from other factions. 30 people, matching the western city's numbers. After all, the special protective suits were limited and guards were needed outside the trenches. It seemed the total number entering the Calamity realm from the 4 trenches would be around 100. Seeing Chen Mo arrive, Fu Shuangyu stepped forward with a smile. "Little brother Chen Mo, you're here. Have you considered what I mentioned yesterday?" She referred to the offer of joining them to serve the central government afterward. Chen Mo glanced at her and refused bluntly. "I have no such plans." "What a pity." Fu Shuangyu shook her head, leaning closer and speaking softly. "What if I told you that by joining us you could awaken a 3rd ability?" She didn't believe anyone could remain unmoved by such an offer. A dual ability user was already formidable. A triple ability user would be unimaginable. Yet on Chen Mo's face she saw not a trace of shock, only an unsettling calm. "Not needed." Chen Mo refused again. He understood how abilities were gained through resonance with divine pillars. Compared to the uncertainty of gaining abilities through divine pillar resonance, exposing his Qiongqi ability fully was a much greater concern. For now everyone thought it was merely a summoning type, unaware that the Qiongqi ability could not only enslave gods but also borrow part of their power. There was no need to abandon the substance for the shadow. Another strange one. Fu Shuangyu felt exasperated and was about to say more when Tang Xuani, frowning, interjected. "Chen Mo has clearly refused. Why are you so persistent?" Fu Shuangyu paused, studying her carefully. "Oh." She drew out the word, arching her brows, and said playfully to Chen Mo. "Your girlfriend?" "No. No." Before Chen Mo could utter a word, Tang Xuanya's cheeks flushed crimson as she hastened to defend herself. "That's it." Fu Shuangjia's face radiated certainty, her smile brightening as she let out a tinkling laugh. "You look quite innocent. Did you two do it?" "Not talking." "Then that means you did. Tisk, I never would have guessed. Were you still in school before the apocalypse?" Completely outmatched, Fu Shuangjia's mere words left Tang Xuanya's face burning with shame and indignation. Meanwhile, Yang Suiyu approached Ehuang and inquired, "What about the others?" "Not here yet. We're only waiting for the people from the northern and southern city trenches." Although the beast tide in the central city has receded, there's no guarantee that scattered ferocious beasts aren't still lurking. Stay alert and wait until everyone's assembled before proceeding with the next phase. Zhuo Shengguang stated. Yang Suiyu nodded, gazing at the vortex above, and asked again, how do you plan to enter the Four Calamities secret realm up there? Zhuo Shengguang chuckled. Quite a few people intend to enter this time. An ordinary helicopter can't carry so many. I've already sent Zhao Wenji with the pilot to the central tower. They should be here soon. Let's wait here for now. With that, he produced the equipment he had brought, a communicator and a life detector. Adjusting the communicator's frequency, a crackling sound connected them to the outside, and Zhou Maotai's voice came through. Hello. Hello. Xiao Zuo, what's the situation in Central City? Have you rendezvoused with the people from the other trenches? Zhuo Shengguang replied, Chief Zhou, the Western City Trench team has arrived. We're still waiting. Central City's situation is stable and no residual beasts have been found yet. Good. There's no beast tide on the rear front either. Keep in touch. Once everyone's together, you can begin the entry. Another 10 minutes or so passed. The superpowered individuals from the Northern City Trench had also arrived. Among those from the 9th War Zone, Chen Mo didn't spot in Mingyue but did notice Yang Yuan. This time he had learned his lesson and slipped silently into the crowd. Arriving at the same time was Zhao Wenji, returning from the central tower. A massive black military transport plane rumbled in its thunderous roar, filling the air as it descended slowly toward the ground, kicking up enormous clouds of dust. Many present widened their eyes in disbelief. We're taking this into the Four Calamities secret realm. Awesome. I've never ridden in one of these in my life. Wang Liang's eyes also bulged, burning with excitement. After all, this is a war zone. Having this makes things much more convenient. Such a grand spectacle made the superpowered individuals realize the gravity of this mission. With a loud clank, a powerful blast of hot air surged out. The transport plane's hatch opened and Zhao Wenji jumped down, grinning. Brother Zhua. You're here, Zhuo Shengguang said. Yeah. It took quite some effort, but luckily this transport was well protected and not damaged by the beast horde. Zhao Wenji turned to look at the plane and continued. With this size, it's more than enough to hold all of us. He looked around and asked, is everyone else here? Zhuo Shengguang shook his head, frowning. We're just waiting for Zhou Xiaoyang and his team from the Southern City Trench. After waiting so long, other superpowered individuals began grumbling. Everyone's here just waiting for them. What's the deal? It's 1:30 p.m. Where are they? They probably look down on us. The Southern Trench is all from the First War Zone. And the First War Zone? That's the zone directly under Central Command. So what? We've got superpowered individuals from Central Command here, their superiors. Are they supposed to be something special? The crowd buzzed with noisy chatter. Tang Xuanya's expression turned strange. We haven't even entered the secret realm yet. And already there's an argument. Wang Luyang said, it's normal. Every superpowered individual here is prideful, pick any one and they're someone of note. The Southern City Trench is mostly from the First War Zone. I've heard the First War Zone has a bad reputation, always acting like the top dog among the 12 zones. It's only natural that others resent it. Many frowned at the Southern Trench's lateness, and Zhuo Shengguang's brows remained tightly knit, never relaxing. Could they have run into trouble on the way, as someone speculated? But as soon as he spoke, a group of figures appeared from the direction of the Southern City. They're here. Led by Zhou Xiaoyang, the superpowered individuals in protective suits strolled over unhurriedly. They showed no sense of urgency, even chatting and laughing idly. Ah, is everyone here? You're all quite early. Is our First War Zone late? No big deal. Even if we're late, they still have to wait for us to leave together, someone said with a grin. They're here, Brother Zhua. Zhao Wenji announced. Zhuo Shengguang's expression remained calm. Seeing the Southern City Trench team's leisurely demeanor with no signs of battle, he understood they had deliberately arrived late. He approached Zhou Xiaoyang, his eyes cold. Why so late? There was a height difference between them. Zhou Xiaoyang stood at 184 meters. With broad shoulders and the formidable tyrant ability, he was stout and powerful. In comparison, Zhuo Shengguang at 178 meters seemed somewhat shorter. Facing Zhuo Shengguang's interrogation, Zhou Xiaoyang smiled dismissively. Sorry, we're a bit late. Forgot my weapon when we left and had to go back for it. Hearing this flimsy excuse, a hot-tempered superpowered individual instantly erupted, I think you're doing this on purpose. The plan was to leave around 1:30 p.m. It's already 2:00 p.m. Do you have any shame keeping so many people waiting? The superpowered individuals from the first war zone behind Zhou Xiaoyang retorted, believe it or not, it's already a courtesy that we showed up. The atmosphere grew awkward. Are these people always this arrogant? Why weren't they like this yesterday? Tang Xuanyu wondered. Wang Luyang said, yesterday the leaders from all sides and the third war zone's chief were present. They probably held back quite a bit. These powerful superpowered individuals are incredibly conceited. I think they deliberately delayed because Chief Zhou didn't choose that guy to lead the team yesterday. He glanced at Chen Mo beside him. The list for entering the Four Calamities secret realm had been confirmed last night. To prevent everyone from acting independently, the overall leader for this operation was also appointed. Zhou Shengguang and Chen Mo. All superpowered individuals from the four trenches would have to follow their orders once inside the Four Calamities secret realm. Chen Mo stood quietly on the sidelines observing the scene. To be honest, he could not care less who led the team as long as they could hold off the other three calamity gods. Giving him an opportunity to act, it was sufficient. He had no intention of relying on these people to slay Qiongqi, the fourth calamity god. The various factions began to argue amongst themselves. Zhou Shengguang remained silent for a moment. The chaos before they had even entered the secret realm was clearly not what Commander Zhou wanted to see. Unwilling to waste time on this matter, Zhou Shengguang spoke, all right, everyone get on board. We're departing. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyang's smile turned even more contemptuous. He shifted his gaze toward Chen Mo and said, it seems Commander Zhou still doesn't trust us enough to entrust the operation to purge the Four Calamities secret realm to someone whose strength and background are unclear. At this stage, everyone present was a top-tier esper all around the 6th rank. Almost everyone present refused to submit to anyone else. Zhou Shengguang, being one of the Central 12 and possessing considerable strength, was someone they could still defer to out of respect. But what was this guy? Just because he was a dual ability user who had luckily driven back an injured calamity god, he was made the operation leader. Zhou Xiaoyang could not accept this. Zhou Shengguang's expression was impassive as he stated, follow the mission. If you have complaints, voice them after it's over. Zhou Shengguang, since when did you become so easygoing? A female voice rang out from behind. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Fu Shuangyu instantly materialized, a bow of flames shooting several scorching arrows toward Zhou Xiaoyang. Zhou Xiaoyang reacted swiftly, raising his hand to catch the blazing flame arrows. The searing fire burned through his protective suit, spilling wantonly through his fingers, yet he remained utterly unfazed. This sudden attack startled the members of the first war zone, who glared angrily at Fu Shuangyu. What do you think you're doing? Brother Yang. Your protective suit. You crazy woman, are you trying to harm us? It's fine, I don't need the suit anyway. Zhou Xiaoyang glanced at the flames burning in his hand. He exerted a little force and extinguished them completely. It was well known that Fu Shuangyu was one of the 12 with an S-rank ability. Yet Zhou Xiaoyang had blocked her ability with just his bare hand. Although it was only a probing attack, it demonstrated the terrifying power of his tyrant's physique. Zhou Xiaoyang looked toward Fu Shuangyu and asked with a smile, what's the meaning of this? If you want to fight, I'm happy to oblige. I couldn't care less if you're one of the 12. Fu Shuangyu let out a light laugh. I just wanted you two to stop arguing. The Central Command sent your first war zone here to assist, not to cause internal strife. What do you think would happen if your commander found out about this? In the face of a critical mission, even a top-tier esper would face severe punishment for causing delays. Zhou Xiaoyang squinted, staring at Fu Shuangyu for a long moment before breaking into a smile and speaking in a relaxed tone. You're right. We're here to help, not to cause trouble. Let's all get on board. He waved his hand, signaling the espers beside him to follow. Seeing that Zhou Xiaoyang was no longer looking for troubles, Zhou Shengguang glanced at Fu Shuangyu in surprise. Fu Shuangjia's smile faded and she let out a cold snort. Don't look at me. I wasn't trying to help you. Let's get into the secret realm first. Zhou Shengguang nodded. All right, let's depart. The last group of people boarded and the transport plane's hatch slowly closed. With the roar of the massive propellers, the transport plane began its ascent toward the vortex of the Four Calamities secret realm. Inside the cabin, most of the espers did not gather together. Those from different factions formed small cliques, sitting apart and keeping to themselves. Zhao Wenji's expression was icy as he looked toward the group from the first war zone and said in a low voice, brothers, the people from the first war zone are way too arrogant. They were clearly late on purpose. Even in the central base there aren't many espers as cocky as that Zhou Xiaoyang. Someone so unruly. I'm afraid they might cause trouble once we enter the secret realm. Zhuo Shengguang replied calmly, ignore them. Just focus on our own duties. Zhao Wenji sighed. Alright, I'll go check the cockpit. Zhuo Shengguang nodded, then turned and walked over to where Chen Mo and the others were taking a seat. He spoke abruptly, what do you think of this operation? Commander Zhou put us both in charge. You should at least say something. Chen Mo was observing Zhou Xiaoyang and his group who were chatting and laughing. As if noticing Chen Mo's gaze, Zhou Xiaoyang looked back and grinned, flashing his white teeth. Chen Mo averted his gaze and said indifferently, not much to ask. Just don't cause trouble once we're inside. That might be a bit difficult. Zhuo Shengguang lowered his head and said gloomily, with no time to build chemistry, this 100-man team is ultimately a hastily assembled force. Commander Zhou probably foresaw this, which is why he put both of us in charge of the operation. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, curious. Why? Stability, Zhuo Shengguang replied directly. There are many powerful espers here, Zhou Xiaoyang from the 1st Warzone, Wang Xiai and Li Yunqian from the 2nd, Xiang Yuran from the 9th. Among so many commanders, Zhou said, you don't have the same impatience and arrogance he sees in the others. At this point Zhuo Shengguang added half-jokingly, of course I, the other leader, am an exception. Fu Shuangyu sitting nearby rolled her eyes upon hearing this. She muttered, so you said all that just to set up that last line, didn't you? Zhuo Shengguang, I never knew you were so narcissistic. Zhuo Shengguang ignored her. Tang Xuanyu chuckled from the side. I heard you're all the most formidable espers in the Central Command. I didn't expect you'd be so easy to get along with. She didn't see the usual arrogance in them, which was quite different from what she had imagined. Fu Shuangyu found it amusing and retorted, oh. Xiaoyu, what do you think makes an esper the most formidable? Like them? She pointed toward Zhou Xiaoyang's group. Chen Mo suddenly asked, how did you become one of the 12? The question caught them both off guard. Fu Shuangyu said with a smile, that's a big secret. Want to know? Then you'll have to join us. Chen Mo, forget it. Combining what he already knew, he had a general understanding of the identity of the 12. They were all successful products of pillar resonance, some had possessed extraordinary abilities even before the apocalypse. Although he already knew the function and origin of the pillars, what still piqued Chen Mo's curiosity was the exact method by which the pillars granted abilities to the 12. Feeling snubbed, Fu Shuangyu waved her hand dismissively. Fine, don't go if you don't want to. In any case, our abilities are vastly different from ordinary psychics, at least several times more powerful. But this expressionless one here is the weakest among us, she added, not missing the chance to mock Zhuo Shengguang. Zhuo Shengguang, however, remained utterly composed and replied calmly. When it comes to experience in slaying apocalypse gods, I have more than you. Fu Shuangyu retorted, then go ahead and brag about it for the rest of your life. As the group engaged in idle chatter, the transport aircraft suddenly began to shudder violently. A low rumble echoed. Every psychic on board sprang to their feet. What's happening? Brace yourselves. We're entering the Four Calamities' secret realm. Zhao Wenjie rushed out from the cockpit shouting, we don't know what's inside yet, so everyone be ready. Hearing this, everyone's heart jolted and they quickly pulled themselves together. Meanwhile, in the eastern city trenches, Zhou Maotai was gathered with regional leaders. They gazed into the distance at the Four Calamities' secret realm suspended in the sky. Below, at a pitch-black massive transport aircraft was slowly approaching the secret realm. Holding a telescope, Zhou Maotai noticed the aircraft trembling and spoke with deep concern. They're about to enter. Something feels off. What's the situation now? Xiaobin tried to contact them. A senior official beside him picked up a communicator from which came crackling intermittent voices. The pilot's muffled voice came through. There's some magnetic fluctuation near the vortex of the Four Calamities' secret realm, but nothing major. We're approaching as planned and preparing to deploy the psychics for entry. But the next second, the vortex of the Four Calamities' secret realm above began to spin violently. An immensely powerful suction force emanated from within. The transport aircraft instantly lost control, shaking and rocking violently. Inside the cabin, the psychics felt the world spin around them as they were tossed about, many crashing against the cabin walls. Everyone's faces turned pale with shock. What the hell? What's going on? Are we crazy? Why is it shaking so badly? Chen Mo and the others also grabbed hold of the handrails. Zhuo Shengguang's expression grew grim as he said, everyone stay steady. Hold on to something nearby and don't move. Outside, Zhou Maotai and his team also sensed something wrong. The transport aircraft in the sky was deviating from the original plan, continuously being pulled into the Four Calamities' secret realm. Zhou Maotai immediately snatched the walkie-talkie and shouted with a grave expression, "Li Wen, what's your situation right now?" From the communicator came a cry of disbelief. "Chief, the aircraft is out of control. I can't steer it. This is..." A series of beeps followed. The transport aircraft in the sky plunged directly into the Four Calamities secret realm and vanished. At that moment the communicator was cut off completely. This sudden turn of events left everyone on the scene utterly terrified. "Chief Zhou. Why did they all go in all of a sudden? What happened?" Zhou Maotai shouted, "Everyone stay calm. Xiaozhua has an anti-interference communicator with him. Try to contact them first and confirm their safety." By now they should have already entered the Four Calamities secret realm. After swallowing the transport aircraft, the Four Calamities secret realm hanging high in the sky fell silent once more. Outside soldiers used instruments capable of detecting the danger level of the secret realm to constantly monitor the situation of the Four Calamities secret realm. From this they could roughly infer the predicament of the psychics inside. Zhou Maotai's eyes flickered as he pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "Leave someone on guard here to report any issues to me immediately. The rest of you follow me." Inside the Four Calamities secret realm, a sinister wind howled. Beneath a deep crimson sky the transport aircraft lay motionless, buried in the soil. The aircraft's fuselage had suffered severe damage, billowing thick smoke. With a click the cabin door opened. One by one the psychics stumbled out, swaying unsteadily. As soon as they set foot on the ground, some tore off their protective masks, fell to their knees in exhaustion and vomited uncontrollably. "Ugh, cough cough cough. Damn, never thought I'd experience a crash landing in my lifetime. What the hell happened? What's the situation now?" Many felt dizzy and lightheaded. The violent shaking before landing and the piercing buzzing sounds had left them with splitting headaches. "Are you alright?" "I'm fine." Tang Xuanyu shook her head, her face pale. Chen Mo and the others also followed, disembarking from the aircraft. This was a barren land dotted only with withered branches and white bones. Gazing at the grey hazy world, even the psychics who were still in decent condition couldn't help but gasp in awe. This is the interior of the Four Calamities secret realm, the domain of the Four Calamities god. We made it in. So this is a divine secret realm. Wang Luyang and Tang Xuanyu were equally amazed by the scene before them. Who would have thought that entering that pitch-black vortex would lead to a world that felt like an entirely different realm? Chen Mo took out the Calamity necklace from his hand. The Calamity necklace could lock onto the location of the Four Calamities god Qiongqi. At that moment the necklace glowed faintly, shimmering with a soft radiance when pointed toward the east. Over there, huh? When Qi Yufeng was in the eastern city trenches, the Calamity necklace had shone brightly. But now that they had entered Qiongqi's territory, the necklace's glow had dimmed considerably. This meant that the Four Calamities god was still very far from their current location. The domain held by the Apocalypse god was vast beyond imagination, and no one knew its true extent. Zhuo Xingguang took out a detector and communicator, beginning to survey the surroundings as he murmured to himself. Just as we expected. The seemingly peaceful interior of the secret realm is filled with an even denser concentration of the virus. No signs of a beast tide yet. We've arrived safely. The surrounding psychics had already begun exploring the secret realm, filled with curiosity about everything within the Four Calamities secret realm. "Brothers Hua." At that moment Zhao Wenjia's voice came from the transport aircraft. He was supporting a man whose face was covered in blood and who was unconscious. Everyone turned to look. The unconscious man was none other than Li Wen, the pilot of the transport aircraft. "Brothers Hua, this guy got injured and passed out." Zhao Wenjia's expression turned grim. Having witnessed everything from the cockpit, he recounted what had happened. Pointing at the crimson dim sky above, Zhao Wenjia said, "We came down from up there. At the last moment the aircraft was out of control, but we managed to regain command. If I'm not mistaken, the exit of this secret realm is in the sky." Zhao Wenjia's expression grew heavy. Normally the entrances and exits of secret realms were on the ground. But the Four Calamities secret realm, which had already shifted into the sky, could not be judged by ordinary standards. Hearing this, everyone's faces changed dramatically. "What? In the sky? Then how are we supposed to get back? Does that mean we're trapped here now? I don't want to stay in this godforsaken place forever." It was already deep into the night. Yet before the return of the supernaturals, the safe zone of the third war zone remained brilliantly illuminated. Rows of searchlights were set up outside, dispersing the darkness. This was destined to be a sleepless night as everyone awaited the safe return of the supernaturals. It's almost 10 hours since they entered the secret realm. The danger level detected outside is decreasing. It seems they should have succeeded. The leaders from various regions stared intently at the city gate. In the midst of this silent night among the waiting crowd a voice suddenly rang out brimming with ecstasy. Chief! It's Ehuang and Chen Mo. They're back. Really? The high-ranking officials from various regions jolted. Zhou Maotai's eyes lit up bursting with sharp brilliance. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth and his voice boomed. Let's go. We must go to them quickly. Ignoring the objections of those around him he personally set off to welcome the triumphant supernaturals. Outside the city gate facing the dazzling blinding light Tang Xuanyu subconsciously furrowed her brow. So bright. A resonant voice sounded. Amidst the blinding white light ahead escorted by the military Zhou Maotai led the high-ranking officials from all sides striding swiftly forward. But when they saw the supernaturals before them, barely 20 survivors a mere fraction of their original number, the team leaders who had come to provide support erupted into an uproar. How is it just this few? No Yen Qing, why is it only you guys? Where are the others from our 11th war zone? The one questioned replied with grief, the others won't be coming back. On the other side 2 individuals were even more anxious. We haven't seen a single person from our 1st war zone. And our 9th war zone. The noise was chaotic. Faced with the inquiries from the leaders of the 2 war zones the supernaturals remained silent. What exactly happened to them? Someone said lowering their head. Only we have returned. Many team leaders turned pale and staggered back in disbelief. The expressions of the leaders from the 1st and 9th war zones were as if they had seen a ghost and they shrieked, how is this possible? Zhou Xiaoyang was enslaved supernatural. How could he have died in the god's secret realm with his strength? Our 9th war zone too. With so many people not even one came back. Seeing the state of the 2 war zone leaders the supernaturals hesitated for a moment uncertain whether to truthfully disclose what had transpired within the secret realm. Zhou Maotai seeming to understand something sighed inwardly. He never expected that the supernaturals who ventured into the 4 calamities secret realm would suffer such heavy losses. After all it was merely supposed to be assistance yet the cost was so immense that most present could not accept this reality. For those lost were the elite. Their faces were ashen and grim. Especially the leaders of the 9th and 1st war zones who upon learning of the complete annihilation were utterly devastated. Though mentally prepared for casualties they could never have imagined that everyone sent from the 2 war zones would be wiped out, not a single soul spared. Something must be wrong. How did they die? The leader of the 1st war zone said, his expression extremely grim. At this point Zhou Maotai who was behind him spoke up. Alright, they've finally made it out and must be exhausted. Let's discuss matters back at the base first. Inside the trench. The supernaturals finally got some rest. Healing-type supernaturals checked everyone's injuries and removed any viruses they carried. Zhou Maotai summoned Chen Mo and Ehuang who were in charge of the operation into the tent to learn the details of the events. Under Ehuang's methodical explanation the leaders from all sides listened with bated breath. Upon hearing that apart from the Taotie the remaining gods were slain by Chen Mo and another supernatural the high-ranking officials of the 3rd war zone and the other leaders were utterly astounded, exclaiming in disbelief. 2 people. How is that possible? Chen Mo, are you joking? How did you manage that? Only Zhou Maotai appeared slightly more composed within the tent but even his eyes held an uncontrollable shock. He spoke slowly, are you certain that all the gods within the 4 calamities secret realm are dead? Yes. Chen Mo nodded, pulling out one of the divine cores. Nothing could be more convincing than this. The overwhelming energy emanating from the 7th tier core illuminated the entire room. The crowd's astonishment deepened and even the looks they cast at Chen Mo grew wary. Although it was a joint effort, being able to defeat 3 terrifying gods was enough proof of his strength. After a moment of silence someone couldn't help but ask, then. The cores of the other gods should also be in your possession, right? Hearing this Chen Mo frowned. The questioner was startled and quickly corrected himself, no, I absolutely meant nothing else. I just wanted to confirm that all the 4 calamity gods are truly dead. Though everyone coveted the intact divine bodies and their 7th tier cores, the person before them possessed the power to slay those fearsome gods. Only a fool would entertain any improper thoughts. Zhou Maotai interjected sternly, don't ask about what you shouldn't. I've already stated that as long as the gods in the 4 calamities secret realm are dealt with, the 3rd war zone will not interfere with anything obtained there. Earlier a supernatural claiming to be from the 3rd war zone did arrive outside. It was he who assisted you in killing those 3-4 calamity gods. Where is he now? Chen Mo replied, he has already left. I see. What a pity. We should have properly thanked him. Zhou Maotai said with some regret. He did not press further on how the two had managed to kill the four calamity gods, understanding that everyone has their secrets. This time we owe much to everyone's efforts. Since the four calamity gods have been eliminated, to be absolutely certain, I will send people to investigate the situation tomorrow. He paused, changing the subject. But why is the four calamities' secret realm still suspended above our third war zone? Chen Mo's eyes flickered. According to the mysterious merchant, the four calamities' secret realm was moved using an artifact called the wind mirror. To relocate it again would require a massive amount of wind force. Naturally, that would be a task left for the third war zone to handle later. The general account of what happened in the secret realm was given, but from start to finish there was no mention of the complete annihilation of the first and ninth war zones. It was only after relentless questioning from the leaders of those two war zones that Qiongqi finally revealed it. The two erupted in fury. That's impossible. Why would Zhou Xiaoyang and the others attack their own people? Qiongqi, do you realize what you're saying? It was a black dragon of immense awe-inspiring stature. Its pupils were one black one white, 7 claws sprouted from its belly, red fur ran along its spine like living flame, and its scales gleamed with an inky jade smooth luster. That terrifying sovereign visage held a mouth cradling searing firelight, its breath vast and astonishing, the very presence of a skyborn overlord that made all who beheld it shrink back in dread. Zhu Long. Jiao Yin. What is that? A wave of terror swept through them as the stone giant's Shi Yuan's pupils dilated, filled with the image of the dragon's majestic form. They were utterly shaken. The black dragon's oppressiveness was simply overwhelming. Even if its bulk did not match the cataclysmic size of Shoshish, and the ancient dignity radiating from it could not be ignored. Upon seeing this primeval being born from Hundan, Chen Mo's whole body involuntarily shivered and his eyes widened. No mistake. This appearance is unmistakably that fellow's mount. Zhu Long. The first of the sovereign beasts to awaken in the past life, bearing the wrath of the end-time sovereign as it swept the world, annihilating all in its path. In days gone by, through projections, every place had borne witness to that pitiless scene, a black dragon that blotted out the heavens, dragging a throne along, ushering the awakened sovereign down to judge the world. Countless beings watched as Zhu Long breathed its draconic breath, which with a single strike effortlessly destroyed an entire combat zone spanning 100 li. From this moment on, this land belongs solely to my lord. Those words made everyone even more terrified. Such a formidable existence. And yet merely a servant of the end-time sovereign. Zhu Long. Hundan actually transformed into that one's mount. Shi Shou was likewise stunned, its beastly eyes flashing with light and trembling with fear. An entity like the end-time sovereign could not be violated even in slumber, and not even 10 Hundans would dare to imitate so much as a threat of it. Chen Mo looked at the Zhu Long Hundan had assumed from a distance. Even a counterfeit could not hide the aura of the original's majesty and might. This is likely to be troublesome. Chen Mo's face grew grave. Zhu Long was after all a fearsome high-rank deity. If Hundan could replicate even a portion of its power, it would become terrifying beyond measure, nearly unstoppable. Elsewhere, Tao Wu spoke with startled alarm. Hundan, why did you take the form of Zhu Long? Zhu Long's caliber was far above the Sihua, it was not something to be easily provoked. Moreover, with Zhu Long's temperament, if it knew Hundan had dared mimic it, the Sihua would surely incur its wrath. The Hundan form Zhu Long spoke in human words, exhaling a surging fog from its maw. No matter. Zhu Jiaoyin and that sovereign are likewise slumbering, if this will not be made known. Those two are peculiar, ordinary end-time deities would be hard-pressed to contend with them. Only a sovereign beast as innately powerful as Zhu Long could slay these presumptuous ants. Tao's eyes flickered with a cold gleam, aware of how troublesome Chen Mo and Shi Yuan were. He inclined his head slightly and said, I will go deal with that Bai-yin Shinshi, that odd one is yours. But the Hundan form Zhu Long interrupted. Its dragon eyes, one black one white, were like chaotic stars as it slowly uttered, no. They are all mine. When the words fell, the dragon gave a single roar and the whole world was suddenly shrouded by blackness. Had night simply fallen? Shi Yuan on the stone giant stilled in surprise, staring into the darkness where the dragon's red fur glimmered faintly, his brow furrowed and his face full of bewilderment. Chen Mo remained calm. Eternal night, one of Zhu Long's abilities. It was akin to Qiongqi's darkness realm, yet far stronger, possessing the power to block all perception. Even if an attack came, one would feel no motion whatsoever. Everything around them sank into an endless deathly silence. Chen Mo spoke a spell-breaking word to dispel a patch of the dark. He perceived a fireball spat from the dragon's mouth, hurtling toward Shi Yuan. The two were painfully close and Shi Yuan had not yet reacted. Chen Mo's expression changed and he shouted at the top of his voice. Dodge! A cold bark echoed from afar. Shi Yuan recognized Chen Mo's voice and looked up. A cluster of splendorous firelight had suddenly blossomed in the midst of the starless dark. When had it appeared? His pupils snapped tight, he raised his hand and a long stone pillar rose beneath his feet, driving him away from the path of the blast. Boom! The fireball struck. The vast stone giant, that titanic form, was in an instant blown to pieces by the explosion, shattering into powder and shards. Such terrifying power. Watching the stone giant's destruction, Shi Yuan narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Had Chen Mo not warned him just now, he would surely have been struck. This domain was strange, there had been no sense of an attack until the final moment. Whoa! Shi Shou charged fiercely from afar. This is Zhu Long's eternal night, it can block the five senses. Chen Mo frowned. He glanced around, even his spell-breaking voice could not dispel this evernight. When the sovereign came with Zhu Long in ages past, the sky was veiled and the land shrouded in darkness. Zhu Long's breath could obliterate all, and more terrifying still was its power to call forth cosmic phenomena. Celestial fire rained down, its methods approached the apex of Bai Yin's own arts. Shi Yuan, hearing this, was startled, surprised that Chen Mo knew such things, but now was not the time for questions. He nodded and said in a low voice, I understand. I have a way. He closed his eyes and unleashed the city of the dead's power, pale ghostly hands stretched out from the darkness. Within this sense-sealing evernight, Chen Mo's spell-breaking voice could peel away portions of the dark, while those faintly glowing hands from the dead let Shi Yuan detect Hundun's assault. Silently, several more enormous fireballs descended toward the two. The air filled with wails like tormented souls. The ghosts of the city of the dead turned to ash in those flames, Shi Yuan seemed to notice. He looked up toward the slivers of light blooming in the gloom and said softly, they're coming up there. Shi Shou lifted its head high and stamped its feet, churning up earth-shattering waves. Boom! The surging tide rolled overhead, colliding with the falling fireball as it struck the sea of water. Sizzling white steam rose from the water as the flow boiled under the intense heat. Shi Shou let out a long triumphant roar. Waves rose more violently at its flanks and smashed into the fireball, finally extinguishing it. That Shi Shou creature again. Tao snarled across the way. Who is that insignificant ant? Worms and other lowly things one might expect to serve him, but why does Shi Shou lend its strength to him? Upon the colossal stone giant's frame, a young man with a resolute and handsome visage clad in a black cloak spoke with a cold, deliberate tone. I didn't expect to find you here. Shi Yuan. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chen Mo was stunned for a long moment, his face etched with astonishment. He distinctly remembered that this man had died by his own hand, so why was he here now? Seeming to perceive Chen Mo's confusion, Shi Yuan spoke calmly. Lord Bai Yin granted me a second life. I am now a divine envoy of Bai Yin. At these words Chen Mo was startled, his eyes flickering incessantly. So that was how it was. So the Bai Yin god had resurrected him. Without a doubt, Shi Yuan with his dominion ability was undoubtedly the most formidable ability user in this apocalypse. Once everyone believed the dominion ability was merely a slightly stronger elemental power. It was because of the power this man displayed that it was granted an SSS rank, the mastery of all earth elements. Even in his past life, Shi Yuan was among the top 10 powerhouses. Now meeting again just from those few blows, it was clear that Shi Yuan's current strength was no less than his own. A divine envoy of Bai Yin. So did he now possess a second ability? Chen Mo pondered silently. Gazing at Shi Yuan atop the stone giant, he noticed that after more than a year his features had matured considerably. His entire being was steeped in dense deathly qi, his complexion deathly pale like a corpse. Even Bai Yin, who commanded the souls of the dead, lacked the power to revive the deceased. Lord Bai Yin had once said that every one of his divine envoys had a cycle with this already dead body carrying an unreturned soul would gradually and completely wither away. Shi Yuan now, like Luo Ning of old, existed as a living corpse. This reunion was quite unexpected for Chen Mo. Thank you, Shi Yuan said flatly. Don't thank me. Lord Bai Yin sent me to deal with those who violate the rules. He glanced at the battlefield and then at the distant Tao and she beast. When his gaze fell upon the she beast, it lingered a moment longer, his eyes growing complex. The Nian beast. It was the rampage of the Nian beast that had led to the fall of Nan's city and awakened his dominion ability as he lay dying. But all past grievances were now irrelevant to him. Even the Nian beast and even Chen Mo, who had killed him. Lord Bai Yin had given him a chance at rebirth and also made him understand that no matter what was done, zombies could not be turned back into humans. His mother was gone forever. Shi Yuan took a deep breath, his gaze gradually turning resolute. He had died long ago, a year past, when he personally laid his zombified mother to rest. His identity now was that of a divine envoy of Baiyin. Meanwhile, in the distance, the severely wounded Qiongqi struggled to rise. TWO fared slightly better, its face twisted in ferocity. Its beastly pupils blazed with immense killing intent, fixed on Shi Yuan atop the stone giant as it roared. "And who are you?" Shi Yuan spoke softly. "It seems you've run into some trouble. Let's deal with these 4 calamities first." Though he didn't understand how the other had entered through the warzone, Chen Mo had no objection to Shi Yuan's suggestion, grinning as he spoke. "I never thought we'd fight side by side again. My target is that Qiongqi. TWO is yours. Is that fine? After all, I don't have much strength left." Chen Mo shrugged, directly handing over the troublesome task of TWO. Roar. In the distance, TWO lunged furiously at the stone giant. Shi Yuan's face remained calm as he watched the approaching TWO and nodded. "Very well." Rumble, the stone giant slowly turned its massive frame, throwing a heavy punch at the charging TWO. TWO roared, attempting to dodge. At that moment, a faint eerie light flickered in Shi Yuan's eyes as he pressed down with his hand. Hum. In an instant, countless pale deathly hands materialized around TWO from thin air. These hands appeared on all sides of TWO, clutching at its body. A strange sinister aura permeated the air. Countless white spiritual forms emerged around TWO, holding it fast and rendering it immobile. An S-rank divine spirit ability, the city of the dead, commanding the souls of the departed. Feeling the resistance around him, as if trapped in a quagmire with wandering spirits on all sides tearing at him. TWO struggled desperately to break free from the city of the dead, roaring in shock. The power of Baiyin. Who are you? Trapped within the domain of the dead, TWO could not evade the stone giant's fist. The ferocious punch slammed heavily into TWO's body, instantly grievously wounding it and sending it flying. Boom. Chen Mo watched in surprise. So this was Shi Yuan's second ability after becoming a divine envoy. Every divine envoy gained a power from the apocalypse god they served. And from what he had just seen, Shi Yuan had clearly inherited one of Baiyin's more formidable abilities. Without further thought, Chen Mo leaped onto the she-beast and drove it toward the pit where Qiongqi had crashed. Swish, several wind blades sliced toward him. Chen Mo tilted his head to the right, dodging with effortless ease. He cast a cold glance at Qi Yufeng's position. Qi Yufeng's heart skipped a beat. Seeing Chen Mo standing atop the Nian beast, his face was a mask of terror and dread. Without a second word, he turned and fled. This man was very likely the culprit behind the Nian beast's rampage. Rumble, metal walls abruptly rose around Qi Yufeng, blocking his escape. "Get out of my way." He raised his hand and sent several wind blades at the metal panels, only leaving a few scratches. Already terrified out of his wits, Qi Yufeng panicked at the blocked path, screaming for help. "Qiongqi! Qiongqi! No one is coming to save you." Chen Mo's voice sounded from behind. "I've let you live long enough. It's time for you to go." Qi Yufeng's pupils contracted as his vision suddenly went dark. He looked up to see a colossal beastly foot descending upon him. It was over. I don't want to die." Qi Yufeng's lips trembled uncontrollably as he could only watch the enormous foot fall. Boom. The she-beast stomped down its massive claws, crushing the metal walls and the Qi Yufeng within them into pulp. In this terrifying battlefield where ancient beings clashed with every move, even the 2 humans present were among the strongest of their era, monstrous beings with double-rank abilities. Qi Yufeng, who had gained his power from the calamity god Qiongqi, didn't even have the right to a second glance before being ground into a bloody paste. Qiongqi cast a cold glance at Chen Mo on Shuxishan's shoulder and snarled, "TWO is a fierce fighter with astonishing combat power, relying not on abilities. Even a 6th-tier worm is nothing but a meal for it, let alone a 7th-tier one. Even if you were sent by the mysterious merchant, you shall fall here today." Food. TWO, already driven completely mad, let out a long roar to the sky and lunged at Shuxishan with its jaws wide open. Chen Mo, perched atop Shuxishan, watched coldly and spoke slowly, "Shuxishan, deal with it. After it's over, TWO's corpse is yours to devour." Like TWO, Shuxishan also craved to consume its opponent. As a 7th-tier apocalypse god, the immense life force within TWO was an invaluable tonic for Shoshi, potentially allowing it to ascend to an unprecedented 7th-tier form. The 7th tier was the pinnacle of the worm race. Among all apocalypse gods ever seen, Shuxishan possessed a form closest to that of an ancient god. Upon receiving its master's command, Shuxishan let out a piercing shriek. It raised its obese, bloated, fleshy arm and slammed it down fiercely toward TWO's position. With a thunderous rumble, Tao leaped aside, shattering the earth. Such colossal beings could cause cataclysmic destruction with a single strike. Tao showed no fear, instead it grew even more exhilarated, reveling in destruction as it roared in ecstasy, "Let me eat you." With a mighty leap it plunged directly into Shuxishan's mountainous flesh. Upon reaching its body, Tao sank its teeth into the plump delicious flesh, biting down fiercely. With a tearing sound, green blood gushed forth. Tao ripped off a massive chunk of flesh and began chewing and swallowing voraciously. Delicious. Shuxishan let out an agonized roar. Its body was so enormous that it could barely move. In pain, Shuxishan raised its two large hands and smashed them down at Tao, who was feasting on its body. Bang! The blow sent stars flashing before Tao's eyes, and it howled in pain, yet it still clung to Shuxishan's flesh, refusing to let go. Bang! Bang! Huge fists rained down. Enraged, Tao lunged directly at Shuxishan's right fist. Its claws dug into Shuxishan's arm, its body wrapped tightly around it, tearing and gnawing relentlessly. Shuxishan writhed in agony, thrashing its arm to fling the beast off. But Tao's long tail coiled around Shuxishan's bloated arm like a parasitic leech, impossible to shake off. Qiongqi of the Four Calamities sneered, "No matter how big a worm is, it's still a worm. Such mindless creatures can only end up as our food." It seemed to have completely forgotten how it had been slammed around like a ball by Shuxishan earlier. Nevertheless, a sixth-tier worm was a rare novelty. Consuming it might heal the injuries it had sustained before. Qiongqi's beastly pupils flickered, it too needed to devour to restore its strength. After a moment's thought, it flapped its wings and charged toward the mountain of flesh, roaring, "I'll help you." Roar! As Tao continued to inflict wounds on Shuxishan, Chen Mo stood calmly on its broad shoulder, realizing that relying solely on Shuxishan's power was insufficient to defeat the Four Calamities. Its massive bulk made it clumsy against the agile Tao. Qiongqi also rushed in from the left. With this in mind, Chen Mo raised his hand, aimed directly at Qiongqi, and activated the Qiongqi ability. He summoned the she-beast. A dazzling purple light burst from his left hand. Before Chen Mo, a massive water vortex suddenly materialized, from which came the sound of crashing waves. Qiongqi was momentarily stunned, clueless about what was happening. That is. Hunden, sensing something, felt the familiar aura of the she-beast growing stronger and shouted in alarm, "Dodge!" "Ao!" Another resounding roar echoed. Splash! Countless sprays of water exploded from the vortex. Out of it burst a colossal creature as large as Tao and Qiongqi, covered in azure scales, ferocious like a lion dance beast with a single horn on its head. The moment it appeared, the she-beast surged forward with towering waves, charging at Qiongqi. The sudden emergence of this being caused Qiongqi's expression to shift drastically, unable to evade the heated collision. Not good. Ao! The she-beast thrust out its claws, crashing directly into Qiongqi and sending them both flying. With a thunderous roar, thick smoke billowed. The impact was terrifying, carving a massive long trench into the earth. The she-beast's azure eyes glinted coldly as its claws pinned Qiongqi down. Opening its maw wide, it rapidly condensed a cyan water orb and blasted it at Qiongqi. Boom! Boom! The scene was horrific as two ancient ferocious beasts locked in combat, their deadly intent blazing. Roar! No matter how Qiongqi struggled, the she-beast's claws clamped down like giant pincers, relentlessly launching fierce attacks. Tao, perched on Shuxishan's body, stared in shock. The battle of these terrifying beasts left Ehuang not far away, petrified. His eyes were wide with horror and fear. How is this possible? The Nian beast. He knew the Nian beast's terror. It was the earliest apocalypse god capable of freely roaming anywhere. 2 years ago, when ability users were generally weak and war zones were just being established, the Nian beast was the nightmare and terror of all. It appeared randomly anywhere, annihilating all life in its path, razing cities and shattering everything. At that time, the already sparse population suffered massive losses. If it had continued its rampage, the population would have been halved. Yet just as all war zones were on high alert and teetering on the brink, this terrifying being suddenly vanished. Even those who had never seen the Nian beast harbored deep-seated fear of it. And now this ancient fearsome entity appeared here, summoned by Chen Mo. Ehuang trembled uncontrollably, staring fixedly at Chen Mo on Shuxishan's shoulder. As if discovering a shocking secret, his voice grew hoarse. Who exactly are you? What did you say? Ehuang stared at him, frowning. The psychics present were also taken aback. Ruins. Where did you see them? I've heard that the divine secret realm is brimming with treasures, so there must be valuable artifacts within those ruins. How about we go take a look? Currently most of the special weapons and research materials that various factions have obtained were excavated from secret realms. Although such resources also exist in the outside world, they are only a small portion. It is universally acknowledged that secret realms are rich in resources. Ruins. Tang Xuanyu turned to Chen Mo and asked, are there such things within the secret realm? Chen Mo squinted, observing Zhou Xiaoyang's calm demeanor, which didn't seem like a lie, and spoke. They do exist, but this is far too coincidental. Having just endured the beast tide, now ruins appear ahead. Could this really be mere coincidence? The crowd was now restless, eager to explore the so-called ruins. Zhou Xiaoyang seized the moment with a grin. Coincidentally, those ruins are just ahead. This time I suppose you won't blame me for arriving too late, will you? Since it's on the way, why not check it out? The surrounding voices chimed in. Let's go take a look. Yeah, it won't take long. Zhuo Shengguang pondered for a moment. Seeing the psychic's eagerness, he harbored doubts but found it hard to object. He could only nod and say, since it's on the way, a look wouldn't hurt, but don't forget the purpose of our journey. Remember the duration of the immune potion. Before he could finish, Zhou Xiaoyang interrupted. I know, don't worry, it won't take too long. Besides, the majority rules, and it seems everyone is quite curious. As he spoke, Zhou Xiaoyang glanced at the excited psychics. The oppressive atmosphere from the earlier beast tide had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming enthusiasm on every face for the hunt for treasures. After all, with so many formidable psychics present, even the 4 calamity gods dared not show themselves. No one believed anything in this divine secret realm could threaten them. For a moment many even looked at Zhou Xiaoyang with newfound friendliness. Zhou Xiaoyang smiled and said, it's not far, you'll lead the way. Zhuo Shengguang gave a slight nod without further comment. All right. The crowd set off again under Zhou Xiaoyang's guidance. On the way, Fu Shuangyu remarked coldly, aren't you the one in charge here? Given the current situation, that guy seems to be winning more hearts. Zhuo Shengguang replied indifferently, he's so eager for the position of leader. If the end result is resolving the issue of the 4 calamity gods, I'd have no problem letting him have it. Under Zhou Xiaoyang's lead, the group arrived at the ruins he had mentioned. On this barren and desolate land, weathered stone pillars stood tall, and ahead lay a dilapidated palace with only half of its structure remaining. Upon arrival, many psychics' eyes lit up with astonishment. Holy crap! What's that? There are buildings here. Wang Luyang stood before a broken stone pillar, tracing the faded patterns on it, murmuring with shimmering eyes. How could such a thing exist in the divine secret realm? Even Chen Mo was momentarily stunned, frowning. Upon stepping into the ruins, he seemed to sense something. Such a rich concentration of evolution energy. Evolution stones. Zhou Xiaoyang at the forefront smiled. Looks like I'm in luck. This place might hold some treasures, everyone search around. With that, the psychics eagerly dispersed, beginning their exploration of the ruins. Tang Xuanyu, equally fascinated, turned to Chen Mo and asked. Should we go too? Chen Mo nodded. Yes. The group began exploring the outskirts of the ruins but found nothing for a long time. Where are the promised treasures? Muttered a psychic from the ancient martial alliance. Suddenly his foot caught on something. Startled, he looked down. Beneath the soil something seemed to protrude slightly. Curious, he crouched and brushed away the dirt, revealing a white bone. A bone. Puzzled, he tugged at the bone buried in the soil. Bang! A large cloud of sand erupted, and from beneath the ground burst a dazzling orange light. Whoa! What's this? What's happening? Found something. The commotion quickly drew the crowd, who hurried over. Yang Suiyu was among them. He by what's wrong? He Bei's eyes widened. He held an unknown beast bone in his arms. He pointed in astonishment at the pit before him, from which beams of orange light erupted, stammering, fear. Someone stepped forward to the pit and gasped at the sight. Come over and see. Orange crystals. What are these? Everyone crowded around, and in the shallow pit lay a large piece of orange crystal. All wore expressions of confusion. What is this? Never seen it before. Move aside, I'll blast this open. A psychic activated their ability, blowing the pit into a larger crater. Boom! As the soil was torn away, an even more brilliant light shone forth. Beneath these ruins lay a vast deposit of these orange crystals. Someone picked up a shard, examining it with bewilderment. Soul stones. No, soul stones are brittle and purple. This stone is so hard even I, an enhancement type psychic, can barely crush it. Faced with this unknown crystalline, or many sensed its extraordinary nature. Does anyone know what this is? The crowd began calling out. The commotion naturally drew Chen Mo's Qiongqi and the others. All the psychics gathered. What's going on? Yang Suiyu stepped forward. A member of our ancient martial alliance discovered an ore we've never seen before. An ore? Zhuo Qiongqi frowned. He and Fu Shuangyu approached, pondered for a while, then muttered, "This." He turned to Fu Shuangyu beside him. Fu Shuangyu shrugged. "Don't look at me, I've never seen it either." Meanwhile Chen Mo seemed to recall something. He hesitantly stepped to the edge of the pit and picked up a piece of orange rubble. Awakening patterns flickered on his hand as he channeled his psychic energy into the orange fragment. The next moment the fragment's light pulsed. Boom! Surrounded by darkness, blood still trickled from the hind leg of Qiongqi, its body covered in wounds. Clearly the previous encounter with Shoshi Shen had inflicted considerable harm upon it. "Why come here?" Qi Yufeng asked, perplexed. Qiongqi however said nothing, slowly opening its massive maw to let out a resounding roar. Roar! The surrounding darkness was instantly dispelled. When Qi Yufeng saw the scene before him, his pupils constricted sharply. Within the darkness were three ancient terrifying beings. Grey mist obscured their forms, their bodies nearly supporting the heavens and earth. Each was no less formidable than Qiongqi, their auras vast and dreadful. "This is..." Qi Yufeng stared blankly at the sight before him, overwhelming joy flooding his eyes. The other four calamity gods. Qiongqi's pupils turned icy as it roared, as if communicating. Similarly the three ancient beings responded in kind. The exchange lasted a long time. Qi Yufeng could not understand what they were saying. In the end it seemed no agreement was reached. Qiongqi's gaze grew increasingly savage and furious. With a furious roar it turned and left the place. "What did you say?" Qi Yufeng immediately asked from atop Qiongqi. Qiongqi said coldly, "Damn it, those two cowards refused to break the rules and help, and they even dare to reproach me." Qi Yufeng's face showed shock as he said, "But the outside ability users have entered now. If they won't act, what do we do?" Qiongqi said darkly, "No matter. At least one is willing to help us. In the worst case someone won't stand idly by." "Who?" "Taotie." Qiongqi sneered. "But before that, since they dare step into my domain, they shall taste the fury of the ferocious beasts." It paused, raised its head and let out a thunderous roar toward the sky. Roar! At that moment tens of thousands of beasts within the four calamities' secret realm stirred, all heading without exception toward Chen Mo and his group's location. The sound echoed throughout the entire four calamities' secret realm, even reaching those outside. Within the secret realm the ability users' faces all changed abruptly. "That's the voice of the four calamity gods. It's up ahead." Zhuo Qiongqi's life detection instrument fluctuated violently as if affected. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble, dust swirling in the distance as if something was about to happen. "Here it comes." Chen Mo's face tightened. Raising his hand he activated the Qiongqi ability, summoning Qiongqi and the little spider. A kilometer away a horde of ferocious beasts, ranging from the smallest at about 1 meter to the largest at 3 or 4 meters, charged toward them. The scene was terrifying, roars filling the sky. Most chilling of all, above them pitch-black bird beasts with human faces and sharp claws swooped in. The ability users focused intently, straining to see through the dust. Everyone's pupils dilated as they gasped for breath. "Is that a beast tide? So many ferocious beasts. Their size. Impossible. So many leader-level ones. Can we withstand this with so few of us?" Fifth order, sixth order. Wang Liyang's face twitched violently as his divine insight ability probed at high frequency, his unease growing. Just then ability users behind them shouted. "Behind us. They're behind us too. And the rear flank. Here too." The crowd grew restless. Zhuo Qiongqi's face turned serious as he shouted, "Everyone prepare for battle." Orbs of darkness materialized before him. Raising his hand he launched them toward the distant beast tide. Boom! Fu Shuangji's body ignited in flames, her long hair flowing amidst the fire. In her left hand she formed a blazing longbow, with her right she drew 3 arrows and shot them into the heart of the charging beast tide. Boom! 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 A sea of fire erupted, overwhelming a large portion of the beast tide. As the first wave closed in, ability users with ranged attacks began their assault, unleashing a variety of abilities. Explosions rang out incessantly, colorful abilities blooming and fading. Boom! Boom! Among them Chen Mo's was the most terrifying. Around him silver liquid-like blades coalesced, the flame ring on his finger flickering. Deep crimson blades shot forth like a sudden downpour. Puff puff puff. Before the beast tide could close, in agonized roars rang out, accompanied by clouds of foul smoke. The beast tide showed widespread signs of collapse, ferocious beasts being cleaved in two by the rain of blades. Does this guy not worry about exhaustion? Qiongqi among the crowd was filled with awe. He had never seen such a large-scale release of abilities. Zhou Xiaoyang's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at Chen Mo with interest, murmuring, "Seems he has some skill. I'm feeling a bit eager myself. Let's go." He slipped on his knuckle dusters and charged into the beast tide on the right flank. After the ranged ability users had weakened, the tide melee fighters like him fanned out. They rushed toward the beast tides coming from both sides and the rear. As his ability activated, Zhou Xiaoyang's hair stood on end, his tall frame's muscles swelling instantly, blood surging and his heart pounding powerfully. Thump. Thump. He was like a human tyrannosaur, exuding violence and pressure. Overlord ability. The pinnacle of rank enhancement abilities, its power utterly terrifying. With a single punch, Zhou Xiaoyang shattered the skull of a sixth-order ferocious beast. Boom. Blood and gore splattered everywhere. A calamity tiger attacking from behind swung its claws, striking his shoulder. Bam. The powerful blow landed, shattering the ground beneath Zhou Xiaoyang's feet and sinking him downward. Yet not a drop of blood appeared on his body. Zhou Xiaoyang's expression remained unchanged. Glancing at the tiger claw on his shoulder, he said mockingly, "What's this? Barely a tickle." As he spoke, he grabbed the claw, a glint flashing in his eyes as he roared. "Did you skip a meal?" With a yank of his right arm, he swung the calamity tiger over his head, arcing it through the air before slamming it into the ground. Rumble. The fifth-order beast's body shattered, its bones broken as it convulsed and soon fell still. More beasts leaped forward, surrounding him. "Bring it on." Zhou Xiaoyang let out a hearty laugh, slamming his fist into the ground. Rumble. The earth exploded into countless fragments. The encircling beasts were sent flying, countless rubble piercing their bodies. The scene was pure brutal hand-to-hand combat, violently straightforward. Holy crap. A Super Saiyan. Many among the ability users blinked rapidly at the brutal scene, struggling to imagine just how terrifying this man's strength truly was. It was not just Zhou Xiaoyang, if the supernaturals from other factions also began to display their prowess at this moment. Yang Suiyu held a long spear, his figure tall and agile. As he activated his martial saint ability, azure runes shimmered on the spear tip, which darted like a swimming dragon, swift and fierce. With a sweeping martial technique, the spear struck the beasts, causing bursts of blood to bloom as if he were traversing an unguarded land. Qiongqi cast an indifferent glance over the beast horde, the creatures under his gaze stiffened as if struck by a heavy blow. In his hand, the seven deadly sins artifact transformed into a pitch-black whip, lashing out and brutally exploding the bodies of the beasts one after another. A dazzling display of supernatural powers erupted, with similar scenes unfolding everywhere. Amidst the endless tide of beasts, the supernaturals summoned from various regions all demonstrated absolute crushing power. Over time, they even turned the tide, suppressing several waves of the beast horde. Given the current situation, this seemingly terrifying beast horde would soon be dealt with and posed no real threat. Moreover, the presence of top-tier supernaturals like Zhou Xiaoyang bolstered the confidence of many. Ha ha ha. These beasts are nothing special. Fight. How exhilarating. As large numbers of beasts fell just when everyone believed the battle was going well, the human-faced bird that had long been circling in the sky opened its beak and let out a piercing cry. The crowd shuddered and looked up. The human-faced bird spewed wisps of green mist from its mouth, cascading down in a sky-covering manner. The dense corrosive mist spread rapidly downward. Zhuoshengguang abruptly turned his gaze, and when he saw the human-faced bird perched in the sky, his pupils contracted in shock. This mist was exactly the same as what had appeared in the safe zone before. Watch out for the human-faced bird above. Spread out. Don't gather together. He raised his hand and shot out a dark sphere. Several supernaturals trapped by the beast horde could only watch helplessly as the miasma approached, engulfing them. Their protective suits corroded at a visible rate, and soon agonizing screams came from within the thick fog. What is this? My hand. Save me. In just a few breaths, 3 supernaturals dissolved into a pool of pus, leaving not even bones behind. This marked the first casualties among the supernaturals. Seeing their comrades die, their teammates furiously attacked the human-faced bird, but most were helpless against the creature flying high in the sky. Purifying light. A beautiful woman among the rear supernaturals raised her hand, using purifying light to dispel the miasma. Several blazing arrows streaked across the sky, exploding directly among the flock of human-faced birds above. Boom! Like a brilliant firework, raging flames ignited the sky and burning human-faced birds plummeted straight down. Fu Shuangyu was bathed in crimson flames which made her face appear even more radiant. Her expression cold, she looked up at the flock of human-faced birds and said sharply, "Leave those birds to me." As she activated her ability, the flames swirling around her blazed even more intensely with a whoosh. The flame arrows she drew with her left hand increased from 3 to 9, shooting out in a red arc. Boom! 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 The flames burned across the sky, linking together in a conflagration. The flock of human-faced birds let out piercing shrieks, flapping their wings and scattering in all directions. However, due to the sheer number of human-faced birds, relying on her alone was somewhat overwhelming. She had to constantly dodge and deal with beasts attacking from all sides. Roar! A swift dire wolf lunging at her was pierced by a flame arrow. Fu Shuangyu stepped back a few paces, continuously drawing and shooting arrows to clear the approaching beasts. How annoying! Fu Shuangyu muttered, her pretty face displeased. Is there no end to this? As she spoke, her long hair lifted and circles of high-temperature flames emanated from her tall, slender figure, turning into a wildfire that instantly engulfed the surrounding beasts in ashes, their agonized roars echoing within the sea of fire. The terrifying heat wave swept outward, even causing the hair of supernaturals not far from her to begin to singe. Holy crap! What is this? Sensing the sudden surge in temperature, the surrounding supernaturals' expressions changed, fearing they might be touched by the flames. Move! We're on the same side. Zhuo Shengguang caught a glimpse of the scene and couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Fu Shuangji's ability was S-rank. Her fire, once touched, would burn fiercely like a clinging curse, hard to remove. Under the terrifying waves of flame, large swaths of the beast tide were incinerated. She alone had taken down over 1,000 beasts. Meanwhile, on another front, clusters of silver tornadoes suddenly rose, with countless silver blades converging and spinning into a metal storm, devastating everything in their path. Where the metal storm passed, severed limbs and torn flesh flew through the air, mercilessly reaping lives. Chen Mo's expression was indifferent, appearing much more relaxed compared to the weary supernaturals. As the metal storm slaughtered the beast horde, it also churned the human-faced birds in the sky. Sharp cries rang out and countless black feathers drifted down. If Fu Shuangji's ability was a devouring flame, then Chen Mo was a scythe, reaping lives like cutting grass. The sheer power of their abilities became the focus of the entire battlefield. The supernaturals' pupils trembled. They were somewhat familiar with Fu Shuangji's strength, as she was one of the Central 12, but they had never expected this unknown figure to possess such formidable power. That dual ability user's first ability is this strong. Judging by his appearance, he hasn't used much energy at all. Is he never tired? Forget that, we need help here. Amid the beast tide's assault, Chen Mo remained untouched within the metal storm, even finding time to take out the Calamity Necklace. Compared to its previous dimness, the Calamity Necklace now shone a bit brighter. Chen Mo lowered his eyes and murmured, "This beast tide. It's definitely that guy's doing." Dozens of kilometers away, the Calamity God Qiongqi coldly watched the distant scene. Seeing the supernatural's fierce offensive and the tens of thousands of beasts struggling to gain an upper hand, the signs of defeat grew more apparent. Ehuang, perched on Qiongqi, looked grim and spoke hastily, "I told you. These supernaturals aren't so easy to deal with. The beast horde you summoned can't do anything to them." Qiongqi said coldly, "Watch your tone. Then what do you suggest we do now? Once they finish off these beasts, we'll be their next target." Ehuang shouted angrily. The 13th beast tide was clearly the best opportunity to completely seize the third warzone. "Shut up. If it weren't for you, a useless wretch, being discovered, how could I have been forced to reveal myself?" Ehuang's dissatisfaction made Qiongqi's gaze even more ferocious as it recalled the scene of its exchange with the other 4 calamities. "Qiongqi, if it weren't for the fact that you are one of us, we would have devoured you long ago. And now you want us to risk violating the rules to help you? How utterly ridiculous. We need to recover. Until we are certain the overseer has completely vanished, we will not assist you in anything. Begone." Thinking of this, Qiongqi's face twisted into an even more sinister and vicious expression. Forcibly overstepping the rules had already greatly weakened it, and then it was wounded by the curse inflicted by the mysterious merchant. If not for this, as an ancient apocalyptic deity, how could it possibly fear these insignificant ants? It vented all its burning rage upon Ehuang. Just as Ehuang was about to speak, his entire body shuddered violently, his heart suddenly convulsed as if his very soul were being torn away. His handsome face contorted in agony as he curled up on the ground, hoarsely roaring, "Ah! You bastard, what the hell are you doing?" This was the backlash from his ability, a pain that felt like drilling into bones and gouging out his heart. Listening to this agonizing yet exquisite scream after a long while, Qiongqi finally spoke. Useless thing. Your power was granted by me. If you weren't still of some value, do you think you would still be alive now? Open your eyes wide and watch. Within my domain I will make sure they all remain here. The beast tide is merely the beginning. Once these elite combat forces are completely wiped out, the third warzone will pose no threat to us. Having said this, Qiongqi withdrew its gaze, coldly staring at Chen Mo in the distance. Then flapping its wings, it stirred up a great gale and vanished into the sky. This beast tide lasted for a full hour. Under the powerful onslaught of the ability users, tens of thousands of beasts were repelled, leaving the battlefield littered with the corpses of ferocious monsters. Roar! The remaining scattered beasts fled in all directions. The surviving ability users, all heavily exhausted, gathered together panting heavily and began drinking recovery potions. The prolonged, uninterrupted activation of their abilities had taken its toll. Even these formidable ability users could not withstand such immense consumption. Huff. Damn it, they're finally gone. Are you all alright? I'm fine. With the beast tide over, Qiongqi let out a long sigh of relief. He approached Fu Shuangyu and spoke. Are you alright? Fu Shuangyu said coldly, how could anything happen to me? He nodded. As the person in charge of this area, he began to count the gathered ability users. Compared to before, after this wave of the beast tide's assault, 7 ability users had unfortunately perished in battle. The rest had sustained only minor injuries which were of little consequence after using recovery potions. Although casualties were few, the main trouble was that many people's protective suits had been torn by the beasts during the fight. This meant they could no longer rely on the suits to ward off the virus in the secret realm and were forced to take immune potions. Connecting this to the abnormality of the beast tide, Qiongqi's eyes flickered as he pondered inwardly. The purpose of this beast tide was likely to deplete and destroy our protective suits and stamina. Qi Yufeng, was this your idea too? Everyone take a rest. Well, set off again shortly. Qiongqi announced loudly. On the other side, Tang Xuanyu and Wang Luyang had sustained no injuries. One was an elemental ability user, the other a functional one, and neither had to engage in direct contact with the beasts, so their protective suits remained undamaged. Are you alright? Chen Mo approached and asked. Tang Xuanyu shook her head and said softly, I'm fine. Wang Luyang remarked, this beast tide came too suddenly, as if it were deliberately trying to stop us from moving forward. Glancing at the ability users gathered in various groups around them, many had already started taking immune potions. He spoke with implication. Chen Mo, our situation is looking grim now. With our protective suits breached and the exhaustion from the beast tide, I'm afraid many people will want to retreat. Wang Luyang murmured. Chen Mo nodded. Before the immune potions wear off, there's no need to worry about that. Focus on resting. Qiongqi walked over and asked the group. Chen Mo, how are things on your end? Any damage to your protective suits? Chen Mo shook his head. They're all fine. Qiongqi nodded. That's good. The life detection instrument just fluctuated. It should be that calamity deity appearing. Now that many of our people have had to take immune potions due to damaged suits, time is tight. Get some rest quickly, we'll set off soon. After a brief rest, Qiongqi began to rally the ability users to continue their journey. He swept his gaze over everyone present, looking toward the position of the first warzone's ability users, and noticed that Zhou Xiaoyang from the first warzone was missing. Qiongqi frowned and asked. Where is Zhou Xiaoyang? An ability user from the first warzone spoke up. I think I saw Brother Yang chasing after the fleeing beasts just now. Why isn't he back yet? At these words, the ability users erupted into an uproar. Damn it, he's still not back at this time. Could he have died in the beasts' mouths? It was him before too, we're not waiting for that guy again. My protective suit is torn. He left the team without permission, with no sense of the bigger picture. Qiongqi's face was now frosty as he spoke. Which direction did he go? Feeling the chill in Qiongqi's words and the angry glares of the surrounding ability users, the first warzone's ability users shrank back, none of them uttering a word. Seeing no response, Qiongqi said coldly, forget him. Well, set off directly. This was not the outside world. At a time like this there was no time to even strip the cores, let alone go looking for that man. Just as everyone was packing up to continue their journey, a massive figure suddenly crashed heavily into the ground ahead of them. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, dust and mist billowing as it smashed a deep crater into the ground. This is... It turned out to be the corpse of a 6th rank leader class calamity tiger. Then a familiar voice rang out. What, you're all setting off without waiting for me? Hearing this voice, Ehuang looked over expressionlessly. Zhou Xiaoyang approached from not far away, a grin on his face as he stretched and said. Sorry about that, I went a bit far chasing this guy. Is it over here? Ehuang felt he had nothing left to say to this man. Yeah. Let's move on. Seeing the cold expressions in the crowd, Zhou Xiaoyang shrugged nonchalantly. He pointed in the direction he had come from and said with a smile. Don't be so glum. Guess what I found? When I was chasing that calamity tiger, I think I spotted a ruin over there. A ring of airburst appeared before Chen Mo. His jet black hair swept backward, and from within the orange gravel suddenly shot forth an extremely fast silver blade. At a speed akin to an anti-aircraft gun, even the wind it stirred stung people's cheeks. Boom! The silver blade embedded itself firmly into the ground. Seeing this, everyone present was greatly alarmed. What just shot through? What are you doing? Zhuo Shengguang's heart also skipped a beat. What was going on with this guy's ability? Chen Mo's ability release speed was already fast, but not to the point of leaving people utterly unresponsive. Yet that scene just now was far too terrifying. If it had been aimed at anyone, even he might not have been able to react in time. Zhou Xiaoyang was also somewhat astonished. Among the crowd, only he and Wang Luyang possessed the eyesight to catch what had just transpired. This guy's ability speed seems to have increased. Chen Mo lowered his head, gazing at the quicksand in his hand. After releasing his ability once, the orange gravel instantly turned to dust. Do you know what this is? Zhou Xiaoyang stepped forward to ask. Under the curious gazes of everyone, Chen Mo spoke slowly. Reflection rune stone. Frankly, even he couldn't quite believe it when he saw the reflection rune stone appear here. This kind of material was a resource that humanity only obtained in the late apocalypse. Even back then it was extremely rare, and it would be absolutely impossible for so much to appear. Reflection rune stone. Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, everyone present couldn't help but inquire, what is this thing used for? And what about your ability just now? Wang Luyang activated his divine insight ability and murmured, this stone has such a peculiar structure. Chen Mo, if I'm not mistaken, your ability just now emerged from within this stone. Did it enhance your ability? Chen Mo nodded and rose to his feet. The function of this thing is simple, it can strengthen an awakener's ability. Is it the forging material for amplification rings? Yang Suiyu realized with a start. Chen Mo shook his head, removing the amplification ring from his finger. The maximum amplification multiplier of an amplification ring is only 1.25x. Although it boosts ability power, it consumes corresponding physical energy. The reason this is called a reflection rune stone is that in a sense its function is not to amplify abilities but to absorb an awakener's power and project it with greater force. The physical energy consumed remains the same, but the power of an ability channeled through a reflection rune stone is at least 1.5x. With special forging it can even reach up to 3.0x amplification. How is that possible? Upon learning the terrifying effect of the reflection rune stone, all the awakeners' faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Even Zhuo Shengguang and Fu Shuangyu, who hailed from the central region, had never heard of such a frightening amplification multiplier. Chen Mo. Are you telling the truth? Are you sure? They both possessed amplification rings with a multiplier of 1.25x. But even the amplification rings forged by divine artificers using a large number of enhancement stones and apocalypse god attribute cores had a maximum of only 1.5x. And there was only one such ring. Xiang Yuran from the 9th War Zone snorted coldly. Absolutely impossible. As far as I know, the highest multiplier is 1.25, and no one has ever broken that limit. Let alone 3.0x, I've never even heard of a 1.5x amplification. And you say a threefold increase in ability strength without consuming more power. How ridiculous. That's simply unrealistic and impossible. Just imagine, a mere 1.25x amplification was already terrifying enough. If a 3.0x amplification were possible, any casually released ability would be as powerful as an ultimate move with negligible consumption. How could that be? Chen Mo glanced at him and said flatly, just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I still don't believe it. Xiang Yuran snorted. Who do you think would believe? As he was speaking, while the slow ones hesitated, the quick-witted awakeners had already begun a frantic scramble. Upon learning the function of the orange crystals, the group charged into the pit like wolves and tigers, crowding together and frantically snatching up the reflection rune stones. Having just been slapped in the face, Qiongqi stood frozen on the spot, his pupils dilated. You idiot. Go to, the 7 deadly sins artifact in his hand could no longer hold back. Qiongqi's face flushed red and pale. After a moment's hesitation suppressing the urge to curse, he joined in as well. Even a mere 1/10x amplification ring was already astronomically priced and unavailable on the market, let alone the 1/25x rings used by Chen Mo and Ehuang. Even if this so-called reflection rune stone couldn't provide a 3x amplification based on what Chen Mo had just demonstrated, it was undoubtedly at least 1/25x, and absolutely priceless. Compared to level 5 or 6 cores, the allure of the reflection rune stone was infinitely greater. Even these top-tier awakeners couldn't stay calm. It was like a mountain of gold laid out before them, mesmerizing and driving them mad. Mine. Don't any of you bastards fight me for it. Fuck off. What are you all crowding here for? Mine. All mine. Even Zhou Xiaoyang, a top awakener of the first war zone, felt a stir of temptation. His overlord ability was already terrifying enough. If he could obtain a 3-fold amplification, perhaps killing an apocalypse god might not be entirely impossible. Ehuang, more composed, approached Chen Mo and said with a grave expression, "From what I saw, it seems you can use the reflection rune stone without forging it first. Is it really that powerful?" Chen Mo nodded. Even a dry, unprocessed reflection rune stone can achieve a 1/5x projection effect. But without special forging, it can't withstand an awakener's power and can only be used a limited number of times. This is a resource even more precious than space stone. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Ehuang and Fu Shuangyu exchanged a glance. Their minds were already in turmoil. If this were true, the value of this material was immeasurable. If they could bring these reflection rune stones out of the divine secret realm and have them studied and forged by the divine artificers in the central region, they would yield terrifying value in the future. Seize them. That was their first thought. Fu Shuangyu sensed something amiss and, suppressing her impulse, fixed her beautiful eyes on Chen Mo and asked, "How do you know about this?" Chen Mo offered no explanation, and at that moment a conflict erupted among the crowd scrambling in the deep pit. "Get lost. I clearly got this first." Boom. A loud explosion rang out and dozens of people crowded in the pit were blasted away. Was that my ability? The awakener who had triggered it was shocked. How? He had only made an instinctive casual strike with no intention to harm, yet it had unleashed such power. As if realizing something, he stared incredulously at the large piece of orange reflection rune stone in his hand. His eyes grew increasingly fervent and he exclaimed in disbelief, "It really works. Watch out." Fu Shuangyu unleashed several flaming arrows which exploded before the group, forming a blazing sea of fire that melted and consumed the metallic rain of swords. Taotie was covered in wounds, opening its maw to unleash its heaven-devouring, earth-swallowing ability. Yet suddenly a sharp pain pierced its back and it reared its head, letting out an agonized roar. Among the enhancement-type ability users, only Zhao Wenji remained on Taotie's back, his eyes bloodshot as he relentlessly attacked its body with his 7 killings baleful chi. Die die die. A perfect chance. Seeing this, Fu Shuangyu immediately drew her bow and shot 9 flaming arrows straight at Taotie. Bang! 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 This was the first time Taotie had been struck by the abilities of the ability users. The flaming arrows slammed into Taotie's body, erupting into clusters of brilliant sparks. The flames caught onto Taotie's fur, immediately blazing into a fierce inferno. "Zhao Wenji! Get down now!" she shouted sharply. Zhao Wenji on Taotie's back felt the searing heat below, startled into sudden clarity. He immediately withdrew and leaped downwards. Behind him, Taotie was engulfed by the raging fire like a massive fireball, letting out agonized howls within the flames. Under the power of heaven-devouring, earth-swallowing, the flames covering its massive body rapidly rushed into its mouth. Only after the last wisp of flame was devoured did Taotie appear scorched, its fur burned pitch black, its body covered in wounds inflicted by the enhancement-type ability users. All the ability users became alert again, expecting it to reflect the swallowed flames as before. Yet after devouring the flames, Taotie opened its mouth, a crimson light brewing within but failing to erupt. Damn it. Its body began to sway as if all its strength was spent. Finally exhausted, it fell with a thunderous crash. Boom. The scene struck like lightning, shocking all the ability users present. Did we win? It's down. The 4 calamity gods, we've defeated them. We won. We really won. Everyone erupted with immense triumphant emotions. Yang Suiyu, battered on the ground, showed a trace of relief and murmured. It's over. After saying this he fell unconscious. The land ravaged by Taotie was a mess if the surviving ability users were also bruised and exhausted. If the battle continued everyone would have perished in Taotie's maw. Seeing Taotie fall the tightly strung ability users finally relaxed. Wang Luyang spoke softly. It seems it couldn't use the heaven-devouring earth-swallowing ability indefinitely. Thanks to Yang Suiyu and the other enhancement-type users they dealt significant damage to Taotie. If they hadn't risked their lives to get close the consequences would have been unthinkable. Tang Xuanyu, is it over? Chen Mo however did not relax. Instead a deep suspicion arose in his heart. The Qiongqi of the Four Calamities' secret realm had yet to show itself. Why hadn't it appeared even now? On the other side Fu Shuangyu sat on the ground, tired, her chest heaving as she said, so exhausted. These four calamity gods are really troublesome. I shouldn't have taken this tough job. Zhuo Shengguang handed over a recovery potion saying, first restore your strength. Once the four calamity god is dealt with it's time to leave this secret realm. Only a few could still move within the field. Wang Luyang and Li Yunqian as support ability users began to tally and treat the personnel. From the initial 80+ people only a little over 20 remained alive. Most of the dozens of enhancement-type ability users had also tragically fallen. How is it? Zhuo Shengguang, having recovered somewhat, stepped forward to ask. The battle was brutal and Wang Luyang couldn't help but sigh. 24 people, 7 of them severely injured. The enhancement-type ability users suffered the heaviest losses. Of the 16 who went before, only 3 survived. Zhuo Shengguang's face stiffened and he spoke with downcast eyes. They were brave. If they have surviving family I will report to Chief Zhou to ensure their loved ones are well taken care of. Damn it. Among those cowards who fled, Zhou Xiaoyang possessed the overlord ability, the strongest among the enhancement-type users, yet he chose to escape. If he had stayed, how could we have suffered such heavy losses? Among the surviving ability users someone pounded the ground in fury, eyes red. Everyone from the first war zone and the 9th war zone fled. We lost over 20 reinforcements. The ability users were incensed, gnashing their teeth at the cowards who had run away. Listening to the voices around him, Zhuo Shengguang kept his head low, his expression unreadable. Fu Shuangyu shouted beside him, once we get out I will report this to the leaders of the first war zone. Not one of them will escape. The first war zone and the 9th war zone as the backbone of this operation had chosen to flee without a fight, an act absolutely intolerable to everyone. Wang Luyang shook his head and sighed, returning to Chen Mo's side. With Zhou Xiaoyang we could have severely wounded Taotie before it burrowed underground and we wouldn't have lost so many people. Chen Mo, what are you looking at? Noticing Chen Mo staring at the calamity necklace he couldn't help but ask curiously, ever since we arrived at the 3rd war zone I've been wondering, what exactly is that necklace you're holding? Why can't even my omniscient ability see through it? The calamity necklace, something that can sense the presence of the 4 calamity gods. Chen Mo explained calmly. Wang Luyang was startled, there's actually such a thing. Where did you get it? Traded from a mysterious merchant. Chen Mo put away the calamity necklace. Wang Luyang nodded in realization, glanced at the fallen Taotie not far away and said, that thing is close to death. Don't give it a chance to recover. Finish it off completely to prevent future trouble. Chen Mo nodded and directly condensed a massive metal greatsword. Under the astonished gazes of everyone he ended Taotie's life. Boom. Wang Luyang breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking of the mysterious merchant, the corpse of a calamity god should fetch many good things from him. But its size is too enormous, we'll have to rely on the 3rd war zone to transport the body out. For now the most important thing is the crystal core of this apocalypse god. With so many people here, splitting it fairly won't be easy. The superpowered individuals who had just been blasted away scrambled to their feet. Wiping the blood from the corners of their mouths, some erupted in fury and launched an attack at the one who had struck them. Bastard! How dare you! Then don't blame me. Boom. Boom. The remaining superpowered individuals also joined the melee. Once the fighting began, the scene quickly spiraled out of control. Through the power of the reflection rune stones, one superpowered individual after another unleashed terrifying strength far beyond their own abilities. If 1 or 2 cases were a coincidence, then the collective use by the crowd confirmed that Chen Mo's words were not false. At this moment even Zhou Xiaoyang, who had been maintaining his dignity on the sidelines and unwilling to stoop to snatch the stones, could no longer stand idly by and chose to join in. He let out a loud laugh, activated his overlord ability and his aura surged instantly. With a mighty leap he plunged into the fray. Ha ha ha. This relic was discovered by me first. So the reflection rune stones here rightfully belong to me. Zhou Xiaoyang, like a tiger among sheep, used his unmatched physical prowess to blast several people away. The superpowered individuals from the first war zone also joined the battle. Brother Zhou were here to help. Boom. Boom. The factions clashed fiercely, reducing the relic to ruins as broken stone pillars collapsed one after another. As deep craters were blasted into the ground beneath their feet, to everyone's horror an orange glow erupted from within those very pits. The crowd grew even more excited. There are more reflection rune stones. Here too. Come quick. The ground is packed with them, we don't need to fight at all. Many rejoiced, but as the situation threatened to spiral further, Qiongqi unleashed his dark domain ability, spreading it to shroud the dazzling orange light. Dark orbs materialized before each person. He shouted coldly, a hint of anger in his voice. Everyone stop. Hearing his roar and seeing the mesmerizing light obscured, many regained their senses. Qiongqi. Zhou Xiaoyang, shaking his arm while clutching a large piece of reflection rune stone, spoke casually from the crowd. What are you doing? Qiongqi swept a cold gaze over the crowd. Many had been blinded by greed, clutching their spoils even while battered and bruised. The internal strife had damaged the protective suits of those who had kept them intact. He said gravely, have you all forgotten the purpose of this expedition? The ground beneath is full of reflection rune stones. Once we deal with the 4 calamity gods here, we can collect them at our leisure. At our leisure? Nonsense. Once the 4 calamity secret realm is fully conquered, we won't have a say here anymore, as someone retorted immediately. Exactly. By then it'll either go to the 3rd war zone or be handed over to the central authority. None present were fools. Reflection rune stones were more valuable to superpowered individuals than anything else. These stones could tangibly enhance one's abilities, making them priceless treasures. Zhou Xiaoyang sneered, do you even believe that yourself? There are enough reflection rune stones here for all of us to profit immensely. Qiongqi, don't tell me you don't want some too. Stop pretending. We can collect them all and then go, same result. Qiongqi said coldly, the immunity serum only lasts 2 hours. If we don't eliminate the 4 calamity gods by then, none of us can leave. Chen Mo watched quietly from the side. Honestly, the reflection rune stones here tempted him as well. Such a vast quantity would fetch an astronomical price if mined. But he held back because he sensed the presence of an evolution stone here. Where could that evolution stone have come from? As he pondered, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. Rumble, the intense shaking startled everyone. What's happening? The stone pillars within the relic collapsed one by one. In the distance, the earth turned into quicksand, sinking continuously. Powerful waves of energy surged forth, carrying a dense aura of evolution. Bathed in this current, many superpowered individuals felt an unprecedented comfort, and even their abilities seemed to improve. This is such a familiar feeling. Rumble. Suddenly, about 100 meters away, a massive platform rose from the ground. The circular platform was covered in intricate sunken patterns. At its center floated a crystal-clear jade-like crimson rainbow stone. The stone radiated extraordinary spiritual essence. Barely half a palm in size, it churned with crimson energy within, while strands of rosy light cascaded from its surface, a breathtaking sight exuding an intensely pure and vast life force. This is. When it appeared, everyone froze. Their abilities stirred restlessly, and an overwhelming desire arose in their hearts, as if whispered by their very souls. Instinct told them they must obtain this object. What is that? It's so beautiful. Tang Xuanya's eyes widened as she murmured softly. But Chen Mo stood frozen in place. His pupils dilated, filled with disbelief. Though seeing it for the first time, the intoxicatingly dense aura was unmistakable. A complete evolution stone. There was no mistaking it. This aura. It feels like the evolution dust before. But why is it so intense? There's no evolution dust visible anywhere. The superpowered individuals were all baffled, unsure of what it was. Chen Mo trembled, his eyes blazing with a frenzied light. His heart, long untouched by turmoil, now churned with stormy waves. Xuanyu. Hearing his voice, Tang Xuanyu blinked and looked at him. What is it? Wait for me here. With those simple words, while everyone else was still lost in awe, Chen Mo dashed forward, mounting Qiongqi and charging straight for the platform. Roar. What's he doing? He's going for that thing. I don't know what it is, but I feel it can enhance my ability. That must be a treasure. Stop him. The evolution stone was a game changer in this apocalypse. It could not only break through the 6th tier limit for superpowered individuals but also transform abilities granting them a secondary evolution. The aura it emitted was impossible for any superpowered being to ignore. Seeing Chen Mo's movement, most of the superhumans present gave chase. This sudden development caught Tang Xuanyu and Wang Luyang off guard. What exactly is happening? Wang Luyang's eyes flickered as he adjusted his glasses. If my guess is correct, that must be the evolution stone that Chen Mo has been searching for. Because he once said that evolution stones only appear within the divine secret realm. He had never seen Chen Mo desire anything so intensely. Xuanyu, we must help him. Upon hearing this, Tang Xuanyu's delicate frame trembled. Evolution stone. Was this the very fragment Chen Mo had been absorbing for her all along? Without further hesitation, her beautiful eyes gradually turned resolute. She nodded solemnly. I understand. The sound of rushing water roared as a black water vortex appeared beneath her feet. A glint flashed in her eyes and the calamity tide surged forth. Stepping upon the waves, Tang Xuanyu swiftly closed and raising her hand to unleash a jet-black water serpent that hurtled toward the superhumans chasing Chen Mo. Boom! A massive torrent of water exploded, the calamity tide transforming into strands of liquid that coiled around 5 or 6 superhumans, rendering them immobile. Damn it! What is this? It's that guy's ally. A superhuman looked up, noticing Tang Xuanyu's cold expression, and with a furious roar unleashed his own ability. You think mere water can restrain me? Boom! A surge of formidable energy erupted from his body, shattering the binding calamity tide. The other superhumans also activated their abilities to break free. Those who could enter this secret realm were mostly formidable, at least at the 6th rank. Without lethal force restraining them was nearly impossible. Seeing this, Tang Xuanyu's face turned cold as she raised her delicate hand. Waves surged beneath the superhumans, engulfing and churning them. The calamity tide's property of draining a superhuman's stamina activated. Trapped within the tide, the superhuman struggled as if in quicksand, constantly submerged by the black flood. Cough. Damn it, what kind of ability is this? Those who had moved were from the 9th war zone and the 1st and 2nd war zones. The ancient martial alliance members remained, looking to their leader Yang Suiyu for guidance. Suiyu, everyone else has gone. What about our ancient martial alliance? That thing must be a treasure. I've never felt such dense evolutionary energy. Yang Suiyu gazed at Chen Mo in the distance, his eyes flickering. That guy seemed to really need that thing. The ancient martial alliance owed him a favor from the incident with the Nian beast. With this in mind, Yang Suiyu spoke directly. Help Chen Mo stop the others from seizing the treasure. Yes. With various factions joining in, Ehuang realized the situation had spiraled completely out of control. The reflective pattern stone had already caused considerable conflict, and now with an even more mysterious treasure appearing, these voracious superhumans would not easily give up. He grew increasingly convinced this was a scheme by that calamity god. But there was no choice, even knowing it might be a trap. Greed drove them all to take the risk. That rainbow stone. Beside him, Fu Shuangyu seemed to recall something, her pretty face incredulous. Ehuang, don't you think that thing resembles what the professor told us to find, the one that can help us break through to the 7th rank? Evolution stone. Are you sure this is what the higher-ups are looking for? Ehuang frowned. Fu Shuangyu said gravely. It should be correct. The professor said only this item can allow us to advance to the 7th rank. You weren't there before, but Shaoqi brought back an evolution stone from the Thunderfire secret realm that looks very similar to this. That guy even knew about the reflective pattern stone, which we had never seen before. He definitely knows something. What do we do now?